Introduction. Fairy, I am aware of your inherent kindness. Please lend them your assistance, and consider it a favor owed to you. Bai Yao chuckled. This is the first time I've encountered a righteous disciple like you. Besides, who would covet your favor? HM? With a dismissive huff, she suddenly waved her hand, hurling an unknown object swiftly towards Zhang Xiaofan. Instinctively, Zhang Xiaofan leaned back and reached out to catch it, revealing a substantial ingot of silver in his grasp. His eyes sparkled with delight, and before he could utter a word, another object flew through the air, landing in his handsa, second ingot of silver. Zhang Xiaofan bowed deeply to Bai Yao and smiled. Fairy Bai Yao, your generosity knows no bounds. Chapter 1. Heir to the Throne. Someone quickly. A desperate female scream shattered Aegon's slumber. Where am I? What has happened? Aegon gazed at the enchanting woman in green before him, feeling utterly bewildered. It must be Rhaenyra's doing for the throne. She seeks to harm the royal heir. The green-clad beauty wept inconsolably, tears cascading down her porcelain cheeks. Mother? Aegon stammered. Is this a dream? I was up late watching House of the Dragon, incensed by the misfortunes of Aegon II, who perished from a congenital heart condition. Aegon, a prince disinterested in power, forced by fate to tread upon the grotesque Iron Throne. Mother, do not cry, I am fine. Aegon hastily wiped away the tears of his makeshift mother. Allison. A nearby young boy, consumed by jealousy, pouted and muttered to himself. Mother only cares for my elder brother, she does not concern herself with me at all. Allison, hearing this, glanced back momentarily before turning her attention back to Aegon, scrutinizing his condition with urgency. Is that the one-eyed Emmond? Oh no, he is still the two-eyed Emmond. Truly the overlooked second son. Prince Aegon regarded his obsessive younger brother with a tinge of guilt. After all, as a visitor from Blue Star, all children are entitled to equal rights of inheritance. Yet at this moment, the unlearned Aegon had nearly monopolized all the affection and privileges that rightfully belonged to Emmond. Fortunately, an elder sister of considerable stature loomed over them, preventing any overt conflict between the two. What has transpired? Viserys arrived late, having just learned of Aegon's peril, hastily abandoning the court meeting to rush out of the Red Keep. My king, the surrounding guards and maids knelt in homage. Viserys, witness the deeds of your daughter. Queen Alicent, in a fit of maternal fury, neglected the customary courtesies expected of nobility. Mind your words, your majesty the queen. An irked minister from the court meeting admonished, dressed in black, adorned with 9 silver academic laurels, undeniably the most esteemed scholar in King's Landing. However, at that moment, he did not approach to assess Aegon's condition, but instead, from the perspective of the king, delivered a stern reprimand to Queen Alicent. The Grand Maester, the queen is merely worried for her child and has momentarily lost her composure. Viserys interrupted the Grand Maester's harsh criticism, feeling his heart soften upon witnessing his wife endure such humiliation. He gazed at the drenched figure of Aegon, his anger boiling within him. Yet, no matter how dissolute his son might be, he remained his own flesh and blood. Casting a glance at his younger son Aemond, who seemed to revel in the chaos, Viserys found his mood darkening further. The education of House Hightower is truly lamentable. Viserys glared at his disappointing eldest son, offering no solace but instead advancing to chastise him. House Hightower lacks proper upbringing? Who is it that reassigned the former prime minister? Who is responsible for educating the princes? Alicent recalled the strict upbringing of her own family, and upon observing her 3 unworthy children, her fury intensified. Her eldest son was nothing more than a drunkard, perpetually lost in the brothels. Her second son was obsessively stubborn and nearly impossible to communicate with, and her daughter spent her days playing with worms, indistinguishable from a lunatic. Enough, enough! Viserys impatiently interrupted Alicent's lamentations. No harm has come to anyone. It was merely a child, nearly drowning. Do not place all the blame on Rhaenyra. You think I am being unreasonable? Your son nearly drowned. Alicent, like a lioness on the verge of losing her cub, was filled with fury and ready to lash out at anyone in sight. In her helplessness and despair, she found herself ensnared in the vortex of power, as the queen with no foundation in court. Even her own father, a former prime minister, had been exiled to distant lands. Her eldest son Aegon was not even the heir to the throne, but had instead become the subject of ridicule throughout the realm. The people often whispered derisively, Viserys reigns through the means of his loins. Ineffectual, and in his old age, he relinquishes power to a daughter who lacks the very means of manhood. He dines on the fruits of patriarchy while shattering its foundations, a betrayal of the very system he represents. Enough, Aegon, tell me, how did you end up in the water? Viserys, observing his wife's irrationality, did not wish to engage in an argument with her. He turned to the blonde-haired, blue-eyed young man before him. Every family has its own hardships. Aegon appeared bewildered, having just arrived in this world, unsure of what had transpired. He fell into the pond while spying on the maidens bathing, climbing through the window. Aemond, who had remained silent until now, seized the moment to deliver a cutting remark at the expense of his elder brother. Damn it, you treacherous brother. How could you betray me like this? Aegon felt all eyes in the room suddenly converge upon him. Even his weeping mother fell silent, unable to protest. Damn Aegon, as a prince, how could you engage in such absurdity? Aegon's face flushed crimson, his neck thickening with indignation, yet he resolutely refused to concede his fault. How could a lifetime of honor be tarnished in an instant? Observing the inquisitive Jacaerys nearby, a devious scheme sprang to Aegon's mind. Father, it was Jacaerys who suggested I pilfer a maid's undergarments for his birthday gift. How could I have known someone was bathing at that moment? It was merely an unfortunate accident. You speak nonsense. Jacaerys interjected, alarmed at Aegon's reckless insinuation. Aegon, repeat that, and know that deceiving the king is a grave offense. Viserys glared furiously at his inept son, bending down to scrutinize him intently. He was well aware of the true nature of his offspring. If father does not believe me, why not search Jacaerys' quarters directly? Aegon replied fearlessly, his heart racing. Despite being a king for many years, his father still exuded an innate authority that left Aegon breathless with fear. You shall go, Viserys commanded, gesturing toward Ser Cole, who stood steadfast and unmoving. With a clatter of armor, a contingent of guards entered Jacaerys' chamber, conducting a swift search. Aegon, I am not that kind of person, and you shall not use such tactics to disrupt my union with House Velaryon. Jacaerys retorted, his anger palpable. Currently, the Velaryon family was in King's Landing, negotiating the royal betrothal ceremony. Once the alliance was secured, Jacaerys and Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne would be unassailable. Dear nephew, one must speak with decorum to one's elders. We are of noble blood, a lineage of the Targaryens, not mere petty lords. Aegon Targaryen rebuffed without hesitation. What did you say? Jacaerys seethed, his fists clenched tightly. He loathed the rumors that circulated through the streets, leaving him defenseless against their accusations. Do not heed him, dear brother Jacaerys, Rhaenyra interjected, grasping his hand in a gesture of support. The king shall clear your name. In my eyes, you shall always be the most just and honorable man, the rightful heir to the Iron Throne, she proclaimed, deliberately elongating her words, imbuing the title of Iron Throne with a sense of righteousness. Queen Alicent, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, her face etched with bitterness as she gazed at her eldest son. As queen, one would assume the Iron Throne rightfully belonged to her firstborn, yet she found herself in unprecedented circumstances. As a mother, unable to secure the throne for her son, she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Viserys Targaryen furrowed his brow slightly, observing his wife's discomfort with a tinge of sympathy. After all, the throne was promised to his grandson, while his own son faced scorn from the Iron Throne as king. This left him somewhat dissatisfied. Found it! Cole's thunderous shout shattered the silence enveloping Viserys. He emerged briskly from Jacaerys' chamber, brandishing a pair of undergarments stained with a woman's essence, and knelt before the king with a grand gesture. Jacaerys! Viserys bellowed in fury, his gaze fixated on his wretchedly behaving grandson, his body trembling with ire. Chapter 2. The Eternal Lighthouse. I had presumed that your upbringing was commendable, yet here you are, engaging in such disgraceful conduct behind our backs. What else have you concealed from us? The Iron Throne does not tolerate mediocrity, Viserys Targaryen exclaimed, filled with righteous indignation. In his quest for a suitable heir to the Iron Throne, he had stripped even his own biological son of his claim. No, grandfather, I did not. Jacaerys hastily defended himself, but the contents hidden within the bedroom left him utterly perplexed and bereft of explanation. Jacaerys, you are truly revolting. Beneath the disdainful glare of Benila, she flung Jacaerys' arm away and turned to leave. Do not go, allow me to explain. In a moment of utter confusion, Jacaerys found himself at a loss, unsure whether to clarify matters with the king or his fiancée first. Lady Benila, all men are the same. Perhaps that maid's dimensions would suit young Jacaerys better. Aegon, relishing the unfolding drama, stepped forward to incite further discomfort. Slap! A resounding slap echoed as Benila struck Aegon across the face, reprimanding him with indignation. Even if I do not favor Jackaries, I would never choose you. Before her words could fully settle, the young lady, realizing the inappropriateness of her actions, stormed away, leaving a stunned Viserys and the others in her wake. How dare you strike a prince? As though the king does not exist. Alicent's face paled with rage. Her son, who had just awakened from near drowning, now faced a slap in the face. Enough. This ends here. Viserys interjected, his temper flaring as he turned to confront his princess of Dragonstone. Your Majesty. The Bonebreaker, Strawn, emerged from Aegon's chamber, flanked by a contingent of guards, holding a pile of maidens' undergarments in his hands. Your Majesty, these were discovered in Aegon's quarters. Prince, you cannot deny this. Strawn fixed Aegon with a penetrating gaze, his voice grave. Viserys halted, silent, as he scrutinized his golden-haired, blue-eyed son. A man must own his actions, yet I am merely curious when did the king authorize you to search my quarters? Can you conveniently access the prince's chamber as well? Aegon retorted, unflinching, with a hint of defiance. Having accrued a plethora of misdeeds during his upbringing in the Red Keep, Aegon was unbothered by this particular incident. As long as I possess no moral compass, no rule can confine me. Someone ought to keep Aegon in check. Observing Aegon's brazen demeanor despite his transgressions, Viserys found his anger waning. After all, as a prince of leisure, morality held little significance. In his youth, did not Viserys indulge in the pleasures of the brothels of King's Landing alongside Daemon? Yet now, the indirect heir to the Iron Throne, his own grandson, appears rather unreliable, especially when the daughter of House Valerion audaciously slaps a prince in public. Is this strike aimed at Aegon? Clearly, it is a blow directed at the very embodiment of the Iron Throne, Viserys himself. Black Death, when you fall, I sense the throne's fragility. Viserys, Targaryen murmured. The Targaryens should not descend into such despair. Observing the retreating figures of Viserys and the dejected Jackaries, a smirk of triumph crept onto Aegon's lips. Slap! A resounding blow landed on Aegon's face, obliterating the last vestige of his smile. Mother, what are you doing? Aegon lamented, gingerly touching his reddened cheek, his tone laced with grievance. What do you think? If only you had shown some ambition, your sister child would not have dared to trample on your dignity. What kind of prince behaves so foolishly? Alicent scolded, pointing an accusatory finger at Aegon, exasperated with his incompetence. After all, I am the king's own son. Benira's slap is but a strike against the Targaryen name, and I bear no shame in this. Aegon retorted calmly, observing his mother's flustered demeanor. Alicent Hightower, taken aback by her usually meek son's newfound confidence, stood momentarily speechless. What about the things in Jackary's chamber? Of course, it was I who engaged in them there. Aegon replied curtly. After all, I am the wayward prince, and my antics matter little. Yet he is the direct heir to the Iron Throne this time. He shall bear the consequences. Gazing at the self-satisfied Aegon, Alicent found herself momentarily at a loss. Her son, the proverbial fool, had managed to orchestrate a scheme against another. Aegon, in the future, consult with me before taking action. Do not act impulsively. Rather than reprimanding him, Alicent expressed concern for Aegon's reckless behavior. Understood. Aegon, gently pushing away his mother's grasp, tilted his head to gaze at the towering Red Keep. Having traversed through the realms of a television narrative, he was already aware of his destined fate. Even if he wished to avoid ascending the throne, propelled by the currents of history, Aegon found himself unable to seize control of his own destiny. Rather than succumb to manipulation and meet a grim end, he resolved to rise and retaliate, seizing his leverage early to avert a tragic conclusion. Your Highness, does your eye still ache? The Grand Maester, Orwyle, peered closely into Aegon's eyes, his own keen and piercing. It merely burns a bit, not truly painful. Aegon admired his golden-hued eyes in the mirror, striking a pose of undeniable charm. This eye condition may be a mutation caused by the blood of dragons. Orwyle pondered for a moment, then affirmed confidently, since it does not impair your vision and is not painful, it should pose no threat. Thank you for your diligence, Grand Maester. Alicent, with deep gratitude, presented a gold bracelet adorned with a blue gemstone to the Grand Chancellor, earnestly stating, the prince's safety shall henceforth rely greatly on your esteemed guidance. No. The Grand Chancellor interrupted Alicent's overture and turned to leave. Frustrated by the Chancellor's unyielding demeanor, Alicent sighed in exasperation and sank into the plush golden lionskin sofa, a prize trophy hunted by Jason Lannister and ultimately gifted to Queen Alicent. Contemplating the self-serving nobles of the Westerlands, her ire surged. As Rhaenyra's claim to the throne solidified, more nobles distanced themselves from the Hightower family. Even the traditionally neutral Grand Chancellor declined further engagement with Alicent. Observing the preening Aegon, she felt a twinge of helplessness. With her father exiled and her son lacking ambition, she steeled herself. The failure of Jason Lannister's proposal to Rhaenyra signals a shift towards the Hightower family. I must seize the opportunity to establish connections. Rhaenyra turned away, grasped a sheet of paper, and began to compose a letter to her father, Otto Hightower. Though the former hand was far from King's Landing, he remained acutely aware of its political machinations and frequently advised Alicent on domestic affairs, hoping to curry favor with Viserys. Golden eyes ignite. With no one around, a flicker of emerald flame danced within Aegon's gaze. Is this the awakening of the Hightower bloodline? Aegon remained silent. Chapter 3. You are not my brother. The Hightower family, descended from ancient ancestors, boasts a towering spire known as the Eternal Lighthouse, illuminating the path for the people of Westeros. Even the venerable dragon lords of Valyria, the Targaryens, dare not claim a lineage more ancient than that of the Hightowers. Alas! Aegon painfully closed his eyes, the strange green flame that once flickered within his golden irises having nearly vanished. Rubbing his dry eyes with weary hands, Aegon reluctantly abandoned his quest to explore his own bloodline. Since his rebirth in the waters, his Hightower and dragon blood seemed to awaken in a fervent rush, rendering him incapable of shutting his eyes, which resembled those of a dragon. The peculiar green flame within his gaze would sporadically flare up, creating chaos. Countless towering spires burned and boiled, colossal dragons roared and lamented overhead, their golden flames engulfing him in an instant, turning Aegon to ashes. Was this the dragon dream? Aegon was drenched in sweat, panting as he sat upright upon the sodden bedding. The sheets beneath him were a disheveled mess, thoroughly soaked. Truly, this was no pleasant dream. Aegon tapped his forehead, attempting to calm his racing thoughts. Aegon, rise and shine. Alicent called breathlessly as she ascended the stairs with a teaching rod in hand. Downstairs at the Red Keep, Rhaenyra's children were already engaged in swordplay, while the eldest, Aegon, remained lazily in bed. Understood, understood. Aegon replied resignedly, feeling utterly listless as he fumbled with his garments. Each dragon dream left him utterly drained, as if it had siphoned away all his vigor. Aemond is practicing with his sword and shield all alone below. As the elder brother, won't you lend a hand? Alicent remarked, exasperation evident in her tone as she regarded Aegon's disinterest. Mother, everyone will be riding dragons into battle. What use is there in practicing swordplay? Aegon retorted impatiently. Regardless of his past life or this one, rising early was an impossibility. It ruined the entire day. Riding dragons? Alicent exclaimed, her frustration boiling over. Though Rhaenyra's children faced criticism regarding their bloodline, the dragon eggs that accompanied them had all hatched. Viserys beamed with delight, frequently declaring to his courtiers that the blood of dragons, once diminished, would flourish anew with Rhaenyra's generation. After all, a father may not always be a father, but a mother is undeniably a mother. Thus, although rumors persisted, the purity of the dragon bloodline remained unassailable. Yet, looking at the three children before him, none of their accompanying dragon eggs had hatched, each one a lifeless shell. Despite the Hightower family's extensive networking with the nobility of Westeros, few prominent houses chose to ally themselves with the Hightowers. Rumors circulated that the Hightower blood had been tainted, sullied by the Targaryen lineage. In response, King Viserys remained silent. Yet the presence of three lifeless dragon eggs undeniably added an air of mystery to Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne. The light of the king, Rhaenyra Targaryen. Due to your lack of ambition, the Hightower family has been the subject of much gossip. Alicent incessantly followed Aegon, loudly reprimanding the naked boy before her. I know. Aegon cast aside his mother and hurried into the great hall of the Red Keep. Good morning, Jaehaerys. Aegon Targaryen greeted Jaehaerys with a wave, disregarding his response, and casually teased Baela Velaryon, who had just arrived in King's Landing. Cousin, are you here so early to keep an eye on your betrothed? Let me share some wisdom. If you want to catch someone unfaithful, come at night. Jaehaerys, infuriated, hurled a fist toward Aegon's face. Oh dear, how fierce. Aegon was prepared, swiftly evading Jaehaerys' attack and taking refuge by the wall. You slander little Jaehaerys. He has done nothing wrong, and he has already explained. Baela firmly grasped Jaehaerys, her voice steady. After all, this was the Red Keep, the domain of Viserys Targaryen. While Prince Aegon may be a rogue, he remained the beloved son of King Viserys. He could act with impunity, but the Valerian family could not. Explain? You are still too young. As the saying goes, a man's words are but the devil's lies. Aegon glared at Baela, his disdain for Jaehaerys unmistakable. Aegon, what are you saying? A mature voice interrupted Aegon's smug grin. It was none other than that of King Viserys Targaryen. Father. Aegon lowered his head awkwardly, glancing at the silent Aemond, inwardly grumbling. You foul little brother. You didn't even give a heads up when father arrived. What a brat. His father's arrival was swift. Aegon rubbed his nose, unconcerned. After all, having been a sluggard for over a decade, adopting an industrious demeanor would only raise further suspicion. Are your eyes any better? Viserys inquired, observing the bloodshot veins in Aegon's golden irises with concern. After all, Aegon was the son Viserys had long cherished, the embodiment of his hope for a savior. Much improved, Aegon replied nonchalantly. Unlike Viserys and Alicent, who were filled with worry, Aegon remained unfazed. These side effects were merely the consequences of his reckless experiments with the flames of Hightower. So much like Viserys murmured, gazing intently at Aegon. The golden eyes clearly indicated the awakening of a rare bloodline tied to the Dragon Kings in ancient Valyria. The Targaryen family often produced dragon-human hybrids, most of whom perished in the womb, while some transitioned into dragons and died in adulthood. These golden eyes, reminiscent of a dragon's pupils, echoed stories of many who had succumbed to bloodline rejection throughout the 40 dragon families of Valyria. Viserys feared that Aegon suffered from a hereditary affliction. After all, it was one thing for a child to lack ambition, but health was the paramount concern for any parent. Aemond, step forward, commanded Viserys, observing the spirited young lad with a sense of relief, glancing at the shattered bones behind him, alongside Rhaenyra and her entourage. Aegon too felt compelled to abandon his jesting demeanor and tread cautiously. You are no longer children, even without your bonded dragon hatchlings. You have reached the age to tame the mighty dragons yourselves. As members of House Targaryen, only by becoming dragon riders can you truly contribute to our legacy. The dragon lairs shall be opened to you three, and Dragonstone is home to many dragons. Prepare yourselves diligently. Viserys Targaryen solemnly addressed Queen Alicent, who was hastily approaching with their daughter Helena. Alicent frequently broached the subject of early dragon training, tirelessly whispering in the ears of the aging king. However, given the tender ages of the three children, Viserys harbored fears that they might be exploited by those with ulterior motives, misusing the dragon's power, or worse, encountering peril while attempting to tame them. Thus, he had long withheld his consent. Now, with Jaehaerys having heired, it presented a fortuitous opportunity for the princes and princess to venture to Dragonstone for dragon taming, particularly as it was currently under the domain of Rhaenyra Targaryen. Ah, a ghost. You are a dead man, not my brother. Helena Targaryen cried out, shutting her eyes in terror. She clasped her hands over her ears, crouching on the ground and weeping violently, desperately seeking refuge behind Queen Alicent. Chapter 4. The Wayward Prince. Has Helena succumbed to another episode? Alicent lamented, pressing her palm to her forehead. Compared to Aegon's idleness, her daughter's condition was far more exasperating. Countless nobles of King's Landing whispered that she had given birth to a simpleton, and even her own brother Aegon often regarded her as a foolish girl who could only mumble to herself. Viserys, observing his daughter's incessant murmuring, furrowed his brow in discontent. In contrast to the offspring of House Hightower, his own daughter Rhaenyra appeared remarkably normal. Aegon, startled by his sister's piercing insight into his true nature, hurriedly approached to comfort her. After all, this was a realm imbued with magic and deities. He had no desire to be mistaken for a demon and led to the gallows. Ah, a devil. Helena hurled a worm at Aegon's face, leaving him momentarily stunned. The black, elongated creature crawled across Aegon's expressionless visage, its damp texture provoking a wave of nausea. Helena, do not cast your pet upon others indiscriminately, especially not upon your brother Aegon. Alicent, witnessing her son's bewilderment, found her maternal affection for her daughter yielding to her unwavering support for her son. Observing the diminutive girl cowering behind the queen, Aegon chuckled awkwardly. Who would believe the ramblings of a madwoman? Although it is the world that has gone mad, not Helena. To be a step ahead is to be a genius. To be 100 steps ahead is to be a madman. And the Dreamwalker, without a doubt, is a prophet ahead of all others in understanding. Mother, she was merely startled. Do not blame her. It was nothing more than a harmless earthworm. Aegon hastily stepped forward, interrupting Queen Alicent's raised arm. An earthworm? This is a blood-sucking leech. Dressed in a green robe, Alicent stared incredulously at the ethereal Aegon before her and stated bluntly, a leech? Aegon stood frozen in disbelief. Good heavens, good heavens. With his nerves lagging behind, Aegon leapt up in fright, frantically clawing at the damp, writhing creature upon his face. However, whether in his past life or this one, he had never encountered a leech. In a panic, he searched for a mirror, raising his hand in an attempt to remove the leech from his visage. Yet, as he pulled at the head of the leech, its tail remained firmly attached. Sucking his blood, he dropped the head and tugged at the other end, only to find the leech's head reattach itself to his face. Aegon, do not panic. Though Alicent loathed her eldest son's ineptitude, her anxiety surged when faced with her child's injury. A sharp slap resounded throughout the throne hall, cutting through the chaos. Aegon touched his reddened cheek, astonished as he gazed upon the middle-aged man with graying hair. Prince Daemon, what are you doing? Cole rushed forward, shielding Aegon behind him. As you can see, I am assisting the prince with the leech. Nephew, if it is not removed quickly, the leech shall latch on again. Daemon haughtily gestured towards the leech on Aegon's face, defiantly lifting his chin before turning to his brother, Viserys. However, at that moment, Aegon had no mind for Daemon and hurriedly ripped the creature from his face. Indeed, the leech lost its grip after the slap, and Aegon easily removed it. Viserys. Look at Daemon. Alicent seethed with fury upon witnessing her son struck. It has been removed, has it not? Viserys replied impatiently. He had always defended his younger brother. Though Daemon could be reckless and brash, brotherly ties ran deep. With the leech now gone, Cole relaxed his guard, casting a resentful glare at Prince Daemon before retreating. After all, this was still the realm of House Targaryen, and despite Alicent's status as queen, her voice held little sway in the court. Thank you, uncle, Aegon said, still trembling, as he watched the leech on the ground swiftly turn crimson, writhing in agony, before emitting a wisp of smoke and transforming into a charred husk. Aegon fell into contemplation. Prince Daemon glanced back in astonishment at Aegon's gratitude. Disbelief etched across his face. After all, his long-standing grievances with the Hightower family were well known, and Alicent's children harbored substantial animosity towards him. No need for apologies. He lacked even the most basic courtesies in everyday life. The slap delivered to Aegon was yet another means by which Daemon sought to humiliate the Hightower family. Nevertheless, Aegon, much like Rhaenyra, was a scion of Viserys. Thus, how could Daemon genuinely harbor resentment towards a mere child? Your Majesty, behold, exclaimed the Grand Maester, his countenance shifting dramatically as he pointed at the bewildered Aegon. Aegon, splendid! Viserys exclaimed with unrestrained joy. Under the scrutiny of those present, Aegon's radiant golden eyes, which had never dimmed, finally closed. In that moment, he appeared no different than usual. Gazing at the leech that had perished, scorched by dragon fire, the assembly fell into contemplation. After all, even the once mighty Valyrian lineage of 40 dragons had never witnessed such a pure bloodline. My 5 Aegons, Viserys sighed with deep sorrow. Queen Aemma had borne 5 sons, all of whom were stillborn and possessed of dragon scales and tails, monstrous stillbirths. Even the newborn Aegon Targaryen had survived but a single day. Could Aegon be my curse? Every child named Aegon seems doomed to a short life. Viserys, disheartened, felt his already stooped back bend further. Father, do not fret. The golden eyes have not faded. Have they? Rhaenyra hastily stepped forward to support her aging father. Prince Daemon and Rhaenyra, one on each side, gently assisted him towards the Iron Throne, maneuvering around Queen Alicent. In contrast to the Prince Aegon before him, Viserys reminisced about his Queen Aemma and the last boy, Aegon Targaryen, who had lived but a day. Brother, there is no cause for concern. Aegon is older now and will not perish easily, Daemon began, hesitating to finish his thought. He could not bear to further wound his brother, who had already endured the loss of so many children and his queen. After all, it was well known that Viserys was tormented by the dragon dream, believing he would sire the fabled prophesied child, Aegon Targaryen. Many considered the notion of a prophesied child to be a jest. Before the Targaryen dragons, all foes were mere insects. Yet, Viserys held this belief close to his heart, for it was a secret passed down through generations of the kings of Westeros. Since the leech can purify Aegon's dragon blood, let us employ leeches for treatment henceforth. Viserys nodded in agreement to the Grand Maester's suggestion. Leeches? My son is a prince, not a savage from the north. Why should we resort to leeches? Alicent retorted, incensed. With the safety of her son and the legitimacy of the throne at stake, Alicent interrupted the Grand Maester's proposal. If the Grand Maester is unwilling or unable to treat him, I shall command my father to seek sorcerers on the continent of Essos. Chapter 5, Dreamfire. Otto Hightower was no longer the hand of the king and held no authority over royal matters. Rhaenyra interjected, disrupting Alicent's suggestion. Although they remained friends, the fierce struggle for power had eroded their former intimacy. The return of the former hand to King's Landing was particularly a taboo subject for Rhaenyra. The capabilities of a grand scholar are beyond doubt. Viserys is acutely aware of the enmity between the two, yet his paternal affection prevails. However, sending nobility to Essos for medical aid is not without merit, Viserys mused. He has always been a somewhat ineffectual king, and even as a husband, he adopts a mediating stance. He strives to uphold the luminous legacy of Rhaenyra's kingdom while also considering the feelings of his wife, Alicent, caught in the middle. He finds himself in a dilemma. Aegon, you are now 13. It is time for you to embrace the responsibilities of House Targaryen, Viserys declared, gazing at his eldest son, finally resolved to urge him to train with dragons in the dragon pit. After all, ancient texts from Valyria suggest that a successful dragon rider can establish a significant bond with their dragon, with the mightiest even sharing aspects of their life force. Once Aegon successfully bonds with a dragon, the dangers posed by the resurgence of dragon blood will be alleviated. Viserys vaguely remembers the moment he mounted Vhagar, feeling as though he forged a spiritual connection with the colossal creature hailing from the ruins of Valyria. Yes, father. Aegon nodded eagerly. In Westeros, every man yearns for a magnificent steed. Yet, compared to the golden-hued horses, none dare to revel in the exhilaration of riding a dragon. Consequently, every member of House Targaryen is regarded by the people of Westeros as a divine emissary. In this world, aside from the Targaryens, no one can gain the recognition of dragons. Even the Valyrians rely upon the bloodline of House Targaryen, with the rhythmic footfalls of the gray-robed dragon knights wielding spears. King Viserys entered the dragon pit with Alicent's 3 children amidst the eager anticipation of the onlookers. Golden eyes, even among the 40 dragons of Valyria, are exceedingly rare. As the king's eldest son, Aegon has borne the hopes of many lords of Westeros. Aegon, Viserys hesitated, observing his often reckless son, and cautioned. Every dragon is a fierce beast. Utmost caution is imperative. Of course, father, Aegon replied earnestly. Although Viserys has almost stripped Aegon of his claim to the throne, he has never neglected the education and privileges befitting royalty. As the dragon knights began to chant in melodious Valyrian, a massive shadow descended from the heavens, casting a pall over the entire hall of the dragon pit. Initially, Aegon thought the grand construction of the dragon pit was an extravagant waste, but his perspective shifted dramatically in that moment. Legends say that dragons never cease to grow until the moment of their demise. They can even soar to the moon, transforming into celestial bodies. Some tales suggest that the moon once exploded and countless fragments became dragons, which is why they can grow infinitely. Roar. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air, causing the ministers and soldiers gathered at the royal council to retreat in fear. In the presence of the dragon's immense power, the white-robed Kingsguard appeared frantic and impotent. An overwhelming pressure descended as the dragon rose, sending a tempestuous wind that wildly fluttered the beard of King Viserys. Protect the king and queen. The white-robed guards trembled in terror, yet summoned their formidable resolve to shield King Viserys from the impending threat. Ser Criston Cole instinctively positioned himself behind the queen, drawing his sword and fixing his gaze upon the colossal beast before him. Stand down. When has a Targaryen ever required guards to shield them from the menace of a dragon? Viserys, quaking, pushed aside the Kingsguard and strode directly toward the looming dragon, Dreamfire. The creature before him was several meters in length. Its pale blue wings and silver crown signified its esteemed status among dragons. Although its physique appeared somewhat slender, the towering figure exuded an air of elegance. Even Viserys, who had once ridden the fearsome Vhagar, found his throat constricted with anxiety at the sight of the magnificent beast. Decades had passed since his last ride atop Vhagar, a span long enough to instill in him an uncontrollable shiver. This was not exhilaration, but rather a primal fear that resonated deep within his bones. Quiet, Dreamfire. As the head of House Targaryen and the knight of the greatest dragon, Vhagar, Viserys eventually steadied himself amidst the overwhelming awe. The dragon inhaled deeply, exhaling a plume of sulphurous flame as it cautiously surveyed the presence of its kin. At last, it lowered its guard, its cold gaze appraising the assembly before it. Sheath your swords. Do not provoke the dragon. Viserys quietly commanded the trembling Kingsguard. Gently, he extended his hand toward the sizable nostrils of Dreamfire, striving to attune himself to the dragon's disposition, hoping to discern its every nuance. Aegon, too, felt a spark of curiosity as he beheld the magnificent creature. Aware of the unfolding narrative, he recognized this dragon as the destined mount of his sister, Helena. Golden eyes. Awaken. The immense golden pupils of Dreamfire suddenly flared open, their piercing brilliance standing out in the dimness of the dragon's lair. The previously agitated Dreamfire, calmed by Viserys' soothing presence, was drawn to the enigmatic gaze. With a resounding boom, Dreamfire took a step forward, causing the entire cavern to tremble. The heavy iron chains rattled, scraping violently against the hard rock beneath. Excellent, Aegon. Observing Dreamfire's lack of hostility, Viserys Targaryen felt a surge of elation. After all, securing a dragon rider for his eldest son was of utmost importance and urgency. The golden pupils and the dragon's blue eyes locked in a silent exchange, as if communicating in the unique language of their kind. What are you staring at? Why do you gaze upon me? Gazing upon the diminutive figure of Aegon. Akin to a youngling of his kind, Dreamfire ultimately lost the desire for curiosity, turning away to fixate on the multitude of tiny beings before him. From the intricate perception of the colossal dragon, it seemed that many descendants of draconic lineage were intermingled among them. Dreamfire flourished, blessed with abundance. Observing the peculiar script that emerged within the golden eyes, Aegon felt a flicker of surprise. Since his transference to this realm, he had never sensed any distinction in the golden gaze. However, at this moment, it was as if he had unlocked a divine boon bestowed upon him. What enhancements might the application of emerald flames confer? Aegon pondered with intrigue, and in the brief moments when the crowd's attention was captivated by the dragon, subtle green flames ignited within his pupils. Roar! As if sensing a hint of menace, Dreamfire instantly became fiercely arrogant, wildly tossing its head. The immense stone was struck by its elevated cranium, causing boulders to cascade down, as if the very heavens were collapsing. Flee. Chapter 6. The Dragon's Lair. At the command of the Iron Guard, Queen Alicent, devoid of draconic blood, and the others hastily evacuated the dragon's lair. Dreamfire. Viserys shouted in a state of urgency. However, being neither the dragon's rider nor possessing any control over the enraged beast, he found it exceedingly difficult to manage the rampaging dragon. The dragon unleashed a chaotic assault. A torrent of brilliant blue flames illuminating the entirety of the cavernous dome. Cole, quickly find Aegon. In the midst of this dire situation, Alicent recalled that her eldest son remained within the dragon's lair. She pushed aside the Iron Guard supporting her, pleading earnestly. Cole glanced back at the frenzied behemoth wreaking havoc in the lair, swallowing hard in fear, and swept the queen into his arms before making a hasty retreat. The prince is a Targaryen. You should be concerned for your own safety. Unfazed, Cole resolutely declined Alicent's entreaty. Smack! The sharp sound of a slap echoed as Cole's face met with a resounding blow. Nevertheless, he ran even faster while carrying the queen. Curse you! May you consume filth. Witnessing his mother being whisked away by Cole's unwelcome grasp, Aegon seethed with indignation. I call you brother, yet you wish to assume the role of my father? Prince. Be cautious. Another member of the twin Iron Guard, Alec, tackled Aegon, sending them both tumbling from the high platform, narrowly evading the wrath of the dragon's flames. Taken by surprise, Aegon plummeted alongside Alec onto the dragon dung below. Wait, Cole, just you wait. Aegon Targaryen seethed with fury. My father is not dead yet, you. A mere usurper, aspire to seize power? Should you wish to act as a surrogate father, I shall ensure your downfall in the days to come. Observing the irate prince, Alec remained unfazed. At this moment, they had descended from the high platform into the depths of the dragon's lair. Even a Targaryen faced the peril of injury and demise, let alone an ordinary mortal like himself. Prince, silence. Alec cautioned, gesturing with a single finger to signal quietude, as he cautiously surveyed the surrounding darkness, wary of disturbing the slumbering dragons nearby. Before the dragon, all forms of might are but a jest. Fear not. Aegon remains unfazed. Although history recounts the demise of several Targaryen members who attempted to tame dragons, such instances are merely the actions of a few ill-mannered members of the dragonkind. After all, as long as one does not excessively provoke the mighty dragon, members of Targaryen bloodline are scarcely subjected to its wrath. Indeed, this peculiar green flame is evidently not of Valyrian origin. Aegon recalls the moment he offended Dreamfire, and his resolve is set. Legends speak of House Hightower, descendants of ancient ancestors, possessing a noble and ancient bloodline. Among the great houses of Westeros, aside from the Targaryens who wield the black magic of dragons, there exists a plethora of legendary lineages. For instance, the wolf-blooded gifts of select Stark members and the water magic of the Ironborn. Upon the heights of House Hightower, the arcane mysteries of necromancy and alchemy are often studied. Perhaps they too harbor enigmatic powers. After all, which family has endured for millennia without possessing remarkable prowess? Reflecting upon the shattering of the Dornish Wall, such world-altering capabilities, even at the zenith of Targaryen power, remain insurmountable. Let us proceed. Observing the vanishing dragon fire upon the high platform, Aegon harbors no concern for Viserys' safety, for Helena stands atop the dais. The Dreamwalker, an ability coveted by the kings of Westeros throughout the ages, lies at the very foundation of House Targaryen. Alas, faced with the inept Viserys, The Dreamwalker fails to recognize the potential of his son Aegon, a mere dreamer in a world of dreams. Truly, it is a lamentable state of affairs. Prince, it would be wise to remain still and await the dragon's guard, Alec cautiously advised. When has the Targaryen family required the aid of outsiders to safeguard the flames of their dragons? Blood and fire reside within my veins. Aegon disregards Alec's counsel. It is a rare opportunity to visit the dragon pit, at the very least to become acquainted with the dragons. Though Sunfire shines with extraordinary beauty, radiant as the sun, he remains a young dragon, ill-equipped to contend with fully grown dragons. Should he manage to tame an adult dragon, it would undoubtedly bolster his claim to the throne. The reason Viserys ascended to the Iron Throne, besides his male lineage, is the formidable presence of his brother Daemon and the dragon Caraxes, which serve as paramount deterrents. The might of dragons is the very foundation upon which the Iron Throne rests. The one-eyed Aemon dares to usurp the throne, relying solely on his own unmatched might, thus dismissing Aegon as inconsequential. Were Aegon to ride an adult dragon, he would possess neither the audacity nor the folly to act recklessly. Sunfire, it is not that you lack excellence. Rather, it is your brother's high expectations. Aegon muses inwardly. The sound of countless iron chains clinking reverberates throughout the vast dragon pit. Alec drew his long sword, straining to lift his gaze and carefully observe his surroundings, holding his breath in silence. Aegon understood that at this moment, he had undoubtedly caught the attention of the ferocious beast lurking in the depths of darkness. Silence, he shouted in Valyrian as a golden eye ignited once more, shimmering brilliantly within the shadowy cavern. Boom. A massive blue flame erupted above them as a silver-gray dragon extended its lengthy neck, leaning closer with curiosity, fixating on the golden-eyed lad before it. Silverwing. Aegon gazed in astonishment at the docile female dragon, his heart, which had been in suspense, finally settling. This was one of the few gentle giants residing in the dragon's lair, later tamed by the silver-haired Ulf through a twist of fate. Silverwing, bountiful and fruitful. As he observed the burning inscriptions within his golden eye, Aegon furrowed his brow in bewilderment. In contrast to the 40 dragon clans of Valyria, the dragons of House Targaryen were predominantly descendants of Vhagar, sharing nearly identical innate abilities. It was not only the Targaryens who engaged in close kin marriages. Their dragons were also largely the product of such unions. It was no wonder that dragons faced extinction. The Targaryens, despite their noble ties with the great houses of Westeros, sought to introduce fresh bloodlines. However, the dragons of Westeros had little choice in this matter. Your Highness, be cautious, Alec exclaimed, positioning Aegon behind him, inhaling deeply as he prepared to confront the impending wrath of the dragon. True warriors dare to face the specter of death. Alec, stand down, Aegon commanded, deeply moved by the loyalty of his knight. Such a valiant royal guard was tragically embroiled in the turmoil of the royal family, leading to fratricidal strife. Your Highness. Alec hesitated, glancing back to confirm Aegon's directive. As a member of House Targaryen, even a child possessed a greater understanding of dragons than the royal guard. After all, only the legendary Targaryens, akin to deities, could command the divine beasts that were dragons. Chapter 7. The Journey to Dragonstone Silverwing. Though second in age only to Vhagar and the Bronze Fury of Vermithrax was a fully grown dragon, yet her stature was significantly smaller than that of Vermithrax, who was of a similar age. In the continent of Westeros, the size and age of a dragon were nearly synonymous with its combat prowess. Indeed, even Prince Daemon, skilled in dragon riding, had to resort to ambush tactics or engage in skirmishes against Vhagar, as a direct confrontation with the colossal dragon left little chance for victory. As Aegon's golden eye gradually dimmed, the gentle Silverwing evidently relaxed her vigilance, slowly turning back to her nest. This is Silverwing's lair, Aegon murmured to himself, envisioning the dragon of his dreams to be none other than the legendary Vhagar or the Bronze Fury. Let us depart. Unlike the thoughtless prince portrayed in the original tale, he now, much like Aemond, yearned to forge a bond with the mightiest dragon in existence. Boom. A colossal dragon unleashed a torrent of flames, causing Aegon to hastily retreat behind a rock. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he would have been reduced to mere ashes. The Bronze Fury, Vhagar, was a tempestuous beast, one that could only be tamed by the most reckless of warriors. Gazing at the subtitles unfolding in his golden eyes, Aegon ultimately succumbed to trepidation. After all, the Bronze Fury indiscriminately attacked all creatures that dared to approach. Even as a member of House Targaryen, he was not immune to being inadvertently incinerated by Vhagar. Aegon was keenly aware of the Iron Throne and would not gamble with his life. He was not like the reckless hammer of the king, who embraced a careless existence. He had a bright future ahead. Even a life of indulgence as a drunkard would not preclude him from claiming the Iron Throne. Your Highness, the Kingsguard intoned, detecting the acrid scent of sulfur in the hot, dry air, his parched lips parting slightly. "You must leave. It is too perilous here." Realizing the futility of taming the bronze fury, Aegon had no choice but to retreat. After all, the art of dragon taming was not merely a matter of relentless effort. Timing, opportunity, and harmony with the environment were all essential. Though he had anticipated this outcome, Aegon felt a twinge of despondency. Westeros was steeped in fate, and the bond between dragon and rider was often woven with intricate threads, far from the capricious whims of the divine. Aegon, Viserys gazed upon his eldest son, who had returned unscathed from the dragon's lair, his heart swelling with relief. As a king who had fathered a child in his later years, he harbored great hopes for his long-awaited progeny. As a member of the dwindling Targaryen lineage, Viserys often fretted over the number of heirs, fearing the extinction of his house under his reign. Yet, since Aegon's birth, the family had begun to flourish, with the next generation poised to branch out. Viserys had once viewed Aegon as a harbinger of his destiny. Aegon's name was synonymous with the king's aspirations for a savior. "Father." Aegon stepped forward to pay his respects. "I am unscathed. Thank the heavens for that." Queen Alicent stepped forward to brush dragon droppings from Aegon's attire, her worry dissipating at last. "Helena has tamed Dreamfire, and thus, our family gains yet another dragon rider," Viserys proclaimed to the assembly, glancing at the crestfallen Aemond. On the brink of Dreamfire's fury, Helena effortlessly soothed the dragon, establishing a mental bond. However, it seemed that Helena lacked any interest in the beast. She merely guided Dreamfire back to the lair for rest before hastily departing, showing no intent to ride. The Targaryens' relationship with dragons was indeed capricious. Some children were born alongside their bonded dragons, while others endured countless trials to tame a fully grown beast. Moreover, some could forge a mental connection with just a fleeting touch, transforming into dragon riders. Undoubtedly, Helena was among the fortunate few blessed with such luck. With effortless grace, he garnered the favor of the adult dragon. "Aegon, Aemond, there is no need for haste. There are countless Targaryens who have not tamed dragons." Viserys gasped for breath, attempting to comfort his two sons. The previous uncontrolled Dreamfire had startled the king, who was now straining to maintain his composure despite his ailing condition. "Dragonstone is abundant with dragons and dragon eggs. You may venture to Dragonmount with the dragon guards to tame them yourselves," Viserys managed to say, breathless. Since the demise of the Black Death, Viserys had not ridden a dragon nor embarked on a journey to Dragonstone. "Quickly, escort the king back to rest." Seeing her father's deteriorating state, Alicent urged the guards to retreat, no longer able to focus on Aegon and Aemond's dragon-taming endeavors. "Rhaenyra." Viserys cast a feeble glance at his daughter. "Yes, father." Rhaenyra understood her father's choice, compared to the wild dragons roaming Dragonmount. Having her two younger brothers tame them was evidently more aligned with the kingdom's interests. Turning back to her brothers, who were a decade younger than herself, she advised, "Gather your belongings and set forth to Dragonstone to tame the dragons. I shall arrange for the dragon guards to scout the whereabouts of the wild dragons to facilitate your endeavors." "Thank you." Alicent watched her close friend comply and hurriedly assisted the frail king back into the Red Keep of King's Landing. Amidst the political machinations of the capital, Queen Alicent and the kingdom's light, Rhaenyra, maintained a tenuous relationship. However, they were undoubtedly familiar with one another, neither being one to indiscriminately shed blood. Dragonstone. Aegon stood atop the high tower of the Red Keep, gazing into the distance with uncontainable excitement. In stark contrast to the obscured dragon lairs, the ancestral home of House Targaryen, Dragonstone, held an irresistible allure for Aegon, the fabled and most beautiful dragon of Westeros, Sunfire. Destined to be Aegon's dragon, how magnificent it must be. Aegon inhaled the briny sea breeze, filled with anticipation for the journey ahead. "Aegon." Alicent stormed forward, angrily reprimanding her wayward eldest son. As a devoted wife, she had tirelessly attended to Viserys, finally settling him to sleep. Yet while Aemond was already prepared for departure, Aegon stood empty-handed, lacking even the slightest preparation. She grasped Aegon's face tightly between her palms, exasperatedly declaring, "Must you not strive for more? A firstborn without a dragon cannot fulfill the role of a worthy king." Observing his mother, who was gradually becoming a puppet for the sake of power, Aegon felt a twinge of sorrow. As a daughter, she received no affection from her father. As a wife, she could not replace Queen Aemma. As a mother, her educational efforts were a complete failure. Alicent sacrificed everything, yet remained dependent on others. In contrast, Aegon's sister, Princess Rhaenyra, required no effort and effortlessly attained all that Queen Alicent desired. The unconditional support and care from a father, the supreme authority. And even the whispers of gossip can be disregarded entirely allowing one to act with reckless abandon. Rest assured, mother, I shall not disappoint you. Aegon vowed solemnly to his mother. Regardless of the circumstances, Alicent had devoted all her capabilities to support her unremarkable eldest son. Chapter 8. Taming the Dragon. A girl's piercing scream echoed through the air. Observing the timid little girl cowering behind Alicent, Aegon furrowed his brow in concern. Helena, come here. I will not harm you. Aegon gently beckoned to the young girl, attempting to bridge the divide between the siblings. On the continent of Westeros, perhaps only Helena could truly comprehend Aegon's origins. No, you are a demon. You are not my brother. Helena clung tenaciously to Alicent's garment, unwilling to let go. A demon? Aegon gazed at his sister, who was so utterly averse to him, feeling overwhelmed. After all, compared to the omniscient Dreamwalker, lying was merely a means of self-inflicted distress. Was Aegon good to you before? Aegon produced a small toy he had purchased at the market, hoping to amuse the innocent child before him. Not really, he always snatched my toys. He doesn't even play with them, yet he insists on destroying my toy ball. Helena pondered for a moment, her words fragmented. Then he truly is a little scoundrel. Aegon disdainfully retorted. As the king's eldest son, he still lacked the support of the usually indecisive King Viserys, even when opposing the patriarchal norms and customs of the entire Westeros. Viserys remained steadfast in upholding the succession rights of Princess Rhaenyra. This illustrates the extent of Aegon's folly and ignorance. With the formidable assistance of his brother Aemond, the prophetic counsel of his sister Dreamwalker Helena, and the substantial financial and military backing of House Hightower, along with Viserys' hopes for dragon dreams and prophecies, Aegon still managed to squander a winning hand. Even the Iron Throne did not reject him. In contrast to Rhaenyra and Viserys, who suffered at the hands of the Iron Throne, Aegon ascended to the Iron Throne with ease, without a hint of struggle. One could argue that Aegon too was indeed the only son of heaven on the continent of Westeros, a child of destiny. Alas, fate ultimately pales in comparison to folly and degradation. He personally exiled his grandfather Otto Hightower, severing his own arm. He humiliated his brother Aemond, inciting fraternal strife. He disregarded his sister's prophecies, placing himself and his family in peril. Even when the larger picture was determined, he indulged in his hatred, provoking renewed conflict, ultimately falling victim to the treachery of his subordinates who longed for peace. He had countless opportunities to unify Westeros, yet he became a mere laughingstock of history. Take this to play with. Wouldn't it be better to have a different demon Aegon rather than that scoundrel brother? Aegon smiled as he handed the ball to Helena, then turned to embark towards Dragonstone. Helena hesitated, her words lingering on the tip of her tongue. Yet, the astute Aegon, well-versed in the unfolding narrative, dared not overlook any hint regarding Helena, for the prophecies of the Dreamwalker were undoubtedly the most enigmatic abilities in the realm of Westerlo. I beheld countless flames ablaze. In the north, ice-blue eyes glimmered, and the unquenchable light of the lighthouse upon the sea shimmered brilliantly. Helena prattled incessantly. Stop with the nonsense. Alicent interjected impatiently, cutting through Helena's ramblings. At that moment, Aegon was meticulously preparing for dragon taming and had no time to indulge this madcap girl's flights of fancy. Observing his sister Helena, who appeared so downtrodden, Aegon swiftly intervened to shield her from their mother's harsh reprimands. Helena is no ordinary girl. You are the hero who tames Dreamfire, even more formidable than our brothers. Upon hearing Aegon's affirming words, a flicker of solace illuminated the timid Helena's eyes. In contrast to the Dreamwalker's gifts and the visions of dragons, it was Helena, seemingly mad, who was perhaps the clearest-minded of the Targaryen lineage. She foresaw the rise and fall of the dragon kin, the death and rebirth in the north, and the demise and resurgence of the great dragons. Everything was preordained. However, with the arrival of Aegon Targaryen, all futures appeared increasingly nebulous. You will change everything, won't you? Helena asked, her gaze fixed intently upon Aegon. Yes, to the best of my abilities. No one shall harm you, not even any Targaryen. Aegon flashed a brilliant smile, speaking in the few remnants of Valyrian he possessed. I believe in you. Helena beamed at her unfamiliar older brother, a joyous laugh escaping her lips. Ever since she became the Dreamwalker, even her beloved brother Aemond regarded her as a madwoman, often dismissing her prophecies as mere folly. Only Aegon steadfastly believed her words. Perhaps the tragic fate of the dragonkin could indeed be reversed. As a prophet, Helena was aware that her future was intertwined with that of her elder brother, serving as a crucial means to solidify the Targaryen bloodline. There is something you desire upon Dragonstone, Helena declared loudly, hastily departing without a backward glance. Is it the sunfire you seek? Aegon murmured to himself, dismissing the thought. He already knew which dragon he would tame. Dragon riders often shared a profound blood connection with their predecessors, yet as a wild dragon on Dragonstone. Aegon was eager to discover what could possibly captivate a dragon to choose him, a mere buffoon in the original tale. Could it be mere happenstance? Aegon, hurry. Aemond called from below the Red Keep, urging his brother with fervor. Unlike Aegon's carefree demeanor, Aemond had devoted considerable effort to dragon taming, excelling in learning the Valyrian tongue and martial skills, far surpassing his brother, who was often viewed as a sluggard. He sought to prove to everyone that a second son is not necessarily inferior to the first. Aegon, do not hinder my dragon taming, Aemond urged, his frustration palpable. In stark contrast to Rhaenyra's children, who possessed their own formidable dragons at such a tender age, his dragon egg had perished prematurely. This had long since become Aemond's haunting nightmare. Today, in his endeavor to tame a dragon, he would exert every ounce of effort, determined to rise above and conquer an adult dragon, thus imparting some much-needed lessons to his oblivious nephews. Observing his elder brother Aegon, who towered over him, Aemond devised a cunning plan. Educating his oblivious brother seemed a splendid idea. After all, one must seize the opportunity to discipline an elder while the chance arises. Indulging in the fantasy of soaring through the skies on his dragon, even the typically stoic Aemond could not help but break into a smile. What are you grinning about? Aegon snapped, jolting his still daydreaming brother back to reality, convinced that he was merely wasting time. Come on. Aegon pulled Aemond along, leaping onto the carriage. Brother. Regarding dragon taming techniques, Mother asked me to share my notes with you. Aemond produced a piece of paper from his pocket, densely scribbled with annotations in Valyrian. Oh. Aegon casually accepted the notes, gazing lazily out the window. The roads below bustled with life, vibrant and lively. Aegon absorbed the sights with the carefree demeanor of a jester, seemingly oblivious to the tension that typically accompanies dragon taming. Aemond, accustomed to his brother's ineptitude and lack of ambition, paid it no mind. Brother, once I have tamed the dragon, I shall let you touch it first, Aemond declared, his confidence unwavering as he gazed at Aegon's face. You foolish brother. Once I have tamed the dragon, you will understand why the flowers bloom so brilliantly. Chapter 9. Is a white horse not a horse? His shoes tattered, his hat worn, and his robe in tatters. Aegon hummed a little tune, nonchalantly trailing behind the procession. Rhaenyra glanced back at her feckless brother, finally feeling a semblance of reassurance. Compared to Aegon, the boy that Viserys had always desired, Rhaenyra had reluctantly been declared the legal heir only after she turned 15. Yet, in just a few short years, Aegon Targaryen had come into existence, while the continuation of the Targaryen bloodline was a source of joy. The noble families on the continent of Westeros were far more concerned with the rightful claim to the throne. Brother, what song are you humming? It sounds dreadful. Aemond interrupted, playfully smacking Aegon on the shoulder, cutting short his impromptu performance. Mother said to conserve our energy, we must be in good condition before searching for wild dragons. Aemond trembled with anxiety. At that moment, he desperately wished for a powerful and handsome dragon of his own. If even the so-called Mad Helena had effortlessly tamed her dragon, what hope did he have? Aemond was a whirlwind of nerves and excitement, yearning to ascend Dragonstone with haste. TCH. Aegon turned his head away, completely indifferent to Aemond's well-meaning advice. After all, taming dragons is not solely a matter of effort. It resembles love, which cannot be quantified by technique, but purely relies on fate. Aegon boisterously declared, striding ahead with a carefree gait, shaking off the anxious Aemond. Observing Aegon boast about his dragon-taming experiences despite his lack of success, Rhaenyra Targaryen couldn't help but chuckle. In contrast to the ambitious Aemond, the harmless Aegon evidently captured the affection of their half-sister. Aegon, father and Rhaenyra expect you to tame the mighty dragons, after all. The realm requires sufficient dragon riders to safeguard the kingdom. Although Viserys had been married for over a decade, Rhaenyra still resisted calling Alicent mother. The transformation of a former confidant into a mother evoked a sense of surreal distance, as if time had altered the very fabric of their lives. Rest assured, I shall tame the most formidable dragon for House Targaryen. Aemond clenched his fists, brimming with confidence and conviction. He fixed a challenging gaze upon his brother Aegon, his eyes glinting with provocation. TCH, what a melodramatic youth. Aegon had no desire to engage in rivalry with Aemond, who was clearly consumed by jealousy, yearning to become the firstborn Aegon and assume the responsibilities of the Targaryen lineage. Yet, in comparison to Aemond's envy, Aegon could not help but feel an inkling of admiration for his younger brother. As a royal, he merely needed to indulge in pleasure without a care for the future. Upon reaching marriageable age, he would choose his beloved woman, and frequenting brothels would not invite reproach. The world is a cage, presenting two paths to traverse. One may embark upon one, yet remain wistful for the sights and losses of the other. Is there any wine? Aegon inquired of the surrounding Kingsguard, Ser Erlich. But the knight clad in white robes did not afford the prince a pleasant expression. Your Highness, the king has instructed that dragon taming is perilous. You must not partake in alcohol. Erlich, resembling his twin brother Alix, possessed a temperament that was the antithesis of his sibling, making him less favored even among the king's guard. In comparison to the myriad beverages of the Blue Star, only wine could bring Aegon joy in Westeros. Even in his current state, he relished the sweet, low-alcohol libation. Aegon. The previous taming of Dreamfire nearly precipitated a bloodbath in the royal family. Taming wild dragons cannot be approached lightly. Rhaenyra solemnly cautioned Aegon. Although wary of Aegon's potential threat to the Iron Throne due to his status as the firstborn, she had no intention of harming her innocent and kind-hearted brother. If there is no wine, then I shan't go. Aegon crossed his legs and plopped down on the steps of Dragonstone. At this moment, Viserys was recuperating in King's Landing, while Queen Alicent tended to her husband, leaving no one to manage Aegon. Rhaenyra, the rightful heir to the Iron Throne, refrained from reprimanding her own brother, wishing to avoid any appearance of bias. Aegon, have you forgotten the commands of the king and queen? Rhaenyra exclaimed, attempting to intimidate the young boy with her fierce demeanor. Where is the royal decree? Show it to me. Aegon was not easily intimidated. Even Daemon, his own brother, dared to challenge their brother's authority, let alone his own son. Could Aegon truly fear that Viserys would execute him? Rhaenyra found herself at a loss for words, a knot of frustration lodged in her throat. This was a policy agreed upon within the royal family. There was no need for a royal decree regarding domestic matters. We both know this. So do not put me in a difficult position. Rhaenyra glared at her obstinate brother, her anger palpable. Moments ago, she had seen her useless brother as a source of amusement, but now she felt as though she had swallowed a bitter pill. Surely, as a father, Viserys would be even more troubled by this situation. Observing the two brothers before her, Rhaenyra had no intention of yielding. After all, any reason to deny her brother the opportunity to bond with dragons would undoubtedly tarnish her kingdom's reputation. Aemond, what about you? Rhaenyra abandoned Aegon and turned her attention to Aemond, who stood nearby. Glancing back at the ungrateful Aegon, Aemond remained irresistibly drawn to the allure of dragons, valuing it over brotherly loyalty. Mother said I must strive to tame a dragon. Aemond echoed the queen's words, expressing his fervent desire. He had no intention of appearing weak before Rhaenyra, who coveted his claim to the Iron Throne, although the crown held little significance for him. Excellent. Rhaenyra nodded in approval, then turned to threaten Aegon. Since you refuse to leave, you may remain seated here. Elric, Alec, stay behind to guard the prince. Remember, under no circumstances are you to give him a drop of wine. That is the king's command. Understood? Yes. The twin brothers straightened their backs, swords in hand, standing resolutely at either side. Observing Aegon's stubbornness, Rhaenyra dismissed him, leading Aemond and the others directly up the stone steps of Dragonstone. As the group moved further away and the sky darkened, Aegon rose, brushing himself off. Your Highness, Elric and Alec interposed themselves to impede Aegon's descent. What are you doing? Aegon asked. Irritation etched on his face as he regarded the two Kingsguard. To tame a dragon, one must first ascend the heights. Alec gestured towards Dragonmount. What is the rush? Aegon refused to relent. Having finally escaped the clutches of King's Landing, he was not about to return to another's control. Suddenly, a towering white-cloaked guard stood before him, completely blocking his path, none other than the steadfast Alec. Step aside. Rhaenyra has tasked you with protecting me, not obstructing my path. Aegon, wielding his cunning rhetoric, questioned why he, a prince, should fear a mere guard. His Majesty has commanded you to tame dragons. Alec, however, refused to engage in Aegon's frivolous banter, remaining as unyielding as a stone in a cesspit, both foul and unyielding. Aegon glared at the Kingsguard who defied his orders, his ire mounting. In King's Landing, both the Greens and the Blacks regarded Aegon as a mere puppet. Now, a lowly guard dared to defy his command. Chapter 10. The Dragonstone Mine. The king never specified when or how to tame dragons. Aegon interrupted Alec's excuses, determined to descend the stairs. Your Highness, please do not make it difficult for us. I am merely following orders. Alec remained steadfast, resolutely rejecting Aegon's demands. Frustrated by Alec's obstinacy, Aegon turned to another Kingsguard. Alec. In contrast to Alec's rigidity, Alec exuded emotional intelligence. Your Highness, Dragonstone is filled with fine wine and beautiful women. Why waste time at the foot of the mountain? The night is deepening, and you certainly won't be taming dragons tonight. Wouldn't you rather ascend and indulge in a feast? Seeing that Alec's persuasion fell flat, Aegon realized his lack of authority in Westeros was undeniable. So be it. Do not blame me for my impoliteness. Aegon swung his fist, but Alec swiftly executed a shoulder throw, subduing Aegon with ease. Your Highness, Alec, witnessing Alec's reckless aggression, hastily intervened. Offending any royal family member was clearly unwise compared to the might of House Targaryen. With a swift motion, Aegon seized Alec's hand, pressing a dagger against his own throat. The oath of the Kingsguard is to protect the royal family. Let me see how you choose. Aegon threatened. Observing the stunned expressions of both men, his palms were slick with sweat, and the dagger began to draw blood. He dared not gamble. Yet he found himself powerless to escape. Your Highness. Alec, alarmed at the sight of Aegon's bleeding neck, finally relented. Your wine. Alec, in resignation, tossed the wine into Aegon's arms. Aegon, satisfied with the offering, nodded appreciatively, discarded the dagger towards Alec, and turned to descend the steps. Your Highness, the wine is for you. Alec hurried after him, urgently pleading with the prince not to wander off. After all, the continent of Westeros was far from tranquil or prosperous. Years prior, the kingdom of the three daughters had caused turmoil, and the bravos of Essos had audaciously seized 3 dragon eggs from the Targaryens. As the only family capable of taming dragons in the world, even as slaves, many sought after them. Alchemists and sorcerers alike took pride in acquiring dragon blood and the blood of Targaryen kin. The prince's unauthorized excursion, accompanied solely by 2 loyal Kingsguard, was utterly insufficient. Noticing their concern, Aegon did not impose upon them. Each Targaryen possesses a dragon dream. I merely believe that the taming of dragons should align with one's own instincts. Aegon explained as he regarded the 2 Kingsguard. As for the dragon dreams, they are mere fanciful musings. He merely wished to explore the dragon crystal mines and uncover the prophecies of the future song of ice and fire. After all, aside from the continent of Valyria, Dragonstone is the only ancient place harboring the secrets of dragons. Outside Dragonstone, at the vendors along the sandy shores, Aegon, with a satisfied belch, leaned against his round belly. Elric and Illyric exchanged glances, swords at the ready, vigilantly observing the fishermen of Dragonstone passing by. Indeed, one should not trust his whimsical tales. Who does not know that the prince is a? Illyric hesitated to speak further. Elric, I shall convey a message to the Duke of Dragonstone. Elric nodded in agreement. Seizing the moment while Aegon indulged in his meal, they hastily sent word to the future queen. As night descended, Dragonstone appeared far more tranquil compared to the brightly lit halls of the Red Keep. Aside from the flickering lights of the Great Hall, the fishermen along the coast had extinguished all their candles. My lord, it is time to close. The innkeeper, cloth in hand, cautiously regarded the elegantly dressed youth before him. Recognizing the white cloaks of the Kingsguard and the Targaryen sigil on their shoulders, he understood the significance of their presence. Compared to the continent of Westeros, Dragonstone had long been an impregnable stronghold of House Targaryen. Good sir, how does one reach the dragon crystal mines? Aegon inquired, not wishing to intimidate the trembling innkeeper. Upon seeing the glimmering golden dragon coin in Aegon's hand, the innkeeper's face broke into a wide grin. My lord, it is that way. Allow me to guide you. However, upon noticing the 2 Kingsguard blocking his path, he awkwardly lowered his hand and chuckled nervously. But the dragon crystal is of little value. It was once fashioned into jewels. Yet it is too brittle for the lands of Essos to accept anymore. It has long been abandoned, merely a few miles from here. Upon receiving the desired directions, Aegon grasped a torch and hastened towards the dragon crystal mines. In the realm of ice and fire, Aegon understood the original tales better than the king himself. However, in a world dominated by dragons and magic, mere royal authority is insufficient. Presently, he could scarcely command 2 Kingsguard. How could he hope to rule the entrenched nobility of Westeros? A chilling wind howled from the dark cave, brushing against Aegon's face and tousling his disheveled hair. My lord. As Aegon prepared to step into the treacherous darkness, Elric anxiously interjected, blocking the youth's path. Illuminated by the flickering flames, Aegon's face danced between light and shadow, and suddenly, his golden eyes gleamed, resembling a fierce beast fixated on its prey. An endless pressure enveloped him. Although Alec was aware that Aegon was no match for either of the brothers, he nonetheless retreated. It is often said that the Targaryen family is the one closest to the divine, simply due to their dragons. However, in that moment, the brothers felt that one person transcended even the Targaryen lineage, and that was Aegon Targaryen himself. After all, he was the only one with an otherworldly appearance. His blazing golden eyes, seemingly sculpted from gilded gold, were a masterpiece of nature. You two stay outside, Aegon commanded, casting aside the brothers as he ventured alone into the long-anticipated cave, torch in hand. A chilling gust swept through, causing the 2 men to break into a cold sweat and shudder involuntarily. Dragonstone, often ablaze with volcanic eruptions, remained verdant and lush even in the depths of winter, with not a single flake of snow to blanket its ancient earth. Good heavens, why is it so cold? Alec tightened his collar and trembled. Indeed, it had never been this frigid before. Just as Alec spoke, the brothers exchanged a glance and hurriedly stepped into the cave. Curse it! How could a prince venture into such an unfamiliar place? Alec felt a pang of guilt. Upon seeing Aegon's golden gaze, the brothers had long forgotten their duties, solely focused on executing his commands. In retrospect, a cold sweat broke upon them. What if the cave housed wild beasts or bandits? The prince's safety was utterly at risk. Chapter 11. The Three-Eyed Crow Who Says That Winds Do Not Arise from Empty Caves. Aegon hunched his head, resembling a great polar penguin. With torch in hand, he took small, cautious steps through the dark, winding tunnel. Though the flame was bright, in the oppressive darkness of the cave, the light seemed shrouded, leaving an unsettling feeling that it could extinguish at any moment. Crash! A supporting beam collapsed under Aegon's forceful tug, sending clouds of dust swirling and choking the young prince. Damn it, this mine showed no signs of human existence. As Aegon surveyed the dilapidated surroundings, a heavy weight settled upon his heart. Ahead lay an uncertain path. Should he turn back or press on? Blast it, life and death are but a breath apart. Fear not the unknown. Aegon gritted his teeth and boldly advanced. Having come this far, there was no thought of retreat. As the saying goes, now that one has arrived, one must proceed. A deep, resonant snort echoed through the cave, rhythmic and commanding. Was that the breath of a dragon? Aegon's heart leapt with joy. He preferred the intimidation of an adult dragon over the vibrant allure of a golden hatchling. If he could tame a full-grown dragon, who would need the weak offspring? Greetings. Aegon cautiously held his torch, stealthily approaching the formidable beast before him. A pair of emerald green eyes fluttered open under the illumination of fireworks, revealing a sleepy gaze. Before the hulking figure before him, Aegon's expression shifted from joy to gravity. The eyes of man and beast met. One was drenched in cold sweat, while the other remained blissfully oblivious. Ah, dear brother bear, please continue your slumber. I merely passed by. Aegon murmured, slowly retreating his steps from the slumbering giant. Suddenly, the agitated bear let out a furious roar and charged towards Aegon. Alarmed, he bolted, for though a true warrior might dare to ride a dragon, riding a bear was another matter entirely. The last one who attempted such a feat, Chiyu, had met a gruesome end. Forgive me, brother bear, Aegon exclaimed, glancing back at the corpulent creature that, despite its bulk, raced with alarming speed. He felt as if his body was sprinting ahead, while his spirit lagged behind in fear. Within the confines of a narrow cave, Aegon ducked and darted through tight passages, leveraging the terrain to narrowly evade the pursuing behemoth. Faced with the dark and damp recesses of the cave, he momentarily lost his bearings. Drip, drop. The thick moisture condensed upon the stalactites, transforming into glistening droplets that fell rhythmically into the puddles below. Cursing under his breath, Aegon finally regained his composure. In his frantic escape, his torch had long since fallen, and he was now missing a shoe. Listening to the distant roars of the bear, he realized the soul exit had been irrevocably sealed. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light illuminated the darkness, revealing a vast expanse of green vision before him. Scorpions crawled amongst the ruins, each creature radiating distinct heat signatures that formed an eerie tapestry in his newfound sight. Better to have something than nothing. Reflecting on his peculiar golden vision, Aegon found himself unconcerned by his parents' worries. He was acutely aware of his own abnormalities. With a resounding crash, a massive iron plate fell from the cave ceiling, echoing with a sharp metallic ring. Cursed be this accursed place, Aegon fumed. As the last remaining scion of the Valyrian dragon-riding lineage, he had not even fully mastered his ancestral tongue. What kind of forbidden ground was this? Aegon seethed with indignation, while others encountered indecipherable and decaying signs. He stood before a clearly legible inscription, yet could not comprehend it. Illiterate. No wonder Aemond mocked him in Valyrian. As king, he could only respond with meek acquiescence. Surely, he could not say, "Please, speak slower, I do not understand." He resolved to study diligently upon his return. As the first heir to the king's traditional laws, it was no wonder he was overlooked by Viserys. Resolute, Aegon steeled himself and took a determined step into the cave. Crick, crack. A chilling cry of a raven echoed through the air, sending shivers down Aegon's spine. A three-eyed raven? Aegon was taken aback, swiftly drawing his Valyrian dagger. This dagger, a relic of the future Tyrion, had once ignited the conflict between House Stark and House Lannister. Valyrian steel, imbued with magic, could shatter any magical barrier and was renowned as the finest weapon in the continent of Westeros. Gazing into the empty cavern, devoid of any presence, Aegon found it difficult to relax. Green Prophet, reveal yourself. Aegon Targaryen mustered his courage and shouted into the void. Green Prophet, reveal yourself. His own voice reverberated in the desolate cave. Observing the unchanged surroundings, Aegon hesitated, questioning if he had merely imagined the call. Yet, the cavern was utterly empty. The raven's cry could not possibly emanate from nowhere unless Three-Eyed Raven, I see you. Do not presume I am unaware of your ability to traverse time and recount all histories. Aegon continued to shout into the cold cavern. A gust of frigid wind swept through, making Aegon tremble and break into a cold sweat. Nevertheless, he gripped his Valyrian dagger tightly, unwavering. Who are you? A chilling voice whispered in Aegon's ear, causing him to leap aside in alarm. From behind, cold sweat dripped down his back, his heart racing. For one capable of tracing history, an ambush from any angle would not be surprising. Indeed, you cannot see me, yet you know me. A dark cloud which slowly materialized before Aegon, her long hair cascading down as her two black eyes gazed intently at the silver-haired, blue-eyed youth. Who are you? The witch hovered in the air, fixing her gaze on Aegon. Me? Aegon responded, astonished by the eerie figure before him, and with a sardonic laugh declared, I am the Three-Eyed Raven, the green prophet of the children of the forest. Observing the arrogant Aegon Targaryen, the witch maintained her serene demeanor. In you, I see decay and destruction, rebirth and light. The witch pointed at Aegon's face, proclaiming, the House of Dragons will rise through you. You shall become the true king of the continent of Westeros. Me? Aegon pointed to himself, thinking, I know better than you. You have ventured into a realm that is not meant for you. Please depart. The witch coldly refused to engage further with Aegon. The ruler of the Seven Kingdoms should not squander time in this dreary cave. Under normal circumstances, Aegon would have retreated at the flattery of an outsider. However, the more the witch obstructed him, the more exhilarated he became. The Great Bear is already asleep. You may return the way you came. The witch observed the silent Aegon, alleviating the prince's apprehensions. Is that so? Aegon feigned happiness, casting aside the witch as he strode directly into the cavern. Across the realm of heroes. Could this truly be my dominion? He mused. Dragonstone Island, indeed, was the ancestral land of House Targaryen. Without the looming threat of the giant bear, Aegon felt emboldened. You. The witch, choked with anger, only fortified Aegon's resolve to uncover what she sought to conceal. Chapter 12. The Dragon's Radiance. Do as you wish. With a glance at the impervious Aegon, the witch vanished before his eyes. He pressed deeper into the cave, the chilling winds intensifying, almost echoing the howls from the depths below. Aegon, Aegon. A powerful, aged voice resonated, revealing an elderly man with hair as white as snow, seated beneath a great fishbone. Thick roots pierced through his thigh, extending from his shoulder, dark crimson leaves sprouting upon his skull, while gray mushrooms claimed his brow. Delicate, blood-red tendrils crawled from his hollow eye sockets, snaking down his cheeks and embedding themselves in his neck. Who are you? Aegon inquired, eyeing the grotesque figure with curiosity. I am your ancestor, Aegon Targaryen, the founding king of the 6 kingdoms of Westeros, the old man said wearily. I am a dreamwalker, here to deliver you a warning. Great-grandfather, please speak. Aegon implored, captivated by the surreal scene before him. A great civil war looms over the 7 kingdoms. Your sister is searching for you. If you do not reveal yourself soon, the consequences will be dire. The elder rambled on, as if he had been at Aegon's side all along. You, my namesake, shall be the liberator of Westeros, the hero who rescues this realm, the one true king of Westeros. Is this true, grandfather? Aegon inquired eagerly, stepping closer. The elder regarded the excited Aegon with a hint of prideful amusement. Dear great-grandson, would I deceive you? I know all your secrets from childhood. The incident in Jay Carey's chamber, when you assaulted the maid and framed young Jay, was I unjust in my accusations? How splendid! You truly are my grandfather, Aegon exclaimed, rushing toward him. But in an instant, a sharp Valyrian dagger pierced his heart. Ah! The old man's eyes ignited with a green glow, transforming into a swarm of fluttering three-eyed ravens, swirling within the cave. Amidst their anguished cries, Aegon's golden pupils, ablaze with emerald flames, merged once more to reveal a hunchbacked, black-haired witch. You dare to respond when I call you grandfather? Aegon scoffed. Not only was the current scene etched in his memory, but he remained vigilant of every move the witch made. Can you truly see me? The witch seethed in frustration. Humph! To transform into an elder before me. Performing a heart-wrenching spectacle, such talent wasted on you. Aegon retorted, regarding the ill-intentioned witch with a cold smile. The golden eyes indeed cannot perceive the witch within the time-space tunnel. However, with the aid of his own enigmatic green flames, Yang can temporarily see the three-eyed crow within the time-space tunnel, much like the Night King. Should I refer to you as Aleron or Blinden? Yang sneered as he gazed at the gravely injured three-eyed crow, slowly advancing while clutching a dagger. You? The witch stared at the seemingly omniscient monster prince before her, utterly astounded. Meet your demise. Yang gritted his teeth and charged forward with the Valyrian dagger in hand. Although the three-eyed crow is formidable, it is ultimately not a creature of combat. Otherwise, there would be no need to create a weapon like the Night King to combat the invading armies of the First Men in Westeros. However, the Targaryen lineage hails from the ancient Valyrian family of dragons, their combat prowess far surpassing that of the average First Men army. Ever since the Targaryen banner was raised in Westeros, the three-eyed crow has been incapable of directly confronting the ancient Valyrian family. It could only resort to cunning schemes, slaying all the dragons, instigating chaos, and completely overturning the reign of House Targaryen in order to ascend to the Iron Throne and let the weirwood trees flourish anew across Westeros. Alas, even as House Targaryen crumbles, the old gods of the First Men have yet to vanquish the radiance of the Seven. A roar, akin to that of a great bear, abruptly interrupted Ying's assault. "You wretched beast!" Ying sheathed his dagger and turned to flee. Though still in his youth, armed with a dagger, he was no match for the colossal bear. Unlike the ambushed three-eyed crow, he simply needed to calm himself, allowing ample time to trace back through history, return to the past, and lure the great bear awake, guiding it towards him. "You foul creature, wait for me." Ying sprinted away, his golden eyes flickering, the flames in his gaze already waning. The great bear, lumbering with heavy steps, swiftly pursued Yang. At this moment, the beast no longer dashed aimlessly. It seemed to have a guiding force, relentlessly tracking Yang down. Golden eyes ignite. Yang glared at the roots of the weirwood tree above the bear's head. His teeth clenched in frustration. Indeed, it was the three-eyed crow orchestrating this mischief. Yang had no choice but to run straight ahead, striving to widen the gap between him and the ferocious beast. Rending, Yang's garments tore, crimson blood oozing from his sleeves. He collapsed to the ground, too preoccupied with his injuries to tend to them, rolling across the earth and burrowing into the dark cave. Bang! Ouch! Yang's vision swam with golden stars, his head spinning. Roar! A magnificent dragon's flame erupted. A dazzling golden-scaled figure, reminiscent of a celestial deity, materialized before Yang. "Sunfire! Sunfire, my savior!" Tears of joy welled in Yang's eyes as he clung to the great dragon's toe, entirely oblivious to the fact that he had yet to tame this colossal creature. Roar! The great bear leaped, landing before Yang, halting in its tracks at the sight of the immense being. "Sunfire, strike it down." At this moment, Aegon felt an overwhelming sense of confidence, as if he had suddenly found a formidable ally. Gazing at the unfamiliar little creature before him, he caught a whiff of the familiar dragon bloodline, and the sunlight cast a perplexed look upon the newly arrived beast in the distance. To a dragon, a wild bear was merely a slightly larger piece of meat. Roar! A torrent of dragon flames surged towards him, startling Aegon into a swift evasion, narrowly escaping incineration. Boom! A colossal paw descended, leaving an impression in the earth where Aegon had just stood, deep enough to accommodate a person of considerable height. Goodness! Compared to the massive bear, the golden dragon might indeed be more ferocious. He recalled the words of King Viserys. Wild dragons are incredibly fierce, and even with the Targaryen blood coursing through their veins, one must exercise utmost caution when attempting to tame them during their moments of delight. It is imperative not to provoke a dragon, for the consequences can be dire. Aegon and the bear took to their heels, abandoning any thoughts of the distant three-eyed crow. "Bear, slow down," Aegon shouted. Once, Aegon had heard a tale. When encountering a ferocious beast in the wild, it is not necessary to outrun the beast itself, but merely to outpace the person beside you. Observing the towering bear, which stood at least twice his height, Aegon disregarded the danger and executed a sliding kick. "Go, egg breaker," he exclaimed, watching as the bear crumpled to the ground, whimpering and curling into a ball. Without hesitation, Aegon plunged into the depths of a nearby cave. Chapter 13, The One-Eyed Immortal. The golden dragon fire illuminated the entire cavern, as countless fragments of stone rained down from the ceiling, shattered by the dragon scales. The fallen bear trembled in fright, cowering in a corner, its former majesty as the king of beasts long gone. Golden eyes awakened. Aegon had no choice but to activate his dragon sight once more. The intensity was overwhelming. Tears streamed down his face as he fixed his gaze upon the colossal creature advancing towards him. The azure flame had drained all of Aegon's bloodline strength, leaving him to rely solely on his physical endurance to confront the enraged beast before him. To tame a dragon, one must never display fear. Viserys' words echoed in his mind. Aegon kept his gaze steady, though his legs trembled involuntarily. The two pairs of golden dragon eyes locked in a silent exchange, as if asking, "Why do you not flee?" "Because I am unafraid." Enyong looked curiously at the oddly familiar little figure before him, intrigued by the presence that resonated with his own essence. The enormous snout gradually approached, its basin-sized nostrils exhaling a sulphurous, searing breath upon Aegon's face, sending his silver hair into a chaotic frenzy. Aegon stretched out his hand, attempting to ward off the dragon's probing advances. "Stop!" he shouted in Valyrian. However, the wild dragon showed little inclination to halt, persistently nudging Aegon with its nose as if toying with a plaything, without a shred of remorse. Damn it. The wild dragon must have no education, it can't understand a word. On the muddy slope, Aegon found himself once again sprawled helplessly. His gaze fixed on the playful wild dragon before him, seething with rage. The audacity of such a creature to pair with a human was utterly absurd. As he watched the dragon's massive nostrils approach once more, fury ignited within him, and he seized a handful of the dragon's thick nasal hairs. The dragon, Yin-Yang, tilted its head slightly, realizing that Aegon had not been toppled by its charge and was compelled to charge again. Roar! The tremendous tugging finally alerted Yin-Yang to the anomaly, and it began to shake its head violently, attempting to dislodge the diminutive figure clinging to its nose. Boom! A torrent of fierce, scorching dragonfire erupted forth. Yet it proved futile against the tiny figure suspended from its nostrils. Even the mightiest of dragons could not scorch their own noses. Ha ha ha, foolish beast. Aegon laughed heartily, casting a mocking smile at the rather slender creature before him. Fuming at the sight of the audacious little human on its snout, Yin-Yang unleashed a furious roar. It spread its wings and dashed forward, resembling a great lizard lunging ahead. Bang! A golden streak shot past the Twin King's guard, bursting forth from the mine and soaring into the endless sky. In a corner of the nostrils, a silver-haired lad clung desperately to the dragon's nasal hairs. Fly. In Valyrian, my lord. The twins remained oblivious to Aegon's departure, preoccupied with evading the falling debris from the mine. A mighty gust of wind distorted Aegon's face, rendering him nearly voiceless. He felt as though a weight of 1,000 stones pressed upon his chest, making it difficult to breathe. Whoa. Suddenly, Yin-Yang plunged into the clouds, thick dark vapors seemingly filling Aegon's mouth. For a moment, it was unclear whether it was Aegon or Yin-Yang that was exhaling mist in the air. Dragon fire. In Valyrian, at Aegon's command, a golden dragon flame surged into the clouds, confronting the chill of the atmosphere. Ice and fire clashed high above, causing countless raindrops to coalesce and fall as hail. The dense clouds were swept away, and the magnificent golden dragon hung in the sky like a radiant sun. What is that? A divine apparition? My seven gods. A fisherwoman from Dragonstone knelt in prayer, imploring the seven for protection. To hell with the seven. This is clearly the dragon god. Another fisherman squinted, catching a glimpse of enormous dragon wings flapping in the distance. Targaryen! A fisherman in the crowd suddenly shouted. Targaryen! Targaryen! As the calls of the people grew louder, more fishermen emerged, gazing at the celestial marvel above, raising their fists in fervent exclamation toward the heavens. The guards, alerted by the commotion, joined the swelling tide of fervor. What has transpired? Rhaenyra gazed in astonishment at the sudden uproar resonating across the island, her eyes fixated on the colossal dragon soaring above in silence. Who could it be? Her heart raced with turmoil. The Targaryen family boasted only a handful of dragon lords. She should have been able to discern which dragon had taken flight. Was there a new dragon rider emerging? Rhaenyra's anxiety deepened. Aemon had failed to command a dragon, and Aegon was not even atop Dragonstone. Even Rhaenyra herself could not fathom who dared to surpass the Targaryens and tame a dragon. A mortal controlling a dragon would undoubtedly upend the Targaryen dynasty's reign and legitimacy on the continent of Westeros. Summon my dragon, Syrax. In her haste, Rhaenyra had no time to ponder. She merely sought the truth. She hurriedly donned her garments, disregarding her appearance, and made her way to the grand hall where the dragon resided. Who was it? Aemon gazed enviously at the blinding sun in the sky, astonished. As a true-born scion of House Targaryen, the privilege of selecting and taming a magnificent dragon had always been a source of pride for him since childhood. Yet at this moment, even his young nieces and nephews had their own bonded dragons, while he, despite his diligent training, found no dragon willing to yield to him. Envy and jealousy ignited within his eyes. Boom! A yellow figure streaked past the window of the Dragonstone Hall, Rhaenyra riding Syrax as she soared past Aemon's window. The violent rush of air shattered the glass, and Aemon cried out, collapsing to the ground. Oh, my eyes! Dark crimson blood surged from Aemon's eye sockets as he clutched his face, writhing in agony. Your Highness! The surrounding guards rushed forward to assist the injured prince. Meanwhile, the instigator remained oblivious, hastening toward the heights where Aegon was situated. Ascend, dive, twirl, soar, dragon fire. Elatedly, Aegon took to the skies for the first time on his dragon. The instant Sunfire unleashed its first burst of dragon fire, he forged an unbreakable bond of spirit with his dragon. A wave of golden spiritual energy flowed from Sunfire into Aegon's being, warming him against the chill that had enveloped him like a frigid abyss. No wonder they spoke of blood and fire. Aegon marveled, for the heights were unbearably cold, without the dragon's spiritual warmth. The frigid air alone could freeze most mortals to death. Chapter 14. The Secrets of Ice and Fire. Your Highness. The guards shouted urgently, yet without dragons. They were unable to keep pace with Syrax. Bang! Accompanied by a spectrum of colors, Aegon descended on Sunfire, crashing heavily before the entrance of Dragonstone's habitation. Countless ice spires rained down from above, plunging into the hardened earth. As the icy stalactites threatened to descend upon the residential area, Aegon shouted, and with a roar, the flames of the golden dragon erupted forth, completely vaporizing the moisture in the air. The elements of ice and fire manifested vividly before the eyes of the onlookers, leaving the inhabitants of Dragonstone in awe. The one true god, Targaryen, the rightful king, Aegon. They marveled at the spectacle, dubbing it the Song of Ice and Fire. In stark contrast to the fervent adoration of the dragon by the people of Dragonstone, Rhaenyra, who had just arrived, remained remarkably composed. Upon realizing that the dragon rider was Aegon, her taut heart finally relaxed. A dragon battle could be averted at last. While Rhaenyra held a more esteemed position, the common folk seemed to be more concerned with the newly arrived Prince Aegon. Aegon, follow me, Rhaenyra commanded, observing the clamorous surroundings and the encroaching residents. Yes, sister. Aegon complied without hesitation, racing towards King's Landing alongside Syrax. In King's Landing, within the Red Keep's great hall, Viserys sat upright upon the Iron Throne, grasping the black flame. His expression grim. Princess Rhaenyra and Queen Alicent stood on either side, their factions clearly delineated in black and green. The Grand Maester scrutinized the scars on Aemon's face, his demeanor serious. How is he, Oval? Alicent inquired anxiously. Although Aemon was not the eldest son, he was still her child, and what mother would not worry? Alas, Dragonstone has delayed too long. It seems the Grand Maester hesitates to speak, he mused. Rhaenyra, I never expected you to be so malicious. Seizing the opportunity while we were away, you allowed your dragon to destroy your own brother's eye. Alicent shouted hoarsely, vehemently denouncing Rhaenyra's actions to Viserys. As Syrax soared into the sky, countless knights and ladies bore witness to the event. Rhaenyra found herself unable to defend her actions, though it was an unintended mishap. She bore the responsibility nonetheless. It was her duty to send the prince to Dragonstone to tame dragons and protect her brother, silenced by guilt. She cast a remorseful glance at her close friend and stepmother. Be silent, Viserys remarked, his gaze inadvertently brushing against Rhaenyra without lingering on the matter. Is it true that the rumors were accurate? The people of Dragonstone are chanting Aegon's name and singing the Song of Ice and Fire? Viserys asked. Indeed, it is true. The Kingsguard confirmed with a nod. Viserys, your son has been blinded, and you are inquiring about rumors? Alicent exclaimed, filled with indignation, as she seized Aegon's Valyrian dagger and lunged it towards Rhaenyra. Alicent, stop. Viserys exclaimed in shock, his voice booming with authority. No, Alicent. As her friend brandished the blade towards her, Rhaenyra felt a moment of panic. Though she recognized her shortcomings, she was still the heir to the Iron Throne. Even in error, she believed forgiveness was within reach. The cold light flashed, and blood splattered. The Valyrian dagger was knocked to the ground, while Rhaenyra clutched her wound with one hand, shielded by the Kingsguard on one side. Hold her down. Viserys felt overwhelmed, his head spinning. His palms and backs of his hands throbbed with pain. Rhaenyra, our debts are not settled. I will not compromise again. Alicent exclaimed angrily, gripping Aegon's small hand, intending to leave. Suddenly, countless swords were drawn, blocking Queen Alicent's path and trapping her in place. Let her go, Viserys commanded, driving Blackfire into the ground with a thunderous voice. Aegon, we are leaving. Alicent turned to Aegon, who had just retrieved the Valyrian dagger and secured it to his waist. Stop, Aegon, you stay. Viserys fixed his gaze upon the silver-haired, blue-eyed youth, his expression somber. The prophecy of ice and fire echoed relentlessly in his mind. A grave and profound secret passed down through generations as the king's responsibility. Yet, Viserys had already chosen a suitable heir, despite Rhaenyra's occasional caprice. She was ultimately a compassionate and qualified successor compared to Aegon's reckless nature. Tell me, do you covet the Iron Throne? Viserys asked, his demeanor solemn. A Song of Ice and Fire is merely a fabrication of the common people. Aegon refrained from answering. As the king's firstborn, he could not afford to respond to such a perilous question. Everyone claims the Targaryens are closer to divinity because we possess dragons. Tell me, how do we differ from ordinary folk? Viserys confronted his wayward son, finally voicing the question that had lingered in his heart. He had posed it to his brother Daemon, to his daughter Rhaenyra, and now, to his own son. This was his personally devised test for the throne's succession. Whoever could unite the family and stand against the death that loomed from the north would be deemed a worthy monarch of Westeros. Observing the glimmer in Aegon's eyes, Viserys added, Swear by your name, Aegon, that you will never lie. Oaths were omnipresent in Westeros. In this land imbued with magic and consequence, breaking an oath was tantamount to severing one's path. Yes, Aegon gazed at his father, resigned to the oath. I swear by the name of House Targaryen, Aegon, that I shall not lie henceforth. He looked at the elder before him, then at his wounded brother Aemond and his distraught mother Alicent, and within himself, a decision crystallized. Viserys, the Iron Throne has weakened under your reign. We are dragon lords and should distance ourselves from the common folk. Dragons do not dwell with snakes. Boldly, Viserys could barely contain his fury as he raised Blackfire once more. He drew the Blackfire sword with a fierce expression and demanded, I ask you again, do you wish to usurp the Iron Throne? Now swear your loyalty to your sister, or I shall sever your tongue. Father, I am aware of everything. Aegon did not yield. The ice and fire, the frigid winds from the north are approaching, the secrets passed down through the generations of kings. Aegon stood tall and declared earnestly. More than his obsession with the power of the Iron Throne, Aegon was concerned about his betrayal of his brother and mother. To swear loyalty to Rhaenyra meant utterly extinguishing their mother's hopes and the possibility of a powerful family. Aegon is Aegon. He is no puppet to anyone. He is neither Targaryen nor Hightower. A dragon king should be dedicated to conquering the world, expressing himself freely and without restraint. Chapter 15. Exile from King's Landing. Aegon. Viserys rose in fury, his gaze inadvertently falling upon Rhaenyra. Where did you hear of ice and fire? He lowered his voice significantly, striving not to alert the other lords. This is a secret passed down through the generations of kings, known only to Viserys and his successor, Rhaenyra. Viserys, you have weakened the dragon lineage. Aegon gazed compassionately at the elderly figure before him, a man who could still be called father, yet one who was eroded by the Iron Throne and hanging by a thread. Swear it, you will pledge your loyalty to your sister. Viserys painfully closed his eyes. A king may have many children, but the Iron Throne can only have one. He firmly believed in his choice. The savior of the world, Aegon, was by no means the mischievous son he had been in his youth. Who will compensate for my brother S.I.? With a potato? Aegon pointed at Jacaerys, who stood by watching, and asked angrily. Although Aemond was obsessive, he was ultimately his brother. Despite suffering under Aegon's bullying, he remained within the bounds of propriety. In the end, Aegon was consumed by Aemond's dragonfire, a consequence of his own actions. Aegon, Viserys shouted in anger, having been struck at his most vulnerable. Do not speak of the eye again. Then let us discuss the topic of bastards, the tale of two silver-haired individuals begetting a black-haired child. Aegon did not relent. From the moment Viserys demanded he swear loyalty, Aegon understood that Viserys had already made his choice deep within. Viserys had only one true child in his heart, the sole offspring of Queen Aemma, Princess Rhaenyra. The so-called rumors of ice and fire, the supposed trials of the Iron Throne, were merely manifestations of Viserys' self-deception. Enough. Rhaenyra, witnessing her father's humiliation on her behalf, felt compelled to step forward. Aemond S.I., indeed, was my fault. Rhaenyra Targaryen candidly stated. I am willing to offer an egg from Syrax, just birthed, in exchange for Aemond's forgiveness. Brother, enough. An egg for an eye is quite a bargain. As Aemond witnessed his brother provoke the king on his behalf, he hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. Yet within, he screamed, my eye shall be reclaimed by none other than myself. Dragon eggs? Aegon scoffed, declaring that even without the dragons of Dragonstone, Aemond would still ascend as an exceptional dragon rider. Seeing Aegon's stubbornness, Rhaenyra's expression shifted in an instant. As a member of the royal family, she possessed all that Aegon had, save for her claim to the Iron Throne. However, the throne was something she was utterly unwilling to relinquish. Despite her frequent reckless behavior, she had never compromised when it came to matters of power. Where did you hear the rumors of bastards? Viserys, witnessing Rhaenyra's faltering tactics, turned his gaze toward Aegon. From the shores of the summer sea to the frigid lands of Westeros, everyone knew, except for those unwilling to believe. Aegon, with merciless intent, unflinchingly exposed Viserys' deepest wounds. Lies. All lies. Viserys, consumed by rage, wildly swung his long sword at the thorny Iron Throne, his dignity shattered, as if only the solitary Iron Throne remained. Let it be known, by my royal decree, that anyone who dares to speak ill of the king's bastards shall have their tongues severed, regardless of who they may be. Gasping for breath, Viserys gazed upon his firstborn son, who was a mere ounce of flesh against 100 pounds of rebellion, lost in contemplation. The only forces capable of destroying the dragonkind were natural disasters or the dragons themselves. Yet, faced with the impending threat from the north, as the head of the waning Targaryen lineage, Viserys felt it was his duty to propagate the bloodline for the sake of the realm. The dream of familial unity and national solidarity was one Viserys cherished throughout his life, Yet now, it seemed there was no possibility for reconciliation. Exile Prince Aegon from King's Landing, never to return. Resolutely, Viserys made his decision, driven by the need to secure his daughter Rhaenyra's claim to the throne, mirroring the banishment of Daemon. Yes, father, Aegon replied without hesitation, turning to exit the Red Keep. In contrast to the usurpation depicted in the original tale, the identity of the occupant of the throne mattered little. Vassals cared only for their own entitlements, indifferent to who sat upon the Iron Throne, much like the common folk, for whom the identity of the king held no significance. Under Aegon's rule, the starving populace would oppose the Greens and rally behind the Blacks when Rhaenyra governed. The desperate citizens of King's Landing would still rise as a mob against the Blacks, regardless of the dire circumstances. Power resembled a fleeting shadow on the wall. It exists for those who believe and vanishes for those who do not. Only the weak seek warmth in numbers, while the strong walk their own path. Aegon, Alicent called out, guilt propelling her to follow. Aegon's departure seemed to strip him of his birthright entirely, leaving Alicent's heart feeling hollow. Mother, I shall return. Wait for me. Aegon's gaze burned with determination. In days of yore, the illustrious Aegon, with his three-headed fire dragon and a multitude of mercenaries, vanquished the Six Kingdoms. As his direct descendant, why should I concern myself with the claim to the Iron Throne? Blood and fire are the mantras of House Targaryen. At present, how many members of this peace-loving family can truly recall this legacy? Brother, thank you. Aemon gazed up at his elder sibling, who towered over him, filled with emotion. Since childhood, apart from his sister Helena's care, even their mother seldom paid him heed. It was only at this moment, witnessing Aegon's self-imposed exile from King's Landing for his sake, that Aemon grasped the essence of blood being thicker than water. I shall await you in King's Landing. Should you ever require assistance, just call out. As the youthful Aemon pledged his loyalty, Aegon patted his shoulder, replying, very well. Brother, I shall await your return. A golden radiance spiraled through the sky, the sunfire dragon shimmering with brilliance, its delicate pink wings gliding gracefully through the air. This must surely be the most resplendent dragon in all of Westeros, Tyrion Lannister mused. As the golden dragon descended, the cunning Larys leaned slightly, his eyes narrowing as a tempest of thought surged within him. Though the factions of Black and Green were eternally at odds at this moment, the Greens truly possessed the formidable might of dragons to counter the Blacks. Soaring through the skies, Aegon mounted the dragon's back, directing it toward the tower of House Hightower. Under the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd, Aegon finally departed from King's Landing. Henceforth, the Green faction led by Alicent Hightower and the Black faction under Rhaenyra Targaryen would be irrevocably at odds. On the night Aegon flew to Old Town, Larys stealthily entered the Queen's chambers. Shortly thereafter, flames engulfed Harrenhal, claiming the lives of the fractured remains of Lord Harren and his father in a tragic conflagration. A storm was brewing. Chapter 16, The Blue Queen Dragons, Mighty Dragons. Amidst the terrified cries of soldiers, Aegon commanded Sunfire as it circled above the towers of Old Town. Quickly, summon Prince Daeron. Only a dragon can drive away dragons. A commander urgently instructed the nearby guards. Damn it, where did this wild dragon come from? Gwaine Hightower anxiously gazed at the dragon above. There was no record of a golden dragon among the known dragon riders of Westeros. Although dragon attacks on city-states had become rare since the founding of the realm, dragons remained a mysterious species that instilled fear in the hearts of the military and citizenry alike. As he beheld the towering, cloud-piercing white tower, its summit ablaze with signal fires, Aegon felt a surge of mischief. Dragonfire. The golden flames roared downwards, instantly igniting the towering structure, billowing smoke into the sky. Clang, clang, clang. As the smoke signals rose from the tower's peak, countless soldiers formed ranks, surging forth from the streets in unison. An attack? The soldiers queried, their faces etched with confusion. At this moment, Hightower stood as one of the most formidable nobles of the Westerlo continent. Not to mention the presence of Queen Alicent Hightower in King's Landing, who would dare to launch a surprise attack on the ancient town, fortified with its towering spire. Boom. With a thunderous impact, Yongyong descended upon the town square, raising clouds of dust. The surrounding soldiers were thrown into disarray, hastily discarding their helmets and armor, scattering in all directions. Uncle, it's been a long time. Yongyong lowered his head, propping one of his dragon wings against the ground to form a long slide. Aegon, gripping a dragon scale with one hand, dismounted and strode towards the astonished Gwaine Hightower. Aegon, you've become a dragon knight? Gwaine gazed in amazement at the silver-haired, blue-eyed young man before him, filled with delight. Roar. A jet of blue dragon fire erupted as Queen Tesserian made her grand entrance. The blue dragon and the golden dragon locked eyes. Though smaller in stature, She exuded an undeniable presence. Brother? Dallin, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, looked up at Aegon, who towered over him, exclaiming in surprise, Dallin, your dragon is as valiant as you are. Aegon teased, gently ruffling his younger brother's hair. Brother. You jest. Queen Tesserian is still young and cannot yet carry anyone. Dallin laughed, insisting that Tesserian was not as robust as the wild dragon his brother had tamed. Haha. Let us proceed to the Great Hall. At some point, Otto Hightower had appeared behind the gathering, dispersing the assembled soldiers. Seeing his grandson finally able to command a mighty dragon, Otto felt that the culmination of his years of planning was about to bear fruit. The Hightower family now possessed a dragon count second only to the Targaryens and the Valerians, truly becoming players on the chessboard. The eternal glory of the family seemed within reach. Within the towering spire, fierce winds howled, and flickering lights danced. To our toast. Mond Hightower raised his goblet, honoring the friendship between the Targaryens and the Hightowers. To our toast. The vassals stood, paying tribute to their distant guests. To the Targaryens. Aegon stood and raised his goblet in salute to the assembly. To Aegon. Amidst the clinking of cups, numerous beautiful maidens flitted about, pouring wine for the esteemed guests of the spire. Ha! Dallin, you clever lad, so young yet already a qualified knight, destined to rival Prince Daemon. Mond Hightower boasted, laughing heartily as he clapped Prince Dallin on the shoulder. The tipsy Earl of Oldtown flushed crimson, speaking while discreetly observing Aegon's demeanor. Compared to the outstanding Dragon Knight Dallin, it was evident that Aegon's claim to inheritance far surpassed his brother's, promising even greater benefits for Oldtown. Uncle, you jest. I am not yet a match for Prince Daemon. Dallin replied somewhat shyly, for despite his rigorous sword training in Oldtown since childhood, he still felt a sense of trepidation when facing the legendary Daemon, who had vanquished the kingdom of the three daughters and single-handedly slain the crab feeder. Do not fret, for you are still young. By the time you mature, Daemon will have aged and will surely pose no challenge to you. Aegon, with an unperturbed demeanor, raised his glass to toast his younger brother. You have been knighted. And as your elder brother, how could I not bring a gift? In contrast to the arrogance and obstinacy of Aemond, Prince Daemon appears far more trustworthy. Amidst the crowd's eager anticipation, Aegon presented a whip that shimmered like gilded gold. This is a strand of nose hair I pulled from the golden dragon, Sunfire. During my taming of it, perfectly fashioned into a riding crop. It possesses the might of dragons, capable of intimidating even the fiercest wild steeds. Fitting for a valiant knight, such as yourself. Thank you, elder brother. Daemon quickly stepped forward to receive the precious item from Aegon's hands. Though dragons are not rare within House Targaryen, possessing a weapon forged from dragonbone is sufficient to overshadow others across Westeros and even Essos. Moreover, this weapon is a part of the very dragon that Aegon commands. Daemon understood that every dragon rider regards their dragon as a companion, who would harm their own partner to create a weapon. To Prince Daemon, Otto Hightower rose to his feet, raising a toast to the assembly. Daemon, not only are you a knight, but you are also a noble Targaryen. In the future, ensure that you act with conviction and do not blindly follow others' directives. Aegon set down his cup, unexpectedly admonishing. But I am merely the second son. Daemon's expression darkened. Unlike Aemond, who was envious of Aegon's status as the firstborn, Daemon accepted his position with greater composure. In Westeros, the second son inherits only a fraction of the estate, even if his father is the king. He is likely to remain an ordinary knight. Second son? Aegon chuckled. The second son may yet inherit the family legacy. Wouldn't you agree, Vaemond? The lively banquet abruptly fell silent. Whispers of the king's illegitimate offspring had already spread throughout Westeros, yet due to Viserys' royal authority, none dared to voice their anger. Humph. My brother still lives. Vaemond Valerion grumbled discontentedly. He cared more for the family's legacy than his own status as a second son. The vast estate should not be bestowed upon an illegitimate child completely unrelated to their bloodline, even if he is of royal descent. Prince Aegon. It seems His Majesty has banished you from the capital, mocked a noble from the Vale of Stone. He was indeed a cousin of the Honorable Layla Royce. Parricides do not meet a good end. Let us mourn for Lady Layla Royce. Aegon raised his cup, drinking heartily. The assembly fell into a stunned silence. Though they were unaware of the full circumstances, no one dared to speak against royal bloodshed, their cups suspended in the air, hesitant to move. To Lady Layla Royce. The nobles of Stone rose, drinking in unison. As the once sole heir of Stone, Layla Royce had met her demise at the hands of her own husband. Despite the Targaryen lineage's dragons, they were left with no recourse but to suppress their indignation. However, at this moment, bolstered by the covert support of Aegon, they seemed to have found a glimmer of hope for vengeance. Chapter 17. The towering treasury Aegon has matured. Observing his grandson Aegon, who adeptly knows how to win hearts, Otto Hightower felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Although he was greatly troubled upon learning of Aegon's banishment from the royal city, witnessing the unity of purpose before him, Otto sensed that even without the mandate of Viserys, Aegon could stir up tremendous waves across the continent of Westeros. Hail to the noble son, hail to Prince Aegon. Valmond Valerion, unwilling to be outdone, proclaimed loudly, hail to Prince Aegon. The nobles of Spicetown rose in unison, pledging their loyalty to Prince Aegon. Undoubtedly, the banquet had reached its zenith. The hall was alive with raucous voices, and Aegon, despite his moderate tolerance for alcohol, was on the verge of inebriation amidst the toasts. Uncle Demon, how deeply unappreciated you must be. Aegon observed that the majority of the nobles present were not his staunch supporters. Rather, they were adversaries of Rhaenyra and Daemon. As Aegon appeared ready to collapse, Otto hastily signaled for assistance, ensuring Aegon was supported to prevent tarnishing the prince's image in the eyes of the gathered lords. Burp. Do not stop. Continue the music and the dance. Aegon, flushed with drink, pushed away the surrounding handmaidens and once again sought to plunge into the revelry. Brother. Seeing Aegon inebriated, Daemon urgently stepped forward, pulling Aegon from the throng. Oh, you have quite the charming appearance. Aegon lifted Daemon's chin, but the next moment, he retched and expelled everything. Alcohol truly harms the body. Tomorrow, I shall wage a war against gambling and vice. Witnessing Aegon's incoherent ramblings, Daemon swiftly dragged his brother out of the banquet hall. Clomp, clomp, clomp. With the sound of footsteps, Aegon's bleary gaze suddenly sharpened. Daemon, how many know of this matter? Aegon looked at his brother, his expression grave. Daemon hesitated, for although they were both direct descendants of House Hightower, they were not the inheritors of the Hightower legacy. The issue at hand concerned the millennial-old heritage of House Hightower, and even Daemon dared not tread lightly. The bloodline of House Hightower traces back to ancient ancestors, who ruled long before the Dawn Age, wielding enigmatic powers akin to dark magic. It is regrettable that during a tumultuous conflict, the house's king fell, severing its magical lineage. Since then, the lords of the Towering Keep have spent lavishly to invite sorcerers, witches, and alchemists from Essos and beyond to secretly study dark magic, hoping to reclaim their throne. Unfortunately, to this day, they have never succeeded. Daemon candidly conveyed this to Aegon. Dark magic? Aegon furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself. In comparison to the 3 fire dragons of the Targaryen family, the other sorcerers appear utterly lacking in strength. However, the astute Aegon, well-versed in the narrative, recognizes that the continent of Westeros harbors numerous peculiar magics. Contemplating the Night King from the north, the time-traveling and memory-bending three-eyed raven, and the enigmatic red god Lawler, Aegon feels an ever-present sword of Damocles suspended above him. Your Highness, a noble from Stonegate approached, kneeling on one knee to pay his respects to Prince Aegon. Such a multitude of sycophants. Aegon raised an eyebrow, casting his gaze toward the shadows where Valmond Valerion lurked. Your Highness, please grant me the opportunity to judge the fratricide. Your uncle Daemon Targaryen, and you shall receive a sword from Stonegate. Yoren Royce knelt before him, sword in hand. No one can judge a Targaryen, Aegon retorted. Everything in this world, save for the Targaryen family, can be overturned. He fixed his gaze on the burly man with a white beard before him, ignoring him entirely. I have heard that Stonegate possesses an ancestral bronze armor, inscribed with magical runes, forged using Valyrian steel techniques. Aegon regarded the noble before him and declared, one day, I shall visit Stonegate. Stonegate shall always welcome you, and do not forget the valor of Stonegate's warriors. Observing the elusive Prince Aegon, the straightforward man from the Vale made his exit from the old town without hesitation. Your Highness, Your Highness. Valmond, with a face full of flattery, followed closely behind Aegon. What did you mean by the inheritance rights of bastards at the banquet? Valmond's face was eager, hoping that Prince Aegon would advocate for him. After serving as the steward to his older brother, the Sea Snake, for a lifetime, Valmond felt a sudden surge of ambition to take charge himself. The seas are fraught with peril. How could you bear to allow the family legacy to fall into the hands of a bastard born of a wanton? Aegon refrained from elaborating, intent on reaching the towering spire of the Old Town as swiftly as possible. At this moment, Count Mundhyder, the leader of Old Town, had already abandoned his guests, waiting by the treasury's grand entrance. Your Highness. He expressed no surprise at Aegon's late-night visit. Aegon glanced back at his younger brother, who wore an expression of shame, remaining silent. Brother, we are family. Why the need for secrecy? Daeron Targaryen said with remorse. Grandfather has conferred with the Count, and you may select a few cherished treasures. Good heavens, do you take me for a thief? Aegon regarded his Na'vi brother with exasperation, feeling compelled to express his gratitude to Count Mundhyder. Yet, recalling his own past indiscretions, the reasoning seemed all too clear. Daeron, a valiant knight, yet regrettably, He is too principled and lacks adaptability. Aegon observed his younger sibling, whose allegiances seemed to drift toward House Hightower, leaving him momentarily speechless. Uncle. Aegon bowed deeply in respectful greeting. In comparison to the title of Count, it is evident that this phrase from the uncle has struck a chord with Montalta. I am unworthy, truly unworthy. Montalta waved his hand dismissively, as he began to open the treasury of the towering spire to grant passage to Aegon. Although Montalta may not possess the grandeur of House Targaryen, he once held the title of king during the Dawn Age. The quaint old town, though modest, was frequented by numerous trading vessels, and the treasures within this treasury were not inferior to those found in your Red Keep. Montalta, akin to a vendor proudly selling his wares, boasted of his riches. As Aegon stepped into the outer sanctum of the treasury, he was greeted by an overwhelming sight of countless dragonbone longbows, dragonbone daggers, and exquisite gems and jewelry from Pentos, dazzling in their diversity and opulence. Such wealth, Aegon marveled, acknowledging that this ancient house was infinitely superior to the newly affluent Freys, who merely profited from tolls. The Freys? Montalta chuckled. In this world, there exist treasures that money cannot buy. Much of what resides in my treasury is priceless. Observing the invaluable and varied treasures, Aegon was assured that this generous uncle was undoubtedly devoted to him. This lavish gift alone could drive the majority of the nobility in Westeros into a frenzy. Chapter 18. The parchment scroll before him lay a collection of black pearls, each the size of a marble, shimmering with iridescence, strung together with golden threads. Even Aegon, with his straightforward nature, could not resist the urge to touch them. How weighty! Aegon frowned as he felt the cool surface of the large pearls, resembling a tool for summer respite. Your Highness has a keen eye. These are black pearls from Ass High, known for their heat-clearing and refreshing properties, coveted by countless noble women. Montalta enthusiastically explained. As a Count of Old Town, he had long since lost interest in material wealth, focusing instead on the future of his family. As the saying goes, he who does not consider the whole is unfit to strategize for a part. As the sole hegemon of Westeros, maintaining sufficient ties with House Targaryen was essential for preserving the family status. Reflecting on the recent demise of Count Harrenhal in flames, Montalta felt a chill run down his spine, a reminder of the precariousness of their situation. Without proximity to the royal family, a lineage cannot endure. Yet, being too close places one at the mercy of the swirling vortex of power, where the weakest are often the first to be torn apart. Since Aegon's birth, the Montalta family had been bound to Alicent's chariot of war. The wheels of history roll on relentlessly, leading countless families to ruin, while only the Targaryens endure. The reason is simple: dragons. What a remarkable treasure, but alas, it is not suited for me. Aegon, showing no greed, gently returned the pearl to its box. Your Highness, do not underestimate the power of a treasure. Remember, 3 can create a tiger. Montalta remarked, casting a knowing glance at Aegon. After all, you are the king's own son. Hearts are tender, and with a little humility, this predicament will soon pass. Look at Prince Daemon. Though the king exiled him, he has returned. And who dares to speak otherwise? Aegon remained silent, continuing his journey deeper into the treasure vault. Golden eyes, activate. The room was filled with a dazzling array of jewels and riches. However, under the scrutiny of the golden gaze, they seemed no different from mere common trinkets. Not a trace of magic to be found. Aegon stared quizzically at the seemingly simple old count of the town, a hint of confusion crossing his face. As one of the dual champions of the Green Party alongside Otto Hightower, Aegon could hardly believe that his uncle was merely an ordinary nobleman. Is the prince unimpressed? Mond Hightower observed Aegon's distracted demeanor as he perused the treasures, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. This was the culmination of thousands of years of wealth from the old town. Yet not a single item captured the prince's interest. Spotting a treasure chest emanating dark smoke in the corner, Aegon's curiosity was piqued. What is this? He approached, raising his hand to lift the lid. The wooden box was already cracked, its small lid within reach. Aegon reached out, but the hard chest was surprisingly cumbersome to handle. So rigid, Aegon's veins bulged as he found no sign of it yielding. Where did this box come from? Someone, pry it open for the prince. Mond Hightower commanded the soldiers around him. No need. Aegon drew forth his Valyrian steel dagger, plunging it directly into the crevice. With a crack, the wooden box split in two, revealing a tattered piece of parchment. What is this? Mond Hightower inquired, astonished, gazing at the densely packed Valyrian script. Even the erudite Count Mond could not decipher it. The Valyrian language is divided into the common tongue and the noble tongue of the dragons. Apart from the existing Targaryen family, no one else could fully interpret the higher Valyrian. Is this a map? Aegon scrutinized the parchment cautiously. The crumpled surface bore the marks of salt water soaking, and the black smoke seeping from the box was undoubtedly a residue of the parchment. Just as Aegon was about to grasp the map, "Don't touch that," Count Mon sharply interrupted, pulling Aegon back. "I remember now. This box drifted from the vicinity of the Valyrian ruins, discovered by an unknown expeditionary fleet. Those who have touched this box have met with misfortune." Count Mon's expression grew cold as he swiftly directed the scholars to assess the danger. As the guests began to depart, Otto Hightower arrived at the scene, albeit fashionably late. This is a design of a Valyrian tower, not some rare artifact. If the prince desires it, he may take it." The grand scholar of the tower brushed off the dust from the parchment and extended it towards Aegon. "Then I thank you, uncle." Aegon accepted the parchment without a hint of change in his countenance. As the saying goes, one is at a disadvantage when in another's grasp. Even if the Earl of Old Town were to take something directly, Aegon would not utter a word of protest. After all, they were merely taking the opportunity to memorize the inscriptions on the parchment. To linger any longer would be to appear petty. The Earl of Mount pulled Aegon's small hand, continuously stuffing it with treasures. No, that's enough. I came here primarily to broaden my horizons," Aegon exclaimed, cradling a plethora of jewels with a beaming smile. "Indeed, the privilege of royal lineage proves advantageous. See, brother, I told you our uncle is not a miser," Dallin Targaryen remarked, gazing at Aegon. "Of course," Aegon replied dismissively, not taking Dallin's words to heart. "Treasures from Valyria? The Hightower family is quite formidable." Aegon carelessly tossed the treasure to a corner and sprawled on the bed, deep in thought. Why would one not open a mere wooden box first? If they were aware of its origin, why cast it aside in the vault? This is a test from the Hightower family. Aegon's eyes narrowed. After all, a 1,000-year-old fox is not so easily outsmarted. That foolish Dallin, counting coins for those who have sold him out. The Hightowers must have obtained something from the Valyrian ruins. A storm of thoughts engulfed Aegon's mind, rendering him restless. Knock, knock, knock. A crisp sound echoed at the door. "Your Highness, are you asleep?" came the voice of Vaemond from outside. That avaricious old fool. A smirk of disdain crept across Aegon's lips. Obsessed with wealth. It is no wonder he was easily manipulated by the Green Party, becoming the first scapegoat to provoke the Targaryens. "Come in," Aegon replied softly. "Thank you, my prince." Vaemond tiptoed in, hunched over, standing to the side. In the original text, Vaemond was depicted as a brash character, boldly confronting Viserys. Yet now he appeared so meek. Something is amiss. A chill ran down Aegon's spine as he quickly turned to face the man before him. Whoosh! As Aegon pivoted, a green blow dart whizzed past his face, embedding itself into the wall beside him. Dark liquid oozed from it, corroding the wall and releasing wisps of smoke. A faceless man? Chapter 19. The faceless man. Upon witnessing the failed ambush, Vaemond, having missed his target, immediately fled without hesitation, leaping through the window. "Who goes there?" Dallin Targaryen, arriving just in time, spotted the assassin rushing out of his brother's room, fearless as he drew his sword and charged forward. "Oh no, it's Dallin." Aegon's face paled. Though the faceless men are formidable, they primarily excel in ambush and surprise attacks. In a direct confrontation, they may not necessarily triumph over a well-trained knight. However, Dallin, still just a youth, could hardly be a match for a faceless man. Damn it. Originally poised to allow the assassin to depart, Aegon found himself compelled to grit his teeth and take the perilous plunge of drawing his sword. With a single stroke, Aegon felled the metallic stand that held the candle, producing a thunderous roar, and subsequently burst through the window. Alas, several blow darts once again targeted the entrance, sealing off Aegon's path of assault. Indeed, a surge of satisfaction welled within him. Had he pursued methodically through the door, he would surely have sustained injury by now. An assassin. Accompanied by the cries of a maid hastening to the scene, the faceless man could no longer engage in combat with Dallin. He executed a flourish with his sword, feigning bravado, and promptly slid down the pipe of the towering spire. Seeking escape, Aegon, ablaze with fury, hurled his Valyrian dagger with fervor. The faceless man transformed into a shadow as he leapt from the tower, only to be pierced by a glimmering blade that fell to the ground with a resonant clash of metal. What transpired? Jane Hightower, belatedly aware, led a battalion of Hightower soldiers to encircle the area. "My lord, we have found him." With the blockade at the base of the tower established, a soldier approached, clutching a black cloak. Attached to the cloak was none other than the Valyrian steel sword Aegon had thrown. "Halt!" Jane Hightower, wary, obstructed the advancing soldier, only returning the dagger to Aegon after confirming his identity. What audacity from Bravos, to dare assassinate the heir to the Iron Throne. Jane Hightower seethed with indignation. Aegon represented the hope of House Hightower, a conduit to the pinnacle of power. At this moment, the Sea King was, in essence, challenging the supreme authority of Westeros. In times past, he had covertly acquired 3 dragon eggs, and now he attempted to slay a prince, showing utter disregard for the Iron Throne. Daelin was equally incensed. Aegon was his blood brother. To assassinate his kin was to trespass upon Daelin's most sacred boundary. The assassination of the prince may not necessarily be a calamity. Otto Hightower interjected unexpectedly. After all, Aegon was still quite young. Should the news of his assassination emerge, his father, Viserys, would surely summon him back to King's Landing out of paternal concern. Clang, clang, clang. A resounding alarm echoed, coinciding with the complete lockdown of the towering fortress. While the body of Vaemond was finally discovered, many nobles present could not suppress their disgust, gazing upon the pitiable second son, now bereft of his face. Aegon experienced an unsettling flutter of anxiety for the first time. How could Vaemond have perished here? Aegon found it hard to believe. The traces of his journey through time had continually been subtly mended, and even Aemond had not escaped this fate, remaining a one-eyed man. Yet now, the second son of House Velaryon was unequivocally signaling to Aegon that the historical timeline had been irrevocably altered by his actions. What indeed had transpired? Aegon plunged into a profound contemplation. Taming dragons? No, it was impossible. At this moment, Aegon was utterly disoriented, lost in a haze of confusion. Observing the vacant expression on Aegon's face, Otto Hightower initially assumed he was merely a youth startled by the recent upheaval. Quickly escort the prince back to King's Landing. Old Town is no longer safe, Otto barked. In comparison to the towering spires of Old Town, there was no doubt that the defenses of King's Landing were far more formidable. This assault would undoubtedly unsettle the delicate nerves of both continents. With the unrest from the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, and now the Sea King's assassins intervening, did they truly believe the Targaryen lineage had no dragons left? Sunfire, Aegon called out loudly in the square. The slumbering golden dragon opened its crimson eyes, its gaze fixated on the diminutive figure before it. Roar. Sensing Aegon's fury, a powerful dragon's roar shattered the silence. As Sunfire unfurled its pink wings and unleashed a torrent of flames into the sky. Roar. The Blue Queen, undeterred, also let loose a fierce cry of warning. The resounding dragon roars echoed throughout Old Town, causing countless infants to wail and lights to flicker to life in homes. What a striking little dragon, exclaimed Aegon Royce, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion, astonished by the youthful Blue Queen. Unlike Viserys' protective demeanor towards his brother Daemon, the Hightower heirs displayed little fondness for him, which was a primary reason for Aegon Royce's visit to socialize with Daeron. Despite its youth, the dragon was growing swiftly. It would not be long before Daeron could ride the Blue Queen into battle. Gwaine Hightower glanced at the irate noble from Stonehelm, who was gritting his teeth in disdain toward Daemon, and proudly remarked, "Brother, you go ahead. Stay safe." Daeron eagerly guided Aegon towards Sunfire's feet. Observing the two of similar vitality, Sunfire tilted its head, seemingly indifferent. However, when the Count of Old Town attempted to approach, a massive dragon head blocked all passages to Aegon. The enormous bony spikes glimmered, and the steaming scales radiated heat like a raging inferno, causing Mander Hightower to stumble backward in fright, nearly losing his footing. How formidable! Dragons had long existed in the realm of legend, and only a select few nobles had the opportunity to come into proximity with them. Such overwhelming might was unparalleled. It was no wonder the Targaryens could unify Westeros, as no faction dared oppose them. Mander Hightower's eyes dimmed with trepidation, faced with this behemoth, akin to a small volcano. Even a noble such as himself had to retreat. According to legend, even a single drop of dragon's blood upon a commoner could sear their skin. Blood and fire were the most potent forms of magic held by the Targaryens. Fly, in Valyrian, with Sunfire soaring into the skies. The news of the Sea King's assassination attempt on the prince spread across Westeros like wildfire. In the Red Keep, within the Royal Assembly Hall, a furious Viserys hurled his wine cup across the room, splattering the table with its contents. In the assembly, Viserys had never displayed such a lack of composure in decades. "Your Majesty, there may indeed be a misunderstanding," the Chancellor of Finance, Lyn Mambusbury, stated methodically. Braavos has consistently maintained a peaceful rapport with the Iron Throne and has never engaged in such overt provocations. "That may not be the case," interrupted the Minister of Intelligence, Larry Strong. "Many have claimed that Aegon represents the future of the realm. Perhaps Braavos seeks to extinguish him at this opportune moment. Since he committed the fratricide and usurped the inheritance of Harrenhal, he has completely aligned himself with Queen Alicent and her Green faction. The assassination of Aegon presents the prince with the most fortuitous opportunity to reclaim King's Landing. What parent could bear to see their child languish in peril? It is not a prudent choice to easily provoke the free cities." Finally, Viserys regained his composure. As king, he was acutely aware of the threats emanating from the north. The legends of A Song of Ice and Fire and the dragon dreams had haunted him throughout his life, instilling a profound aversion to risk. Even the daily taunts from the crab feeders of the Stepstones left him unmoved. Was not the kingdom of three daughters of force covertly supported by the free cities? How could that not be considered a provocation? The Minister of Maritime Affairs, Corlys Valerion, retorted with discontent. Although he harbored no fondness for Aegon, he had long held a deep-seated prejudice against the free cities. His 3 years of campaigning alongside Prince Daemon had left this self-proclaimed sea snake feeling profoundly frustrated. The guerrilla warfare tactics of fleeing from dragons and attacking on sight had inflicted significant losses upon the Valerion fleet. As the saying goes, one leaves a mark in this world, just as a goose leaves a name behind. The sea snake, now immensely wealthy, yearned to expand his domain and etch his name into the annals of history. Alas, the ruler of Westeros was a peace-loving individual, utterly mediocre in his approach to governance. Even so, the sea snake aspired to merge his name with the Iron Throne, creating an indelible legacy. Chapter 20. The mountain clans. The fierce winds howled, and the stars sparkled brilliantly. Aegon ran his fingers through his disheveled hair, gazing hesitantly at the lights of King's Landing. Returning now would be akin to a wayward child seeking solace from their parents after a beating. Aegon regarded the fluttering banners above the Red Keep, gritted his teeth, and turned towards the valley. A misbehaving child, of course, must first stir their parents' concerns to facilitate negotiations. Aegon rode Sunfire, diving close to the ground and plunging into the thicket of the valley. Cuckoo. The melodious call of a bird sounded, and Aegon, beneath the palm trees, opened his sleepy eyes, the grass in his mouth thoroughly chewed. Howl. Sunfire, waiting nearby, sensed Aegon's awakening and lifted his small head to observe this capricious little human. With a sturdy fortress at his disposal, he nonetheless chose to slumber in this desolate wilderness, were it not for the protection of dragonkind. The mere presence of serpents and vermin in the forest would have kept Aegon awake all night. Gazing at the charred trees beneath him, consumed by dragonfire, Aegon rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his attire, and twisted his neck from side to side, surveying the movements within the valley. In stark contrast to the splendor of King's Landing, the valley, nestled among hills and mountains, was evidently much more concealed. Here, Aegon was aware of a full-grown dragon, a notorious sheep thief. This creature had been envisioned as his steed, yet, perhaps by the whims of fate, it had been usurped by Sunfire. Roaring in jealousy, Sunfire sensed Aegon's disdain, prompting him to erupt in a fit of rage, which elicited hearty laughter from Aegon. Sunfire, I am not one to abandon those I hold dear, he exclaimed, spreading his arms to embrace the dragon's massive head, pressing his face against the creature's scaled surface in an effort to soothe his mount's turbulent emotions. Observing Aegon's disquiet, Sunfire found it difficult to quell his own agitation. As a prince well-versed in the unfolding narrative, Aegon fully understood the formidable might of a mature dragon. Although Sunfire, in his youth, was ferocious, he was still no match for an adult dragon. Neither Prince Daemon's Caraxes nor Aemon's Vhagar could be rivaled by Sunfire. Golden eyes, awaken, Aegon commanded, his gaze gleaming with joy as he beheld the colossal creature before him. Sunfire, young dragon, consume and regenerate. Indeed, his destined steed was anything but ordinary. Aegon was filled with exhilaration. In contrast to Rhaenyra's unwavering obsession with the throne, Aegon found himself effortlessly seated upon the Iron Throne. His status as the firstborn, along with the support of family, citizens, and vassals, constituted an inherent advantage. Even his dragon was unlike any other. In addition to its unique golden hide, which signified unparalleled glory, Sunfire possessed talents that were completely distinct from Vhagar and his descendants. Unlike Vhagar, Silverwing, or Dreamfire, whose abilities primarily revolved around fertility, providing minimal enhancement to combat prowess, Sunfire stood apart. While fecundity was a significant boon for House Targaryen, it offered little advantage to a dragon rider in terms of battle strength. Though the founding trio of dragons had dwindled to Vhagar, the dragon eggs brought by Aegon from Valyria still bore other bloodlines, ensuring the continued birth of dragons on Dragonstone. Without a doubt, Sunfire was a prominent representative of this lineage. Can one strengthen their growth and heal wounds by consuming other dragons? Aegon pondered aloud. No wonder in the original tale, after Aegon sustained injuries, Sunfire flew back to Dragonstone alone, slaying and devouring a wild dragon, Grey Shadow, along the way. Glutton. Could you be the mother of this dragon? Aegon jested, eyeing the radiant creature before him. The thought of the adult dragon, Greed, who feasted on dead dragons and dragon eggs, with its charred form and ghastly green eyes, conjured images of a true denizen of the underworld. Legend has it that Greed had already resided on Dragonstone long before the Targaryens settled there. Countless members of the Targaryen family have attempted to tame him, leaving nothing but a trail of bones in their wake. He is ferocious, tempestuous, and capricious, with no record of anyone ever succeeding in subduing him. Sunfire gazed at Aegon with a puzzled expression, shaking his head in confusion. After all, dragons are not akin to humans. They possess no parental instincts and do not nurture their young. The blood dragon danced amidst the chaos, with most of the fray being the offspring of Vagor engaged in mutual destruction. All right, no need to be angry. Today, I shall prepare a roasted lamb for you. Aegon gently patted Sunfire's head in an effort to soothe him. Compared to the wild dragon he once hunted, Aegon now appeared far less suited to the untamed world. Take flight, Sunfire. Aegon mounted the dragon's saddle, wielding the whip to guide Sunfire into the sky, searching for traces of wild dragons. What's that? Curiosity piqued. Aegon leaned down to inspect the flickering campfires emerging from the forest. Suddenly, a barrage of arrows rained down upon them. Sunfire shook his head, unfazed by the assault. The powerful bows and crossbows struck Sunfire's armored scales, producing sharp, metallic clinks with sparks visible under the sunlight. Without a moment's hesitation, in a bid to protect Aegon, Sunfire unfurled his wings and swiftly ascended above the treetops. Are those savages? Aegon mused, taken aback by the sight of the ragged and densely packed army of wild men in the woods. The ostensibly peaceful continent of Westeros was, in reality, riddled with vulnerabilities. It was indeed absurd that a lord of the valley could not govern the tribes within his own lands, frequently suffering attacks. A lord who cannot safeguard his own subjects is unworthy of the title. A king who fails to uphold the interests of his realm is not a good king. In comparison to the former King Aegon I, the stubborn and conservative Viserys was clearly lacking in many respects. Were it not for the intimidation posed by dragons, the vassals would dare to express their discontent, for maintaining the current peace would be utterly impossible. It seems that the only one genuinely concerned for the future of House Targaryen is the uncontrollable Prince Daemon, my dear uncle. Aegon reflected inwardly. As a political adversary, Aegon certainly harbored no fondness for this reckless elder. Yet, as a member of the kingdom, Daemon's audacity and accountability truly embodied the spirit of manhood. Today, encountering me, Aegon, is your misfortune. Without hesitation, Aegon led Sunfire into a steep dive. Dragonfire. Golden flames surged downward, encircling the forest in a swift arc under Aegon's command. Thick smoke billowed upwards, and the crackling sounds of flames echoed throughout the woodland. Is this the joy of burning 300 miles of encampments? Aegon sat high upon the hill, gazing down at the inferno consuming the forest below. Countless wild men, ensnared in flames, writhed on the ground, flailing, wailing, and screaming, as they discarded their armor and fell into disarray. Only a fool would confront the army head-on. The dry season is indeed the perfect time to set the mountains ablaze. Aegon is not Jikalis, always eager to lead the charge. After all, even the adult dragon Malaces has faced its share of tragic misfortunes at the gates of hell. Chapter 21. The Savage Shadawa. The blazing sun roared excitedly toward the heavens, spreading its wings and brushing against Aegon's head. Descend and feast upon them. Aegon pointed at the distant army of howling savages, echoing the saying, hand in hand, crisp and crackling. Yet, Yin remained indifferent, rolling onto its back, sprawled out on the cliff, squinting up and signaling repeatedly. Prince Aegon. It's time to be fed. Yin, we are currently hunting. Aegon's expression turned awkward. His empty hands left him feeling immensely embarrassed. You are a wild dragon. You cannot expect to reap rewards without toil. Observing Yin lazily awaiting offerings of cattle and sheep from the soldiers of the Red Keep, Aegon couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Undeniably, cattle and sheep were far more suitable for a dragon's palate than mere humans. In just a few days at the Red Keep's lair, Yin had transformed into a dragon lord who neither hunted nor labored, content to feast upon what was provided. Yin. Aegon glared at the slightly plump dragon before him, frustration bubbling within him. Indeed, one's character is reflected in their dragon. The slothful Aegon and the lethargic Yin were a match made in heaven. As the smoke in the distance gradually dissipated, Aegon abandoned his pursuit of the savages. Do as you will, let yourself go hungry. Aegon resolutely sat down. Ultimately, Yin, unable to withstand the pangs of hunger, took to the skies first, embarking on a hunt of its own. I'll see how you fare. Aegon watched the golden dragon soar high, a smug smile gracing his face. He, Aegon, was trained to confront defiance. Cuckoo, cuckoo. The urgent call of a bird broke the silence, and sensing something amiss, Aegon turned to find a ragtag group of wild men, armed with broken axes and clad in tattered clothes, approaching. The mountain clan warriors, some wielding pitchforks, others brandishing damaged sickles, and a few brandishing sharpened tree branches as spears, encircled Aegon. Child, how do you wish to meet your end? The scruffy bearded leader fixed an excited gaze upon the elegantly dressed youth before him. I, of course, wish to indulge in feasts and live to the ripe age of 80, blissfully passing away upon the bosom of a voluptuous woman, Aegon declared boldly. At this moment, Yang Yin had long since flown beyond his control, and he could only engage in a charade to buy time. Ha ha ha, you silver-tongued brat. Let us slice him in two and feed him to the dogs. The burly Shaga, covered in hair, wasted no time and issued his command. Faced with the multitude of wild men before him, Aegon felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Wait, I am an envoy sent by House Stark of the North. Present me to the Duke of the North, and you shall gain a substantial fortune. In a moment of desperation, Aegon hastily pleaded for his own life. It turned out that the marauders hailed from the north. Even if you are a prince of Junlin, it matters not. The surrounding savages erupted in laughter. The nobleman from the valley we captured last time still has his manhood dangling from my neck. Gold is of no use to the formidable barbarians. Gonsul laughed heartily. Silver-haired lad, your manhood cannot be shorter than the cowards outside. Gonsul effortlessly drew his exquisite patterned axe from his trousers, spinning it casually in his palm. While the savages may not forge weapons, none of them are cowards. This treasure was seized from a weeping nobleman of the valley. Xiaga proudly polished his uneven little axe. Boasting, I can offer you a double-edged, magnificent axe, incomparable to this puny little weapon. Puny? Aegon's words not only failed to provoke the desired response, but instead caused the savage before him to flush with anger. I, Xiaga, a mighty warrior, have never fled without a fight. How dare you call me puny? Attack him, Xiaga. Cut off his prized silver manhood. One-on-one. Xiaga raised his arms in triumph, spinning proudly among the crowd. I accept your challenge. Come forth, boy. Seeing no way to evade, Aegon reluctantly drew his Valyrian steel dagger, preparing for combat. A fine blade. Xiaga's eyes lit up with envy. The gleaming dagger's value was apparent even to an ordinary man, let alone the naive savage. As Xiaga beheld the large gem embedded in the hilt and the exquisite patterns on the sheath, he became momentarily ecstatic. The noble lad is truly fortunate. Just as Xiaga was lost in admiration, his expression suddenly changed, and without a backward glance, he dashed into the woods, leaving Aegon dumbfounded. The surrounding savages also scattered in a frenzy, fleeing in all directions. What is happening? Aegon was utterly bewildered, akin to a monk who had lost his way. A thunderous roar echoed across the heavens, and a colossal shadow loomed, swiftly enveloping the hill where Aegon stood. Looking up, he saw a grotesque, mud-brown dragon soaring high above. Its massive jaws agape. A dragon's flame? Good heavens. Aegon was paralyzed with fear, abandoning all thoughts of the surrounding savages as he sprinted away. Boom. A tremendous and searing wave of fire surged forth, nearly scorching Aegon beyond recognition. Hot, hot, hot. He shouted as he ran, hastily discarding his burning garments into the underbrush. At that moment, he bore no resemblance to a prince, his visage covered in dirt, utterly disheveled, and indistinguishable from the savages. Don't throw it towards the brave Xiaga. Xiaga, terrified, turned pale and abandoned Gonsul beside him, leaping out from the thicket. The sheep thief, heedless of the sounds, unleashed a plume of dark, gray dragon fire that ignited the surrounding underbrush. Xiaga, you cowardly scoundrel who flees at the first sign of a duel, Ganser exclaimed, his face pale with fear as he turned to flee. How can you outrun a dragon? We must devise a plan. Aegon shouted from the side. The feral dragon, unruly and untamed, could only be subdued by a dragon rider. I may not outrun the dragon, but I can certainly outpace my friends, Ganser declared, seizing his spear and hurling it towards Xiaga with precision. Whoosh! The spear soared like a swift arrow, embedding itself in Xiaga's trousers, causing him to stumble and fall at the feet of the sheep thief. With a rip, the force of the pole tore through Xiaga's pants, producing a sharp crack. The thief lowered his gaze, observing the minuscule figure before him, a flicker of dragon fire illuminating the air. Xiaga looked up at the imposing dragon, trembling in fear. Having lost all hope of escape, he gazed up at the colossal dragon's underbelly, a look of regret etched on his face. I, Xiaga, a man of great renown, had envisioned a necklace strung with the feathers of my defeated foes, yet here I find myself, overshadowed by the mere anatomy of this creature. With a heavy heart, Xiaga sighed deeply. Who would grant me a dragon's anatomy? For that, my life would be worth it. Step back. In Valyrian, as he found himself once more on the brink of being encircled by savages, Aegon had no choice but to charge back into the fray. Chapter 22, Confrontation of Two Dragons. Beholding the gray-black dragon, which appeared to have emerged from a mire, with its massive spines adorned with twisted wings, Aegon signaled for silence, nodding towards the dragon. In contrast to Daenerys Targaryen's ignorance of dragons, Aegon possessed the finest Valyrian education in dragon lore. Even without being a dragon rider, He could command the dragon for rudimentary tasks. The sheep thief stared, astonished, at the audacious little figure before him, nostrils flaring as he caught a familiar scent. As if encountering a kindred spirit, his eyes widened as he scrutinized the small being. A flock. There lies a flock. Aegon pointed towards a distant fortress in the valley, gesturing with his hands and utilizing his limited Valyrian vocabulary. Sheep? The dragon, upon hearing this mouth-watering word, tilted its head in contemplation and then strode away from the emaciated figure before it. Impressive. Retreat, dragon warrior. I, Shaga, name you the mightiest. Shaga rose from the muddy ground, patting Aegon on the shoulder, exclaiming, brave warrior, business is business. I cannot forego this prize. Grabbing the sheepskin scroll from Aegon's grasp, he pointed at him and declared, this child is my savior, and you must never harm him. Young one, from now on, I shall guard your honor, and none shall dare to hang you as a trophy. As Shaga spoke boldly, he picked up his small axe and tucked it into his waistband. This accursed dragon has incinerated so many of our comrades. Ganser lamented as he gazed at the grim scene below the cliff. We, the wild men, possess numerous dragon-slaying warriors. One day, we shall vanquish the dragon. In an unprecedented display of fortitude, Shaga was no longer the sobbing figure collapsed on the ground. Whoever slays the dragon shall ascend as the wild king of the mountain clans. The wild men raised their weapons high, united in their fervent cries. I, Shaga, am the foremost warrior of the Shurian tribe, only lacking a formidable weapon. Otherwise, the dragon would be an easy conquest. Shaga seized Aegon's wine gourd and tilted it back. Drinking deeply. What a fine brew, he exclaimed. Suddenly, a golden dragon flame wreaked havoc in the distance, heralding the return of the rampant sun flame. By the gods, another vile dragon approaches. Ganser gasped, hastily grabbing his weapon and darting into the thicket to conceal himself. Quickly hide. Shaga fervently waved his arms, alerting the surrounding wild men. You fool, why are you dawdling? Aegon stood motionless, and Shaga grasped his arm, pulling him into the dense underbrush. Do not think that merely scaring off a dragon makes you formidable. Shaga admonished the inexperienced youth, since that gray wild dragon arrived in the valley. How many of our cattle and sheep has it devoured? How many of our kin has it injured? And now, an infernal golden dragon has appeared. A bitter expression crossed Shaga's face. The wild men's tribe suffered immensely. In comparison, the valley's defenders wielded formidable crossbows, while the impoverished wild men were far easier prey. Thieves frequently raided the wild men's herds, leaving them destitute and forcing them to hunt even in winter. Suddenly, a dark dragon flame surged forth, revealing the massive silhouette of the sheep-stealing dragon overhead. Can two tigers coexist on one mountain? Shaga chuckled to himself. Today, I truly have the opportunity to become a dragon-slaying warrior. He brandished his axe, his eyes alight with excitement. Once they are both injured, it shall be I, Shaga, who claims the title of Wild King. Their dragon's hide shall become the throne of King Shaga. Yet, the two dragons did not immediately engage in fierce combat. Instead, they regarded each other with caution, testing one another's strength. In the wild, without direct conflict over resources, no beast would choose to clash with an equally matched opponent. The little golden dragon is faltering. It will likely flee, Ganser observed, watching the unmoved dragons. Not necessarily. Aegon countered confidently. The sun flame is a lawless wild dragon. Much like myself, unafraid to confront the strong. In contrast to the sheep thief, who only dares to attack the wild tribes of the valley. He does not even approach the castles of the valley's nobility, and reports of such thieves assaulting cities are exceedingly rare. Even the valley's guardians have only received a few sparse warnings from farmers, unable to ascertain whether it was indeed the dragons of the Targaryen family. Young man, I have consumed more salt than you have rice. Gonsul dismissed Aegon's words with derision. When it comes to understanding beasts, none can rival me. Gonsul. Ha ha ha, Gonsul. You are boasting again. Xiaojia laughed heartily, pointing at Gonsul's face. I bet. Let us wager. Aegon pulled out his Valyrian steel dagger and placed it before the two. A fine blade. Gonsul was momentarily taken aback. The exquisite carvings were clearly less captivating than the dagger's sharp edge to win the hearts of the wild men. I wager the little golden dragon will flee first. Xiaojia slapped a sheepskin scroll onto the ground. Compared to the Faceless Men's chances of assassinating the Targaryen royal family, Aegon believed the scroll played a greater role. I also bet the little dragon will run first. Gonsul placed his wrist guard forward. This is a sheepskin scroll filled with secrets. What do you have? Xiaojia's face contorted with reluctance. This wrist guard was obtained after I defeated a half-orc. It is unparalleled. Gonsul pounded his chest in assurance. Half-orc? Such a creature does not exist. You are exaggerating. Xiaojia shook his head, utterly unconvinced. The orc had a terrifying visage and rode a massive dire wolf into battle. Had it not been for my familiarity with the terrain, listening to Gonsal's incessant chatter, Aegon decisively declared, "Let us wager." He did not care about the stakes. The thrill of victory was what mattered. Whoosh! The sheep thief howled, his eyes darting before he turned and plunged into the dense mountains. Damn that wild dragon. It has grown so large. Xia Jia lamented, reluctantly returning the sheepskin scroll to its rightful owner. Damn it. Gonsul watched as Aegon tucked the Valyrian dagger into his embrace. Feeling he had completely missed an opportunity for a remarkable weapon. Take it. He grimaced, handing over his metal wristguard to Aegon, gazing upon the exquisite carvings and delicate inscriptions. Aegon was left speechless. This was undoubtedly not crafted by the artisans of Westeros. The peculiar patterns were indeed strange. Aegon furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Young man, do not be deceived. It is likely from the north, from the realm of the ice wolves. Who does not know that the North's Lesser Wolf Lord is a warrior who rides wolves? Xia Jia paid no mind to Gonsal's lamentations for to him. The sheepskin scroll was merely a matter of returning it to its owner. Half-orc. Aegon stared intently at the wrist guard, unable to verify its authenticity, and could only place it in his pocket for the time being. Chapter 23. Dragon Slaying in the Valley. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the rustling footsteps emerged from the grass, the patrolling huntress perked up her ears, her hands already drawing her bow, aiming in the direction of the swaying grass. It's me. The voice arrived before the figure. Xia Jie emerged from the foliage, extending a grand gesture towards the female hunter. The red-haired huntress casually rested her long bow on her shoulder, greeting the distant hunter. Ah. You've captured a delicate silver-haired, blue-eyed boy, Yi Rue Gute remarked, observing the tattered figure of Aegon, mistaking him for Xiaga's captive and engaging in playful banter. Gaga. This is no mere captive. He is the valiant dragon slayer who has come to our rescue. Xia Jie exclaimed, giving Aegon's shoulder a hearty pat, nearly bending the boy's slender waist. Hello, beautiful sister. Aegon gazed at the enchanting red-haired lady, whose simple fur coat failed to conceal her alluring form. Her long, naturally curled hair cascaded over her shoulders, enhancing her captivating allure. Haha, beautiful. And sister too. Yi Rue Gute laughed heartily, lifting his hand to execute a shoulder throw, sending Aegon, who had stepped forward to shake hands, tumbling to the ground in an unceremonious sprawl. Ouch! Aegon landed awkwardly, sprawled on the ground. What a feeble frame. Utterly useless. Yi Rue Gute mocked, turning away and leaving Aegon to lament on the ground in bewilderment. Why did you strike me? Aegon groaned, cradling his sore wrist as he sat in despair. In the wild tribes, to praise a woman's beauty implies possession. You have quite the appetite. Xia Jie observed Aegon's bold attempt at flirtation with an approving gaze, giving him a thumbs up. A true man dares to challenge the fairest of maidens. It was a misunderstanding. I truly had no idea. Aegon's face flushed with embarrassment, his disheveled appearance contrasting sharply with his princely demeanor. In the Red Fortress, he had rarely faced rejection from any maid or noblewoman. Yet here, in this desolate wild tribe, he had been spurned by a savage woman. Her allure was not an exception. It was her wildness that captivated. What a striking beauty ablaze with fiery hair. Aegon watched as Yi Rue Gute walked away without a backward glance, a surge of desire igniting within him. No wonder young Wolf Lord Robb Stark could not resist the allure of the nurse. To break free from his own social stratum and witness a different vista was exhilarating beyond measure. Hey, stop staring. You're drooling. Gangster teased. Aegon instinctively inhaled deeply, only to realize he had been the subject of their jest. Haha, wildflowers are best left unpicked. They can prick. Xia Jie laughed, observing Aegon's dazed expression. In our wild tribe, Yi Rue Gute is renowned as an archer. If she aims for a rabbit's left eye, she will assuredly not miss the mark. Xia Jie. A voice boomed, interrupting their conversation. A man clad in a pelt adorned with a human skull strode forward, his neck draped with a necklace of human ears, and his waist bedecked with bone ornaments. This was the Black Ear tribe, notorious for severing the ears of captives as trophies of war. Xia Jie introduced. Put down your weapons. Wearing the black ears is the future of our wild tribe. Chico proudly pointed to the trophy strung around his neck. Suddenly, a throng of wild men leaped forth from the dense jungle. Some bore peculiar tree-like tattoos on their faces, while others were painted with vibrant red branches and leaves. Their chests were exposed, revealing burn marks. The Black Ear tribe, the Scorching tribe, the Milk Snake tribe, the Moon tribe, the Tree tribe, the Stone Crow tribe. Countless wild tribes gathered, commencing discussions on their forthcoming strategies. Heh, I wonder how that outsider managed to infiltrate. The leader of the Black Ear tribe expressed his discontent. Outsider? This is my dear friend Xia Jie, a warrior of the dragon repellent. Xia Jie retorted, displeased. Him? That frail frame could repel a giant dragon? Ha ha ha. How is this any different from Gonsur's absurd claim of single-handedly defeating the half-orcs? Chica laughed heartily, his disheveled beard quivering with each breath. Chiku, if all you can do is mock, you should venture forth to challenge the dragon alone, Gonsur said, his face flushed with anger. That accursed mud dragon steals our cattle and preys upon the young of our tribe. We must slay it. Chica ceased his laughter. His expression darkened with ferocity. Slay the dragon! Slay the dragon! The wild men shouted, brandishing their weapons and pointing skyward. Their cries echoed through the mountains, startling flocks of birds into flight. My arrows can pierce any creature that flies, be it living or dead, boasted the wild man Yirue Gute, clad in red. Your aim is indeed true, but your strength is insufficient to penetrate the dragon's armor. Chiku interrupted Yirue Gute's bravado, placing greater faith in his own martial prowess than in the self-promotion of others. Our Black Ear tribe has brought forth a formidable weapon from beyond the northern wall. Come forth, giant Zhuang Zhuang. With a resounding thud, a towering figure, standing a full 3 meters tall, emerged from the woods, leaving the crowd in awe. Stand aside. Zhuang Zhuang, with a fearsome countenance, fixed his gaze on Xiaga. Without waiting for a response, he grasped the palm tree Xiajie leaned against, and, with a bear-like embrace, uprooted the massive tree from the ground. Zhuang Zhuang, Zhuang Zhuang. The crowd erupted in cheers. We, the Stone Crow tribe, also have our warriors. Witnessing the Black Ear tribe's advantage, Xiajie was resolute not to be outdone. He seized Yang and pulled him into the throng. He is the dragon-repellent warrior. He drove the dragon away with mere shouts. Really? Is that true? That scrawny wretch? Murmurs spread through the crowd, their gazes flitting between the giant Zhuang Zhuang and Yang. Silver hair and purple eyes. Could he possibly be a rare breed akin to giants? Or perhaps a wizard? Whoever drives away the dragon shall be crowned the king. Elected by the mountain clans, the king of the mountains. The king of the mountains. The king of the mountains. Witnessing the overwhelming consensus, even if Xiaga remained defiant, he had no choice but to yield to the authority of the strong. Since there were no objections from the crowd, Chica shall take the lead in this dragon hunt. With a grand gesture, Chica produced his meticulously crafted map. This map, earned by the lives of countless tribesmen, revealed the lair of the cunning dragon. Starting tomorrow, let everyone prepare to slay this hideous mud dragon. Haha. Xiaga, standing nearby, chuckled foolishly, poking Egon's arm repeatedly. Warning, be careful not to speak carelessly outside. There are 2 wild dragons in this valley. A strange smile crept across Xiaga and Gongsua's faces as they exchanged glances. Chapter 24, Born of Fire Kisses Brother. Would you like to try Tiger Whip? Xiaga presented his prized possession, a skewer of meat charred to a dark hue, making it nearly unrecognizable. No, big brother, you enjoy it yourself. Egon, looking at the unappetizing blackened morsel, felt no appetite. The customs of the Stone Pigeon tribe roasting their own, and the Black Ear tribe feasting on human ears, indeed seemed bizarre and savage. Noticing Egon's disdainful expression, the red-haired Ye Rouge stepped forward, offering a piece of roasted lamb chop with a warm smile. Pay them no mind, they believe in barbaric gods, and that consuming certain parts of a creature grants divine blessings. Hence, they often cut off portions of their prey to eat before battle. But if we slay a dragon, wouldn't we have to stuff our mouths full? Imagining the dragon's massive form, Egon found it hard to fathom such an embarrassing situation. Everyone claims I am but a woman, unfit for the task of dragon hunting. Tomorrow, I shall show this band of self-proclaimed strong men who the true dragon slayer is. Ye Rouge, wiping the glimmering arrows with her sleeve, spoke with a serious countenance. Indeed, as the saying goes, a woman's prowess is not to be underestimated. I have faith in you. Egon gave Ye Rouge a thumbs up, determined to praise the bold woman before him. After all, no woman can resist the flattery of a man. Do you wish to bed me? Ye Rouge raised her head, revealing her sun-kissed skin. She deliberately accentuated her bosom, unabashedly showcasing her assets before Egon. Caught off guard, Egon spat out his drink, choking as he coughed uncontrollably. Are you wild folk so direct? He asked, astonished at the audacious Ye Rouge before him. What wild folk? One lives within a castle, while the other dwells in the wilderness. Compared to your hypocrisy, wild folk dare to love and hate openly. Leaning seductively against a great tree, Ye Rouge coyly inquired, let me ask you again, do you wish to bed me? Dream on. Egon rolled his eyes at her, resolutely declining. Although a man possesses inherent qualities, the tainted environment and unkempt physique evidently fail to pique Egon's interest. Haha. So it turns out you are but a novice, dragon warrior. Ye Rouge Guti teased as he leered at Egon's groin. causing Aegon's face to flush deep crimson. Aegon, who had been a seasoned patron of brothels since childhood and had even violated the personal maid of the Red Fortress, would never allow himself to be demeaned as a novice. He abruptly pulled Yirue Guti into his embrace, holding tightly onto the wild woman before him. "Oh, my warrior, do you intend to drive me away as one might a giant dragon?" Rather than resist, Yirue Guti draped her arms over Aegon's neck, playfully taunting him. "I am a seasoned conqueror of the brothels of King's Landing, not someone like you, my dear, could ever withstand." Aegon regarded the red-haired woman before him, resolutely deciding to showcase his own prowess to enlighten this untamed savage. "How much experience can you claim?" Aegon boldly inquired. What a splendid question. The first was the miller's son, the second a burly savage, and next there was a giant. So remarkably endowed, Yirue Guti began to count off on her fingers. "Oh no, enough of that." Aegon quickly interrupted her earnest recounting of romantic exploits, feeling any desire dissipate. "What troubles you, my fine man?" Yirue Guti observed the transformation of the once confident Aegon into a dejected figure, unable to suppress her laughter. "What is your name, little boy?" She playfully poked at Aegon's nose, grinning. "Aegon. Oh, great prince, spare this poor woman." Yirue Guti clasped her arms across her chest, dramatically pouting in Aegon's embrace, pleading for mercy. "Ha ha, I shall make you my 100th queen." Aegon feigned a fierce expression, pretending to intimidate her. "Aegon, regardless of what you are called, from this day forth, our fates are intertwined. I am Yirue Guti, or you may call me Firekiss." Leaning against Aegon, she spoke solemnly. "Tomorrow, heed not their words, do not believe them. The dragon may be the final battle for our tribe. This is not your war. Flee under the cover of night." "No, I will not abandon you." Aegon resolutely grasped Yirue Guti's small hand, firmly rejecting her plea. "Fool, you understand nothing." Yirue Guti, somewhat vexed, lifted her gaze and fervently kissed this man who might be her last. "Ah!" A cry of anguish erupted as Aegon forcefully pushed away the frenzied wild woman, covering his bleeding lips, gazing in astonishment at the deranged figure before him. "Remember, do not forget me." Yirue Guti donned her clothing, instantly transforming from a delicate woman into a cold-blooded huntress. "Firekiss, tomorrow, I can protect you." Aegon, disregarding his appearance, stood up and vowed. "You know nothing." Firekiss coldly dismissed him, refusing to acknowledge his promise. "The son of the last miller was slain by the guards while attempting to protect me. I slit the throats of all the valley guards involved in this matter. The next was a towering savage, who lost his life to a ferocious tiger while defending me. I skinned the beast. As for the giant, he perished in a dispute among his kind. I no longer wish to be shielded. I can be a hunter myself." Aegon, shaking his fire-kissed arms, implored, "Yergot, believe me. Once, there was an elephant raised among a herd of cattle, convinced it was one of them. Day after day, it resided with the herd, safeguarding them from predators. Over time, the cattle took pride in their long-nosed companion. The calves pleaded with their mothers. I too wish to have a long nose to protect everyone." The mother cow, gazing at her offspring's long nose, smiled in silence, for she had grown magnificent. "To hell with it. Who are you cursing?" Yergot, consumed by anger, hurled her garments aside. With a chuckle, observing the enraged wild woman, Aegon solemnly remarked, "No warrior has the right to make choices for others. Do not trust the wild folk nearby. No leader cares for your life or death." Yergot nestled in Aegon's embrace, gazing affectionately at her new love, and reminded him, "In this world, it is only you and me. Promise me, you will never betray the wild ones. Otherwise, I shall pierce your heart with an arrow. If I betray you, let me grow a long nose, just like a giant, making you extraordinarily magnificent." Aegon, Yergot glared at the man who mocked her, throwing a stone nearby. "Promise me, do not die tomorrow." Chapter 25, The Giant Versus. The dragon rustling sounds. From the thick woods, an elderly man with a forked beard emerged slowly from the shadows of the bushes. He surveyed the charred remains of a goat and the carbonized grassland before him, raising his hand to whistle softly. Chirp, chirp, chirp. This is it. Zix's eye sparkled as he finally confirmed the dragon's precise location. Proceed as planned. At his command, the wild men seized their weapons, stealthily approaching the dragon's lair like astute hunters. Aegon, keep your distance. Do not approach. Yergot anxiously observed the seemingly noble young man, who, with bow and arrow on his back, sought the optimal vantage point for shooting. Unlike the wild men's reckless dragon-slaying scheme, Aegon harbored no concerns for the safety of the sheep thief. After all, in the original tale, even the wounded sun-dragon, unable to fly, managed to break through the siege of heavily armored soldiers and crossbows. Let alone this robust creature, now comparable in age to a fully grown wild dragon. Use the goats to lure it. Zik gestured. A massive black goat was tied to a platform, its limbs already severed by the wild men. The scent of blood wafting from afar. Bah, bah. The wild men began to imitate the bleating of the black goats, hiding in the thicket and calling out loudly. A low, resonant roar echoed from the depths of the cavern, as the disturbed sheep thief expressed his dissatisfaction after being roused from slumber. Scarlet pupils opened in the darkness, lingering and unextinguished. What is happening? Zik's expression darkened. If the dragon did not take the bait, all preparations for dragon slaying would be rendered futile, and the Black-Ear tribe would find themselves in an exceedingly embarrassing predicament, the subject of ridicule from other tribes. Yet, who would dare to confront the dragon's fiery breath within the depths of the ominous cave? Use smoke. Zik boldly led the wild men of the Black-Ear tribe stealthily toward the cavern, attempting to ignite the hay. Burn the dragon? Aegon chuckled at the sight of such folly. A rumble resounded. The cavern filled with agitated breaths. The sound of countless stones falling echoed in the depths. The sheep thief had undoubtedly sensed something amiss, his hurried footsteps betraying his awakening. Clack, clack. Zik anxiously struck the flint. But the harsh winter cold prevented the hay from igniting. Damn it, of all times for a setback. Zik cursed in dissatisfaction. It's lit. As sparks flared from his hands, Zik let out a triumphant shout. Boom. Before Zik could act, the massive stone wall collapsed, and the sheep thief burst forth, soaring into the air. The enormous rocks cascaded down, crushing many of the wild men, either trampling them or burying them deep beneath the rubble. Damn it! Ganzer glowered at the soaring sheep thief. The dragon's sudden breach of the cave was beyond his expectations, overshadowing his usual hunting expertise. As he watched the wall crumble, Shaga regained his composure. My heavens! There are no natural caverns. This is clearly a hole carved by the dragon itself. Here it comes. With the hunter's warning, the sheep thief dove down. Boom. A dark, gray dragon flame erupted from the dragon's maw, instantly igniting the black goats in the forest. Prepare. Shaga's face brightened. As long as the sheep thief targeted the black goats, he would not escape the grasp of Shaga the Great. Whoosh. The sheep thief charged toward the blazing black goat, the immense wind pressure causing towering trees to bow in submission. In an instant, branches flew and leaves danced wildly. Throw. Ganza shouted. The fierce tribesmen surged forth from the shadows of the forest, wielding long hooks with thick ropes swinging from their ends. Boom. The sheep thief paid no heed to the tiny figures before him, charging straight toward the roasted goat on the pedestal, eager to indulge in a feast. Under the mighty pull of the dragon, the grand tree swayed violently, as if the very soil within a radius of hundreds of meters were about to be uprooted. A blood-curdling scream erupted from the sheep thief, who tumbled into the thicket amidst the relentless tugging of countless iron chains. Ants can slay an elephant. Warriors, charge forth. Summer, leading the charge, brandished a small axe and dashed towards the thief's legs. Thud. The massive axe struck the thief's ankle, sending forth a shower of sparks. Summer felt a jolt in his hands, nearly losing grip on the axe. The scales on the dragon's ankle were not as resilient as the bark of an ancient tree, yet his axe still failed to make a dent. Is this what a dragon truly is? Summer pondered, awestruck. The pain of the fall had thoroughly enraged the colossal beast before him. The thief thrashed wildly to regain his footing, unleashing torrents of dragon fire from his maw. Within 100 meters, the air was thick with swirling smoke and rising dust. In the eyes of the dragon, the towering trees that dwarfed humans appeared no larger than mere shrubs. Crack, crack, countless ropes snapped, uprooting tree after tree. Zhuang zhuang. Gonsuwa shouted anxiously. I am here. The towering Zhuang zhuang, clad in elephant hide and adorned with a tiger leopard patterned belt, hefted a massive spear that gleamed with a chilling light, stretching over 10 meters in length. Let us take him down, Summer exclaimed in excitement. Compared to the hulking wild man crushed by the thief, Summer, who had narrowly escaped, felt his courage shattered beneath the dragon's foot. For a fleeting moment, the shadow of death loomed over him, suffocating his breath. 3, 2, 1. With a powerful sprint, Zhuang Zhuang thrust the enormous spear directly into the dragon's rear. A deafening roar escaped the thief, and it was evident that the mature dragon trembled, its eyes revealing a mix of excruciating discomfort. The dragon turned, furiously exhaling a jet of dark flame that reduced the surrounding trees to ash. Ah, save me. Zhuang Zhuang, abandoning the task of slaying the dragon, desperately attempted to shed his burning beast hide and turned to flee. Thud. He collided with an object that felt as unyielding and searing as iron. Zhuang Zhuang lifted his head, astonished to behold the colossal creature looming above him. The immense dark eyes of the dragon gazed down upon the 5-meter-tall wild man, as if observing a mere mouse. Is this the perspective of a predator surveying its prey? Zhuang broke into a cold sweat, filled with regret. He recalled how, during hunts, the animals he captured often regarded him with such fearful eyes. The tides of fortune have turned. Once a hunter, he had now become the hunted. With merciless ferocity, the thief savagely bit down on Zhuang's head, flinging it away. Thud! A colossal headless corpse collapsed, stirring up clouds of dust. Archers, aim for the eyes. Shaga commanded loudly from the side. Boom! The giant's massive head crashed before him, the splattered blood evoking memories of his recently crushed comrades. In a moment of clarity, he turned and fled, abandoning the others. To hell with dragon slaying. Chapter 26. The Wild Man King Roar. The dragon, a thieving beast, spewed flames throughout the valley, enveloping the landscape in a terrifying haze reminiscent of hell itself. This was no mere dragon slaying. This was the embodiment of death. Gonsul watched as the gray dragon roamed the vicinity, mercilessly dispatching the wild men as if they were mere insects. I'm a wild man, not some damned bug. Gonsul lamented with frustration. Rumbling. Another line of ropes binding towering trees was violently dragged by the dragon, flattening the ancient giants as effortlessly as plowing a field. Dust billowed, branches toppled, and the thief, resembling a gray specter, left nothing but ashes in its wake. Boom. Before Gansel's eyes, the dragon crushed a wild man beneath its foot, leaving only a deep footprint and visible remnants of clothing. The blood and flesh of the wild man were irrevocably mingled with the earth. Gonsul felt a dryness in his throat. His legs weighed down as if filled with lead, rendering him immobile. At that moment, he finally comprehended the immense courage required of Aegon, the dragon slayer. As the dragon approached with its demonic gaze, Gonsul summoned his courage. Come on, give me a swift end. Whoosh. An arrow whizzed through the air, striking the dragon's eye. Launched by the red-haired wild man, Yerrygoat, concealed in the shadows. The sudden stimulus drew the dragon's attention entirely, allowing Gonsul to narrowly escape once more. Damn. The feeling of being overlooked by a dragon is dreadful. Gonsul was drenched in cold sweat, as if he had narrowly evaded a catastrophe. Though he had survived by mere fortune, he felt an overwhelming sense of despondency. As one who prided himself as one of the mightiest hunters of the forest, he was but an inconsequential prey in the eyes of other creatures, easily expendable. Yerrygoat, run. Shaga called out from across the thicket. Your strength is insufficient. Even if you hit the dragon's eye, it will not inflict harm. Seeing the dragon rush towards Yerrygoat, Shaga reluctantly threw his cherished small axe, exclaiming, Damn dragon. Take this axe from Shaga. With Yerrygoat's sneak attack drawing the dragon's focus, the thief was now vigilant against any weapons from the diminutive figure before it. As the small axe soared through the air, a dark gray flame erupted, accompanied by a powerful gust. The steel axe melted instantly, leaving behind a charred wooden handle that clattered upon the scorched earth. The sheep thief turned sharply, charging towards Shaga. Oh damn it, did someone shoot you? Shaga gasped, momentarily disregarding the pain of his small axe, and fled. His robust frame did not hinder his escape, moving with an agility reminiscent of a nimble, hefty figure weaving through the fallen trees. Aegon, why are you standing there in a daze? Run. Shaga shouted urgently at the motionless Aegon before him. Suddenly, with the sound of cracking branches, a magnificent golden dragon emerged from the shadows of the foliage, watching the desperate wild man with a wary gaze. Oh my mother will no longer need to prepare breakfast for me. Shaga halted, his face ashen. With the golden dragon ahead and the sheep thief behind, his chances of escape vanished entirely. Dragon flame, Aegon shouted, his voice powerful and unwavering. The golden dragon unleashed a fiery torrent that soared into the sky, colliding with the oncoming gray flames. Boom. Waves of heat surged towards Shaga, forcing him to prostrate himself on the scorched earth in sheer disbelief. What am I witnessing? He thought, astonished that such a diminutive figure could command a dragon as if it were a deity. The sheep thief hesitated, intimidated. The golden dragon's presence overshadowed everything else. The dragon roared defiantly, refusing to back down. As a wild dragon from Dragonstone Island, Aegon had encountered dragons of all sizes. After a prolonged standoff, the sheep thief finally succumbed to fear, spreading its wings and taking flight without looking back. The thief remains as cowardly as ever, Aegon remarked, observing the retreating gray dragon. Gurgling with excitement, the golden dragon affectionately nudged Aegon's chest with its massive head, the gentle impact nearly toppling him. Aha! Aegon exclaimed, extending his arms to embrace the golden dragon, joy illuminating his face. Regardless of the circumstances, the dragon would always be his steadfast companion. As the gray menace departed, the golden dragon, bathed in the morning light, perched gracefully on the mountainside, resembling a radiant sun. Is this a miracle? Shaga, having narrowly escaped death, stood in disbelief at the astonishing scene before him. The fortunate wild men slowly emerged from the forest's recesses and the muddy wetlands, cautiously gazing at the divine spectacle. Amidst the crowd, someone shouted, "Dragon King! Savior! King of the Wild!" Instantly, a fervent cheer erupted from the throng. Conquering a dragon proved far more exhilarating than slaying or repelling one. From this day forward, the wild tribe would no longer fear the incursions of dragons. "For we have the valiant wild man king, Aegon. Aegon! Aegon!" The wild men brandished their weapons, raising them high in the air as a tribute to their new king. "Oh, my beloved, the new wild man king, the formidable tamer of dragons." Yi Rue Gute provocatively teased Aegon, his index finger tracing the tip of Aegon's nose. Jesting playfully, "Yi Rue Gute, return with me to King's Landing." Aegon solemnly addressed the wild girl before him. "Me?" Yi Rue Gute's expression momentarily dulled, as if haunted by sorrowful memories. "The lords in the castle will never accept a woman from the wilderness. My first husband, the miller's son, was slain by soldiers brought by the miller himself." Yi Rue Gute turned away, her snow-white arms tightly enveloping Aegon's neck as she implored, "Aegon, I beg you, stay with the wild man tribe. Here, you are the shared king of the wild men, an unquestionable authority." Yi Rue Gute. "The wild man tribe cannot sustain a fully grown dragon," Aegon coldly rejected. "Trust me, I am not the miller. Any dissenting voices will be consumed by dragon fire. Not only can I be the wild man king, but why should I not also aspire to be the king of men?" Observing Yi Rue Gute's face, which was gradually losing patience, Aegon pleaded, "I am yours, and you are mine. Trust me." Chapter 27, Lady Aeleen in the Valley Eagle Nest Castle. Beneath the vast azure sky, a dragon. Suddenly, a panicked shout triggered the nerves of all the guards, sending them scattering in fear. Ding ding ding. The heavy tolling of the bell resounded throughout the valley. People looked up, gazing at the colossal creature descending from the distance. Lady Aeleen leaned out of the window, observing the two unfamiliar figures atop the golden dragon, remaining utterly composed. What is there to fret? This golden dragon should be Prince Aegon's steed. Lady Aeleen stated calmly from her window. The Eagle Nest Castle, fortified by the valley's natural defenses, is a bastion that no one can breach except for the dragons of House Targaryen. Unless it is a mindless wild dragon, no member of House Targaryen would be foolish enough to set fire to their own vassal's territory, Eagle Nest Castle. Even the headstrong Prince Daemon would not dare. When Rhaenyra Royce fell from her horse and met her untimely demise, Prince Daemon shamelessly sought the inheritance of Stone of Sigils in the valley, but was met with Lady Aeleen's unwavering refusal. "What are you dawdling for? Go down and greet them." Lady Aeleen coldly commanded the guard who had announced their arrival. Compared to the warriors of the valley from a century ago, the dragons of today barely managed to enter the realm, and the guards scattered in disarray. The fear of dragons is deeply etched into the bones of every soldier in Westeros. The indomitable myth of dragons has been deliberately and inadvertently spread by House Targaryen to every corner of the continent. In the realm of the Seven Kingdoms, particularly in Dorne, the fear of dragons has dissipated since the fall of Meereen. Lady Aeleen sighed, for the male branches of the Vale persistently challenged her authority, seeking to usurp her position as the guardian of the Vale. Despite Lady Jane Eileen's repeated successes in quelling the rebellions of her male relatives, including imprisoning her cousin Arnold Aeleen, the entrenched desire of the Westerosi nobility for male primogeniture remained unyielding. Who dares claim that women are inferior to men? Observing the terrified soldiers of Eagle's Nest before her, Jane Eileen's resolve only strengthened. This position of guardian of the Vale rightfully belongs to her. Dressed in a flowing gown adorned with blue peonies, the hem of her dress extending nearly 2 meters, necessitating the assistance of her handmaiden to carry it, Jane Aeleen presented an image of elegance. How cunning. Even the wild man Jaeger felt a twinge of temptation at the sight of her bare, pale shoulders and her splendid attire. Women of the castle possess a distinct allure, far surpassing that of the untamed wilderness. Jaeger, unable to restrain his thoughts, inadvertently voiced his comments as he tugged at Aegon's arm. While Jane Aeleen chose not to respond to the wild woman's whispers, her focus lay on Aegon's demeanor. Rumors painted Prince Aegon as a debauched glutton and a drunkard, yet he exhibited no discourteous behavior towards the elegantly adorned Lady Aeleen. "My dragon is hungry," Aegon remarked, disregarding Jaeger's banter as he seated himself at the dining table. During their days in the wilderness, Aegon had scarcely enjoyed a proper meal. The guards had dispatched individuals to search for cattle and sheep nearby, but it was unlikely to suffice for the dragon's appetite. Lady Aeleen sat gracefully upon the sofa, her gaze frequently drifting toward the wild woman beside Aegon. I noticed several pig pens on my way here. Although the pork may be a tad fatty, it would suffice." Aegon began to indulge himself without concern for the meal's quality. It was imperative to refine his diet. Watching Aegon devour his food with gusto, The famished Jaeger couldn't help but begin his own feast of red wine and steak. Clang! The cutlery was cast aside by Jaeger, who, with a single hand, lifted the steak to his mouth, gnawing at it ravenously. The two before her, clad in tattered attire, bore no resemblance to nobility, resembling mere savages from the wild, casting doubt upon Jaeger's princely identity. However, the dragon in the hall and Aegon's silver hair and striking blue eyes served as undeniable evidence of his royal lineage. King Viserys harbored grave concerns for your safety, dear prince. During your absence, the kingdom nearly found itself at war with Braavos. Jane Eyre gazed at the young man before her, who was merely a few years her junior, and spoke with an air of calm detachment, as if the turmoil engulfing Westeros had no bearing on her. V's Duthrak? Certainly not. Aegon vehemently shook his head in refusal. After all, how could a feeble king possibly wage war on behalf of himself in the Sea King of Braavos? This was indeed true. Even Prince Daemon, exiled to Pentos, had been urgently summoned back to King's Landing. Jane Eyre remarked with an expressionless demeanor. In light of such pressing national matters, Aegon seemed to care more about the red wine and steak before him. Suddenly, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Aegon's forehead as he raised his head with a pallid complexion. Ever since the pact had been forged between the King of Westeros and the Sea King of Braavos over the 3 lost dragon eggs, a faade of peace had been maintained for decades, allowing the Faceless Men and Dragon Lords to coexist without conflict. Now, with the Faceless Men attacking Aegon, and even slaying the Sea Snake's brother, Vaemond, the trajectory of history had been irrevocably disrupted by Aegon. Otto Hightower, representing the centrists, naturally aligned himself with Aegon, hoping to bolster Aegon's reputation through warfare. Before King Viserys, who sought to maintain stability on the continent, stood a multitude of warmongers. This was disastrous. A monumental blunder had been committed. Aegon set down his knife and fork, casting a glance at the mocking sentinel of the Vale, remaining silent. So be it. Let the battle commence. If the sky falls, let someone tall bear the burden. Aegon resumed his indulgence in the delightful feast before him. The present-day Westeros was far removed from the era of King Jaehaerys. There were dozens of dragons on Dragonstone, and the number of dragon riders was beyond counting. Assassination? Ultimately, it was a method unworthy of the stage. In bygone days, the royal family had dwindled. Even the loss of a single life could spell the end of the Targaryen bloodline. Yet now, Aegon was acutely aware that the Targaryen family possessed the strength to wage a civil war that could overturn the entire continent of Westeros. As Aegon once more grasped his knife and fork after a moment of contemplation, the self-proclaimed clever Lady Eyre found herself momentarily at a loss. Was Prince Aegon truly foolish, or merely feigning ignorance? Observing Aegon, who revealed no information whatsoever, heightened Lady Eyre's insatiable curiosity. I pursued a wild dragon to the Vale. Have the cavalry seek its whereabouts? Aegon finally recalled the matter of importance. His journey to the Vale was intended to trace the footsteps of the sheep thief. Compared to the troublemaking prince, recovering a wild dragon would undoubtedly be a remarkable achievement for the family. After all, each wild dragon represented immense wealth for House Targaryen. Chapter 28. Aegon's dragon fishing as the king's firstborn. Shouldn't you be concerned about your kingdom? Jane Eyre finally lost all patience, rising from the sofa while dragging her long gown behind her. In contrast to the boisterous Prince Aegon, the notion of a coarse wild woman feasting in the grand hall of her eyrie was utterly intolerable to her. Oh, my prince, jealousy has consumed her. How bitter it is. Yuri Goth observed the furious noblewoman before him, her anger no longer concealed, and felt a sense of amusement. How delightful it was to witness a woman who feigned restraint and claimed nobility succumb to such rage. You, Lady Jenny Arryn seethed, yet Aegon, being a prince of Westeros, was not someone one could afford to offend lightly. Once your dragon has finished its meal, you should take your leave. Lady Arryn regarded the absurd scene unfolding before her, feeling a heaviness in her heart. It was no wonder the king bequeathed the Iron Throne to his eldest daughter rather than to his raucous son, who cavorted with wildlings and indulged in gluttony. With a laugh, Yuri Goth appeared triumphant, as if he had vanquished a formidable foe, watching the stunning Lady Arryn depart. Come and catch me, great king. Yuri Goth nestled in a corner, placing his bare foot against Aegon's chin, his little fingers beckoning playfully. Humph. At the corner, Jenny Arryn, incensed, overturned the tablecloth, sending the meticulously arranged vase crashing to the ground. What a farce. Grr. The exotic guinea pig, with its rotund body and rosy skin, sniffed the air, voicing its displeasure with a disgruntled squeal. It gazed up at Aegon as if to say, no more pigs. I crave the richness of beef and lamb. Eat quickly. Aegon, growing impatient, closed his rocky window. Boom. The dragon's flames surged forth, causing the guinea pig to squeal in fright and scatter. However, in the next moment, a massive, fearsome dragon maw descended, swallowing the plump creature whole. "Are you not afraid of Lady Aegon?" Yuri Goth inquired, curious about the princess' demeanor, somewhat taken aback. Unlike the pervasive fear of dragons that enveloped Westeros, the mountain wildlings in the Vale remained oblivious to the royal terror. They only knew that the Eyrie was immensely powerful, an impregnable stronghold for millennia. Yet, at this moment, the master of the Eyrie showed utmost deference to Aegon. The Targaryens were the family capable of nurturing an egg as large as a head into a dragon larger than the head itself. Aegon smiled, remaining silent. "Oh, mighty Dragon King, how I tremble in fear," Yuri Goth exclaimed, collapsing into Aegon's embrace with mock terror. In the shadows, witnessing Aegon's ludicrous antics, Ginny Arryn, clutching a letter from House Rosslyn, unhesitatingly cast it into the flames, watching it burn. Aegon cannot ascend as King of Westeros. Lady Arryn contemplated deeply, then solemnly instructed the Scholar of the Vale, "Return the gifts from House Hightower unopened." Calling in unison, a multitude of night crows took flight, and at last, Aegon received the intelligence regarding the sheep thief from the Scholar of the Vale. "Your Highness, the king has confirmed your safety and urges you to return to King's Landing at once." The messenger intercepted Aegon, who was about to depart, nervously glancing at the wild woman behind him. Although the royal decree was of utmost importance, Aegon was notoriously stubborn. Disputes between father and son might be easily resolved, but the dragon outside the square was indisputable. The messenger trembled, scarcely daring to breathe, terrified that Aegon would incinerate him with a single breath of dragon fire. "Understood." Aegon replied curtly, mounting his dragon, Sunfire, alongside the wild woman, Yi Rue Gute, and soaring away. Lady Ginny Eileen, watching such a colossal creature take flight, felt a twinge of melancholy. A wild woman had dared to ascend the noble dragon's back. Upon Aegon's return, a tempest of chaos was surely imminent. Lady Ginny sighed, silently mourning for the king. In comparison to marrying a wild woman, the choice of the courtesan, White Maggot Xiao Mei, by Prince Daimang seemed far more endearing. Indeed, one's absurdity is best judged through comparison. What has Prince Aegon been doing these days at Eagle's Nest? Lady Eileen turned to her maid. He often sleeps until late morning, then spends time learning to roast lamb with the cook. He insists on purchasing cumin from Spice Town, utterly devoid of princely demeanor. The maid cautiously observed Lady Eileen's expression. Even in the valley, following the prince is hardly commendable. "Let him be," Lady Ginny Eileen replied, shedding her cumbersome gown and collapsing onto the grand bed. As a woman, who wouldn't he desire a pillar of support? Yet, faced with men who covet her inheritance of the valley, Lady Ginny felt no inclination whatsoever. One can only imagine that Princess Rhaenyra's search for a suitor was similarly fraught. Lady Eileen sighed, watching the absurd Aegon boldly strive for his own happiness, a flicker of genuine envy igniting within her. Initially, she had intended to assess whether Prince Aegon might be a suitable husband, for surely a Targaryen prince would not covet her valley? Yet, now it seemed as elusive as a moonlit reflection on water. "My lady, Prince Aegon has taken all the sheep he brought with him," the maid cautiously interjected. "Can so many pigs not satiate that wild dragon?" Lady Eileen's irritation flared, and she waved her hand dismissively for the maid to withdraw. "Just a few sheep. Let it be. Yi Rue Gute, step back." Aegon beckoned the red-haired woman, cracking his whip to steer the flock toward the sheep thief's direction. He carried cumin on his back, casually securing a bundle of firewood at his waist. Crackle! Countless bonfires flickered before Aegon, and upon observing the steaming dragon droppings, he knew the sheep thief was nearby. "The great king has summoned me to patrol the mountains. I shall walk round and round." Aegon hummed a merry tune, skinning the sheep, succulent cuts of meat placed atop the bonfire. Add a touch of cumin, a hint of spice, and do not skimp on the salt. The overwhelming aroma of mutton instantly filled the entire forest, while the flickering bonfire was clearly visible beyond the trees. Yet, beneath the cloak of darkness, there was not a whisper from the sheep thief. Whoosh! The sound of large animals' footsteps echoed sporadically across the shadowy grassland. "They have arrived," thought Aegon, his heart racing with exhilaration after a day of roasting lamb. He finally glimpsed the dawn of victory. Howl! Before the bright bonfire, a brown figure emitted a frenzied cry. "Damn it, put down my meat." Aegon's face twisted with rage as he seized his sword and charged forward. A huge bear snatched up Aegon's specially prepared lamb skewers and, dragging a stick, bolted away. Chapter 29. The elf's shoulder cursed be it. Aegon seethed with fury, gazing at the desolate ice field and the boundless plains before him. He realized he was utterly lost. In comparison to his anger towards the dragon, Aegon was far more concerned about his own safety. He was not a wild man raised in the wilderness. A mere snowstorm could extinguish the flame of his life. Where am I? Aegon stared in astonishment at the frost-laden valley and its surrounding woods. A flicker of trepidation crossing his face. This valley, adjacent to the northern borders, the realm of kings, and the riverlands, boasts a unique strait, making it a coveted battleground. Yet, at this moment, after a night of pursuit, Aegon himself had no idea which direction he had strayed into. Whoosh! A sudden, hurried footfall startled Aegon, prompting him to draw his Valyrian dagger, bracing himself for the unknown. Bang! A rabbit leaped past him, causing Aegon to flinch. In the wilderness, even an inconspicuous viper could spell death for a fully armed warrior. The wilds are a realm where death lurks unseen. Howl! Under the silvery moonlight, the haunting cries of wolves lingered in the air, leaving an indelible mark on Aegon's memory. He curled up in a damp tree hollow, the biting wind chilling him to the bone. Achoo! Aegon sneezed, the icicles dangling from his nostrils showing no signs of falling. He yanked them down, wincing in pain. Damn it, in such frigid weather, relieving oneself could very well cost him his manhood. Aegon grumbled in frustration. The thought of watching wild men on Blue Star's television stream urinate ice pillars made him chuckle. However, now that he found himself in this icy wilderness, there was nothing amusing about it. Feeling the tremors of the earth in the distance, Aegon hurriedly crawled out of his hollow, hoping to find signs of civilization. Is that a warrior riding a wolf? Aegon lay flat in the snow, his eyes wide with disbelief. In the continent of Westerlot, aside from the Targaryens who tamed dragons, only the Golden Company could command elephants in battle. It appears that only House Stark engages in battle upon wolves. No, it is not Stark. Aegon's expression shifted dramatically as he beheld the grotesque visage before him, finally recalling the tales recounted by Gauntser. I vanquished a half-orc mounted upon a direwolf and seized the shoulder piece. Curse be it, this is no human. Aegon hastily retreated, seeking refuge back in his cave. In the wilderness, relying on an uncivilized half-orc to be deterred by his princely status was akin to dreaming the impossible dream. A howl pierced the air as the dire wolf halted, keenly sniffing the scent upon the hillside, searching diligently. In this icy expanse, where could any creature possibly be? The lead half-orc grumbled in dissatisfaction. As the reconnaissance unit of half-orcs, they had emerged from the burrows carved by earthworms, tasked with surveying the surrounding terrain. However, the missing half-orcs had left no trace of their demise, save for the remnants of a direwolf. Another howl interrupted the complaints of the half-orc, as two of them, mounted upon their direwolves, hurried to the base of a great tree. Is that the elven armlet of a Lasson? One half-orc marveled at the exquisite shoulder piece, unguardedly stepping forward to retrieve it. Be cautious. A dark figure descended from above, and Aegon, harnessing gravity, executed a piercing strike upon the unsuspecting half-orc below. With a resounding clash, the Valyrian dagger, a treasure of House Targaryen, cleaved through the half-orc and his steed in an instant. What a lad! Exclaimed another half-orc, as he clamped his legs and charged forward atop his direwolf. Take this. Aegon hurled the Valyrian dagger through the air, embedding it directly into the wolf's eye. The creature collapsed, pinning the half-orc beneath its weight. Seizing the half-orc's warhammer, Aegon delivered a brutal blow to the skull of the other half-orc. In a moment, brain matter erupted, and blood splattered across the snow. He sat wearily upon the frozen ground, panting heavily. In Middle-earth, legends of the dragon Smaug linger, alongside tales of distant Aes-High. Aegon rubbed his forehead, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. Regardless of the impending flood, he must first secure his own modest domain. Aegon stripped the half-orc of his garments, donning them haphazardly. As he beheld the exquisite elven shoulder piece, he carefully adorned himself with it. Suddenly, a colossal figure descended. A gray dragon snatched the half-orc before him in its jaws, devouring both him and his direwolf in one swift motion, crunching audibly. Thieving beast! Aegon gazed at the magnificent creature before him, exhilaration coursing through his veins. To escape this place without the dragon's aid would be a fool's errand. The thieving dragon lowered its head, observing the small figure before it, exhaling hot breath with fervor. Sensing the presence of its kin, the sheep-stealer relaxed, tending to its own wounds. What a sight it was! Aegon observed the robust hook firmly ensnared in the scales of the sheep-stealer, its end entangled with numerous stubborn ropes. At this moment, the dragon had already exerted considerable effort just to take flight. The more it struggled, the tighter the hook became lodged, pulling along the stumps and branches it was tangled with. Even the mightiest beast has its vulnerabilities. Aegon, witnessing the once vigilant dragon now caught off guard, slowly approached the sheep-stealer. The sound of clashing steel echoed, reminiscent of a dragon adorned with bells. The slightest movement would produce a cacophony of metal. You must be starving. You silly creature, Aegon thought, observing the wild dragon that could frighten away its prey with just a twitch. yet found itself unable to hunt. Allow me to assist you. Aegon stepped forward, attempting to dislodge the hook stuck in the dragon's scales. A cough escaped the dragon, and with a sudden force, it expelled a large piece of mangled armor, remnants of a half-orc's corpse. Lower your head. Aegon gestured emphatically at the colossal creature before him, the famished sheep stealer. Looking at the kindly little man, instinctively lay down, as if understanding his intentions. 1-2, 1-2. Aegon balanced himself on the protruding curled scales of the sheep stealer, his body nearly suspended by the ropes. With a sudden yank, he pulled the sharp hook free, blood gushing forth onto the snow, rising in thick plumes of dark smoke. The surrounding snow began to melt, revealing bare earth beneath. Dragon blood, the most effective and precious alchemical material in the realm of Westeros, was a rarity. Even for the Targaryens, the sole dragon lord family in existence. For dragon riders, their dragons are companions, deserving of utmost protection. Yet, for a dragon without a master, is drawing its blood not akin to inviting trouble? This blood cannot be wasted. Aegon hastily rose, seizing his empty flask and positioning the opening against the gaping wound. The sheep stealer, in pain, turned to regard the audacious little man, shaking him off its shoulder. It turned its body, aiming another hook at Aegon, nodding in agreement. As if to say, help me out. How rude. Aegon chided, casting a discontented glance at the wild dragon, climbing once more onto the sheep stealer's back. Move your backside. Aegon exclaimed, wrinkling his nose at the imposing creature. The thick wooden handle protruding from the sheep stealer's rear was clearly a weapon used by giants to ambush dragons. I can't do it, don't ask me. Once a proctologist in his former life, he found himself back in his old trade upon his arrival in Westeros. No. Aegon disdainfully shook his head, covering his mouth and nose with his garment. Ah. The sheep thief raised his hindquarters high, earnestly gazing at the diminutive figure before him. The adult dragon, possessing an intellect comparable to that of a human, regarded the human with a sense of superiority. Humans, in comparison to dragons, seemed insignificant. Akin to the way humans perceive ants, nearly indistinguishable, aside from the mental connection forged through blood magic. It was nearly impossible for the dragon to discern which individual was its master. With a soft nudge of his gray head against Aegon's neck, the sheep thief's tearful eyes exuded a poignant appeal for sympathy. Then you must carry me away from this wretched place, Aegon proposed, looking up at the colossal creature. Once a dragon willingly allowed a rider, a magical bond was nearly established. The sheep thief let out an indignant roar, having caught a whiff of another dragon's scent on Aegon. Despite the Targaryen bloodline compelling the sheep thief to consider Aegon a companion, the age-old tradition of one rider per dragon had never wavered. Each dragon was a steadfast partner to its knight, loyal until death. Then there's no choice. Aegon waved his hand dismissively, appearing as helpless as a man attempting to placate a child. With a frustrated shake of its head, the sheep thief expressed its discontent, its demeanor reflecting a deep unease. A man who serves two dragons is utterly shameless. It scoffed at Aegon, regarding him as one would a fickle-hearted youth. All right, enough. Faced with the futility of his attempts to entice the dragon, Aegon sought a compromise. I shall offer you the most delectable, plump sheep. How about we fight together? You and I? He proposed anew to the towering beast. The sheep thief remained unyielding, resembling a cunning temptress, its expression seemingly conveying, first, heal my affliction. Whether I regard you favorably shall be determined later. Humph. Even dragons could exhibit cunning. There was no friendship between man and dragon. Aegon, observing the obstinate sheep thief, felt his interest wane completely. Do as you wish. I have a dragon of my own, Aegon declared, turning to leave, disregarding the sheep thief's pleas. Today, someone dares to ambush you. Tomorrow, someone may hunt you, he half threatened, half intimidated, eyeing the sheep thief trailing behind him. The sheep thief, seething with anger, felt a tightening in its rear, the pain intensifying. While dragons were often exceedingly timid, without a rider, they would flee at the slightest provocation, utterly devoid of the fearsome reputation associated with dragons. A dragon without a rider was merely a beast, yet one with a rider could become a devastating weapon capable of annihilating cities and nations. As a notorious coward among wild dragons, the sheep thief, who only dared to steal sheep, was undoubtedly the most fearful creature when it came to warfare. With great caution, the sheep thief gently nudged Aegon with its snout, yet despite its careful approach, Aegon was still knocked to the ground. As Aegon gazed upon the sheep thief who had finally relented, a smile seemed to stretch from his lips to his cheeks. At last, the trap was set. Aegon embraced the colossal figure before him, exerting all his strength to establish a mental connection with the thief. Success. In that fleeting moment, the thoughts of Aegon and the sheep thief became strikingly clear, transforming them into confidants who shared everything. Sheep thief, rise, Aegon declared with authority, clapping his hands together. As the first in thousands of years from Valyria to master 2 dragons, Aegon was incomparable to the later dragon mother, Daenerys. After all, the mastery of 2 dragons and the coordination of their combat are 2 vastly different concepts. Come forth, my secret weapon, Aegon bellowed, his arms bulging with veins as he gripped the sturdy lance, which creaked under his hold. The sheep thief squinted in fear, trembling as if utterly drained of strength. Observing the steadfast lance, Aegon's face turned a shade of crimson. The sheep thief glared furiously at the dragon knight before him, wishing to drown the small man in a tide of spit. Just imagine the consequences of leading someone to bed without payment. Although Aegon and the sheep thief had forged a pact, they were unable to remove the weapon from the thief's rear. Listen to me, brother dragon, Aegon panted, embarrassment evident in his voice. I lack strength. I shall find assistance. In the valley, within Eagle's Nest Castle. Clang, clang, clang. A dragon, indeed a dragon. As the soldiers rushed about, shouting in excitement, Jaime Arryn gazed in disbelief at the massive creature descending from the heavens. A gray dragon. How could this be? She muttered in astonishment, her eyes fixed on Aegon as he reappeared in the courtyard of Eagle's Nest Castle. It is Prince Aegon. The leading soldier, recognizing the familiar face, readily cleared a path for Aegon and his sheep thief. Aegon, the soldiers called out, their previous fear dissipating. Quick, bring me my most splendid gown, the most vibrant one. Jaime Arryn commanded in a flurry of urgency. My lady, did we not agree to refuse the gifts from House Hightower, even rejecting Sir Royce's request? The maid, standing by, was caught in a quandary, unsure of how to proceed. Although the rights to Stonebridge had been entrusted to Lady Arryn's distant nephew, ever since the news of Princess Rhaenyra's marriage to Prince Daemon surfaced, Stonebridge had evidently harbored immense discontent towards the current lord. Green or black. It was ultimately an unavoidable choice. What do you know? The return gifts to House Hightower must include a demand for more gold. Jaime Arryn hurried to don her most cherished attire, leaving the maid in the hall exchanging perplexed glances. No Targaryen, nor any from Valyria, had ever commanded 2 dragons. This was truly a groundbreaking moment in the annals of dragonkind. The fate of the throne remains uncertain. Prince Aegon, your arduous journey from afar is commendable. Lady Arryn graces the occasion in splendid attire, resembling a resplendent peony, exuding an air of opulence and grandeur. Her alabaster skin, complemented by a deep burgundy gown, makes her appear as a flower, ever ready to be plucked. Humph, what woman is not inferior to a man? They all bow before formidable men. The noble from Fusher City gazed disdainfully at the ostentatious Duke of the Valley before him, muttering in contempt. Mind your words. The Duke of Fusher interrupted his cousin, Euron Royce. Although Ray Royce and Lady Arryn had been childhood companions, the chasm between their worlds was insurmountable. While Ray excelled in horsemanship and archery, Lady Arryn was adept at governance. Each complemented the other, leading the inhabitants of the valley. However, fate took a cruel turn, as Prince Daemon's misdeeds plunged the valley into a chasm of division. Chapter 31. Who is the murderer? I shall never submit to that scoundrel, Daemon. Euron Royce exclaimed in fury. The grievances of the valley must surely be avenged by its warriors. The Earl of Fusher observed the tear-streaked elder before him, his youthful visage betraying a resolute determination. Though still young, he understood the essence of unity. With Lady Arryn on our side, we shall pledge our loyalty to her. If not, he glanced at the nobles of Fusher City, leaving his sentence hanging in the air. In that shared gaze, an unspoken understanding prevailed. Aegon. Jaime Arryn approached with warmth, yet before she could reach the prince, she was interrupted by his lament. Where is my dragon? Where has Sunfire gone? On his return, Aegon not only failed to locate his colossal dragon, but his companion, Yi Rouge, had also vanished without a trace. Cursed fate. Aegon banged his chest in frustration, realizing that this was the opportune moment to return to King's Landing. He could not afford any delays. Your Highness Aegon. The nobles from Fusher City surged past Lady Arryn, boldly entering the scene. Though displeased, Lady Arryn chose not to voice her discontent. It was evident to all that the Targaryen lineage held unparalleled status. What of Daemon, who had slain a mere duke? It would soon be dismissed. Just in time, Aegon's heart soared at the sight of the burly man before him. Ready, set. Aegon bellowed, blowing the whistle. The nobles of Fusher City and the soldiers of Eagle's Nest formed a line, gripping each other's hands tightly. Thud. The pike dislodged. A torrent of blood surged forth, splattering the faces of the nearest soldiers. The foremost 2 soldiers screamed in agony, clutching their heads and thrashing about. What has happened to you? Euron Royce exclaimed, startled, and rushed to assist, disregarding his own safety. The sound of shattered armor echoed as it crumbled like charcoal. The soldiers' faces scorched beyond recognition, their remains reduced to ashes. A gust of wind swept through, accompanied by the cold sweat cascading down Sir Yorn. As the ashes of 2 soldiers were utterly obliterated, the silence of the scene lingered in Yorn's heart, refusing to be quelled. The world is aware of the formidable nature of dragons. Yet it was in this moment that the warriors of the valley truly felt the paralyzing fear that accompanied such overwhelming power. Merely a pool of blood had reduced 2 living soldiers to mere cinders. Only a dragon can vanquish another dragon. Yorn Royce's resolve for vengeance solidified within him. Ignorant fool, you have taken lives. A provocative tone echoed, accompanied by the fury of the citizens of Stone Symbol City, as Demon swaggered in, carelessly gripping the hilt of the Dark Sister sword. The dragon, Clerxiu, extended its slender neck, nervously observing every human that dared to threaten Prince Demon. If anyone could be termed a murderer, surely Prince Demon was unworthy to label the prince himself. Yorn Royce seethed with rage. The blood feud of Stone Symbol City was a memory that the valley had never dared to forget. Hey kid, your father calls you home for dinner. Demon lifted his gaze to the gray adult dragon before him, a look of surprise crossing his features. Clerxiu and the sheep thief locked eyes, both filled with trepidation as they assessed one another. Where did this wild dragon come from? Demon felt no fear towards the sheep thief, having grown up on Dragonstone Island. He had encountered nearly every dragon in the world, yet the sheep thief was a name he had never heard. Uncle, no. I suppose I should now call you sister's husband. Yorn regarded his uncle, who seemed oblivious to the presence of Demon, offering him no courtesy whatsoever. With a roar, both dragons sensed the hostility brought forth by their dragon riders, letting out fierce roars that expelled the surrounding soldiers, leaving only the 2 at the center. Gazing at the formidable Yorn, Demon seemed to glimpse the rebellious youth he once was. The king's decree. Demon did not respond to Yorn's query, but casually tossed the royal order into Yorn's arms. You can read it yourself. Observing the letter in the hands of his less than favorable father, Viserys, Yorn felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Indeed, the feeble king had accepted the Sea King's proposal, with Bravos compensating a substantial sum of gold dragons as restitution for the misunderstandings. Shouldn't this money be owed to me? Yorn paid no heed to his father's urging, teasing the once exiled Prince Demon with the compensation amount detailed on the parchment. Kid, have you grown a spine? Care for a spar with your uncle? Demon, having just returned to Dragonstone, was already beset by news of Vagor being tamed by the one-eyed Prince Aemond, while his daughter and son had been on the receiving end of Aemond's wrath. Unlike the original tale where Aemond had shown mercy to the children, the one-eyed prince harbored deep-seated animosity towards Rhaenyra, offering no leniency whatsoever. He kicked the small paths with his left foot and the larger routes with his right, earning a reputation as a fierce brigand. He would seize your dragon, strike your children, and leave you utterly speechless. Countless swords were drawn, with Jorah Royce and others swiftly positioning themselves beside Aegon. A piercing roar echoed as a magnificent golden dragon descended from the heavens, landing upon the back of Caraxes, the fiery sun seeking Aegon's return. Caraxes swayed back and forth, a flicker of anxiety manifesting in his crimson eyes for the first time. The 2 dragons, one large and one small, united in purpose, exerted an overwhelming pressure upon Caraxes. The bond between the dragon rider and his beast was palpable. The dragon's unease caused Prince Demon's countenance to shift dramatically. Alone, Caraxes stood no chance against the formidable duo before him. Come forth. Demon swiftly unsheathed his dark sister, his gaze darting anxiously around him. As a dragon rider, was there truly a need to conceal himself? He shouted in the purest Valyrian. Uncle, are you searching for me? Aegon stepped boldly forward, and as he spoke, the massive head of Sheepstealer leaned down, enveloping Aegon beneath his colossal form. Impossible. How can one man command 2 dragons? Demon exclaimed, his disbelief palpable. He would sooner accept that someone outside the Targaryen lineage had inherited the legacy of the 40 dragon lords of Valyria than believe that the drunken prince before him could achieve such a feat.
Depart at once, or your dragons will be devoured by future generations. Jorah Royce regarded the once daring prince before him with disbelief.
It was astonishing to see even a dragon rider could experience fear. Indeed, all terror stemmed from an insufficiency of power. This cannot be. Demon gazed at the nearly tangible reality unfolding before him, still unable to grasp it. Anything is possible. Aegon, unperturbed by his uncle's scrutiny, climbed directly onto Sheepstealer's back. With a mighty roar, Sheepstealer unfurled his wings, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire that blotted out the sky. Take flight, Aegon commanded, soaring towards King's Landing, leaving Demon in a state of stunned disbelief. Chapter 32. Farewell, Bear King Aegon the King. Aegon the King. The nobles of Storm's End raised their weapons in excitement, erupting in cheers for the departing prince. Prince Demon, oh no, now a consort. Jorah Royce observed the humbled demon Targaryen and urged, "The Vale does not welcome you." Humph. Demon regarded the old noble, who wielded influence through others, with indifference. "The Targaryens shall go where they please." He defiantly raised his chin, challenging the Lord of Storm's End. In Westeros, apart from members of House Targaryen, no vassal was worthy of demon-esque regard. From this day forth, the Targaryen family has been transformed. In the City of Stone, the Earl obstructed the sword-drawing Jon Royce and addressed Demon, stating, "Prince Aegon has wrought miracles unparalleled by the ancient Valyria, and this is evident for all to see. Each individual must bear the consequences of his actions, even if he hails from House Targaryen." The young and inexperienced Earl of Stone, undeterred by Demon's imposing stature, stepped forward to deliver a cold warning. "Clark." At Demon's command, the bloodworm sensed the malice emanating from the crowd. A cacophony of insectal sounds echoed as it approached. Its immense form cast a shadow over the valley, instilling fear in the hearts of the gathered, who instinctively retreated. Westeros has always been the garden of House Targaryen. Demon scoffed at the timid knights of the valley before him, reveling in their cowardice. No matter how brave a warrior one might be, they would falter before the might of a Targaryen dragon. As long as dragons exist, House Targaryen need not heed the opinions of any vassals. With confidence, Demon mounted Clark's back, unfurling dragon wings and soaring into the azure sky. Even the self-assured Demon felt a twinge of trepidation at the sight of his nephew Aegon, who commanded 2 dragons. The throne of Rhaenyra was in peril. With narrowed eyes, Demon nestled against Clark's spine, his thoughts traversing the realms of time and space. He recalled the audacious proclamation made in the Hall of the Red Keep, before the skull of the Black Death, where he boasted that possessing dragons rendered him akin to a deity among the people of Westeros. Yet now, he was stripped of that former arrogance. Aegon, with his 2 mighty dragons, possessed a combat prowess that rivaled that of his wife, who once held Vhagar. Even Demon felt a tremor of anxiety within. Dragonfire. The dark flames erupted into the air as Aegon charged forth alone, piercing through the skies. Demon, pale-faced and riding Clark, followed closely behind, acutely aware of the searing heat of the dragonfire enveloping the atmosphere, which unsettled him deeply. The sheep thief, in both size and the ferocity of dragonfire, was perilously close to Vhagar's might. Clark, sensing Demon's turbulent thoughts, emitted a series of frantic complaints. Aegon, Demon observed the youthful countenance of his nephew, a barely perceptible intent to kill brewing within him. Suddenly, a golden figure descended from the heavens, swiftly gliding past Clark's head, startling the bloodworm into a roll, nearly causing it to plummet. "Clark!" Demon exclaimed in urgency. The seasoned bloodworm swiftly adjusted its flight path, stabilizing itself in the air. What a close call. Demon's brow was slick with cold sweat. The emotions of a dragon rider often intertwine with those of their dragon. Demon's distraction had inadvertently led to Clark's miscalculation. Gazing upon the formidable bloodworm, a thief of sheep far larger than himself, and the nimble, agile Sunflower, Daimeng could not help but acknowledge the profound sense of defeat that welled from the depths of his being. The last occasion of such dismay had been when he narrowly missed seizing the throne. With a melancholic smile, Daimeng pondered. "Do you truly fear when confronted by those stronger than yourself?" Frustrated, he tugged at his disheveled silver hair and inhaled deeply. "I am not that wretched knight who espouses the philosophy of the weak, triumphing over the strong through perseverance. I am Daimeng, an unyielding warrior." Calming himself, he bellowed, "Pursue him, bloodworm." Sensing the confidence radiating from his master, the bloodworm roared with excitement, unfurling its wings and soaring upward with alacrity. Observing Daimeng's sudden return to focus, Aegon remained unfazed. Truly, he was a warrior daring enough to challenge Vargahar. Watching the figure of Prince Daimeng gradually surpass him, Aegon relinquished his grip on the dragon saddle and dove toward Dragonstone Island. "Ha ha ha, bloodworm, you are magnificent." Daimeng, leading the charge, released his grip and erupted into joyous laughter. However, upon turning around, he discovered an empty expanse behind him. "Clark!" Daimeng shouted, halting the bloodworm, which had been galloping forward with fervor, now suspended in midair. Where has Aegon vanished to? In that moment, the pride of a victor eluded him. He could not even fathom Aegon's thoughts or actions. Is this truly the same nephew who only indulges in wine and vice? With a composed demeanor, Daimeng scrutinized his surroundings. Venturing alone for countless miles, the thick, dark clouds had long obscured the dragon's silhouette, concealing Aegon's flight path entirely. Forget worrying about his potential assassination. I should focus on my own affairs. As he recalled his towering nephew, soon to surpass him in stature, he turned back toward King's Landing. With a rush of exhilaration, Aegon, riding the dragon, beheld the distant island, Dragonstone, the ancestral domain of House Targaryen. the very foundation that once dominated the continent of Westeros. With a thud, Aegon flipped off the dragon's back. The heat emanating from the volcanic crater gradually spread outward. Even within the Dragonstone mine near the beach, traces of warmth lingered, dispelling the previous chill. Dragonfire. The dark brown flames scorched the supporting pillars before him, and Aegon casually grasped a torch, venturing into the passage he had previously explored. What secrets lay hidden along the path the three-eyed raven sought to seal? Aegon tread cautiously, glancing backward with every step to ensure his dragon followed. In contrast to the narrow confines of the Dragonstone mine, the smaller sunflower was evidently better suited to fulfill its protective role. Creak. A brittle branch snapped under Aegon's foot, producing a crisp sound that echoed throughout the cavern. Two large, green eyes opened within the cave, belonging to the great black bear that had previously pursued Aegon, in stark contrast to the plump figure of Winter. The great bear now resembled a frail elderly man, its disheveled fur seemingly dried by perspiration, matted in untidy clumps. "Ah, brother bear, we meet again." Aegon greeted the drowsy beast before him. Chapter 33. A return to the Dragon Crystal Mine. Is this truly the song of ice and fire? Aegon stood in awe before the intricately carved murals adorning the mine, marveling at the revelation that 6,000 to 8,000 years ago, the ancestors and the children of the forest had triumphed over the invasion of the White Walkers without the aid of dragons. He meticulously examined the murals, tracing the journey from the internecine strife between the ancestors and the children of the forest to their unified front against external threats. From the fortification of the wall by Brandon the Builder to the flourishing of Winterfell, Aegon endeavored to assess the Night King's capabilities through his own analysis. Compared to the ancestors, who first wielded bronze against the threats from Essos, the combat prowess of the children of the forest appeared rather limited. Even when faced with the White Walkers, they were ultimately vanquished by the giants, the ancestors, and the children. Later, the Undul invaders, equipped with iron weaponry, fled in disarray before the might of Valyria, compelled to cross the narrow sea and conquer the continent of Westeros. This battle, it seemed, was assured. Reflecting upon the three dragons of Daenerys Targaryen in the future, Aegon began to perceive the northern threat as somewhat overstated. Rather than fearing the Night King from the north, perhaps it was the impending doom from Valyria that warranted greater concern. Was this the very fear that plagued the three-eyed raven? Aegon found it hard to believe. While formidable, the Night King remained a magical creation of the children of the forest. To Aegon, even the dragons of Valyria might have originated from the distant lands of Ashai, born of an unknown magic of blood and fire. Magic, indeed, was the supreme force that governed this world. Gazing at the cowering bear before him, Aegon felt increasingly confident in his conjecture. With a decisive kick, he urged the hunched black bear onward. As they descended deeper into the cavern, the passage grew ever narrower. Even the mighty golden dragon's flame could not reach. A resounding scratch echoed as the dragon's golden claws dragged across the ground, leaving a colossal mark. "Take good care of me, or you shall become dragon dung," Aegon threatened the forest beast. Truly, it was man who wielded the power of the dragon. With a flourish, Aegon dismounted the dragon's saddle and placed it upon the bear's back, riding it boldly towards the depths of the cave. "Charge, bear!" Aegon exclaimed, his spirit ignited with mischief. With Aegon's command, the bear, free from the dragon's intimidating presence, surged forth, its four paws pounding the ground in a desperate dash. Since the days of Chiu, Aegon mused, he might well be the first man to ride a bear. Clutching the bear's saddle with one hand and wielding a Valyrian dagger in the other, he stood vigilant, prepared for any ambush from the three-eyed raven. However, despite racing ahead, no suspicious traces emerged. Suddenly, the thunderous roar of rushing water assailed the senses, and even Aegon, having traversed two realms, found himself taken aback by the sight before him. A colossal blue waterfall enveloped his vision, culminating in an unfathomable pool at the cave's base. What could this be? Aegon had speculated that the depths of the cave might reveal a subterranean magma similar to the ruins of Valyria, or perhaps immense crystalline ore. But he had never considered a hidden subterranean current. Was this the waterfall of the celestial immortals? Gazing at the pockmarked stone tablets by the water's edge, Aegon was astonished by the fragmented inscriptions. These were the ancient characters of a bygone civilization, interspersed with the bizarre magical glyphs of the elven kin. The serpentine patterns reminiscent of earthworms were likely the high draconic language of ancient Valyria. Aegon, in frustration, tugged at his hair, filled with regret. Would it have killed him to read a little more? Here lay the only language that the dragonkin might master, and he could barely recognize a few characters. It was evident that numerous races had come here, etching their words into the stone. Now that he was here, Aegon retrieved his Valyrian dagger and, with a wobbly hand, inscribed his name, Aegon II, Lord of Westeros, visited this place. That seemed more like it. Aegon clapped his hands and declared with pride. The three-eyed raven must be hiding something. He squinted at the pool before him, as an air of blood and fire. The Targaryen family obviously possessed a lower tolerance for water than ordinary folk. Even the fire dragon beneath him rarely showed an affinity for water. Dragons, by nature, despise it. Golden eyes awakened. Aegon's eyes widened, and an eerie emerald flame flickered within his golden pupils. With the aid of this peculiar fire magic, a pale gray shadow indeed lurked within the clear water. Humph. Aegon observed the secret within the pool and kicked the nearby bear, commanding, "Dive in and fetch that for me." Howl. The great bear roared in dissatisfaction, terrified and unwilling to plunge into the depths. "Enough of your whining. Do you wish to offer me your paw?" Aegon, holding the Valyrian dagger, nonchalantly trimmed his nails. The bear, casting an apprehensive glance at the loathsome Aegon and recalling the mighty dragon hidden outside the cave, cautiously approached the pool. "Tch, coward." Aegon regarded the forest behemoth with utter disdain. No wonder Daemon looked down upon any vassal of Westeros. With the backing of a dragon, any prowess was diluted. Boom. A massive splash erupted, and a gray-white figure emerged, fiercely roaring. "By the gods, it's a wild dragon." Aegon was taken aback, his instincts kicking in as he turned to flee. Whack! The great bear was knocked to the ground, rendered unconscious. In a fleeting moment of disorientation, faint sounds of gnawing reached Aegon's ears. The grayish-white wild dragon devoured half of the massive bear in mere seconds, its crimson eyes immediately fixating on the fleeing Aegon. Is it truly that famished? Observing the insatiable creature, a thought flitted through Aegon's mind. My mother no longer needs to prepare breakfast for me. A powerful gust of wind surged forth as the dragon spread its enormous wings, soaring directly into the cavern. Goodness, it's a fierce wind. Aegon scrambled beneath an abandoned minecart, desperately climbing for safety. With a thunderous crash, the bronze cart was overturned by the dragon's sweeping wings, its elongated teeth nearly grazing Aegon's head. Halt! Remain calm. With no retreat left, Aegon pressed his back against the stone wall and commanded in the ancient Valyrian tongue. The gray shadow tilted its head, sniffing the air for the scent of its kin, regarding the unfamiliar small figure before it with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. "Step back," Aegon shouted, extending his hands forward. The ravenous dragon was more terrifying than any beast in existence. Even the proud Targaryens, who claimed descent from dragons, ensured their beasts were well fed prior to any attempts at taming. The dragon, taken aback by the audacious little figure before it, recoiled slightly, sniffing the air once more. Seizing the opportunity, Aegon joyfully picked up a long bamboo pole from the ground and pointed it at the dragon's nose, declaring, "Step back." With a fierce roar, the gray shadow snapped the bamboo pole in half. Goodness! Aegon rolled away swiftly, escaping beneath the dragon's belly. Chapter 34. The wildfire cannot be extinguished. Sunfire, save me. Aegon cried out, chased by the dragon, completely devoid of any noble demeanor. Boom. The gray-white dragon flame surged towards him, igniting the narrow passage and singeing Aegon's backside. Rocks tumbled from the overhead cliffs, crashing down like meteors and creating deep craters upon impact. With a mighty leap, the gray shadow landed directly in front of Aegon, completely blocking his escape. Its immense gray wings spread wide, casting a shadow so dense that no glimmer of light could penetrate it. Is there truly no negotiation with this wild dragon? Aegon inquired gravely, gazing into the fierce eyes of the creature. In response to the dragon's threat, only an eerie gray-white dragon flame answered. "Dragon flame!" Aegon shouted, as a golden flame surged towards the gray shadow, whistling past overhead. Aegon covered his head with his arms, pressing himself firmly against the ground. Cackling in pain, the gray shadow emitted a mournful howl, unfurling its wings and abandoning Aegon to charge out of the cavern. "Sunfire, let us teach it a lesson." Observing the gray shadow marked by scorch marks from the dragon flame, Aegon felt a surge of righteous fury. Each wild dragon, despite being a treasure of the Targaryen lineage, remains untamed and harbors no reverence for the family, particularly those colossal beasts hatched from ancient Valyrian eggs. "Take flight, Sunfire," Aegon urged, gripping the golden dragon's scaly back tightly, unperturbed by the absence of a saddle. With a thunderous roar, Sunfire sprang forth, shaking the very cave. It cautiously glanced back to ensure Aegon's safety before leaping into the air, its powerful wings propelling it after the gray shadow. "Thief of sheep, Dragonfire," Aegon bellowed. The deep gray mud dragon showed no hesitation, unleashing a torrent of dark flames directly into the dragon crystal cave. With a deafening cry, the gray shadow fell, writhing in agony as it flapped its wings, akin to a grounded chicken in distress. "Grant it mercy," Aegon commanded, facing the wild dragon that had relentlessly pursued him. "Dragonfire." The golden flames intertwined with the ash-gray blaze, utterly incinerating the Grey Shadow. Before him lay the charred remains of the Grey Shadow, resembling a volcano in its fiery glow. Even Aegon, a seasoned dragon rider, had never witnessed such devastation. Countless wisps of white smoke rose, the blackened scales shattered, and the surrounding earth was drenched in a gruesome pool of dragon blood. With a thud, Aegon leaped from Sunfire's back and approached the grisly scene. If his deductions were correct, this was the very form the Grey Shadow would take after Aegon himself was ambushed by Vhagar. Sunfire's body was scorched and battered, one wing rendered useless. The Valyrian steel armor had melted, embedding shards into Aegon's flesh, leaving his very skin blistered and burnt. Is this the extent of Dragonfire's harm to a great dragon? Aegon murmured. Suddenly, the Grey Shadow's eyes snapped open, revealing the pupils of a three-eyed raven. It lunged towards Aegon. No. He gasped, hastily retreating, yet was unable to evade the dying dragon's desperate counterattack. Aegon! Sunfire cried out in alarm, as the distance between them seemed an insurmountable chasm. With no chance to evade, Aegon closed his eyes, bracing for fate's decree. A deep, rumbling roar interrupted the control of the three-eyed raven. It was the adult dragon, thief of sheep. The Grey Shadow's body succumbed to paralysis, collapsing onto Aegon. Take it easy. He grimaced in pain. Compared to the Grey Shadow's mass, he felt as fragile as an ant. An eerie green fire ignited alongside golden eyes, and Aegon remained vigilant, yet failed to detect any lingering signs of the three-eyed raven. Truly, a treacherous foe. Aegon, undeterred, remarked with a hint of sarcasm, heroes abound like fish crossing a river. Even the slightest misstep can lead to grave consequences. Who would have thought that with two colossal dragons present, the three-eyed crow would find an opportunity? It is no wonder that many members of the Valyrian dragon lineage have perished at the hands of the god of 1,000 faces. A direct attack is easily evaded, but a hidden strike is far more treacherous. Sunflower, consume it. He gestured towards the lifeless Grey Shadow before him. Sunflower gazed at the thoroughly decayed flesh, revealing a reluctant expression. Among the dragons of Dragonstone, few would willingly feast upon the remains of their kin, save for the gluttonous. Sunflower, this is advantageous for you. Aegon could not abide the thought of Sunflower squandering the remains of a dragon. Dragon's blood, bones, and sinews are rare magical materials coveted across the lands of the Narrow Sea. The sheep stealer looked at the pitiful Sunflower, tilting its head and grinning as if in mockery. Sunflower, once you finish, I shall roast lamb for you. Aegon approached the exceedingly unwilling golden dragon to offer some reassurance. Roasted lamb. The sheep stealer seemed to have caught wind of a secret. Its ears perked up as it approached eagerly, mimicking Sunflower. There will be plenty. Aegon laughed heartily. As the adult dragon that had saved his life, the sheep stealer was not someone Aegon would be stingy with. In comparison to Sunflower's devouring ability, the soul pressure of the sheep stealer seemed rather ineffectual. However, upon witnessing the pervasive soul invasion of the three-eyed crow, Aegon realized that perhaps the sheep stealer was indeed the most formidable creature against this enigmatic deity in the continent of Westeros. Fishwood. Returning once more to the depths of the pool, he beheld the roots of the fishwood submerged in the water. Without hesitation, he shattered the roots into fragments. It has long been rumored that every fishwood in the continent of Westeros serves as the eyes and ears of the three-eyed crow. Through the fishwood, it can observe 5 millennia of history across the continent. The conflicts between the Undals and the First Men, as well as the tensions with the children of the forest, often stem from the felling of these trees. Dare to offend the future king of this world, and you shall regret it. Aegon produced fire and set it ablaze. With a sizzle and pop, the damp cave, combined with the splash of the waterfall, proved a challenge to ignite the fishwood roots. After several attempts, the roots were only slightly blackened, with little damage sustained. Aegon, seething with rage, faced the resilient fishwood. The narrow tunnel prevented the massive dragon from entering, thus rendering it incapable of incinerating the roots with dragon fire. At this time, very few fire sorcerers existed in Westeros, and for the Targaryens, who wielded dragon fire, the notion of wildfires was hardly of any consequence. The towering roots of the fishwood were etched with 2 faces weeping blood, the deep crimson leaves juxtaposed against the gray-white bark, resembling a grotesque idol of an evil deity. The broad leaves appeared as countless massive crimson handprints, reaching upward toward the heavens. The yearning of all trees is undoubtedly an infinite ascent towards the heavens. Chapter 35, The Son of Light. Crying out loud, what a fuss! Aegon gazed at the sacrificial visage of lamentation, brandishing the Valyrian dagger with intent. Let me see you smile. With a swift motion, Aegon plunged the blade into the trunk of the fishbeam tree, causing sap to erupt like blood in a violent spray. In a moment of dazed clarity, Aegon fancied he heard distant wails, mournful yet gentle. The waters beneath the waterfall churned violently, and as Aegon looked down, he beheld his reflection submerging into the depths. Where am I? Aegon marveled at the towering ancient trees before him, surrounded by diminutive figures woven from moss and leaves. These beings were small in stature, with dark skin, no taller than a typical child. They possessed deep chestnut skin, pointed ears, and predominantly golden eyes, with a few adorned in green or red, known as the Green Prophets. Children of the forest? Aegon pondered thoughtfully. They eschewed metal, refrained from weaving garments, donned bark as clothing, wielded stone tools, and dwelled within the hollows of trees, ever intertwined with nature. Suddenly, a clear and melodious horn resonated, prompting the forest dwellers to cease their tasks and gaze into the distance. A cadre of human soldiers, aboard a battered fishing vessel, crossed the strait, bringing along fleeing citizens to the continent of Westeros. The ancestors transitioned from the initial acts of felling trees for fire to the later crafting of bronze, relentlessly decimating the fishbeam forests, leading to a dramatic reduction in their expanse. The conflict between the ancestors and the children of the forest ignited with the first arrow that pierced their kind. A century-long struggle ensued, with Aegon witnessing the rise and fall of countless valiant ancestors. The Stark, Bolton, Royce, and Arryn families emerged, becoming formidable powers in Westeros. Until one fateful day, amidst the ravages of war, a green prophet among the forest children wielded ice magic for the first time, plunging a dragon crystal dagger into the chest of a Stark. Beneath the blood-soaked altar, amidst the Stark's anguished cries, the first Night King was born. An eternal night descended, and a frigid chill enveloped the entire continent of Westeros. The footsteps of death were not tempered by the Creator's gratitude towards the Green Prophet. Instead, countless wights descended upon the once vibrant home of the Fishbeam children. The Night King not only possessed the ice magic from the forest children, but also the ancient bloodline of the Stark ancestors. With a chilling crackle, frost spread, crystallizing everything around, even the air where Aegon stood, as he felt the penetrating cold. The Night King fixed his gaze upon Aegon's location, a peculiar smile curling upon his lips. Can he see me? Aegon felt a cold sweat break forth. As an ardent fan of Game of Thrones, he would never afford the Night King the opportunity to mark him, unlike Bran of future generations. Countless weirwoods have withered and frozen, the harsh cold obliterating the children of the forest and nearly annihilating the giant's habitat. Thus commenced a united battle among the first men, the children of the forest, and the giants, a confrontation between the living and the dead, with no possibility of compromise. Steel could not vanquish the monstrosities. Countless beings fell to the ground, transformed into wights, while humanity's forces suffered catastrophic defeat. The Night King, accompanied by a relentless tide of corpses, drew ever closer to the mountaintop where Aegon stood. Azor Ahai, I await you in Winterfell. The Night King jeered, casting his gaze disdainfully towards Aegon. Azor Ahai. Aegon stared in astonishment at the Night King, profoundly shaken. Brother, you have mistaken your target. He dismissed the Night King's words entirely. Compared to the Night King's arrogance, Aegon valued the fact that he was willing to engage in discourse. Suddenly, the Night King seized a spear left by a wight beside him. Its sharp tip glinted with icy menace as it soared through the air toward Aegon. Damn it! Aegon cursed, hastily rolling aside to evade the projectile. A spear meant for dragons, and you dare to aim it at me? Aegon was drenched in cold sweat. Had he not been aware of the Night King's icy magic spear, that surprise attack would have been sufficient to severely wound any noble in Westeros. Boom. The pristine spear struck Aegon's face, sending a burst of snowflakes erupting from the ground within a 30-meter radius, nearly burying him. Coughing, Aegon struggled to rise from the snow, his mouth filled with the splattered ice. Damn it, not again, as he witnessed another ice spear hurtling directly toward him. Aegon hurriedly withdrew from the dream of the Waterfall of Dreams. Aegon opened his eyes, drenched in sweat, as though he had just emerged from a harrowing battle. The weirwood remained unchanged, its eerie crying face adorned with two blood-red tear streaks, showing no signs of damage. Is this a dream? Aegon marveled at the unchanged visage of the weirwood. He distinctly remembered that prior to entering the dream, he had wielded a Valyrian dagger and utterly destroyed the ancient god's crying face. Boom. A massive splash erupted as an icy spear, imbued with chilling aura, shot forth from the Waterfall of Dreams, embedding itself into the wall before Aegon. What the hell? Aegon stared in disbelief at the ice spear, shattering his assumptions about the dream. Is this a magical spear launched from the Age of Light? Aegon incredulously locked eyes with the Night King across the Waterfall of Dreams. Son of Light, you cannot defeat me, the Night King declared, surveying Aegon as he fled the Waterfall of Dreams, before turning to charge with his endless horde of wights and corpses towards the army of the First Men and the Children of the Forest. Save me. No. Countless wails echoed through the air. Whether it was the blood-red banners of the Flayers or the self-proclaimed warriors of House Stark in this dire battle, they almost all turned against one another, becoming a part of the Whites. Run. The Red King Bolton surveyed the catastrophic defeat before him, commanding the shield-bearers to form ranks. Clearing a final path for the cavalry, the Whites surged forth like a tide of corpses and blood, and even the sharpest bronze swords inflicted no damage upon them. Even when severed in two, the Whites continued to gnash at the living soldiers with relentless ferocity. Old gods, do you hear my call? Your people need your protection. Before the weirwood tree, countless sorcerers prayed at the altar. Yet, the weeping weirwood showed no signs of change. Giants never yield. A colossal giant, towering at 5 meters, let out a heart-wrenching cry. He uprooted trees to serve as weapons, staunchly blocking the path of the pursuing Whites, granting the remaining humans and the children of the forest a slender chance of survival. Giants never yield. One after another, giants rose to face the onslaught, enacting a series of tragic yet heroic tales. Use this, dragon crystal. Aegon pried a dragon crystal from the wall and hurled it towards the fleeing Lord Stark. Fire and dragon crystal. Stark heard a faint yet distinct sound as a dark brown crystal fell from the heavens. A White, covered in festering wounds, lunged at Stark, pinning him down. As an undying creature, the White's grasp sealed its victim's fate. Thud. Stark seized the fallen dragon crystal, thrusting it into the undead White before him. The White shattered into pieces, collapsing to the ground. This marked the first time in human history that such an immortal being had been slain. I have done it. Even death has its weaknesses. Azor Ahai, the savior of humanity, the son of light. Stark exclaimed with exhilaration. Do not panic, use torches. Burn them. Stark shouted with fervor. Chapter 36, The Ice Lance. Ignite. With Lord Stark's initial victory over the White, a glimmer of hope emerged in defeating the undead. Countless beacons lit up, effectively halting the advance of the White army. The Night King, riding his wretched steed, surveyed the fleeing masses from a high rise with disdain. The waters of the Weeping Falls rippled, casting a veil over the figures of both armies. Beneath the weirwood, the water swayed, as if everything were but a dream. Yet, the icy lance embedded in the stone wall continuously reminded Aegon of the White's return. The Night King? Aegon gazed solemnly at the lance before him. He extended his long arm and grasped the icy spear. With a deep breath, Aegon trembled as he managed to extract the lance. How cold? As cold as if it had frozen his very soul. Aegon's face was wreathed in a thin mist, countless frost crystals accumulating upon his eyebrows and the corners of his mouth, resembling a lifeless, frozen corpse. Fiery red and icy blue luminescence vied for dominance upon Aegon's visage, alternating between warmth and frost. Boom. A peculiar green flame ignited within Aegon's eyes, completely banishing the frost that clung to him. What a close call. Aegon's countenance shifted as he bent over and coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood. The vivid red liquid, accompanied by translucent ice shards, hissed as it met the ground. The ice spear in his hand had long since lost its previous chilling stillness, its surface now adorned with a layer of emerald patterns, gleaming like exquisite glass. What a Night King, what an ancient deity. Aegon gazed at the fish Liangmu before him, aware he was no match, and grasped his spear, turning to depart. Sunfire. With Aegon's invocation, the golden dragon let out an exuberant roar, eager to carry him forth to the throne. However, feeling the biting chill from behind, the usually obedient dragon glared fiercely. Had it not been for the dragon knight Aegon holding it back, it would surely have unleashed a torrent of dragon fire. Take off, Sunfire, Aegon commanded sternly. Yet the golden dragon continued to struggle, sprawling on the ground and unceremoniously casting Aegon aside. Damn it, Aegon seethed with anger. But the aura of the Night King firmly restrained the dragon. No matter how Aegon called it a sheep thief, the dragon remained unwilling to bear the frost-laden night. Humph. If you want to ride, then so be it. Aegon maintained his composure, turning toward the port of Dragonstone Island. He was already aware that dragons feared the bitter cold and would never step beyond the wall. Even the Dragon Knight's presence was of no avail. It was likely that Aegon I Targaryen was equally troubled by the dragon's refusal to cross the wall. Aegon mused. The Targaryen dynasty's power stemmed from dragons. Yet the terrors of the north could compel even these magnificent beasts to retreat. This was certainly not good news. Aegon's expression grew grave. Reborn in the realm of Westeros, his greatest asset was the bloodline of House Targaryen. Yet now, the fire of the dragon seemed to cower before the cold of the north. I am Aegon, the destined king of Westeros. I am the firstborn, heralded by the appearance of a white stag, and my sister wife is a dreamwalker. Only I am the future of this house. Aegon rallied his tumultuous heart. The Targaryens are invincible. The 40 dragons of Valyria would never fear the likes of the Night King. Aegon's complexion paled as he walked, one heavy step at a time, towards the cave's entrance. At that moment, he remained oblivious to the chilling aura of the ice spear creeping up his arm, enveloping his body once more. "I am Aegon, the king of Westeros," he murmured, though his steps grew increasingly burdensome. Suddenly, a ray of sunlight illuminated Aegon's face, gazing at the enduring warmth of the golden light. Aegon felt a sense of solace as he collapsed onto the beach, succumbing to unconsciousness. "Fishing, Ellen," Adam called out from the fishing boat, waving to his younger brother. As a helper on one of the fishing vessels in the town of Shell, his childhood dream had been to possess a boat of his own. However, having lost his mother at a tender age and unaware of his biological father's identity, he had only his little brother to rely on. Fortunately, the two brothers worked hand in hand, thriving even without external support. "Ellen, your brother is getting older. It's time for him to find a wife," a kindly elder fishing nearby reminded them. "As fishermen, we brave the winds and rains, and who knows when a storm might sweep us away." "Grandfather, I understand." Ellen nodded appreciatively. His elder brother Adam was approaching the age of marriage, yet in his dedication to caring for Ellen, he not only lacked savings but had also lost much of his hair due to the rigors of fishing, ultimately opting for a shaved head. "Brother, wait for me." Ellen, with his flowing black hair, hurried onto the boat but was swiftly ushered into the cabin by Adam. "The morning sun is fierce. Do you wish to end up like me, a bald man exposed to the elements?" Adam chuckled as he placed a bamboo-woven straw hat atop Ellen's head. "Brother," Ellen's voice trembled, recalling the elder's sage advice. "I am grown. I can fish on my own." "Ellen, I too managed without relying on others, without parents. And look at me now, able to support myself," Adam said, patting his brother's head. "You have support, and that is a blessing. I still look forward to seeing you marry in the future." Adam stood at the bow of the boat, gazing at the distant sunrise. "When the opportunity arises, I'll send you to Junlin to apprentice as a blacksmith. Who knows, you might even become a master there." Adam teased. "I don't want to be a blacksmith. I want to be your first mate and help you realize your dream of being a captain," Ellen declared loudly. "Without me, you would have already bought a fishing boat and become a captain." "Silly boy, do you think I am a sea serpent?" Adam replied dismissively. "Relying on the mountains for sustenance or the sea for livelihood is entirely reasonable. Yet, the greater the storm, the more perilous the fishing becomes." Each time he was on the brink of being engulfed by the waves, Adam recalled that his younger brother was still innocent and needed his protection. Summoning his courage, he managed to escape death time and again from the clutches of the tempest. At that moment, he had no desire for his brother to face such dangers. "Brother, you need not sacrifice for me. What kind of person do you aspire to be in the future?" Adam inquired, looking at his brother seated in the cabin. "Me? I want to become a noble knight and leave my name in history," Ellen replied, his gaze vacant and hollow. "But I have no armor, nor do I possess any martial skills. Those noble lords do not accept us commoners of humble origins." Ellen lamented, expressing that, much like his brother's dream of becoming a captain, his own aspiration to be a knight remained an elusive fantasy, seemingly unattainable. If only his father were a nobleman of great stature, he could pledge his loyalty to the king and serve as his knight. Loyalty, oh, the bitter irony of loyalty. "Ellen, we are surviving without a father, just as you are," Adam interjected, interrupting his brother's despondent soliloquy. "Stop dwelling on the absence of our father. That man is unworthy. Perhaps we are merely the accidental remnants he left behind during his revelries in taverns and brothels. Indeed, I care not for paternal affection. Having you as my brother suffices." Ellen gazed at his elder sibling, whose weathered visage bore the marks of age, his bald head glistening, making him appear well over 30. Yet, Ellen was acutely aware that Adam was merely in his teens, yet he lived as if he were a man of 30. "Alas, brother, look. An iceberg floats upon the sea." Chapter 37. Ships shell town dragon fire. Emmond commanded from atop Vagarel. A tremendous dragon fire roared downward, enveloping Aegon entirely. "No, it's scorching. So unbearably hot." Aegon, drenched in sweat and bewildered, scrambled to his feet, his eyes wide with astonishment as he surveyed the dilapidated room. "Where am I?" Realizing he lay naked on a bed, with his Valyrian steel dagger propped in a corner, he breathed a sigh of relief, observing the salted fish adorning the walls. Aegon's trepidation finally dissipated. A wind chime crafted from fish bones and shells hung by the window, tinkling gently in the breeze. Beyond the window stretched an endless sea, the beach bustling with children clamoring for shells. Such a warm and inviting abode might well be the family Aegon had long yearned for, he mused. In stark contrast to Emmond's ambitions instilled by the Green Party since childhood, Aegon displayed a consistent inclination towards inaction. This resignation persisted until he was thrust upon the Iron Throne, where he endured a fate worse than death. Suddenly, A woman's scream pierced the tranquility outside, jolting Aegon from his slumber. Bang! An explosive crash resounded as the door was violently kicked open by a guard. Startled, Aegon clutched the blanket to conceal his bare form. "Who goes there?" he demanded, his voice rising in alarm. The sound of heavy boots echoed as a battalion of fully armed King's Landing guards, accompanied by soldiers, stormed in. "Your Highness, you have been startled." The lead Kingsguard knelt on one knee, paying homage to Prince Aegon. "How did you find this place?" Aegon inquired, curiosity piqued. These two ruffians sold your garments without permission in King's Landing, which led the guards to trace them here. Cole explained, striding in with purposeful steps. As he gestured for the guards to apprehend the intruders. "Bring them in." A young boy with dark skin and long hair, along with a bald, mature man, were brought in with their hands bound. "Your Highness, I beg your pardon," Adam exclaimed, sensing the imminent danger and hastily kneeling in supplication. "We were unaware of the prince's attire. It was only in haste that we committed this offense." "Silence." Cole, with a swift motion, struck Adam across the face. The sound echoed as blood trickled from the corner of Adam's mouth, yet he remained steadfast on his knees. "Cease this." Ellen gasped in shock, rushing forward to intervene, only to be kicked aside by a nearby guard, crashing against the threshold. Vivid crimson blood flowed from Ellen's forehead, starkly contrasting against his dark skin. "Sir Knight, this has nothing to do with my brother. Please show him mercy." Adam, still kneeling, stepped forward urgently to shield Ellen from Cole's impending blows. "Stop," Yegan interjected sharply. "Explain to me, why am I here?" Yegan inquired patiently. "We found you at sea, my lord, and brought you back. You were icy cold. But we lacked the means to afford firewood, and thus had to sell your drenched clothing at the market," Ellen sobbed, struggling to articulate his explanation. "Cole, did His Majesty assign you to lead the guard merely to indiscriminately assault innocent citizens?" Yegan questioned, his fury ignited as he witnessed the unjust treatment of his savior. Ahem. Faced with Yegan's reprimand, Cole glanced at the soldiers beside him, his face reddening slightly as he feigned seriousness. "Isn't the safety of the prince of utmost importance?" "Strike back." Yegan commanded Adam with determination. "Your Highness, this is merely a misunderstanding. It is of no consequence." Adam interjected hastily, perceiving the tension between the prince and the royal guard. "This is a trivial matter. I command you to strike back." Yegan's anger intensified as he regarded the unflinching Cole. Thoughts of his late father, a man of questionable character who had left him to this warrior as a surrogate father, ignited a fury within him. "Your Highness, the king awaits you at the Red Keep." Cole impatiently interrupted Yegan's inquiry, asserting that even a prince had no authority to punish the royal guards. "Yegan." A clear female voice broke through, and soon Queen Alicent rushed into the doorway. "My child, are you hurt?" Alicent enveloped Yegan in a warm embrace, her hands cradling his head affectionately. So big, so fair, so soft. No wonder Cole couldn't resist. "No, this is intolerable." Yegan shook his head, striving to regain his composure. "Adam, obey my command," Yegan said firmly. "I dare not," for Adam, deeply oppressed by the aristocracy, feared offending the captain of the royal guard. "Allow me, brother." Ellen gazed at the instigator behind the assault on his brothers and delivered a resounding slap. "Cole, what are you doing?" Queen Alicent exclaimed in shock, directing her fury at Ellen. "Arrest them." At her command, the guards of King's Landing drew their swords, aiming them at Ellen and his companion. "Stop," Aegon shouted in protest. However, not a single soldier heeded his command. "Curse be it, not one soldier obeyed me." No wonder the Aegon of the original tale, even after ascending to the throne, could only summon a band of drunken fools to serve as his royal guard. "Aegon, come back with me," Alicent insisted, urging him to dress as she pulled him towards the exit. "What is so urgent?" Aegon replied with impatience. He was far more concerned about his two saviors than the chaos of the Red Keep. "You are not yet king, and you have no authority to command anyone." Alicent struck Aegon's face with a slap, her anger unabated. "Your existence is a threat to your sister. Now, your nephew wishes to marry your sister. Can you agree to that?" "Helena?" Aegon stood momentarily stunned. In Aegon's original memories, Helena was merely a foolish girl who often talked to herself and loved playing with animals, a complete madwoman. However, as a fan of the original story knew, Helena was the most significant power overlooked by all members of House Targaryen. The Dreamwalker, a force that Viserys Targaryen desired to revive throughout his life. "My wife, Helena. No way will I allow that wretched boy to have her." Aegon clenched his fists in anger. His sister must not be sullied by these bastards. "Wife?" The very thought is a step in the right direction. Alicent, expecting Aegon to resist vehemently, was pleasantly surprised by his agreement. Without a moment's thought for Adam and the others, Aegon hurriedly followed his mother, Alicent, back to King's Landing. Whether to marry Helena was of little importance. What mattered most was that she must not wed the boy across from her. Aegon strode into the Red Keep, where the halls were already alive with the bustling voices of the guests. Chapter 38. First come, first served in the Great Hall of King's Landing. The nobles of Westeros took their seats in succession. Since the day of Viserys' proclamation as heir from Harrenhal, never had there been such a grand banquet. Head chef, bring me a king crab, the largest you have. Aegon, adorned in splendid attire, sauntered forward. It has already been consumed. The head chef replied cautiously, acknowledging the influx of lords to the city, which had strained their supplies. No, I came all this way specifically for a taste of king crab, Aegon replied, his impatience growing. The upcoming feast at the Red Keep distracted Aegon's thoughts. There is one Australian lobster remaining. Would you like it? The head chef suggested, pointing to the lively lobster nearby. I do not care for lobster. Ing stood with his hands on his hips, shaking his head in refusal. I want it. I want it. Little Lou, with his dark hair, strode forward eagerly and implored the head chef. Oh, fine, fine, let it be lobster, Ing said, gesturing towards the lobster. No, Ing, why are you always like this? Little Lou glared at his uncle Ing, frustrated by his interference. First come, first served. Do you understand? Ing had no intention of indulging the young lad with the black curls. TCH. Little Lou, unwilling to argue with Ing, turned his head away. Go ahead, Ing chuckled, returning to his seat while watching the head chef. Chef, there's still one lobster left, right? Little Lou, not ready to give up, approached and quietly inquired. Indeed, there is one remaining, but it already belongs to His Highness Prince Ing, the head chef replied, clearly in a bind. At the banquet in Junlin, nobles, regardless of their status, are served on a first-come, first-served basis. What if he doesn't want it? Little Lou asked anxiously. For him, who relished Australian lobster, this was an essential delicacy of the day. You love eating lobsters so much. Isn't it just a bigger version of shrimp? Ing interrupted, noticing Little Lou whispering to the chef. At least it has more flavor than ordinary shrimp. Little Lou shook his head in resignation. If I weren't so hungry, I wouldn't settle for this. Ing leaned against a nearby wooden beam, carelessly plucking leaves the size of his palm. Who isn't hungry? Little Lou retorted discontentedly. If it weren't for the sudden influx of those grand nobles from West Luo, there wouldn't be a shortage of ingredients in the Red Fortress. The lobster is ready. The head chef presented the Australian lobster before Ing. Ing swiftly seized it, abandoning Little Lou, and returned to his seat. Hey, wait, I've wasted so much breath. How can it just vanish? Little Lou exclaimed, aggrieved. I told you long ago that it was gone. You were the one who thought you still had a chance. The head chef replied with a hint of impatience. The discord between the green and black factions had long been apparent. It was not something a mere cook could meddle in. Ing doesn't even like lobster. Why give it to him? Little Lou expressed his dissatisfaction. Does it matter if he likes it? Not only does he not enjoy it, but I also don't like preparing it. It's just a means to get by. Chef, how about I pay you extra for it? 3 times? 5 times? Little Lou pointed at the plate in Ying's hands. Talking to me is feudal. The lobster is in Prince Ying's possession. The head chef turned his back, ignoring him. Ugh, this is really awful. Ing grimaced in distaste, discarding his knife and fork. Oh. Since you love lobster so much, why not buy it from me? 50 gold dragons. Ing pointed at the lobster he had barely touched, disdainfully adding. I've only taken a bite, not much. No, you've already nibbled on it. If you don't enjoy it, why order it? Little Lou expressed his indignation. I don't like it either. I never intended to order it in the first place, but I arrived first, didn't I? I had to seize the opportunity. Besides, it's so popular that I had to get in line. Aegon replied nonchalantly, showing no concern whatsoever. After trying it, you still find it unappealing? The light seemed to fade from Lucilis's eyes. Yes, I truly dislike it. Aegon shook his head, cleared his throat, swallowed, and said casually, but it still holds value. Look, there are those who enjoy it. Enjoy it? You should arrive earlier next time. Aegon lifted his plate and dumped its contents straight into the trash bin. Why are you standing there in a daze? Let's go? Aegon patted the tearful, aggrieved Emmond beside him and declared, the banquet at the Red Keep is about to commence. Brother, you effortlessly receive everything. Family affection, Sister Helena, while I strive yet remain overlooked, Emmond lamented, as if he were the object of the world's greatest cruelty. Helena, what could possibly be good about her? I can tell without even touching her. She must be as dull as a dead fish, lacking the charm of the girls outside. Aegon retorted irritably. Yeagerite is currently missing, and Aegon finds himself unable to control the brewing crisis in King's Landing, let alone protect a wild woman with no roots. Even if he were to overcome all obstacles, it is likely that this wild woman would perish in some corner of King's Landing. After all, the continent of Westeros does not favor the protagonist's halo. A single cup of poison can claim a king's life, let alone that of an inconsequential wildling. Sister Helena. She is gentle, kind, and wise. If given the chance, I would gladly uphold the Targaryen legacy, ensuring the purity of our bloodline, and marry her. Aemond raised his head to look at Aegon. But mother disapproves, even though I have conquered Vhagar. Bang! A sharp blow struck Aemond's head, interrupting his irreverent words. What do you mean by sister? You should refer to her as sister-in-law from now on. Aegon said irritably. Indeed, nothing is as delicious as dumplings, and nothing is as entertaining as. Before Aegon could finish his sentence, Alicent Hightower emerged from the hall of the Red Keep, supporting the weakened Viserys. Aegon, Viserys gasped for breath. And even raising his voice became an arduous task. Cough, cough, it's good that you are well. I will ensure that the Sea King provides you with an explanation. Viserys whispered kindly to Aegon. As a father, he still held deep affection for him. Observing the Targaryen bloodline continue through him, he felt he had fulfilled his final duty as king and patriarch. Aegon and Helena, a union of strength, would indeed make for a splendid marriage. Viserys murmured to himself as he slipped once more into unconsciousness. Quickly send the king back to rest. Queen Alicent urged the Grand Maester anxiously. Congratulations, Aegon, Rhaenyra remarked. Her expression somewhat grim. Ever since she proposed the union of her eldest son, Jacaerys, with Helena, she has faced relentless opposition from the queen. Had it not been for Helena's lack of a suitor, this matter would not have dragged on for so long. Rhaenyra understood that Viserys would never allow the pure blood of the dragon to be easily dispersed. Thus, upon Aegon's return, his marriage to Helena was finally solidified. Thanks to his mother Alicent's persistent efforts. Chapter 39. The Wedding. Helena. The wedding is about to commence. Aegon announced as he entered Helena's chamber. Adorned in a wedding robe woven from the finest Valyrian textiles, Helena sat casually on the carpet, her hands clutching dark writhing worms, murmuring to herself, red thread, yellow thread, green thread, black thread. Gazing at the peculiar assortment of serpents and insects before her, even Aegon, typically accommodating, could not help but frown. Helena, it is time to don your wedding gown. Aegon called out from a distance. With the ceremony approaching, Helena remained clad in her nightgown, disheveled and indifferent to the gravity of this political alliance. You do not care for me at all, Aegon. Helena turned her head to speak candidly. Everyone calls me mad or foolish, but I am not foolish, she continued, reflecting on how her mother had coveted that position for so long that she had forgotten the reasons for her own marriage. Who says that? That wretched brother, Aemond, professes his love for you, claiming he wishes to marry you. Aegon replied with a grin, as if he were not part of this family. Aemond? Helena's hands trembled slightly as she held the worms, and then she sighed. He is merely envious of everything you possess. He desires all that is innately yours. What he seeks is merely to assert his pride. To live is to breathe. It's simply about fighting for one's breath and exhaling it. Aegon remarked nonchalantly. Having lived 2 lives, Aegon was well aware of the unspoken calculations that occupied everyone's minds. People not only feared their brother's suffering, but also dreaded the prospect of their brothers driving a luxury vehicle. Aegon, will you love me in the future? Helena turned to him, her eyes fixed on him earnestly. Aegon's gaze shifted. We are family. Regardless of the circumstances, we ought to support one another. Support? Helena paused, momentarily taken aback. The power of the Dreamwalker incessantly seeped into Helena's dreams, often blurring the lines between reality and illusion. The bloody imagery of the blood dragon continually loomed over her spirit. She cautiously placed the worms into the moist soil and turned to change into her wedding gown. Is this the last time we shall meet? She said, gazing at her pets on the table with palpable reluctance. In the original text, Aegon delighted in mocking Helena from a young age, not only seizing her ball but also, after their marriage, casting all her animals out of the Red Keep. The dutiful son Aegon did not stop at these foolish antics. On his first day in office, he shattered his father's cherished figurine, and later, personally led a group to shame the naked Aemond in a brothel. Truly, what a commendable brother, a remarkable son, and a noble king. Aegon, slapping his forehead, expressed his bewilderment. Hurry up, hurry up. If we miss the auspicious time, the bishop of the Red Keep will be displeased. Alicent Hightower, adorned in an opulent green cloak, rushed in. Helena, why have you not even begun to don your wedding gown? Alicent's eyes widened in fury at the disarray within the room. On the eve of the wedding, not only the groom but even the bride was absent. Out with all these pests. Alicent, unable to vent her frustration on the newlyweds, redirected her ire towards the pets. You're no longer a child. Why engage in such childish antics? Rubbing her arms repeatedly, she looked at the bizarre creatures with a shiver running down her spine. Yes, your majesty. The maidservant trembled as she carefully carried the tray of pets out. In the Hall of the Seven, within the great September of Baelor, the Septon donned a white stone hat and a red robe of the archbishop, standing ready. Aegon, holding Helena's hand, solemnly stepped forward, cautiously treading upon the crimson carpet. Aegon, the Archbishop is the brother of Count Donnell Hightower. You need not worry about him causing you trouble. The Septon, having established the faith of the Seven as orthodox doctrine and having restored the exceptions, was a figure of high esteem. Queen Alicent, attentively reminding him from the side, added, "Indeed, my son." Aegon nodded, yet trepidation filled his mind. He had thought the Hightower family merely a noble lineage of Old Town, unaware that their influence had long pervaded the Great September, becoming vanguards in the struggle for faith across the continent of Westeros. The vows of the newlyweds shall now commence, the Septon declared gravely, observing the two pairs before him. The groom's vow: I dedicate my life and honor to my beloved. I pledge to marry you, to love you, to cherish you, and to protect you. I shall crown our love with a diadem, remain loyal to you, steadfast and unwavering. As your husband, I am the sword in the darkness, the sentinel upon the wall, a shield against the cold flames, the light at dawn, the horn that awakens the slumbering, the sturdy shield that guards the realm. I dedicate my life and honor to you, today and always. The bride's vow: you are the knight, and so too shall I be. Father in heaven, blacksmith, warrior, holy mother, maiden, crone, stranger, I am yours, and you are mine, from this day forth, until death do us part. Aegon, swear now that you will never take two wives. The Septon produced the wedding ring but did not extend it to Aegon. Rumors have circulated that you are to wed a wild maiden. The High Septon stood nearby, softly explaining that this could be an opportunity for you to cleanse your tarnished reputation. Helena remained silent, merely observing her brother, who was prone to indiscretion. Viserys paused, realizing that such a matter was not part of the wedding proceedings. Nevertheless, on this momentous day, not even as king would he interrupt the ceremony. Aegon, take your vows. Viserys nodded kindly, gesturing for Aegon to proceed. Vows. Aegon's expression shifted dramatically. He gazed at the expectant faces of his parents and siblings on the dais, while a multitude of curious nobles filled the seats below, yet he remained silent. Septon, there is no such component in the sacred vows of the Seven. Aegon bluntly refused. Under the protection of the Seven, both men and women must adhere to monogamy. The High Septon hurried forward to rebuke him. Is that so? Aegon replied coldly. I, Aegon Targaryen, shall wed multiple wives, and it is not for the Seven to bestow their blessings. Only through blood and fire shall we be divided. His declaration sent the assembly into an uproar. Prince Aegon, exclaimed a shocked Ser Harwin. As an ally of House Hightower, he had striven to assist Aegon in establishing his rightful claim over the continent of Westeros. However, such an affront as polygamy could never be accepted by the apostles of the Seven. Although rumors of the prince's debauchery had circulated, the extent of his folly left even the High Septon at a loss for words. Aegon, cease this folly. One must approach matters seriously in the presence of the Seven. Viserys interjected urgently, aiming to provide both parties an avenue for retreat. Did not Aegon I take two wives, his sister Visenya and his sister Rhaenys? Why was there no opposition then? Did the Seven fear the first Aegon, but not the second? The High Septon was struck at his core, rendered speechless and furious, turning away in indignation. Aegon, Viserys exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. Since the reign of King Maegor, the church had largely fallen under the control of House Targaryen. Compared to the formidable lords of the realm, the insidious acts of silent assassinations and the indoctrination of the populace were what truly troubled the Dragon Lords. The church, which had been stabilized by Aegon I, now seemed poised to ignite discord once more under Aegon's influence. The Dragon of Aegon feared neither the Faceless Men nor the Old Town Church. House Targaryen had come to a point where their power was no longer contingent on the approval of others. Aegon stared unwaveringly at Viserys and declared, Viserys, you have weakened the dragonkind. Chapter 40, The Crown Prince's Inquiry. Aegon, cough cough. Viserys gasped in furious breaths. How could matters of state be left to Aegon's capricious whims? Aegon quickly apologized to the king. Queen Alicent, witnessing Viserys' genuine fury, hurriedly stepped forward to mediate the situation. Otto Hightower's ascendance to the small council, as the second son, was originally reliant on the support of the Old Town's clergy and nobility. Now, Aegon brazenly opposes the church, effectively undermining the very foundation of his claim to the throne. Aegon, apologize. The Seven will forgive your ignorance. Brother Arfin stepped forward solemnly. Apologize? Aegon scoffed. I believe the church has long forgotten the terror that came from Harrenhal. You. Brother Arfin regarded the prince before him with apprehension, aware of the tension between the clergy and the Kingsguard, with conflict looming imminent. It seemed the situation was becoming rather intriguing. Daemon Targaryen crossed his arms, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. Daemon, This is hardly the time for schadenfreude. Princess Rhaenyra rolled her eyes at her reckless husband. As the heir to the Iron Throne of House Targaryen, Rhaenyra understood the concerns that weighed upon Viserys as king. This was a secret passed down through generations, one that even Prince Daemon remained unaware of. Although Viserys was mediocre, he had indeed dedicated his life to fostering peace across Westeros, striving to ensure the kingdom's strength. Though I once deemed him a useless drunkard, today I shall call him the mightiest. Daemon's lips curled into a wicked smile, as if the church members surrounding them were non-existent. What? Rhaenyra gazed at Daemon in disbelief, astonished by his words. Last time, you were incensed by his actions for quite some time. The Dragon King must embody the essence of a dragon. Daemon replied without a moment's hesitation. In contrast to his brother Viserys' timidity and his own obsession with the Iron Throne, the safety of House Targaryen was Daemon's utmost priority. As a member of the family, he had witnessed the subtle infiltration of various factions into the Dragon Lord's lineage since Aegon I Targaryen unified Westeros. Presently, not only were the Crabmen, supported by the realm of the Three Daughters, causing unrest, but assassins from Bravos were also launching surprise attacks. Daemon felt his family's position being continuously provoked by adversaries. When would a dragon seek the pity and recognition of mere ants? The Seven will not bless you. The High Septon, observing Aegon's unwavering demeanor, turned and departed. But the dragon will. Aegon remained unflinching. He raised his gaze to the heavens, where two massive figures circled above. What do you intend to do? Viserys exclaimed incredulously at his reckless firstborn, his voice rising in anger. Dragons. The surrounding soldiers recoiled in fear. The Targaryen dragons cast a formidable shadow over every noble in Westeros. A colossal shadow descended from the sky, crashing down with a resounding thud upon the great September of Baelor in King's Landing. Countless members of the church screamed, some reduced to mere fragments in an instant. The central nave, devoid of supports, collapsed in an instant, while the 7 crystal towers representing the 7 gods toppled one after another. Numerous colored glass orbs fell to the ground, shattering with a crisp and resounding crackle. Amidst the howls of the sheep stealer and the sunfire, as the dust settled, a colossal dragon skull stood prominently atop the great September of Baelor. Viserys was left in a state of astonishment. The head of a dragon, Daemon muttered in disbelief. Since the Targaryen conquest, only one dragon had perished at the storm's end, with the rest of the battles featuring dragons resulting in overwhelming victories. Yet now, after centuries, a bloody dragon head had been severed and carelessly discarded upon the Temple of the Seven. Aegon, what have you done? Rhaenyra whispered, gazing at the grotesque dragon head before her. Even as a dragon rider, she felt momentarily bewildered. In her mind, dragons were invincible. She had never contemplated the possibility of them being hunted. Hiss! Daemon inhaled sharply, observing the bite marks on the skull of Vhagar. He couldn't help but be reminded of a wild dragon, a notorious glutton that troubled every Targaryen, with a hellish appearance and bizarre horns. It had a particular penchant for hunting smaller dragons and their eggs, with no reports of anyone ever managing to tame it. Countless warriors had perished beneath its fiery breath, including many from the Targaryen lineage. Dragons, like humans, possessed their own thoughts and emotions, seldom resorting to killing their own kind or consuming one another. Is that Sunfire? Viserys squinted, scrutinizing Aegon's 2 dragons. As the last dragon rider of Vhagar, he had reveled in the mightiest power in the realm, losing interest in other dragons. The jewels in front of him made the others seem like mere detritus. Sunfire was considerably larger than Jaehaerys' dragon, Vhagar. Viserys murmured to himself. Although Sunfire was slightly younger than Rhaenyra's dragon, Syrax, its size seemed nearly equal at this moment. Aegon, could he truly be the Dreamwalker, the future ruler of Westeros? Viserys was filled with excitement, his hands trembling incessantly. He had long envisioned a son who would be a Dreamwalker, a hero to save the realm of Westeros. However, Aegon's behavior since childhood had shattered Viserys' dreams entirely. Indulgent, lustful, and cowardly, where was the semblance of a king? Aegon. Yet he was the first dragon rider in Valyrian history to conquer 2 dragons, forging a legendary tale of one man with multiple dragons. Queen Alicent incessantly praised her eldest son beside Viserys, and seeing him seemingly swayed, she added fuel to the fire. Compared to those dark-haired lads, he is truly a pure-blooded Targaryen. Dark hair. Upon hearing this sensitive topic, Viserys furrowed his brow slightly. However, regardless of the circumstances, a grandson may not necessarily be a grandson, but a granddaughter will always be a granddaughter. Viserys fell silent, contemplating for a moment before stepping forward. Aegon, what significance do dragons hold for you? Viserys gasped for breath. Even the few steps up the stairs felt like an immense trial. Dragons? They are undoubtedly the wealth of House Targaryen. Aegon replied without hesitation. Yet undisciplined dragons would only bring calamity to the Targaryen family. Ahem, well said, Aegon. You have not succumbed to the allure of the dragon's might while underestimating the power of the people. Viserys felt a sense of warmth in his heart, his face adorned with a smile. In comparison to his brother Daemon's response, Aegon's was evidently far more sophisticated. Viserys glanced back at Daemon, who stood with his hands in his pockets, head held high, completely dismissing Viserys' retrospective. Is Daemon still harboring resentment over the Iron Throne? Viserys pondered, aware that although the brothers had long-standing estrangements, as king, he could not afford to compromise, even amidst their grievances. Chapter 41. The Glutton King, Your Majesty. The seven gods cannot be insulted. The High Septon indignantly accused Viserys. Although the faith of the seven had long disarmed, it still held substantial sway in the hearts of the populace. Without the support of the clergy, even the long-reigning Targaryens could not easily quell the discord with the common folk. The seven gods have never judged Aegon Targaryen I. Viserys retorted disdainfully. After all, as his own progeny, Viserys naturally favored Aegon. The High Septon exchanged glances with the scholar. Ever since Viserys ascended to the throne, he had been adept at avoiding enmity, skillfully accepting the opinions of others. They had never witnessed such a reckless favoritism towards one individual. Aegon. Viserys released Queen Alicent's hand and stepped forward, firmly grasping Aegon's wrist, inquiring, "What do you believe is the distinction of Targaryen members compared to ordinary people? Do not lie." Viserys bellowed, interrupting Alicent's speech, demanding an answer. Daemon watched with keen interest as his suddenly serious brother, entirely oblivious to the transformation in Rhaenyra's demeanor beside him. This is a question posed by father to test me in the great hall of the Red Keep. Rhaenyra felt an overwhelming bitterness. Her father had indeed begun to reconsider the heir. No matter how hard a woman strives, she cannot surpass a man who is utterly intoxicated, can she? The Potato Novel Network. No, it was one thing that the Iron Throne never belonged to me from the outset. But now, after enduring years of suffering and grievances as the heir apparent, does a single word seek to alter my status as the successor? The blood and fire within Rhaenyra seemed to ignite in an instant. It is often said that the members of House Targaryen resemble a divine gamble, with one side embodying madness and the other wisdom. Rhaenyra, filled with fury, interjected forcefully, "Aegon, the dragons are the wealth of House Targaryen. And this shadow-gray creature belongs to me, a treasure of dragonstone. How do you propose to compensate me?" Viserys, interrupted by Rhaenyra's fiery words, gazed at his indignant eldest daughter, momentarily rendered speechless. "Sister, failing to control your dragon, allowing it to wreak havoc, reflects your negligence of the responsibilities of the Duke of Dragonstone," Aegon retorted, showing no leniency towards his wayward sister. Rhaenyra, taken aback by Aegon's counterattack, struggled to find her words. Dragons are not so easily managed. Creatures like the Black Death and Vhagar are exceedingly difficult to control without a dragon rider. Rhaenyra spoke ominously. Aside from the dragon lairs in King's Landing, no one could govern the wild dragons on Dragonstone. After all, dragons possess wings. Even in defeat, they can simply take flight. Fortunately, the dragons favor warmth and predominantly reside on Dragonstone's Dragonout. Coupled with the Dragonkeeper's care, these wild dragons, well-fed and well-clothed, have little inclination to relocate. Seeing the siblings at odds, the Archbishop, unwilling to back down, asserted, "Aegon has slain your wealth, and thus must provide you compensation. The life of a dragon can only be repaid by another dragon. Do you even comprehend what you are saying?" Viserys glared at the Archbishop, his rage palpable. Aegon is the sole dragon rider of House Targaryen capable of commanding 2 dragons, and Viserys would never allow him to come to harm, even for his own dragons. "Your Majesty, you misunderstand." The Archbishop bowed respectfully to Viserys. On Dragonstone, there exists a wild dragon known as the Greedy One, which preys upon dragon eggs and hatchlings, having claimed the lives of many royal offspring in the process of taming it. Why not let the dual dragon rider Aegon slay this dragon as compensation for the Crown Princess Rhaenyra? How many wild dragons has the Greedy One slain on Dragonstone? Viserys remained silent as he contemplated the Archbishop's words. A daughter is flesh of his flesh, and so too is a son. Both are dear to him. His earlier impulsiveness had led to Rhaenyra's interruption, and they both understood the underlying tension. The mere thought of potentially replacing the heir left even Viserys momentarily at a loss. Meeting Rhaenyra's hopeful gaze, he let out a sigh, nodding in agreement. "Aegon, are you willing to atone for your misdeeds? Slay dragons?" Aegon exclaimed with joy, eagerly nodding his assent. "At your command, father." Aegon had long desired to provide special training for Sunfire, but alas, while dragons were scarce, each one a vital asset for House Targaryen's dominance over the continent, and thus not easily slain. Slaying dragons? That cannot be. Allison interjected hastily. I have never heard of dragon slaying in Westeros. Aegon is your own son. How can you place him in such peril? Reflecting upon that towering behemoth, how could my son Aegon possibly stand against such a monstrous entity? Aegon, if you cannot prevail, then flee. If all else fails, Vagon shall assist you. Viserys gently patted Aegon's shoulder, glancing back at Aemon with a caring reminder. As a king, he must heed the sentiments of the High Septon and the Duke of Dragonstone. However, as a father, he also yearned to pave a path for Aegon's safety. My Prince Aegon, a knight clad in bronze armor approached, cradling his helmet, and respectfully bowed. In times of hardship, do not forget the friends in Storm's End. Observing the dwindling assembly of lords, this courageous warrior stood as a valuable ally against the tide. The Seven shall certainly provide an account for Storm's End, Aegon replied. Casting a glance at Prince Daemon, his words veiled in subtlety. Ser Jorah Royce turned to regard the impetuous prince, delivering a challenging glare. Daemon, must you remain so cavalier? Witnessing Daemon's continued antagonism towards the nobles of Storm's End, Rhaenyra's inner turmoil had reached a boiling point. Huh, you think a mere noble of Storm's End could topple me? Delusional. Daemon mocked Rhaenyra, dismissing the nobles who bore animosity towards him. My claim to the throne hangs by a thread, and yet you choose to make enemies. Rhaenyra scolded Daemon, her anger palpable. Viserys' earlier conversation with Aegon had already tightened the knot of anxiety in Rhaenyra's throat, as she felt her self-proclaimed status as heir to the Iron Throne slipping away. Observing Daemon's obliviousness, she felt that her husband cared little for her concerns. The secret of ice and fire, a legacy passed down through generations of kings, was known to Aegon as well. Rhaenyra, driven by frustration, confronted Daemon directly. The secrets of our forebears? Daemon stammered, taken aback. What is that? You do not know? Rhaenyra gasped, abruptly severing the topic, her indifference manifesting as she coldly retorted. It seems father never intended to bequeath the Iron Throne to you. What secret? Daemon, incensed by the provocation, seized Rhaenyra by the throat, nearly lifting her off the ground. Unlike Viserys, who fretted over the looming crisis in the north, Daemon valued the trust of his family more than the Iron Throne itself. He merely desired to be recognized as a cherished brother, husband, and father. I can hardly breathe. Rhaenyra, witnessing her uncle's extreme demeanor, her face flushed with urgency, pleaded, please. Let go. Humph. Daemon released Rhaenyra, his hand resting on the hilt of Dark Sister as he strode out with an air of dominance. Rhaenyra, the glutton is not so easily slain, Daemon declared, turning his back on his wife. A fully grown dragon may be formidable, but escaping is a trivial matter. You should simply focus on the Iron Throne. Before his words faded, Daemon's figure vanished from Rhaenyra's sight. Chapter 42. Kingsguard. Within the royal gardens, the thunderous sound of countless hooves resonated in the air, dust swirling around. A bored Aegon lounged in a nearby chair, eyes closed, savoring the attentions of his handmaidens. Viserys Targaryen sat upon the specially crafted Iron Throne, meticulously observing the archery skills of the noble youths. Where had Daemon gone? Viserys scanned the surroundings. Since his daughter Rhaenyra had independently slain a wild boar, the royal hunt had not been conducted again due to Viserys' health condition. It had been an entire decade since the last event. Daemon, a bittersweet feeling settled in Rhaenyra's heart. Ever since learning that her brother Viserys had never revealed the king's secrets to him, he had stormed out of the Red Keep, seeking solace in the brothels of King's Landing. Only within the bustling brothel did he become the carefree prince, unconcerned with the opinions of others. Yet within the Red Keep, he was merely the object of his brother's deceit, the adversary scorned by the ministers, and the overlooked second son by his parents. Perhaps he was indulging in debauchery, lost in the embrace of drunken revelry in some room. Rhaenyra bitterly mused. The specifics of the situation were difficult for her to explain to Viserys. There was no debauchery. She had merely sought the comfort of her former lover, White Worm. Larys, leaning on his cane, limped into the throne tent, fixing his gaze on Rhaenyra's face, casually remarking, Daemon, ever irresponsible, as usual. Viserys, concerned, tentatively probed Rhaenyra's sentiments, lamenting, ever since I severed their bond, expelling Daemon. My inner fury has gradually dissipated with the passage of time. After all, we are family. Why must we bicker over power? This is not irresponsibility. It is merely rekindled old flames. Larys cheerfully reminded, in the past, Prince Daemon even stole a dragon egg from a prince to claim Dragonstone for this courtesan. Enough. I do not wish to hear about him. Rhaenyra turned her face away, feeling a pang of guilt in her heart, yet Daemon remained her consort. Such behavior would only tarnish her image. For the new King Aegon. Suddenly, a portly laborer shouted, and the uninformed crowd echoed in response. Aegon. Aegon. Viserys turned to see Aegon still languidly reclining in his chair without a care, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Rhaenyra, you and your brother must remain united, impervious to provocation. Only a Targaryen can bring ruin upon the Targaryens. Viserys spoke weakly. Since ascending the Iron Throne, his relationship with Daemon had grown increasingly strained, even reaching the brink of rebellion. In the face of power, even brothers could turn against one another, a lesson Viserys had learned well. Yes, father. Rhaenyra nodded in agreement. From a young age, she served the king at the royal council, pouring wine and absorbing the strategies of governance, gaining an early understanding of the allure of power over ordinary folk. Aegon is a good child. Were he not the king's firstborn, he might have led a blissful life. Rhaenyra nodded in agreement. As a languid prince, Aegon indulges solely in drinking, sleeping, and carousing. Rendering him an utterly inconsequential rival to Rhaenyra, he poses no threat whatsoever. However, with Aegon's recent shift in character, it appears that the tide among the nobles of Westeros is beginning to turn in his favor. His opposition to the church suggests that he is not overly concerned with your position, Viserys remarked thoughtfully. Having cared for Aegon since childhood, Viserys lamented his lack of ambition, for he is decidedly unfit for kingship. It is said that on the day of Aegon's birth, a white stag, symbolizing royalty, appeared in the royal woods. It remains uncertain whether fortune will allow such an encounter today. Otto Hightower entered at an inopportune moment. The white stag is merely a legend. Viserys interrupted Otto's response. This chancellor from Old Town continually seizes opportunities to undermine Rhaenyra's claim to the throne. Had the fire at Harrenhal not claimed the previous chancellor, Viserys would not have summoned him back to King's Landing. Rhaenyra unusually remained silent. She recalled the day she had slain a fierce wild boar, only to behold a magnificent, snow-white stag on a nearby hillside, gazing down upon her like a deity. Aegon's naming day, Rhaenyra murmured to herself, then turned away in disgust. How could the Iron Throne possibly belong to such a debauched creature? It is often said that a woman's battlefield lies in the birthing chamber. However, what is there that a woman cannot achieve that a man can? Aegon. Viserys weakly beckoned his son closer. My lord father, Aegon responded, rising with a sudden burst of energy. Everyone outside is riding and hunting. Why do you not join them? Viserys inquired kindly. His health had been failing for years, rendering him incapable of hunting an adult stag. Your sister Rhaenyra, at an even younger age than you, has hunted and slain a robust wild boar, Viserys pointed out. A boar? Aegon paused, thinking it would suffice to have a guard procure some pork for him. Humph. Viserys sighed, observing his son's lack of ambition. Aegon, the incident with the Faceless Men must never occur again. You should follow Rhaenyra's example and choose a sworn protector from the King's Guard. Viserys stated earnestly. Prince Aegon. Prince Aegon. Countless hunting knights and hunters clamored, eager to ascend the lofty heights of House Targaryen. A sworn protector from the King's Guard? Rhaenyra furrowed her brow. Since ancient times, the royal guard has been entrusted with the protection of the king, and only the heirs to the Iron Throne possess the privilege to select their lifelong guards in advance. Rhaenyra, do not overthink it. The formidable strength of the Faceless Men is not to be underestimated. Even by the 40 dragon lords of Valyria, many have fallen to assassination. Viserys patiently elucidated to Rhaenyra. Indeed, father, Rhaenyra responded, her countenance revealing discontent, yet ultimately, her concern for the safety of her family left her at a loss for words. Exclusive royal guards? Jason Lannister raised an eyebrow, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. Is His Majesty contemplating a change in succession? As the Duke of Casterly Rock, the Lannister family had always aspired to forge a union with House Targaryen. Despite the inexhaustible wealth of Casterly Rock's gold mines, they lacked a direct blood connection to the royal lineage. Should the younger generation be maliciously incited, it could spell utter ruin for their ancestral legacy. After all, Westeros is no longer a battleground of rival factions. It has become the private garden of House Targaryen. The Targaryen crown looms like the sword of Damocles above all noble families. He felt a surge of anxiety and promptly knelt before Prince Aegon, declaring, I am willing to protect you with my sword. Jason, you are a commendable warrior. Viserys nodded in approval, taking great pleasure in the initiative shown by the Duke. Chapter 43, The Rainbow Guard. Aegon, what are you dawdling for? You ought to respond swiftly. Alicent Hightower watched with a heart in her throat as Duke Jason Lannister knelt and swore allegiance. The Hightower family had expended considerable resources to win over the nobles of the Westlands. However, as long as Duke Jason withheld his agreement, the Hightower family would reap no rewards. Aegon, the Duke awaits your answer. In contrast to Alicent's impatience, Otto, the Hand of the King, exhibited a more cunning demeanor. He applied pressure while maintaining his neutral stance. Jason, you are the Duke of the Westlands. How can you serve as a prince's royal guard? The Westerlands still require your leadership. Aegon interjected cheerfully, disrupting Jason's overtures. Embarrassed by Aegon's interruption, Jason, consumed by ambition, remained oblivious to his awkward predicament. What the prince says is true. Jason awkwardly rose and reluctantly added, to be candid, I have a twin brother, Tylan, who shares the same father and mother. He can pledge his loyalty to you in my stead. This is indeed a sound proposal. Viserys laughed heartily, nodding in agreement. Otto, being the second son of the Hightower family, had also rendered significant services to the kingdom. Aegon, make your choice. Viserys turned to Aegon, gesturing for him to proceed. The bronze warrior Royce of Old Town is willing to pledge his allegiance to the prince. In the realm of Potato Novel Network, the venerable Jorah Royce knelt gracefully, placing his long sword upon the ground. Royce, a skilled archer and horseman, was a rare warrior in the valley. Viserys nodded repeatedly, his heart swelling with pride. As a prince of House Targaryen, witnessing such a multitude of noble lords eager to serve him for a lifetime was an extraordinary sight in the history of the Targaryens. Viserys envisioned a future where the entire continent united under his command, standing resolutely against the specter of death emerging from the north. The master archer Ongai, having met the prince, pledged his allegiance. Ongai's face was adorned with vibrant paints, a dragonbone longbow slung at his waist, and his back bore the spoils of many geese slain. Each arrow was expertly placed, causing no harm to their plumage. What a remarkable marksman, Viserys remarked with appreciation. Ongai was the champion of the previous archery tournament, hailing from the continent of Essos. Otto Hightower stepped forward, blocking Ongai's approach towards Viserys, methodically stating, there is no need for such proximity. Yet, Viserys remained unperturbed. At that moment, he resembled a living corpse, merely an elderly man clinging to existence. Aegon. They are all exemplary nobles and knights, who will stand shoulder to shoulder with you in battle. Viserys expressed, brimming with hope as he introduced them to his son. With their assistance, your quest to slay dragons on Dragonstone will be considerably easier. He cautiously observed Rhaenyra's expression and quietly suggested to Aegon, slay dragons? Aegon scoffed. Only dragons can defeat dragons. To them, nobles and archers are no more than defenseless commoners. He shook his head, resolutely declining Viserys while meaning offer. Aegon, my father's Kingsguard is formidable. I can arrange one for you. Rhaenyra interjected, stepping forward with a proposal. Viserys remained silent, fully aware of his daughter's obsession with the Iron Throne. However, confronted with the looming threat of Braavos, he still sought to provide his eldest son with the utmost protection. The Kingsguard is indeed valiant, Aegon remarked, glancing at the loyal warriors devoted to him. Each of them is brave and unwavering in loyalty. However, the Kingsguard is a privilege reserved solely for the king and the heir. How could I defy such an established norm? Well said, Aegon. You possess a remarkable sense of the greater good. Viserys observed the harmonious interaction between the siblings, tears of joy streaming down his face. In contrast to the disputes between the blacks and greens, even the slow-witted Viserys could sense an unusual atmosphere. With the siblings reconciling, the heavy burden on his heart finally lifted. Rhaenyra, treat Aegon kindly from now on, Viserys gently urged, grasping Aegon's hand with a sense of solace. Indeed, Aegon is a kind-hearted child. The anger within Rhaenyra subsided slightly. Although she was at odds with Alicent, Aegon had consistently supported his elder sister in silence since childhood. His pursuits of pleasure, while striving to maintain neutrality, were, in essence, a form of support for Rhaenyra. However, the safety of royal family members must not be overlooked. Viserys recalled the White Terror instigated by the Faceless Men during the Valyrian era, and a sense of concern washed over him. I have two exceptional companions who have rescued me from peril. Perhaps my father could emulate the Kingsguard and grant them knighthood. Aegon proposed methodically. Rather than aligning with the fickle nobles of Westeros, Aegon preferred to have steadfast supporters at his side. Important matters should be reiterated thrice. Loyalty, loyalty, and unequivocal loyalty. Adam and Aelin. Surely they are not those two peasants who cannot even wield a sword? Cole sneered while holding his sword in one hand, deridingly. As a proud member of the Kingsguard, he could hardly fathom being publicly humiliated by these fishermen. Believe me, I could defeat both of them with a single hand. How could such ineptitude guard a prince? Cole laughed heartily, pointing at the two youths before him. Adam remained expressionless and silent. Aelin, however, flushed with embarrassment. I am protected by dragons. I could take on 10 of you without lifting a finger. Aegon retorted mercilessly, eyeing the arrogant Cole. Aegon, you must not speak to your uncle Cole in such a manner. Alicent interjected hastily, sensing the situation spiraling out of control. Adam, Aelin, you have saved the prince and rightfully deserve a reward. Viserys remarked, nodding appreciatively at the two weathered boys before him. Your Majesty, my brother, and I are merely fishermen. Our abilities are indeed limited. Adam replied, accepting the reality with forthrightness, in stark contrast to Aelin's shame in facing Cole's mockery. While numbers may be lacking, quality can compensate. Rhaenyra interjected, halting Adam's retreat into self-doubt. Compared to the support from the great nobles for Aegon, Rhaenyra was more inclined to accept the protection of ordinary guards. Why not follow the example of the Kingsguard and hold a tournament for Aegon, selecting suitable candidates for him? Rhaenyra suggested. Splendid idea. Let us name it the Rainbow Guard. Aegon responded enthusiastically, nodding in agreement. Rather than becoming a puppet supported by the great nobles, he preferred to build his own team from the ground up. Blue. I shall borrow your creative idea for now. Chapter 44. Brightwood and Bracken the Rainbow Guard, huh? A child's play. Cole scoffed dismissively as he retreated. Jason Lannister observed the two ragged fishermen beside him, an imperceptible discomfort flickering across his face. How could a noble of the Westerlands be associated with commoners? Even if he were a prince, it was unacceptable. Your Highness, we apologize for bringing you shame. We are but ordinary fishermen. Adam wore a visage of guilt as he stepped forward to offer counsel. Indeed, witnessing Adam's initial declaration, his brother Iron, despite his reluctance, felt compelled to express his stance. We are but common folk, unworthy of a knight's glory. Had I not been born into royalty, I might very well have been a mere fisherman, inferior to you. Nobility and power, do they truly possess any inherent quality? Ignoring the sentiment, Aegon amiably patted Adam on the shoulder, encouraging him onward. Nobility and power, do they truly possess any inherent quality? Viserys muttered softly to himself. The dragon imbued members of the Targaryen family with an ever-deepening sense of divinity. This single phrase utterly transformed Viserys' perception of Aegon, unlike the noble bloodlines whose grandeur is challenging to substantiate. The might of the Dragon King's lineage is not merely a figment of legend. Although Aegon may act foolishly, he is far preferable to Daemon's arrogance and ignorance. Viserys mused. Yoren Royce cast a disdainful gaze upon the fisherman before him, expressing his vexation. Forgive me, your highness, but the honor of knighthood does not permit my participation. It matters not, Sir Yoren, Aegon replied nonchalantly. As long as Aegon stood in opposition to Daemon, the support from Stonehenge would remain unwavering. Your highness, please accept my arrow. Ongai knelt, presenting his arrow with solemnity. Aegon was taken aback. He had prepared himself for a lack of support. And yet this skilled archer was determined to ally with him, a prince whose future was uncertain. Do you not disdain dancing with a fisherman? Aegon inquired curiously. Prey does not bite simply because you are of noble birth, nor do arrows curve for aristocrats. Ongai replied with conviction and courtesy. Have you ever encountered a Kingsguard who is merely adept at archery? Cole scoffed, regarding the champion of the archery tournament before him with derision. As the victor over Prince Daemon, Cole felt an innate superiority toward Ongai. Before you draw your sword, my arrow shall pierce you first, Ongai retorted defiantly. Although he may not match Cole in direct confrontation, he prided himself on his battlefield lethality, claiming equality with anyone. Swear the oath, Aegon. Viserys paid little mind to the confrontation between Cole and Ongai, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Seeing his father, the king, consent. Aegon drew his sword and placed it upon Ongai's shoulder. In the name of the Prince of House Targaryen, I command you to uphold justice, protect the common folk, and resist the powerful while aiding the weak. What follows again? Damn it. Aegon lamented, vexed by his inability to articulate Valyrian fluently, let alone recall the oath. Ongai stood tall, brimming with confidence, as he was the first to accept Aegon's decree. However, as he observed Aegon gradually faltering in his speech, stumbling over his words, Aegon could not help but feel a mixture of amusement and exasperation. The world often claims the firstborn son of the king is akin to a stubborn clay that cannot be molded, devoid of learning and skill, and today it became painfully evident. What is it? Aegon cast an awkward glance at Aemond, signaling him with furtive expressions. It is loyalty. Your Highness, Aelin cautiously reminded him as he noticed Aegon struggling to articulate his thoughts. Oh, right. The divine has indeed commanded your loyalty. Aegon suddenly grasped the implication. Alas. Viserys turned his head away, unable to bear witnessing his son's embarrassment any longer. Cole, observing the ineptitude of Queen Alicent's son, found his previous ire dissipating. What am I even competing with a fool for? Cole stifled a chuckle, questioning himself. Adam, Aelin, it is now your turn. Aegon, flushed with shame, approached Adam and Aelin. Respected prince, your magnanimity and disregard for trifles inspire us, and we shall strive diligently not to disappoint your high expectations. Aelin said, his face tinged with embarrassment. Though the prince may lack knowledge, he possesses a kind heart and an approachable demeanor. After all, Aegon bore immense pressure. renouncing the loyalty of great nobles to win over the common folk before him. Aegon, once you have selected your Rainbow Guard, you shall set forth to Dragonstone. Viserys surged from the side. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Following Viserys' command for Aegon to select his Rainbow Guard, countless nobles seemed to sense the king's intentions, becoming increasingly animated. For the king Aegon, a soldier shouted, brandishing a piece of wild boar meat. Viserys frowned deeply but ultimately refrained from further comment. After all, the royal hunting expedition occurs only once every decade. One cannot easily dampen the spirits of the attendees. For King Aegon, another soldier shouted, in the land of Westeros, every soldier and noble who hunts game may present a portion of their catch to their lord. Humph. Rhaenyra, filled with indignation, turned to leave. Even as the heir to the Iron Throne, she faced considerable opposition from various factions, especially since Aegon's birth, despite his inaction. Many nobles openly defied her under the guise of supporting Aegon. Your Highness, your reputation is indeed formidable. Aelin observed the nobles paying their respects to the prince, filled with envy. Aegon exhibited no warmth towards him, exclaiming that anyone could shout, let them attempt to join the Rainbow Guard and see. None would dare speak up. In the blink of an eye, with the sun now high in the sky, Aegon still had only 3 members of the Rainbow Guard accompanying him. Your Highness, this is the wild boar meat I present to you. Amos Blackwood offered his finest and most treasured loin, stating proudly, Princess Rhaenyra looks down on you all and wishes to seek refuge with His Highness the Prince, like a dog wagging its tail in supplication. A mocking voice emerged, unmistakably that of Earl Blythewood, standing behind Rhaenyra. Aegon, have you gathered the Rainbow Guard? Rhaenyra chose to overlook the feud between the two houses and approached him with an inquiry. Let me emphasize, if you find yourself unable to contend with the glutton, you may seek refuge on Dragonstone. Rhaenyra proposed to Aegon. Seeking refuge is not the same as offering support, Aegon mused. Rhaenyra was evidently more concerned about her throne, unaware that those who covet power are often the most vulnerable to the Iron Throne's treachery. He refrained from responding immediately, casting a glance at Blythewood and his companions behind Rhaenyra. Although Cole frequently disrespected him, he was ultimately a member of the Greens. What was the Blythewood family, after all? Chapter 45. The beautiful Brienne, Your Highness, I am willing to serve you. A resounding voice broke through the crowd, interrupting Aegon and Rhaenyra's conversation. Is it her? A wave of fervent cheers erupted from the throng. A woman still dares to aspire to knighthood? She ought to return home and tend to her children. Do you wish to guard the prince's bedchamber? Is this the tale of a queen's rise? A new paradigm has been unveiled. In the face of the crowd's derision, the statuesque warrior with high cheekbones remained unfazed. Clad in armor, she knelt resolutely, pledging her allegiance to Aegon. The Rainbow Guard now boasts hunters, fishermen, and even women. Blythewood bellowed with derision. Silence. Rhaenyra could no longer bear it. As a woman herself, she deeply empathized with Brienne's current plight. The animosity between the Blythewood and Bracken families had endured for millennia, rendering the distinction between right and wrong utterly blurred. Such indiscriminate alliances and confrontations had long ceased to astonish. Realizing he had overstepped, the Earl of Blythewood hastily sealed his lips. Aegon, Rhaenyra interrupted her brother's response, asserting, how can a woman possibly become a knight? It is a desecration of the Seven's authority. As the Targaryen heir, her contemplations extended far beyond Aegon's. The struggle between royal and divine power was ever present, yet it maintained a certain decorum, never escalating into overt conflict. If a woman can be a king, then why cannot she be a knight? Brienne retorted without hesitation. Towering and unrefined in appearance since childhood, she had endured relentless mockery from the boys around her. It was only when she had subdued a man beneath her feet that she realized what a man could achieve, a woman could likewise accomplish. Regrettably, despite her father's unwavering support and training in martial arts, she remained unable to attain the status of a qualified knight. After all, few dared to defy convention by selecting a woman as a knight. Since learning of Aegon's choice to recruit commoners for the Rainbow Guard, she had been eager to prove herself. Rhaenyra found herself momentarily speechless. The king does not need to personally engage in battle. Yet knights must wield their swords in combat. The strength of women is not to be underestimated, as Rhaenyra calmly elucidated. As the heir to the Iron Throne, she refrained from excessively infringing upon the rights of men, for ultimately, Westeros remains a realm dominated by male warriors. Women, step aside. Lord Blackwood interjected, advancing forward. Prince Aegon, his face flushed with embarrassment, felt the weight of repeated rejections, which he had long since grown accustomed to. She had traveled a great distance to King's Landing upon hearing of Rhaenyra's ascension as heir, seeking to pledge her loyalty. Little did she expect Rhaenyra, feasting on the fruits of womanhood, would turn against her kind. Sister speaks true, Aegon nodded. If you doubt her prowess, then let your skills speak for themselves. With a shift in tone, Aegon stepped forward, pointing at Lord Blackwood. Surely, a noble lord would not falter against a mere woman? Lord Blackwood hesitated, glancing back at Rhaenyra. Indeed, Rhaenyra affirmed with a nod. Blaine, are you willing to accept this challenge? Aegon inquired. Your Highness, I am ready to serve you. Blaine rose, drawing her longsword. The blade in her hands was formidable, akin to a great sword, double-edged and exceedingly heavy. Yet, as she wielded it with one hand, it flowed effortlessly like a delicate rapier. Is this the swordsmanship from Dorne? Cole observed with a hint of caution. Even he could not maneuver a two-handed sword with the grace of a single-handed one. Ugh, Lord Blackwood, realizing the woman before him was no mere ornament, felt a surge of anxiety. Having just offended Queen Rhaenyra, he knew this was his moment to redeem himself. Defeat at the hands of this woman would surely invite ridicule from the members of House Bracken. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his family sword and prepared for battle. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp sounds of their blades colliding echoed as Blaine and Lord Blackwood exchanged probing strikes, eventually escalating to earnest combat. Gah! With a powerful swing, Lord Blackwood summoned all his strength, delivering a mighty blow. Huh! Blaine gritted her teeth, forcing her hands upward to parry, then swiftly maneuvered her sword in a circular motion. Thrust! Lord Blackwood staggered back, gasping for breath. This wild woman possesses remarkable strength, he exclaimed in astonishment. Her swordsmanship and power were undeniably on par with his own. Blaine, seeing Lord Blackwood exhausted, offered him no respite. The edge of her blade descended upon him like a torrential downpour. This might be her singular chance to become a knight. She was determined to seize it. After all, across the vast continent of Westeros, one could scarcely find a more incompetent ruler than Aegon. Who else would desire a female knight? Opportunity is fleeting. Seize it while you can. My lord, exercise caution. Before Brienne's words had fully escaped her lips, a multitude of heavy swords descended upon her. Cursed be this fate. The Earl of Blackwood felt his face flush crimson, inwardly lamenting his predicament. What folly to put on such airs. This time, the embarrassment would be monumental. Little did he know how the members of House Blinken would ridicule him once they emerged from this debacle. Another strike. Clang. The long sword shattered in response. Brienne stared vacantly at the remnants of her once mighty blade, now broken in two, and the fervor within her heart instantaneously dulled. She halted, retreating slowly. How perilous! The Earl of Blackwood, drenched in perspiration, observed Brienne cease her assault and refrained from launching a surprise attack. Surrender, woman! The Earl gasped, breathless. Had it not been for the cherished sword of House Blackwood in his possession, the outcome would have been uncertain. Pronounce the verdict. Rhaenyra calmly addressed Aegon. Next, fair Brienne. Amos Bracken, reveling in the spectacle, unsheathed his sword and tossed it directly into Brienne's hands. Amos, you wretched fool. The Earl of Blackwood felt as though he were choking on a mouthful of blood, and had it not been for his pride, he would have unleashed a torrent of curses. Prince Aegon, Brienne inquired as she accepted the long sword. Aegon, let this end. Rhaenyra urged him. It was evident to all that had the Earl of Blackwood not relied on his sword, he would have long been at a disadvantage. Gazing into Brienne's hopeful eyes, and observing her tattered armor, it was clear she had endured considerable hardship journeying from distant Dorne to King's Landing. Today, they were competing in martial prowess, not in the merits of swords. Let the contest continue. After much contemplation, Aegon ultimately nodded in agreement. After all, he had chosen the Rainbow Guard. Whether he offended House Blackwood or the faith of the Seven, it was of little concern. With many debts, one need not fret. Chapter 46. The Fractured Beauty. Earl Blackwood. Do not lose too disgracefully. This sword of House Bracken has claimed the lives of more than one Earl of Blackwood. Yet you could become the first to perish at the hands of a woman. Ha! A wave of hearty laughter erupted from the crowd. The royal archery and jousting event served as a venue for many feudal lords' pastimes, were it not for King Viserys' grave illness. Such tournaments would be held every few years as tradition dictates. Blackwood, muster every ounce of strength you possess. Amos Bracken laughed heartily. The Earl of Blackwood spat into his palm, rubbing his hands together in determination. He took small, deliberate steps, slowly circling around Brienne. Curse it! Where did this colossal woman come from? She is an absolute behemoth. Count Blywood's hands were slick with sweat, his expression tense, the hilt of his sword searing under his grip. Blaney surged forward, her long sword slicing perilously close to his face. What a splendid opportunity. Count Blywood deftly countered, his blade ripping through Blaney's tattered armor. With a resounding tear, the armor shattered, exposing her pale chest indiscriminately to the gaze of the onlookers. Wow! A collective gasp resonated from the crowd. Count Blywood appeared to bask in a tremendous triumph, a smug glint in his eyes. That is sufficient. The Count gestured to Blaney, indicating that she had proven herself worthy. It was time to surrender. Surrender? Blaney let out a cold laugh, tearing off her upper leather armor, baring her undergarments without remorse. I have journeyed from the Tower of Tarth and Dorne, facing innumerable trials without faltering. I am destitute, yet I have persevered step by step to reach King's Landing. Are you asking me to concede simply because of inferior armor? You noble lords will never comprehend the resolve of the impoverished. With unwavering determination, Blaney gripped her sword and charged forward. Whoosh! The long sword did not meet its mark. Instead, she spun, opting for a powerful punch directed at Count Blywood's face. Bam! The sheer force of her fist distorted the Count's visage. Shards of broken teeth mingling with blood sprang forth. Oh! The gruesome scene elicited horrified gasps from the surrounding noblewomen, who quickly shut their eyes. Count Blywood fell to the ground, his sword flung away. Come on! Blaney planted her sword in the earth with one hand, raising her fist in a challenge. You didn't ambush me, so I shall not take advantage of you. Ugh! Count Blywood touched the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, begrudgingly rising to his feet. Thud! Thud! The sound of two powerful punches whistled past his ears. Damn it, what immense strength! Count Blywood was filled with regret. This was supposed to be the conflict between Prince Aegon and Princess Rhaenyra. Why had he inserted himself into it? Now, he would likely become the subject of gossip among the nobles of Westeros. What a size, what a color! In his moment of distraction, a fist the size of a sandbag slammed into his nose, causing tears to spring forth. Aha! Count Blywood was reduced to tears by a woman. The members of House Bracken laughed heartily, eager for the whole world to know. Cough! Count Blywood spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression grave. The illustrious reputation of the Blywood dynasty must not falter at his hands. What a size, what a color! I have it! The Earl of Blywood experienced a sudden epiphany and struck his own forehead in realization. Ah! Brain cried out, crossing her arms and hastily retreating. You! Her face flushed crimson, overwhelmed with embarrassment. At that moment, she had shed her tattered armor, leaving only a thin layer of undergarment to conceal her tumultuous figure. Observing the Earl's suggestive gaze, Brain was acutely aware of his lewd intentions. Oh haha! The noblewomen of the Westerlo continent viewed Brain's plight with a complete lack of empathy, instead reveling in her misfortune. The Earl, awkwardly hunched over like a famished tiger preparing to pounce, spread his arms wide and launched repeated assaults. Rather than accept defeat, he opted for this humiliating method of triumph. Ah! Brain swiftly retreated, her hands clasped protectively over her chest, filled with mortification. Humph! These aristocratic gentlemen, willing to resort to such unscrupulous tactics to win, she thought. Realizing that with only a final layer of modesty left, should it be stripped away in public, her disgrace would be eternally etched in history. Just a little more. If I can remove that last layer, I will emerge victorious. The Earl braced himself, having long since discarded any concern for his reputation. The shame of his family took precedence over his own dignity. Here we go, body slam. The Earl lunged forward, hands aimed directly at Brain's bosom. Ah! Brain clutched her chest tightly, her face suffused with shame. Though she fancied herself a knight, she was ultimately still a woman, unable to endure such an assault. The two grappled, one pulling and the other resisting, their conflict devolving into a chaotic struggle on the ground. This was nothing short of a brawl, devoid of any semblance of noble decorum. Rhaenyra could no longer bear to witness the scene and turned to leave. As a woman, she hoped for Brain's victory. However, as the heir to the Iron Throne, she wished for her own vassal to prevail. Winning would bring disgrace, so it was better to depart early, Rhaenyra thought, bidding farewell to Aegon as she exited. Haha, what a milk tyrant! Sneered a jealous noblewoman from the Longbow Hall. Hee. Despite being women themselves, none in the audience spoke up for Brain. Do not blame me, Blywood snarled. You are a woman who insists on engaging in a man's game. You are truly shameful. You have brought disgrace upon the nobility. Brain seethed with fury. A dignified noble, resorting to such ruthless tactics in public. Humph. Without ruthlessness, one cannot stand firm. Although the Earl's reputation was tarnished, he showed no sign of relent in his actions. Men, Brain gritted her teeth, relinquishing her defense with one hand and reaching for the Earl's groin. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the air as Count Blywood, in agony, relinquished his grip and was unexpectedly struck by a ruthless elbow from Blaney. He writhed on the muddy ground, clutching his loins in pain, his face drenched in filth, obliterating any semblance of his former glory. Do not blame me, Blaney hissed menacingly. After all, you are but a man. The humiliation he had felt earlier was now eclipsed by Blaney's furious wrath. She relentlessly kicked the fallen count, eliciting wails of despair from him. Enough! Aegon, unable to bear the sight any longer, rushed forward to intervene. Well done, Eggbreaker Beauty. Amos Bracken shouted, reveling in the chaos, applauding with fervor. Beauty Knight Blaney. Eggbreaker Superwoman Blaney. The crowd's disdain had transformed into mockery, and now erupted in cheers, completely overturning Blaney's expectations. Aegon unsheathed his sword, kneeling before the warrior Blaney, and declared, "In the name of Prince Aegon Targaryen, I command you to serve your lord faithfully, to show kindness to the weak, and to care for the common folk." Tears streamed down Blaney's flushed cheeks, her prominent cheekbones marred by numerous training-induced bruises. She was a woman. She could not become a knight. No sooner had the thought crossed her mind than an elderly man, adorned with a necklace of 9 rings, staggered into the scene. The crowd fell silent, parting to make way for the elder. Chapter 47. The Dragon-Slaying Crossbow. Why not? Aegon inquired, intrigued by the elder's imposing presence. Why not? It is, of course, due to tradition. The elder replied, his composure unwavering. The Citadel will not permit such a thing. To hell with tradition. Aegon retorted, unfazed. He was, after all, the wayward prince, acting with reckless abandon, sometimes even beyond the reach of Viserys. A mere citadel, unwilling to adapt? Knight Blaney, rise. Aegon, well acquainted with the art of persuasion, sought to secure a loyal protector once more. You insolent brat. The elder fumed, puffing out his beard in indignation. The hearts of men change, and the world is no longer as it was. I have just expelled a scholar who experimented on people, and now a prince appears, utterly disrespectful of tradition. I shall report you to King Viserys. The elder trembled, leaning heavily on his cane as he prepared to depart. Sir, take care. Princess Rhaenyra, having heard of the elder's arrival, hurried to assist him. Humph. The old man brusquely shrugged off Rhaenyra's hand and continued on his way. Aegon, you've stirred up quite a tempest, she admonished. He is a venerable scholar of the Citadel. Even the construction of the dragon pit relies on his designs. Rhaenyra glared at the troublemaking Aegon, her frustration boiling over, then let him use his wisdom to repair the wall of ice. Aegon, however, was indifferent to the stubborn old man. The Targaryen family did not seize the continent of Westeros through knowledge, but rather through sheer might. I, having swept across the world, possess esteemed scholars to debate on my behalf. My dear Lord Blackwood, how do you fare now? Rhaenyra inquired eagerly of her vassal who had pledged allegiance to her. Alas! Lord Blackwood grimaced in pain, curling up like a newly hatched chick, trembling in distress. One may not remain a lord forever. One could very well become a lady. Amos Bracken chuckled heartily. You. Lord Blackwood's face turned ashen, struggling for breath, and fainted on the spot. Summon the Grand Maester at once. Rhaenyra paid no heed to the vendetta between the families and turned to exit the royal guard. Prince Aegon, do you still seek a rainbow guard? An elderly man with black hair cautiously followed Aegon, hesitating before finally approaching him with the inquiry. Sir, Brienne interjected, blocking the frail old man from getting too close to the prince, wary of a potential ambush. An old man? Aegon expressed surprise. He was seeking guards, not extending kindness to the destitute. I fear you may not be suitable, sir. Aegon responded with some reluctance. If a woman can protect you, then why cannot an elderly man? Cushing remained unfazed, showing no signs of emotional change despite Aegon's rejection. I could defeat 10 men like you. Do not speak to me of gender. Brienne's expression darkened, filled with indignation. Any guard who dared to question her gender would face the wrath of her fists. Since childhood in Dorne, those who mocked her masculinity had been subdued by her iron fists. Young lady, while you may easily vanquish an enemy for the prince, I possess the capability to help him conquer the world, Cushing declared with pride, undeterred by the hostility of the woman before him. The world? Aegon, intrigued by the grandiose claims of the man in the black hair and white robe, was drawn in. Prince, please follow me. Cushing gestured with one hand, inviting Aegon to accompany him. Your Highness, you must not. Adam and Ellen exclaimed loudly in protest. The safety of the prince is of paramount importance. How could one casually leave with a stranger? Is this Cushing? The scholar expelled from the Citadel, Amos Bracken remarked, astonished. He conducted unauthorized human experiments, resulting in his expulsion. And now he is left to starve. Upon hearing this, Aegon scrutinized the elder closely, stating, Sir, undertaking experiments on people without consent is not the act of a benevolent soul. I cannot agree to this. Then tell me, if one fails to save a life, is it an act of murder or an attempt at salvation? Cushing bowed respectfully to Aegon. I have prepared a gift for the prince. This is an improved version of the dragon-slaying crossbow from Dorne, possessing immense power. Cushing exclaimed with excitement, in stark contrast to his usual reticence. Once the subject of science was broached, he transformed into a veritable fountain of knowledge, reminiscent of a technological zealot. The flexibility of this colossal crossbow had significantly increased, and its power had also seen a marked enhancement. As Cabin gazed at the dragon, Young Yen, behind Egon, An impulsive urge to strike it down surged within him. How? Sensing the malice emanating from Kashing's face, Yang Yin protested by shaking its head in discontent. Did not even think of using Yang Yin for experimentation. Aegon, observing Kashing's hesitation, swiftly extinguished his thoughts. A dragon and its rider share a bond of life and soul. How could one ever contemplate using it as a mere subject for study? Your Highness the Prince has misunderstood me. I merely wish to procure a small sample of dragon blood for my experiments. Kashing articulated with composure. In this world, magic resembles a form of energy. There are whispers that Valeria's dragon-riding magic is a fusion of blood magic and fire magic. Well then, take it. Without a moment's hesitation, Aegon reached into his pocket and tossed a small vial containing the blood of the Grey Shadow. What is this? Staring at the seething, fiery liquid in his hand, even Kashing struggled to comprehend the reality. Dragon blood, from the Grey Shadow. Aegon's eyes widened as he beheld the great crossbow before him. He was aware that in later times, one of Daenerys's 3 dragons would meet its demise beneath such a weapon, whether it be the adult dragon, Myricus, or a hatchling. The crossbow posed a formidable threat to them. Slaying dragons with the crossbow would only serve to undermine the Targaryen family's authority. Aegon mused. Gazing at the arrows glinting ominously before him, he seemed to glimpse the hope of victory. As long as it is not the crossbow that claims the kill, this feeble little dragon, the gluttonous creature, should be an easy target. Drawing his sword and pointing the tip toward the ground, he declared, "Swear fealty, Kashing. Your loyal scholar Kashing pledges to dedicate himself to the advancement of science, to the betterment of humanity, to uphold the weak against the strong, and to safeguard the realm." Ah! The anguished wail of Count Blacewood interrupted Aegon's solemn vow. Is such a shout truly necessary? Aegon muttered to himself. The grand scholar has spoken. One must cut it. Amos Breakin remarked with enthusiasm, devoid of any sympathy. Witnessing his arch-nemesis in such distress was precisely in line with the desires of the Breakin family. Perhaps I could give it a try. Kashing observed the swollen groin of Count Blacewood, akin to a thunderous storm, and thoughtfully replied. His egg has already been shattered. The grand scholar, Over, interjected, cutting off Kashing's words. The egg is indeed of no use. But if we could procure another. Kashing ceased his speech and directed his gaze toward Aegon. Well then, let us fashion a donkey's phallus for him. It would be a fitting punishment. Aegon contemplated the legendary figure of the Wheel King, La Ai, from his past life, aspiring to create a miracle in this new world. With all due respect, a donkey's phallus is ill-suited for humans. It comes with a barb. Caben frowned. Prince Aegon's antics were truly a source of exasperation. A dog's phallus would suffice, for that too is quite impressive. Aegon raised his hand to his head, immediately acquiescing to Kashing's suggestion. Tell me, does the Earl of Blywood now count as a wretched creature? Laughter erupted from the Brecken family as the Earl of Blywood once again fainted in embarrassment and fury. Chapter 48. The Doctrine of the Seven Gods. Aegon, look here. A disheveled man, his hair in disarray and face coated in grime, waved from afar, greeting Prince Aegon. Xiaojie? What brings you here? Aegon inquired, astonished by the poorly disguised wild man before him. Never mind, step aside. At Ying's gesture, Adam and Ellen moved aside. Why are you here instead of hunting in the valley's woods? Aegon asked curiously. Given the animosity between the valley and the wild tribes, there were periodic campaigns to hunt them down. For centuries, the two factions had clashed, with many dukes of the valley falling to the wild men. I was robbing, hunting, and I heard you were going dragon slaying. Just so you know, that dragon's hide belongs to me. Xiaojie patted Aegon on the shoulder, pointing at the necklace around his neck. Of course, Aegon was indifferent to the carcass of a greedy beast. To others, the remains of a dragon might be immensely valuable. But to the Dragon King family, it was merely a larger piece of meat. Xiaojie, do you have any news of Yirue Gute? Aegon asked anxiously, recalling the red-haired wild woman who had once shared tender moments with him, since he had left Yang Yin with her and ventured out alone. Although Yang Yin remained by his side, Yirue Gute had completely vanished. You've married, so you needn't worry about Yirue Gute's harassment. We wild men have always known how to take and let go. Xiaojie proudly thumped his chest. Let go? Why would I let go? Aegon pondered. The remnants of feudalism, at times, have their merits. After all, men engaging in debauchery face no reproach, while women are scorned for their indiscretions. Just look at his sister Rhaenyra. Even as the heir to the throne, she merely seeks a few lovers, yet must do so in secrecy. Your Highness, Princess Rhaenyra is calling for you. Kashing, adorned with 9 tarnished silver rings and clad in a pristine scholar's robe, interjected from the side, observing Kashing's attire, which starkly contrasted with that of the scholars of the academy. Aegon could sense Kashing's profound disdain for the institution. Your Highness, look. Following Adam's pointing finger, Aegon noticed a crowd gathered around an elder, eagerly seeking knowledge. Is the atmosphere of the academy so fervent? Ing teased, casting a playful glance at Kashing. That is not a scholar of the academy. He is an instructor from the faith of the Seven. He calls himself the Grey Sparrow and usually explains the doctrines of the seven gods to the citizens of King's Landing and occasionally performs charitable acts for the afflicted. Cushing explained without displaying any anger. His expression remained as calm as ever, typically engrossed in his studies, often indifferent even to Yegan's commands. The Grey Sparrow? Yegan murmured in astonishment. The thought of the notorious figure from the Game of Thrones era, stirring turmoil, struck him as a remarkable parallel. Let us observe. Yegan declared with intrigue, folding his hands behind his back. At this moment, the Targaryen family ruled over the continent of Westeros, where festivities flourished. The populace did not suffer from the hardships that plagued future generations. Even his attempts to win the hearts of the people were in vain. The seven gods grant us mercy. Thus we must not engage in excessive bloodshed. We must cherish peace and oppose war. The Grey Sparrow was an elderly, emaciated man, clad in simple garments, his bare feet resting upon the earth as he spoke, bestowing alms upon the citizens of King's Landing. Thank you, sir. We are grateful to the Seven. The woman who received a bun left the crowd, cradling her child with joy, not looking back. Indeed, wherever one goes, disseminating doctrine pales in comparison to the tangible gifts of eggs and milk. Yegan chuckled heartily. The crowd, upon hearing this, cast him furious glances. What are you saying? The gentleman is of exemplary character. A man could no longer contain himself, interrupting Yegan's words. Indeed, Mr. Grey Sparrow visits the slums daily, aiding the people and often running errands for the orphanage. Another added, you noble lords care not for the lives of the common folk. Adam and Ellen's expressions shifted dramatically. They wished to defend Yegan but found themselves at a loss for words. Hey, old man, is your name on the clergy roster of the Seven? Yegan inquired curiously. In response to His Highness the Prince, it is not. The elder replied, undisturbed and still polite. Ah, you recognize me? Yegan said, somewhat surprised. One can surmise from the Valyrian dagger at your waist and the Targaryen sigil. The Grey Sparrow gazed at Yegan with no hint of fear. What an extraordinary Grey Sparrow you are, Yegan thought, feeling a twinge of apprehension. In the opinions of many online, whether in Game of Thrones or House of the Dragon, the most formidable forces were often not dragons, but the mob of King's Landing, a behemoth capable of unleashing dragon-slaying power when driven by hunger. Yet, behind the mob, the church's influence was ever present. They were known for their benevolence, winning hearts, yet in times of conflict, they provided no aid to the kingdom, instead inciting the populace with rhetoric detrimental to Targaryen rule. Since you are not affiliated with the Seven, sir, you cannot propagate doctrine publicly and mislead the people, Yegan sternly admonished. Seeing the youthful figure before them was Prince Yegan. The onlookers fell silent, no longer daring to voice dissent. The once boisterous crowd fell into a profound hush. Your Highness, everyone is entitled to disseminate the doctrine, and all can be enlightened. There is no distinction between people, the Grey Sparrow stated calmly yet assertively. All the same, Aegon scoffed, the Targaryens can command dragons. You should attempt that yourself. The Grey Sparrow fell silent. As the last remaining lineage of Valyrian dragons, it is widely acknowledged that only members of the Targaryen family possess the ability to ride dragons. Indeed, the royal family possesses many traits that set them apart from the common folk, yet these have no bearing on the tenets of the church. The Grey Sparrow's tone grew somber. Though reluctant to concede, it is undeniable that the populace subconsciously regards dragons as deities, and the Targaryens, being able to ride them, are seen as a race closer to divinity. I intend to go to Dragonstone to slay dragons. You advocate against killing. Does that make dragon slaying a virtue or a sin? Aegon regarded the elder before him, an inexplicable hostility welling up within him. Even the nobility of Westeros often exhibit a hint of trepidation in the presence of the Targaryens. Yet this man appeared to have long since cast aside any concern for life or death. Faith is indeed formidable. No wonder Aegon's conquest of Westeros was like a whirlwind. Yet when faced with the church's armed assaults, it only fueled the flames of peril. Ultimately, under the judgment of the Seven, he had no choice but to reach a compromise with the church. Chapter 49. The trial. Forgive my candor, but Valyria faced divine retribution due to its excessive bloodshed. The Grey Sparrow bowed his head, speaking with gravity. Valyria had encountered an unprecedented cataclysm. Aside from the Targaryens, who had departed early, all the great dragon lords had perished. Even the progenitor dragon, Aegon, would never have embarked on a campaign of destruction had he not foreseen a great calamity befalling Westeros in his dreams. Indeed, the Targaryens have committed too many atrocities, a disgruntled commoner muttered, only to be interrupted by another nearby. Hush, do you wish to lose your life? The two exchanged glances with Aegon and, heads bowed, scurried away in haste. Then tell me, is dragon slaying a means of salvation or destruction? Are dragons benevolent or malevolent? Aegon inquired with a smile, though a hint of menace flickered in his heart. Dragons seldom initiate attacks on humans, behaving no differently than wild beasts. They are bound to their dragon riders. The gray sparrow stood resolutely, barefooted and proud, proclaiming, they are not inherently evil. Clatter. A regiment of soldiers marched in perfect unison. Known as the Gold Cloaks, the city guard of King's Landing. Upon witnessing this formidable display, the common folk hurriedly dispersed, scattering like birds. Only the gray sparrow remained, immobile in his stance. Prince Aegon, it is time to depart for Dragonstone. Leading the charge were the twin King's Guard, Elric and Illyric. Is my sister Rhaenyra so eager for me to leave King's Landing? Aegon retorted with a cold smirk. In contrast to the oppression faced by Rhaenyra from the Greens in the original narrative, Prince Aegon, capable of commanding two formidable dragons, now stands in the spotlight. Buoyed by the influence of Otto Hightower at the king's side, the position of Rhaenyra, the rightful heir of the Blacks, hangs precariously, as if caught in a tempest. Even the ailing Viserys momentarily doubts whether Aegon is indeed the savior he envisioned in his dreams. Yet, recalling Aegon's childhood misdeeds, Viserys finds himself at a loss. Aegon, perhaps Dragonstone is your true sanctuary, he muses silently. He concedes to Rhaenyra's suggestion that Aegon slay a dragon. Until he successfully accomplishes this task, he shall not return to King's Landing. Prince Aegon, should you restore the martial might of the Faith of the Seven, they may offer you their assistance. Chirps the sparrow unexpectedly. Do not forget, you are a prince of House Hightower, a lineage deeply entwined with the faith. Aegon scoffs inwardly, observing passively. Yet he offers no verbal response. King Jaehaerys, after decades of reign, had finally eradicated the devastation wrought by the armed church upon the Targaryen dynasty. No matter how inept Aegon might be, he would never place his hopes in a church steeped in radical beliefs. The memory of the Dance of the Dragons, which led to the extinction of the Targaryen dragons, stirs Aegon's growing suspicion. The world asserts that the waning of magic caused the demise of the Targaryen dragons. However, at this moment, the Targaryens possess more dragons than ever before. New dragons continue to be born, showing no signs of magical decline. Even after the dance, King's Landing hatched new dragonlings. The establishment of dragon lairs, the civil war of the dance, the faith of the Seven, and the old Hightower family, Aegon murmurs to himself, sensing a greater force orchestrating the demise of the Targaryen dynasty. Perhaps Viserys is correct. Only a Targaryen can bring about the downfall of their own house. Aegon remained silent. Just as Daemon had slain Lady Rhaena, the noblemen of Driftmark, unable to contend with Daemon, flocked to Aegon's protection, biding their time for revenge. Despite the close bond between Viserys and Prince Daemon, the nobles of Westeros sowed discord, forcing Daemon to seek refuge abroad. The church's martial force? Aside from ambushing and raiding dragon riders, what harm could they inflict upon dragons? Aegon scornfully dismisses this notion, carefully concealing his steadfast opposition to the church's militarization. The prince speaks wisely. This is what the Hightower Bishop of the Faith of the Seven would proclaim. The sparrow nods in agreement. Hightower? Aegon is taken aback. The original Sept of the Seven was held by the Hightower family in Old Town. Having been forced to relocate to King's Landing under the violent intimidation of kings like Aegon and Maegor, ultimately becoming the grandest sept in the capital. Nevertheless, the Faith of the Seven remains intricately connected to the Hightower family. The previous high priest was none other than the second son of the Hyder family. My goodness. Aegon inhaled deeply, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread regarding the Hyder family. Their influence permeated every facet, from the apparent militarization of the church to the covert struggles for faith. Now, they had even infiltrated the very bloodline of the Targaryens, usurping the rights to command the dragons. Were it not for the Targaryen family's dwindling numbers and their propensity for intra-family unions, the continent of Westeros would have long since been transformed into the Hyder family's private garden. Truly, they are a lineage capable of enduring through millennia, reigning as the uncrowned kings from the dawn of the era until now. Aegon mused. Gazing at his own Hyder blood, Aegon finally comprehended why. Despite his reckless behavior since childhood, the public's response to him remained relatively measured. Meanwhile, Rhaenyra and Daemon merely indulged in a single night at a brothel, and their escapades became common knowledge. Daemon was correct. He had tirelessly fought against the Hyder family's influence. Alas, his feckless father failed to recognize this, mistakenly believing that his brother coveted the Iron Throne. Viserys, you truly are a foolish ruler. Aegon scoffed. Prince, tread carefully. The gray sparrow cautioned Aegon, mindful that the golden-robed guards and the King's Guard were dispatched by Princess Rhaenyra. Should this reach the king, what is there to fear? A tiger does not eat its own cubs, Aegon retorted boldly. He nonchalantly mounted the palanquin, embarking on his journey to Dragonstone. In comparison to the title of Dragon Slayer, did Viserys not wish to test Aegon's abilities through the challenge of the Greedy One? After all, Viserys was the man who rode the Black God. His successor must not be ordinary. This battle should not only eschew assistance from the Green Party, but rather serve as a splendid personal showcase. Aegon contemplated inwardly. A ship sailed across the shimmering sea. Ugh. The wildling Shaga boarded, his mouth spewing complaints, as the prolonged sway of the sea had taken a toll on him. Hey! Stop with the whining and think of a way to slay the dragon. Aegon urged impatiently from the side. Your Highness, news from the King's Guard suggests that King Viserys is secretly making his way to Dragonstone by ship, and Daemon, who has been frequenting taverns for drinking and debauchery, has recently gone missing. Adam informed Aegon. Indeed, my father does not disappoint. Aegon exclaimed with a smile, brimming with confidence. In contrast to Daemon's misunderstandings regarding his brother Viserys, Aegon, well versed in the unfolding narrative, possessed a profound understanding of his ineffectual father. Every individual deemed worthy of kingship had unknowingly undergone Viserys' trials. Undoubtedly, in the end, only Rhaenyra had successfully passed the test. Chapter 50, Mining. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of countless machines resonated as Aegon observed the wheeled crossbow beneath him. Under the guidance of Qixing, Adam and Ellen became increasingly proficient. The machine whirled back and forth, spinning in all directions. If this arrow were to strike down a dragon, the very foundation of House Targaryen's dominion would undoubtedly be shaken. Aegon pondered. He recalled the massive crossbow bolts developed by the learned scholar, Cobain, in later times, wondering if they could rival the potency of today's projectile. However, Daenerys' dragon was but a few years old, its size vastly inferior to the current Grief Feaster. Even though this contraption was an improved imitation of Dorne's great crossbow, if it failed to accurately hit the Greed Feaster's eyes, it likely wouldn't breach its defenses. How many crossbows have we prepared? Aegon inquired of Qixing. I apologize, Your Highness, but time is limited. We have only constructed 3 great crossbows. Qixing replied with a hint of resignation. Even in King's Landing, the number of craftsmen remained scarce. Completing 3 crossbows in such a brief period was only achievable with the formidable support of House Hightower. Poison the arrowheads. Aegon commanded, his expression steely. It was said that the black dragon, Vhagar, perished from the venom of a crossbow bolt. Yes, Your Highness. Qixing's face twitched. For reasons unknown, he felt an intense animosity between Aegon and the Greed Feaster, as if the prince was determined to see it vanquished. Ha ha ha. I, Shaga, shall become the first dragon slayer. Shaga boasted, wielding a massive axe and laughing heartily. One day, I will bring my great axe down upon the dragon, he declared, cradling a wine jug and squatting in the corner of the ship, lost in dreams. Aegon, the king has said that Vhagar must protect King's Landing and cannot come. A noble from House Bracken interjected. The Greed Feaster had long been a persistent menace to House Targaryen, untrainable and constantly pilfering dragon eggs, threatening the ecosystem of Dragonstone. I understand. Aegon nodded, gazing toward the palace on Dragonstone in the distance. Father, are you feeling any better? Rhaenyra cautiously supported the nearly incapacitated King Viserys, speaking tenderly. With Daemon and Rhaenys secretly safeguarding them, even if they could not defeat the Greed Feaster, Aegon would remain unharmed. Rhaenyra reassured. Despite Aegon's reckless nature, he was ultimately Viserys' dearly cherished eldest son, one of the fantasies of the dragon-riding savior in his dreams. How many members of House Targaryen had perished at the jaws of the Greed Feaster? I can no longer count. Viserys weakly exclaimed. It was said that the Greed Feaster had settled on Dragonstone even before the Targaryens arrived, a being akin to a black god. If the Black Death God had not been injured in Valyria, he would likely still be alive today. Rhaenyra lamented. As the last dragon rider of the Black God, Viserys was acutely aware of the terror posed by an aged dragon. Vhagar has to come, Rhaenyra cautiously suggested to Viserys. Viserys cast a sidelong glance at Rhaenyra but remained silent. Ever since Aemond had been accidentally injured in one eye by Rhaenyra, he had harbored animosity towards her, which had only intensified after acquiring the dragon Vhagar, rendering him increasingly ferocious and paranoid. Aemond, Viserys murmured to himself, he is not suitable. Dragonstone is vast. Even a dragon rider would take a considerable time to search. Rhaenyra advised Viserys, Father, why don't you rest for a while? I will wake you once we locate the Greed Eater. No, Viserys resolutely interrupted Rhaenyra's suggestion. He had always believed that he would bring forth a dreamwalker, Aegon, destined to save the world, although with the passage of time, it began to feel like an elusive nightmare. However, upon hearing the news that Aegon could command 2 dragons, Viserys felt a flicker of hope rekindled. Is Aegon truly the prince I envisioned? Viserys pondered within himself. Bang! With a jolt of the ship, the grand vessel finally reached the shores of Dragonstone. 1-2, 1-2. The crowd chanted in unison, diligently pushing the beached siege engine towards the direction of Dragonstone. Your Highness, what shall we do next? Adam inquired of Aegon, as the first commoner to be knighted, despite his unwavering composure. He was eager to earn merit to silence the mockery and scorn of the Westerosi nobility. Have the craftsmen arrived? Aegon asked, walking across the beach without a hint of trepidation. They have, but... Adam replied, somewhat curious. Let us go and clear out the obsidian from the dragon crystal mine. Transport it all back to King's Landing, Aegon proclaimed boldly. Mining? Adam expressed surprise. Faced with the monumental task of dragon slaying, Aegon was contemplating such trivial endeavors. Dragonstone belonged to Princess Rhaenyra, and Aegon was audaciously scheming to exploit her resources? What are they doing? King Viserys furrowed his brow, observing the workers clanging away at the obsidian, thoroughly perplexed. Although the obsidian was hard, it was exceedingly brittle and utterly unsuitable as a weapon. The Grand Maester explained to Viserys, it seems they are not crafting dragon-slaying weapons, but rather transporting materials. Look. Demon thoughtfully indicated the 2 empty ships Aegon had brought, one of which was now fully laden and setting sail. Viserys regarded the audacious young man before him with astonishment, realizing he must reconsider Rhaenyra's stance. After all, Rhaenyra was the current Duchess of Dragonstone. It's of no concern, father. Dragon crystals do not sell well. Even in distant Ash-High, only a handful of alchemists show any interest. Rhaenyra remarked, unfazed by the situation. Obsidian, though slightly more expensive than ordinary stones, possesses no extraordinary powers. It is infused with the chaotic magic of the Earth's core, and even alchemists find little favor in it, mused Master Oval. Let the Hightower family compensate you with a golden dragon, he suggested. After a moment of silence, Viserys spoke on behalf of Princess Rhaenyra. Supporting the desolate Dragonstone is indeed a formidable challenge. Adam, you shall escort this cargo back to the towering halls of House Hightower, Aegon declared, patting Adam on the shoulder. Your Highness, Adam replied eagerly, driven by a desire to prove himself, unwilling to be branded a coward in the face of dragon slaying. You are the most suited for this task. Your exceptional nautical experience ensures the safety of this shipment of obsidian. Aegon remained resolute, unwavering in his conviction. Your Highness. Ellen stood nearby, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame. He had already failed in the very first assignment given to him by Prince Aegon. Chapter 51. The Reaper. What troubles you, Ellen? Aegon turned to inquire, his tone attentive. The instruments crafted by Scholar Cushing are refusing to cooperate, Ellen lamented. Indeed, Your Highness. Cushing echoed, equally disheartened. A roar of discontent erupted from the dragon. Young Yen, come now. This is the dragon claw I designed myself. Aegon exclaimed, exasperated. Just as horses require shoes, why should a dragon be any different? With steel claws, wouldn't it be like adding wings to a tiger when facing its kin? If only the steel armor were not so heavy, hindering flight, I would have preferred to don a suit of iron myself. Behave, Aegon commanded sternly. Yang Yen, sulking, turned its head away but extended a claw in reluctant agreement. Observing the gradually acquiescing dragon, Ellen, accompanied by attendants, cautiously approached to install the iron claw. Yang Yen opened its maw in dissatisfaction, a fiery glow illuminating its throat. Silence, Yang Yen, Aegon interjected, stepping forward. Seeing Aegon approach, Yang Yen begrudgingly averted its gaze. The workers, terrified, scattered in all directions. The ferocity of the Targaryen dragons was etched into the hearts of the common folk. It is curious, noted Cushing, that while dragons exhibit disdain for ordinary humans, they show no aversion toward this lad. Ellen, what's so strange about that? Retorted the lovely Blenny. Members of House Targaryen control dragons with Valyrian, yet Prince Aegon speaks only English. I wonder how Yang Yen understands him. Coughing, Aegon turned his face away, feeling bashful. I can't speak foreign languages. I must learn when I return. The young lady was right. Cushing was earnestly persuaded by the words of the enchanting Blaney. Not everyone is the same, and therein lies the disparity between theory and reality. Call me knight, Sir Bachelor. Blaney raised her head defiantly, reminding him. My apologies, Sir Bachelor. Cushing bowed deeply, addressing Blaney. I am no longer a bachelor. Please call me knight. Blaney frowned, observing the slender Cushing before her, feeling an inexplicable sense of personal insinuation. Humph. Blaney turned away, uninterested in engaging with this scientific fanatic. From Shelltown, Cushing mumbled to himself. Cushing, your dragon claws are too small. Aegon's loud reprimand interrupted Cushing's reverie. The sheep thief, newly clad in dragon claws, was overwhelmed with excitement, only to face plant into the sand like a dog eating feces. What a disgrace for the dragon's visage. Cushing pondered. It It is a matter of modeling. The dragon is still growing. Gazing at the colossal dragon before him, he reflected deeply. It is rumored that as long as the dragon lives, its size will continue to grow until the world's end. It seems that is not without foundation, Your Highness. It is not that the model of the dragon claws has shrunk, but rather that the dragon has matured. Kishing stated with gravity. I fear that even if a larger dragon claw were crafted, it would not last for long. Kishing lamented. It seems the dragon riders of the old Valyrian Empire may have attempted this method, only to abandon it as impractical. No matter, a period of use will suffice. Aegon remarked nonchalantly, gazing at the dragon. He, Aegon, with the backing of the Lannister family's gold mines in the west, was extravagant and formidable. As artisans fled in disarray, Ellen, unable to install the apparatus alone, finally retained his elder brother Adam. Ellen, Adam, Kishing approached inquiringly. Scholar, what troubles you? Ellen asked with curiosity. Who are your parents? Do you have Targaryen blood? Kishing stuttered, realizing the discourtesy of directly inquiring about one's lineage. I apologize, sir. Adam responded calmly, unperturbed. Our mother was a prostitute from Shelltown. And as for our father, he is likely a nobleman from Shelltown. Oh, is that so? Kishing stood there, momentarily stunned, contemplating in disbelief. Perhaps Miss Blaney is correct. I must not always consider myself superior. In a trio, there must be a teacher among us. Kishing nodded, striding purposefully towards Blaney to offer his apologies. What has become of Scholar Kishing? He seems to have suffered a blow to his spirit. Ellen remarked, observing Kishing's dejected departure with curiosity. I wonder. Nobles from the Academy pose such strange inquiries. Adam shared his confusion. Sir, deliver this weapon to Prince Aegon. Iron suddenly seemed to recall something. Hastily discarding the iron claw and rushing towards a heavy wooden chest. Iron, be careful, slow down. Adam urged anxiously. What is this? Kishing inquired. Gazing at the crystalline ice spear before him, its surface adorned with bizarre, emerald green patterns. I don't know. This is Prince Aegon's weapon, rarely revealed to anyone. Iron replied without hesitation. The words Dragon Slayer were inscribed in crooked letters upon the spear's handle, shining brilliantly. Located in a volcanic region, Dragonstone Island enjoys a perpetually warm climate, and even the snowy blankets cannot obscure its surface. Yet this icy weapon emanated a chilling light, unabashedly releasing an aura of cold into the surrounding air. Magic, this is pure magical energy. Kishing felt his heart racing in exhilaration. The very essence he had sought to validate throughout his life now lay before him without reservation. A masterpiece of unparalleled craftsmanship. Kishing murmured to himself. He extended his trembling hands, attempting to touch this entity he had longed to approach. Suddenly, a scream escaped his lips as his hand withdrew as if struck by lightning. His body quaking before he fainted. Kishing! Iron cried out in distress. At that moment, Kishing's eyes rolled back, his body emanating a chill. Frost gathering at the corners of his brow. Quick, immerse him in hot water. Adam shouted in urgency. This Dragon Slayer spear. Even Prince Aegon cannot wield it for long. It must be kept in the chest. How could you let Kishing touch it? Adam reproached Iron. I managed to hold it just fine. It only made my hands a bit cold. Iron wept bitterly, tears streaming down his face. At his tender age, he had never witnessed the harm that could befall others, let alone this being one of Aegon's Rainbow Guard. What has happened? Aegon strode forth, protected by Blaney. Kishing, what is wrong with him? Aegon asked, astonished at Kishing's frostbitten visage. Your Highness, I believe I have seen a deity. It is the breath of the Grim Reaper. Kishing, disoriented as if boiled in hot water, declared, this world indeed has gods. I am but a step away from the truth. It seems Scholar Kishing has been frozen to madness, uttering nonsense. Blaney approached, gently touching Kishing's forehead, shaking his head. Perhaps he is not wrong. This truly is the Grim Reaper. Aegon observed the icy spear within the wooden box, swiftly covering it with the lid and hoisting it onto his shoulder. Chapter 52. Quite exceptional. What is Aegon dawdling about? The impatient King Viserys finally lost his temper. He had traveled a great distance, to Dragonstone Island, not to witness Aegon mining. Cousin, do not be angry. The unadorned queen, Rhaenys Targaryen, entered clad in resplendent crimson armor, her bearing evoking a sense of valor akin to that of Mulan. Yet, the disheveled state of her hair betrayed her profound exhaustion. I appreciate your efforts, cousin, Viserys remarked, his tone heavy with remorse. To avert any unforeseen calamity befalling Aegon the Dragon, Viserys had summoned Prince Daemon and his cousin, Princess Rhaenys, through a missive. No matter, we are all family. Rhaenys replied nonchalantly, settling into a nearby chaise for respite. After enduring a vigil of several weeks, she found Aegon's outcome disheartening. The laborers hired by House Hightower and House Bracken toiled incessantly within the Dragonstone mines, excavating tirelessly. The greed, a persistent nightmare for the Targaryens, had seen their ancestors strive repeatedly to tame or eliminate it. Viserys, addressing his cousin, began to offer his incessant counsel. Humph. A middle-aged man with a pallid complexion, silver hair, and purple eyes approached, none other than the disheartened Daemon Targaryen. How could I have believed that a drunken fool could slay a dragon? Daemon offered no courtesy to Viserys. With unceremonious boldness, he collapsed into a nearby chair and seized Viserys' goblet, drinking heartily. I wonder who boasted of taming the greed only to be left quaking in fear. Rhaenys scoffed, turning her gaze away as she recounted Daemon's youthful indiscretions without a hint of compassion. The rivalry between Daemon and Rhaenys had been fierce, particularly concerning the Iron Throne, nearly igniting a civil war within the realm, had it not been for King Jaehaerys' urgent convening of the Harrenhal Summit. The Golden Company hired by Daemon and the Vale Knights would likely have clashed with Lord Corlys' Valyrian naval fleet. Since then, their animosity had become palpable and merciless. The greed has long been a source of torment for every Targaryen lord. Seeing the two engage in a war of words, Viserys hastily redirected the conversation. Daemon had always been unruly and often disregarded his elder brother's authority. Despite being a woman, Rhaenys had never faced leniency in her education from Crown Prince Aemon Targaryen. Rhaenys proved herself a warrior of the Targaryen lineage, her prowess rivaling that of any man. Aegon has always been mischievous, as you well know. With Queen Alicent absent from Dragonstone, it falls to Princess Rhaenyra to ease the tensions between both parties. The Targaryen family had grown formidable, no longer the mere holders of a couple of wild dragons. Rhaenyra cast a knowing glance at her husband Daemon and urged Princess Rhaenys. The issue of the greed is far more manageable now than it once was. Manageable? Daemon retorted with a cold smirk, setting down his goblet. That is a dragon, not a dragon rider. When a giant dragon approaches, those who cannot defeat it will simply flee. Throughout history, numerous dragon riders have endeavored to either tame or vanquish the devourer, seeking to prevent it from wreaking havoc upon the hatchlings and eggs of Dragonstone. Yet, all their efforts have proven futile. Daemon, Rhaenyra exclaimed, her frustration mounting as she regarded her husband, who persistently opposed her. Daemon, disinterested in retorting, reclined back in his seat and brazenly declared, I shan't go. Let whoever wishes to do so. Viserys, observing his brother's disheartened demeanor, felt utterly powerless and remained silent. A furious roar from a dragon abruptly interrupted their conversation, the familiar feral cry causing Daemon's expression to shift dramatically as he sprang to his feet. Is that the devourer? It cannot be mistaken, he murmured to himself, recalling the terrifying beast whose roar had once nearly sent him into despair. He vividly remembered that mist-laden morning when the news arrived via Raven that Princess Rhaenys had successfully tamed Meraxes, the most agile dragon to ever soar across the continent of Westeros. Its brilliant crimson scales and pink membrane shimmered magnificently. This dragon was the mount of his mother, Queen Alysanne, and the cherished creature of Daemon's heart. In his youth, Alysanne had taken him atop the Red Queen to conquer the azure skies. However, all of this had been usurped by Princess Rhaenys. Filled with indignation, he stealthily ascended Dragonstone, intent on taming the most ferocious and malevolent dragon in Targaryen history, the Devourer. Unsurprisingly, despite his Targaryen blood, the beast showed him no favor. Had it not been for timely intervention, Prince Daemon would have become a morning snack for the Devourer. This incident became a source of mockery for Daemon during his childhood, a jest perpetuated by Rhaenys. Oh no, Aegon has enraged the Devourer. Princess Rhaenyra gasped, turning to seek assistance from Prince Daemon. Daemon, now devoid of the fear he once felt, observed the infuriated creature from a distance, clasping his head with both hands. He disregarded the expressions of Viserys and Princess Rhaenyra, resolutely remaining motionless. I shall go, Princess Rhaenys declared, seizing her recently removed dragon helm with grace. Rising without a hint of complaint. Aunt, you cannot face the Devourer alone, Rhaenyra interjected, interrupting Rhaenys' resolve. I will accompany you. Rhaenys' bravery in times of kingdom strife was truly commendable, never once shying away from duty. Viserys watched the two figures depart, then turned to Daemon and remarked, Look at them go. Humph. Daemon, indifferent to the broader implications, stood alone on the balcony, observing the silhouettes of the two dragons ascend into the sky. A roar erupted, black and brown flames soaring skyward as a charcoal-black monstrosity emerged from its lair, seething with rage. Its ebony scales cloaked its form, teeth sharp as daggers, claws as menacing as hooks, and its eyes gleamed with an insatiable thirst for blood. What a grotesque dragon! Aegon hurriedly mounted the sunlit dragon saddle, gripping the reins tightly as he fixated on the monstrous creature before him. A thunderous roar erupted. The towering ancient trees surrounding them were toppled by the tail of the Devourer, which crushed a bull beneath its foot, showing no desire to feast. What transpired to incite such fury in the Devourer? Viserys furrowed his brow. He had commanded Aegon to slay dragons, not to provoke the Devourer. Numerous members of the Targaryen family had previously attempted to hunt the Devourer, only to find themselves bested by its cunning or consumed by its hunger. No one dared to provoke the Devourer recklessly, for an enraged Devourer would retaliate fiercely against Dragonstone, hunting down young dragons and their eggs. This was an outcome the Targaryens dreaded. Each dragon egg and hatchling represented a treasure for the Targaryen lineage. What have you done? Aelin questioned the wildling Shagga, who was crouched in a trench he had previously dug outside the cave. I could not resist the thrill of the hunt, seizing the opportunity while it slumbered. And I struck it with an axe, truly a dragon's member, most formidable. Shagga laughed heartily. A thunderous sound of footsteps approached, shaking the very earth around them, prompting the two to quickly silence themselves and lie flat in their meager shelter. Chapter 53. Dragonslayer. A thick plume of smoke rose, accompanied by the roar of the Devourer, as a massive wildfire spread throughout the jungle. The Devourer prowled the land, searching for the little wildling who had dared to ambush it. I am genuinely curious. How do you manage to hatch eggs the size of heads into dragons equally as large? Shagga cackled, almost tempted to stand tall and boast of his audacious feat had the Devourer not lingered nearby. Aelin lay resigned in the narrow artificial cave, remaining silent. You fool. I instructed you to scout for the Devourer, not to provoke it. Aelin's face darkened with anger, feeling disgruntled. He had just witnessed Serkishing bedridden, still ailing. And now Aegon's task was thrown into disarray by Shagga's recklessness. Calm down, Caraxes. Daemon ultimately could not escape the self-reproach within his heart. Sitting upon the dragon's saddle, he endeavored to soothe his bloodworm. Were it not for his concern for Princess Rhaenyra's safety, he would have little care for Aegon's trivial matters. Cursed bastards of House Hightower, Daemon muttered darkly, they shall not tarnish the Targaryen bloodline. Only the blood of Rhaenyra and I is rightful to the kingdom. A howl erupted as the bloodworm sensed Daemon's conflicted rage and roared vehemently. Silence. Daemon forcefully patted Caraxes' back, leaning close to feel the rhythm of its heartbeat, signaling to the bloodworm. Are we ready, Rhaenyra? Princess Rhaenys, riding on the red worm Meraxes, hovered in the air nearby, turning back to inquire of Rhaenyra. No. We shall merely provide support to prevent the Devourer from escaping. Rhaenyra harbored no intention of aiding Aegon, unless his life was in peril. Otherwise, she would categorically refrain from extending her assistance. This was King Viserys' trial for Aegon, and it also stirred the thoughts of succession yet again. For the Iron Throne. I have sacrificed so much, I shall never consent to losing it due to the mere fact of a woman's gender. Rhaenyra resolutely contemplated. This matter does not concern me. Princess Rhaenys seemed to perceive Rhaenyra's hidden motives, casually imparting her counsel. As women, I must still offer you a piece of advice. A man would rather allow an incompetent son to inherit his legacy than permit a daughter to carry on his endeavors. Do you lament for your throne? People refer to you as the queen without a crown. However, you possess no noble support, save for your husband. Princess Rhaenyra did not mince her words. I have long since relinquished my aspirations, yet it appears Daemon has not. Rhaenys turned to her niece, speaking earnestly. It seems Daemon does not accept your guidance. How can one sweep the world if one cannot even tidy their own household? Daemon may be somewhat headstrong, yet his heart is good. I sense his desire to fortify the Targaryen lineage. Rhaenyra declared without hesitation. She gazed toward the distant thicket, feeling an unsettling sensation as if something were observing her. Lower yourself a bit more, Daemon urgently urged, before Rhaenyra discovers us. Act. The bloodworm resisted discontentedly, yet its body involuntarily obeyed and crouched down. After years of partnership, Daemon and bloodworm had achieved a profound unity of dragon and rider. Observing the distant figures of Meraxes and Syrax hesitating, the Greed-Eater finally lowered its guard, intently searching for the vile insect that dared ambush it from the jungle. With a clamor, countless particles of dust descended, and Island felt an eerie silence enveloping the surroundings. Even the roars of the mighty dragons faded into obscurity. What has transpired? Even Shagga sensed an unusual aura lingering in the air. Boom. A massive scarlet dragon eye emerged at the entrance of the cellar, completely sealing off Island and Shagga's escape route. Faced with the dragon's heavy breaths, Island felt as if her own breath had ceased. The scorching air filled her lungs, igniting a sensation of impending combustion throughout her body. Run, Island. Shagga hurled his cherished great axe, seizing Island and fleeing for their lives. Act. The Greed-Eater, witnessing the axe approach its dragon eye, instinctively raised its head to evade Shagga's ambush. It's this fellow. The Greed-Eater exhaled a plume of thick smoke, a massive red flame gathering in its maw. Even after a considerable time, the Greed-Eater still felt a dull ache in its groin, all due to the actions of the two youngsters before it. Dragonfire. With Aegon's shout, A tremendous golden blaze enveloped the scene, catching the Greed Eater entirely off guard. Aegon, clad in the Valyrian steel armor of Aegon I Targaryen, with a slender Valyrian dagger coiled at his waist, descended from the heavens, capturing the full attention of the gluttonous beast. Thief of sheep, Aegon shouted loudly. A muddy dragon, gray-brown in hue, roared past, soaring over the glutton and directly lunging towards Ellen and Sarga, causing the glutton to hastily retreat. Take them away, Aegon commanded emphatically. Damn it, I haven't boarded yet. I haven't boarded, Sarga exclaimed, sprinting towards the direction of the sheep thief, reacting instinctively to the wild hunter's instinct. He rolled to the ground the moment the shadow appeared above, narrowly evading the dragon's claws. Meanwhile, the diminutive Ellen exhibited no sense of urgency, merely fleeing ahead, and was effortlessly seized by the sheep thief, whisked away into the distance. Roar. The glutton, taken by surprise, witnessed the sheep thief bypassing it, snatching away its anticipated prey, and erupted in fury. Boom. The black dragon fire was as terrifying as the flames that once engulfed Harrenhal, surging directly towards Aegon. Take off, Sunfire, Aegon shouted, gripping the dragon's saddle with one hand while securing his armor with the other. Whoosh. The searing flames rushed past Aegon, nearly blinding him. Before he could react, his body tilted backward, yanked into the sky by the powerful sunfire. The violent air currents rushed through Aegon's open mouth, escaping freely from every orifice. The immense force contorted his face into a grotesque mask, leaving him incapable of expressing shock. The intensity of the motion rendered him voiceless. Even unable to control his own expression, Aegon felt as though he could hardly breathe, his body soaring into the air like a crow taking flight. Boom. A dark figure subsequently burst forth from Aegon's incredulous perspective, and amidst astonished gazes, another wave of black dragon fire swept past him. Well done, Sunfire, Aegon exclaimed, elated as he patted his destined mount. Sunfire was no mere wild dragon raised in King's Landing. It possessed a predatory instinct rivaling that of the glutton and required no command from Aegon. The larger the dragon, the more effort it expended. Sunfire, take him on a loop, Aegon commanded urgently, noticing he had finally distanced himself from the glutton. Prior to their departure, he had ensured Sunfire was well fed with goats and wild cattle, conserving its strength for this very moment. Dragonfire, accompanied by Aegon's command. Golden dragonfire erupted towards the face of the glutton. Sunfire let out a taunting roar and swiftly turned to escape with Aegon. While the damage was minimal, the insult was profoundly significant. When had the glutton, a tyrant of Dragonstone, ever faced such a threat? Even during the reign of the formidable trio that founded the Targaryen dynasty, none would dare to underestimate it. With a thunderous roar, the Devourer unfurled its massive black wings, each spanning dozens of meters, resembling the harbinger of death as it pursued relentlessly. Chapter 54, The Three Dragons in Combat. Shall we pursue it, Rhaenyra? Observing the eager demeanor of the Red Worm, Meraxes, the uncrowned queen, remained composed. She turned back to pose a serious question. The smaller the dragon, the more agile its flight. In contrast to the massive weight of the Devourer, Sunfire possesses an inherent advantage. Princess Rhaenyra stated calmly. Although Aegon commanded 2 colossal dragons, he only employed one in defense, even boasting enough to use a sheep stealer to protect the wildlings and his servants. Rhaenyra had no intention of embellishing his dragon-slaying exploits. As the Devourer began to slow in its flight, Aegon tightened the reins, leaning back in his saddle. Sunfire felt the force transmitted through its spine and executed a coordinated turn. Dragonfire. The golden flames surged forth once more, inciting the Devourer's ire, which had intended to retreat. Damn it, Aegon grimaced, pulling on the reins. Unlike the dragons of the Valyrian royal family, Aegon merely needed to eliminate the opposing rider. Yet, at this moment, he faced a dragon several times his own weight. A mere blast of black dragonfire could easily consume him along with his Valyrian steel armor. I am not unburnt, Aegon thought, a chill of fear creeping in. Though Sunfire was swift, it was also preoccupied with protecting Aegon, rendering it evidently outmatched by the Devourer. Ascend, dive, turn. Aegon maneuvered the Devourer through the skies, unleashing volley after volley of dragonfire, taunting the massive beast. It was time. Acknowledging Sunfire's signal, Aegon realized its stamina was nearly depleted and quickly veered toward the shores of Dragonstone. Come on, beast. Aegon gripped the reins tightly, charging toward the sea. Prepare the ballista. Cushing, clad in a white robe, stood upon the beach. The sea breeze tousled his beard, yet it did not diminish the intensity of his gaze. Clack, clack, clack. 2 enormous bolts were hoisted onto the ballista by Island and Brain, their sharp tips aimed directly at Aegon's approaching form. Whoosh. With a violent tremor of the machinery, the massive bolts hurtled toward Aegon's face. Sunfire, dive, Aegon shouted, taking a deep breath. Splash. A colossal wave erupted as Sunfire plunged into the sea, taking Aegon with it, leaving the Devourer momentarily caught off guard. Roar! The Devourer bellowed in fury, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire toward the incoming bolts. Boom! A colossal shadow descended from the heavens, abruptly interrupting the Devourer's infernal breath and sending it crashing onto the beach. The immense black flames uncontrollably scorched the Devourer itself. It resembled a dark harbinger of death, its features grotesque, as countless black embers blazed upon its form. Suddenly, two massive arrows struck unerringly into the dragon's most vulnerable abdomen. With a roar of pain, the Devourer, disregarding its wounds, unleashed another torrent of dragon fire towards the colossal crossbow. Run! Rhaenyra urged, pulling Ellen into a swift leap. What a formidable dragon! Cushing observed the scene from afar, his demeanor cold and detached. After gaining Yegon's consent, Cushing had spent days studying the sheep thief and the sun's flame, discovering that apart from the eyes, the abdomen was indeed the dragon's Achilles heel. However, even his enhanced crossbow was insufficient to inflict fatal harm upon the Devourer. Truly, an adult dragon is impeccable, Cushing mused as he caressed the ring upon his finger. Scholar, we must flee, Rhaenyra exclaimed, striding towards Ellen. With a splash, a torrent of water erupted as a golden dragon flame surged past once more. Sun's flame aimed for its rear. Yegon, hair disheveled and drenched, his eyes alight with fervor. A vivid scar opened on the Devourer's belly, accompanied by a spurt of blood. The Devourer let out a furious hiss, clawing towards Sun's flame's neck. With a thunderous crash, the Devourer staggered and toppled once again into the sea. Well done, sheep thief, Yegon exclaimed joyfully. Although the two dragons were minuscule compared to the Devourer's massive form, their strategic use of the water and unexpected coordination could effectively deplete the Devourer's might. Another spray of crimson blood erupted, scorching the beach and causing the nearby waters to boil, emitting plumes of black smoke and bubbles. The setting sun resembled blood. Was this the devastation of heaven and sea? Gazing at the blood-red beach, both Rhaenyra and Princess Rhaenys were momentarily taken aback. The man atop the dragon, clad in Valyrian steel armor, seemed to command his golden steed with divine prowess, engaging the grotesque, malevolent dragon in fierce combat. The three-headed dragon relentlessly tugged, bit, and flapped its wings, splashing waves of blood upon the sand. The cacophony not only attracted nearby fishermen, but also caught the attention of wild dragons from Dragonstone. The Devourer had dominated Dragonstone for centuries, never suspecting that any dragon could challenge its supremacy. Suddenly, a pale gray dragon emerged upon the beach, wailing as it circled the sea, drawing closer to the fray. Sea smoke. Rhaenyra gasped, her eyes fixed on the familiar dragon. This narrative revolves around his cousin, Lenino, and the dragon, who, much like its master, had always been docile. However, recently it has become increasingly agitated, lamenting as if it had encountered some grave misfortune. With a resounding thud, Demon could no longer restrain himself and arrived on the scene, navigating the bloodworm. The sight that greeted him left him utterly astonished. Even with his worldly experience, he found it hard to believe. What a reckless young lad, Demon exclaimed. I had assumed the blood of the Devourer was as dark as his skin and dragon fire. One cannot deny that at this moment, Aegon truly embodied the valiant spirit of the ancestral dragon. Aegon appears perilous, yet he is not in any real danger. Rhaenyra expressed her concerns. At this juncture, the chaotic clash of the three dragons had reached a fever pitch, with each engaging in fierce combat. As a dragon rider, Aegon frequently found himself in peril, for he was not an immense dragon and could not withstand the colossal blows from one. To a dragon, crushing a human is as effortless as squashing a mere insect. We can delay no longer, Princess Rhaenyra declared, her gaze fixed on the wild dragons of Dragonstone, determined to bring the conflict to a swift conclusion. Such fierce confrontations among dragons are seldom witnessed even in the Valyrian Republic. After all, equally matched wild dragons would typically refrain from a life-or-death struggle outdoors, let alone engage in such frenzied biting upon the ground. Marilius, Rhaenyra cried out. Demon and Rhaenys tightened their reins, and all three great dragons soared into the sky, heading towards the beach of Dragonstone. Seeing itself cornered by the three dragons, the Devourer's demeanor shifted drastically, shedding its earlier ferocity in the fight against Aegon. In a panic, it spread its wings, disregarding its injuries, abandoning Sunfire and the sheep stealer in a desperate attempt to flee. You think you can escape? Aegon sneered, not waiting for the sheep stealer's support, and charged towards Sunfire. With an incredulous expression, Aegon witnessed the Devourer's eyes gleam with cunning as it turned and clamped down on Sunfire's slender neck. It feigned fear, waiting for the opportune moment to strike a fatal blow to Sunfire. No, Aegon cried out in anguish, but Sunfire had already lost the capacity to resist. Chapter 55. The Spear That Pierces the Dragon. Aegon, leveraging Sunfire's agility, first drained the Devourer's stamina before using the ballista to divert its attention, ultimately relying on the Sheep-Stealer's dive to bring the Devourer crashing into the sea. As long as the two massive dragons coordinated and maneuvered effectively, they could surely exhaust the Devourer's strength. However, in the heat of battle, with Rhaenyra and the others providing support, Aegon's eagerness for victory led him into the Devourer's snare. "No, Sunfire!" Aegon cried out in despair, feeling the life force of Sunfire rapidly depleting, teetering on the precipice of life and death. In the fierce battle of dragons of similar stature, victory is rarely decided easily through mere bites. Only by seizing the neck of the opposing dragon, thereby gaining control over its lifeblood, can one secure a swift kill. Amidst the chaotic dance of sanguine dragons, Aemond's Vagharl effectively dispatched Rhaenys Red Queen utilizing such tactics. Alas, Sunfire was clutched in the jaws of the Devourer, desperately dragged and bitten, while the dragon rider Aegon found himself utterly powerless. At that moment, he was firmly ensnared upon Sunfire's saddle, unable to move. The seawater had rendered the leather straps on the iron chains swollen and unyielding. The Sheep-Stealer sensed Aegon's urgency and relentlessly attacked the Devourer. However, the cunning beast obstructed the Sheep-Stealer with Sunfire's body. "Aegon, do not panic. I am on my way." Rhaenys, accompanied by her 3 dragons, hastened towards the shore. A roar of dragons echoed once more as 2 colossal figures descended from the heavens, casting shadows that eclipsed the sun and halting the trio's advance. Vhagar Silverwing. Rhaenyra was utterly astonished. What peculiar blood magic had been unleashed? Daemon furrowed his brow, striving to maintain control over his bloodworm, Caraxes, and to avoid provoking the 2 ancient dragons before him. The Bronze Fury, Vhagar, was the dragon of Aegon I, known for its ferocity, while Silverwing served as the mount of Queen Alyssa, possessing formidable combat prowess. I sense the Red Queen Merryx's furious wrath, as if she is on the brink of losing control. The uncrowned Queen Rhaenys remarked with caution. In Valyria, there exists a rare tradition of slaughtering wild dragons, and there must be a reason for this. Daemon was filled with trepidation, and even his bloodworm now exhibited signs of losing control. Would the dragons not aid their riders in indiscriminately slaying other unclaimed wild dragons? Karen gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, reluctant to tear his eyes away. "My lord, we must retreat," Blaney's urged, tugging at Karen's sleeve, intent on forcibly extracting him from the situation. "No," Karen solemnly refused. "The mysteries of magic are the ultimate pursuit I follow. I shall never leave." "Insanity!" Blaney's exclaimed in frustration, yet she did not falter. Drawing her sword, she positioned herself protectively behind the 2. "May this sword prove useful against dragons," she muttered through gritted teeth, a bitter smile gracing her lips. "The prince fights. I must not yield." Ellen observed Blaney's, a woman shielding him, and a surge of masculinity flooded his heart. Grasping the spear entrusted to him by Aegon, he charged towards the beach where Aegon was battling. "Ellen, do not go," Blaney's called after the reckless youth, glancing back at the resolute Karen before pursuing him. "I must deliver this spear to the prince." Ellen gritted his teeth, feeling his hands grow cold and purple, his steps becoming heavier. Was this merely an illusion? Island gazed in astonishment at the frozen, crystalline footprints emerging on the scorching, smoky beach, marking the very territory he had just ventured into. He stared incredulously at his hands, half of his body already cloaked in frost. "Island, what has happened to you?" Blaine strode up, and upon witnessing this bizarre scene, he stood frozen in place, utterly at a loss. Suddenly, a silver dragon flame surged forth, searing past Island and completely melting the icy footprints behind him. Blaine barely managed to flatten himself against the ground to avoid the onslaught. The intense dragon fire instantly thawed the frost enveloping Island. He collapsed onto the sand, his spear clattering to the ground. The sea smoke approached with purposeful strides, standing before Island and sniffing the scent it instinctively abhorred. Roar. The creature stood firmly, its wings braced against the earth, staring curiously at the towering boy before it. It shook its neck, gesturing towards Island. "Me?" Island gasped in disbelief. He had never once considered becoming a dragon rider, let alone that a colossal dragon would willingly submit to him. In a desperate bid to save the prince, he thought, "I will fight to the end." Gritting his teeth, Island boldly stepped barefoot onto the jagged scales of Sea Smoke's wing, using both hands to grasp the shimmering scales and pointing towards the gluttonous predator. Charge. Though Island was unfamiliar with Valyrian, and even less acquainted with the common tongue of Westeros, it seemed that Sea Smoke possessed an uncanny understanding of his intent, propelling itself skyward with great force. With a resounding splash, the massive wave surged, sending the glutton tumbling, caught in a precarious position. It struggled to regain its balance, forced to release its fierce grip on Sunfire and re-engage with the Sheep-Stealer. With Sea Smoke's fearless intervention, the tide of battle began to shift once more in favor of Aegon. The thunderous waves washed Sunfire onto the shore, leaving only one man and one dragon gasping for breath amidst the steam rising from the sand. "Ah!" Aegon yelled, brandishing his dagger, finally liberating himself from the bindings of the dragon's saddle. He coughed violently, expelling seawater. Had it not been for Island's timely arrival, not only would Sunfire have been lost, but his own life would have hung in the balance. "Your Highness, catch!" Blaine shouted, and in the next moment, a glimmering spear descended from the heavens. Embedding itself in front of Aegon, it was the ice spear dragon slayer, painstakingly forged by the Night King. Just in time. Witnessing the dire state of Sunfire, Aegon's anger ignited. He grasped the spear, the translucent shaft adorned with countless emerald patterns beginning to glow. A dark green flame ignited at the tip, burning fiercely within Aegon's enigmatic golden eyes. With a sweeping thrust, the spear soared through the air, harmonizing with the very fabric of the universe. In that fleeting moment, as the glutton ascended, the colossal ice spear pierced its belly, drawing forth a torrent of crimson blood that cascaded into the ocean. The tumultuous sea, once engulfed in dark smoke, suddenly appeared to calm, as crimson clots of blood floated alongside immense icebergs upon its surface. The smoke and the sheep thief dragons seemed to awaken in unison, taking flight and abandoning their prior positions. Even the two colossal dragons that had been obstructing Rhaenyra and her companions turned, their gazes fixed warily upon the bizarre scene unfolding before them. An aura of malevolence and chill permeated the air, sending shivers down the spines of every dragon present. With a thunderous roar, the greedy one burst forth from the depths, bellowing in fury. Black dragon fire mixed with emerald wildfires blazed from its eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth. It released a defiant roar to the heavens, and before the collective gaze of the onlookers, it succumbed to the ground. What have I witnessed? A mortal slaying a dragon? Syrax stood in stunned silence, vigorously rubbing his eyes in disbelief. "Take him down," Princess Rhaenyra commanded anxiously to the dragon riders beside her. "The Targaryen lineage is destined for upheaval from this day forth." The smoke and the sheep thief dragons turned to regard the three approaching dragons with trepidation. A tense standoff of 5 humans and 5 dragons ensued. Chapter 56. Wildfire. A torrential downpour of blood cascaded as the sea, tainted by a deluge of dragon blood, rapidly boiled, sending plumes of white steam spiraling into the air. The massive carcass of the greedy one was engulfed in eerie green flames, which, despite being submerged in murky waters, showed no signs of extinguishing. Aegon, his long hair cascading over his shoulders and bloodied hands gripping a spear, stood resolute amidst the inferno. "Is this the unburnt Aegon?" Rhaenyra trembled, unable to believe her eyes. The brother she had looked down upon since childhood now resembled a deity, resurrecting the legends of Valyria. According to lore, the pure-blooded members of the ancient Valyrian dragon clans possessed an immunity to flames, a phenomenon of ancestral resurgence. Green flames drifted upon the sea, crashing against the shores with the tumult of the waves. "Wildfire," Daemon mused, a hint of surprise in his voice. Leaning on Dark Sister, he stood atop Carrix's back, his demeanor grave. Unlike Rhaenyra's obsession with the Iron Throne's succession, he was far more intrigued by this peculiar fire that the seawater could not quench. In distant Astai, it was said that many fire sorcerers had developed a green flame that even the sea could not extinguish. Has House Hightower finally succeeded in creating it? Daemon scoffed, a look of disdain crossing his face. He cared more about this ancient order, far older than House Targaryen, than he did about Aegon, who had seemingly learned nothing. For millennia, they had superficially submitted to the First Men and the Undulls, yet they had quietly reclaimed their dominion over Old Town. Even a powerhouse like House Targaryen could not cease their relentless infiltration of this kingdom. Upon the towering spire, the Hightower family relentlessly endeavors to recruit sorcerers, magicians, and wizards from across the globe, aspiring to rekindle the magical prowess of yore and ascend as sovereigns of the continent of Westeros. "This is my dragon dream, Aegon," Viserys exclaimed, gazing at the dragon-hunting Aegon, who stood trembling with excitement. The unburnt Count Bracken, overwhelmed with joy, beheld the prince, who appeared almost divine, and knelt, thrusting his sword into the sands as a pledge of allegiance. "King Aegon! King Aegon!" Brain promptly echoed, following suit in a show of devotion to Prince Aegon. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Amos Blythewood hurriedly intervened, attempting to thwart the soldiers gathering around, ready to kneel. He cast a reluctant glance at the loyal Princess Rhaenyra, seeking a sliver of solace. At that moment, Rhaenyra was equally distraught. Faced with an unfathomable miracle, she found herself unable to decide. "Seize him, the outsider who steals the power of dragons." Daemon's cold command shattered Rhaenyra's panic. Even in her most astonished state, Daemon remained composed, pinpointing Aegon's vulnerable ally, Aelin. The guards of Dragonstone hesitated. Not only did Aelin possess a nearly mature dragon for protection, but he also served as Prince Aegon's Rainbow Guard. False. It must be false. Amos Blythewood insisted in despair. He lunged towards the green flames on the beach, attempting to extinguish them with his sleeve. Desperate to dismantle the elaborate deception of Prince Aegon. It is a lie, a lie. He stripped off his robe, fervently beating at the green fire on the sands. Don't be foolish, Amos. Rhaenyra urgently interrupted the already frantic Amos. Having lost his egg and his reputation in tatters, he had long teetered on the brink of madness. Now, confronted with the distant prospect of revenge, he erupted uncontrollably. This fire isn't hot, not at all. Amos screamed, his face contorted in rage. The next moment, a shriek pierced the air as he watched in disbelief as his arm withered and became tattered in the green flames, collapsing onto the beach. Fool! Count Bracken muttered under his breath, his heart swelling with delight. Stop! A booming voice resonated as Cole approached with a battalion of soldiers, interrupting the encirclement by the Dragonstone guards. The king commands it, Cole stated, looking at the flustered Rhaenyra. Your Highness, Prince, please accompany me. And you, apprehend him. Cole's gaze turned icy as he fixed it on Aelin, as if regarding a mere carcass. Roar. Sensing Cole's hostility, Sea Smoke angrily rejected the notion. Quiet. Aelin calmly reassured Sea Smoke, methodically dismounting from the dragon and surrendering. With a swift motion, Aegon severed the rope connecting his Valyrian steel armor, carelessly discarding it on the beach as he strode forth, wading through the waves. Is this the power of the Hightower bloodline? Aegon was overwhelmed with joy. In contrast to his ability to effortlessly wield the Golden Eyes and the Targaryen bloodline of dragon lords, the magic inherent in his Hightower lineage was evidently far more enigmatic. However, spurred by the thrill of life and death, accompanied by the Night King's icy sorcery, he finally awakened this peculiar force in its entirety. Fire, unlike the blood magic of the Targaryens, was first harnessed by the Hightower family. The wildfire of later generations was likely a semi-synthetic product inspired by the magic of the Hightowers. How absurd! The kings of the future, following the secrets of the towering spire, sought methods to resurrect the Targaryen dragons, ultimately developing wildfire. Aegon muttered to himself. Alas, Sunfire lay weakly on the beach, lamenting like a gravely ill elder. Sheep thief! Aegon shouted anxiously. Roar! The sheep thief complained, trudging towards the already deceased devourer with deliberate steps. Dragonfire. At Aegon's command, the ashen-brown dragonfire gradually enveloped every inch of the devourer's lifeless form, completely consuming the eerie green flames that had once surrounded it. Caw! A resounding crunch echoed as the sheep thief voraciously tore into the devourer's dragon flesh, feeding it to the injured Sunfire. What is it doing? Rhaenyra's spirit trembled. Dragons possess intellect akin to that of humans, and instances of cannibalism are exceedingly rare among them. Look at its wounds. Maester Cushing pointed at the large bite marks on Sunfire's neck, astonished. Hiss. A thick wound emitted wisps of blue smoke, as to the disbelief of the onlookers. The flesh and blood of Sunfire's injury began to slither and merge, inch by inch, like worms. Howl. In no time, Sunfire gradually regained its strength, discarding the meat brought by the sheep thief and leaping towards the far larger devourer with fervor. Is this magic? Maester Cushing mused, touching the remnants of blood and flesh left by Sunfire. Be careful, Maester. Brain hastily swatted away the Maester's hand. The thick leather was charred and smoking with a bluish hue. Let the king decide. The uncrowned Queen Rhaenys Targaryen tugged on the reins, soaring directly towards the Palace of Dragonstone. Chapter 57. Dragon Guard at King's Landing. In front of the Red Keep's hall, numerous nobles gathered upon hearing the news, creating an unprecedented spectacle. Father, Rhaenyra feigned calmness as she stood to the side, flanked by Princess Rhaenys and Prince Daemon. Viserys remained silent, simply nodding with composure. His Highness Aegon has arrived, shouted Earl Bracken, his voice booming, eager to demonstrate his allegiance to Aegon. With the sound of synchronized footsteps, Aegon strode in, accompanied by the fully armed Brain, Aegon, Sir Jorn, and Tywin Lannister. A slight frown crossed Viserys' brow as he observed the two prominent nobles closely trailing behind Aegon, a hint of displeasure evident on his face. Sir Jorn, Tywin Lannister, what is the meaning of this? Viserys inquired, his curiosity piqued. Your Majesty, we have joined Prince Aegon's Kingsguard, swearing to never marry or bear children. Sir Jorn and Tywin Lannister knelt before Viserys, offering their explanation. Is it truly a Kingsguard that can entice such esteemed nobles as yourselves? Viserys scoffed. However, his mind was already burdened with more pressing matters, having just engaged in a heated dispute with his daughter Rhaenyra regarding the succession of the throne. Such a dragon dream is merely an excuse. You desire a son to inherit your legacy, Rhaenyra exclaimed, her rare fury spilling forth uncontrollably. She had sacrificed her love, marriage, happiness, and even her freedom for the Iron Throne that was not rightfully hers. Now, simply due to a few vague omens, Viserys sought to alter the line of succession, stripping her of the birthright she had long awaited. Am I not as good as Aegon? He consorts with courtesans, drinks to excess, and violates maidens. Rhaenyra seethed. She had never wished to vie for power. It was Viserys and his advisor Otto who imposed this burden upon her. Now, yet again, an unsuitable heir threatened to seize her rightful claim. Rhaenyra, trust me, you are my only true child. My love for your mother, Queen Aemma, has never wavered. Viserys said earnestly, yet the secrets passed down through generations of our realm demand my utmost caution. He lamented, knowing the stakes involved for all of humanity. Secrets? Rhaenyra scoffed. In the icy north, apart from the Starks and their wild kin, what other life exists? Coughing violently, Viserys expelled a mouthful of blood. Father, Rhaenyra gasped, scholar. Fetch the scholar. I shall be fine. Viserys weakly clutched Rhaenyra's sleeve, grappling against death, aware that the strength of House Targaryen alone was insufficient. Are you not aware of the doom that befell Valyria? Do not speak, father. Let us first seek healing in King's Landing, Rhaenyra implored. Realizing her father was gravely ill and had little energy left for contention, Viserys shook his head vigorously while seated upon the grotesque Iron Throne, propping his head with one hand, striving to maintain his composure. The long, jagged seat resembled a multitude of swords, piercing his existence with unrelenting torment. Brothers harbor mutual animosity. Children seethe with resentment, and husbands and wives face a tragic separation in life and death. The idyllic life once envisioned has ultimately transformed into a mere illusion, like the moon reflected in water or flowers in a mirror. Prince Aegon, once indulging in a life of debauchery, was perhaps merely compensating for his own existence. Viserys, you are a king and should not aspire to partake in the trivial pleasures of common folk. Viserys murmured to his own heart. Humph. The king was well before his journey to Dragonstone. How have you cared for him? Queen Alicent, clad in a green gown, coldly reproached Princess Rhaenyra before her. Rhaenyra was momentarily speechless. Over matters concerning the Iron Throne, she had brought Viserys to the brink of death, and guilt weighed heavily upon her. As the queen tending to a king who was half paralyzed and rotting, even Rhaenyra, his own daughter, could not help but admire her former confidant. In her prime youth, she diligently cared for an elderly man, never once faltering. Alicent, Viserys' glance interrupted the queen's complaints. Your Majesty. Aelin knelt on one knee, bowing before Viserys. Have you tamed sea smoke? Viserys weakly inquired, leaning against the armrest of the Iron Throne like a sickly tiger, his golden mask failing to conceal the ferocity etched upon his face. Aelin hesitated, even as an ordinary fisherman. He knew he had touched upon the most guarded secrets of House Targaryen. A moment's misstep could endanger not only his own life, but also implicate Prince Aegon and his brother, Adam. It was the dragon that sought me out. I had to take the risk to save the prince, Aelin confessed. Indeed, Your Majesty, it is as he says. Balin stepped forward, coming to Aelin's defense, with many witnesses present. Quite so, nodded Corlys Velaryon, dressed in a white robe, his tattered scholar's cap upon his head, affirming the testimony. Viserys, deep in thought, cast his gaze towards Prince Daemon and the queen who never was, Rhaenys. Daemon inclined his head slightly. What are your parents' names? Viserys leaned forward, fixating intently on the young black boy before him. Aelin faltered, glancing up for assistance towards his brother Adam. Your Majesty, we are merely ordinary fishermen from Shell Town, with no noble Valyrian bloodline, Adam hastily clarified. Our mother was a harlot, and as for our father, please forgive us. We are unaware. Shell Town? Viserys narrowed his eyes slightly, turning to the distant Sea Lord. Corlys Velaryon. As I understand, similar to many dragon seeds scattered among the brothels of King's Landing, Shell Town also harbors numerous descendants of House Velaryon. The Targaryens have historically maintained ties through marriage with the Velaryons. Corlys stated, unflinching. At this moment, he was utterly astonished. As one of the closest members to the Targaryen family, he was acutely aware of the formidable challenge of conquering a dragon. Some core members of the Targaryen lineage had never managed to hatch a single dragon egg in their lifetime, let alone tame a full-grown dragon. A bastard, you say? Viserys murmured. The dragons of House Targaryen must never fall into the hands of outsiders. Even the dragons of House Velaryon were acquired by virtue of Aemon Targaryen's status as heir to the Iron Throne. To slay him would be to prevent a bastard from tainting the dragons. An elderly man clad in a white hood, accompanied by a squad of lean black-clad guards wielding long spears several meters in length, entered. They were indeed the dragon lords of House Targaryen, trained from a young age. They were adept in the Valyrian tongue, with many being the bastards of the Targaryen family from times past. They were responsible for nurturing hatchlings, feeding the dragons, and clearing the refuse from dragon lairs. You are the head of House Targaryen. You must not allow such a thing to transpire. It is a blasphemy, the Dragon Lord shouted. Even the bastards favored by the ancestral dragon Aegon were only permitted to sit in the position of the hand, never allowed to touch the dragons. Kill him. A booming voice interrupted the shouts of the Dragon Lords. Before all present, Aegon boldly stepped forward and admonished the Dragon Lords, saying, "When did a servant acquire the authority to command their master?" "In Valyrian, your majesty." The elder disregarded Aegon, turning furiously to confront the aging king. "Aegon." Viserys made no reply but weakly pleaded, "Swear in the name of the 7 gods. If you relinquish your claim to the Iron Throne, I shall grant amnesty to your guards." "What? The foolish king." The captain of the Dragon Lords roared with indignation. They had safeguarded the Targaryen dragons for generations. Yet the current king showed no regard for their customs or opinions, not even acknowledging them. "A family that defile the divine, we shall no longer pledge our loyalty." Since the days of Valyria, no dragon king has ever acted in such a manner. The Dragon Lord pointed accusingly at Viserys. "Cut out his tongue." Viserys' face contorted with rage as he drew his dagger, fury consuming him. With a swift motion, and amidst the horrified cries of the nobles, Daemon raised his hand. And the Dark Sister struck, severing the elder's head cleanly from his body. Thud. The captain's head rolled away like a ball. "Aegon, swear." Viserys exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing weakly upon the Iron Throne. The burdens of kingship and fatherhood weighed heavily upon him. He knew he must make choices. Only one ruler could govern House Targaryen. Viserys. Queen Alicent was rendered speechless by the revelation. She had devoted her youth to caring for King Viserys for over a decade. What had she truly sought in return? Viserys, in a bid to protect his daughter, was prepared to utterly strip Aegon of his inheritance once more. "My child, my only daughter." Viserys sighed heavily. "No, father. I shall not comply. A woman at the helm leads to ruin." Aegon solemnly rejected Viserys' proposition. The Dragon Prince, feared even by bravos, was unworthy of sitting upon the Iron Throne. "Viserys, you have weakened House Targaryen," Aegon stated coldly. From that moment forth, Aegon's hopes for his father were irrevocably extinguished. Only the children of Queen Aemma were truly Viserys' heirs. The rest were mere products born of Viserys' obligation to the throne, a mere byproduct of royal duty. "Silence. You are not yet king." Viserys' visage twisted in fury. He imprisoned Aemond, confining Aegon within the towering halls of House Hightower, forbidding Sunfire and the sheep thief from departing Dragonstone, sealing his dragon-slaying spear. Viserys gasped, "Cough, cough." Another spurt of blood erupted forth. Brother, Daemon, who had just reveled in delight, was suddenly aghast, rushing to offer support. "No need to assist. Listen." Viserys, dazed, gripped the sharp edges of the Iron Throne, blood trickling down the sword's hilt. Viserys had but one heir, and that was Rhaenyra Targaryen. "Ah, your majesty." The nobles gasped, for Viserys appeared as a mere skeleton, his frail form revealing a hollow visage. Half of his golden mask fell to the ground, exposing a row of shattered teeth. "Seize him, capture the wretch." Viserys shouted with all his strength. Collapsing upon the Iron Throne, a throng of King's Landing guards rushed in, their pikes aimed directly at Aegon and Aemond. "Leave now, your highness." Elric gazed uneasily at the king's eldest son, realizing that after this day, Aegon would be forever estranged from the Iron Throne. "Father." Rhaenyra clutched Viserys' frail body, hastily retreating to the inner sanctum. "Ah." Ser Jorah sighed, observing the white cloaks of the king's guard behind him, retreating helplessly. "Your highness." One must remain calm and not confront the king directly. After all, he is the ultimate authority in the realm. Jorah advised, looking at Aegon, who was to be exiled once more. Humph. Tywin Lannister wore a pained smile. He had believed Aegon's triumph in slaying a dragon would earn him Viserys' favor. Yet he found the Iron Throne still beyond his reach. "Your highness." With a graceful sweep of his sleeve, Blaney knelt on one knee and pledged his loyalty to Aegon, declaring his unwavering commitment to protect him for all eternity, even in the face of perilous trials. "Noblemen are inferior even to women," Adam scoffed, his ire simmering just beneath the surface, fueled by the impending loss of his brother's life. Witnessing the regret etched on the faces of the two men regarding their choices, Adam, a mere fisherman, felt a profound disdain. Knighthood does not confer greater valor or loyalty merely by virtue of noble blood. "Let us depart," sighed Kishing, placing a reassuring hand on Aegon's shoulder, as if counseling a younger kin. "The biases of the heart are akin to an insurmountable mountain. Though it stands before us, it is often exceedingly difficult to transcend." He reminisced about the days when he was cast out from the academy, destitute and disgraced. Yet, He remained steadfastly close to the world's truth. A moment's triumph or failure does not define one's worth. Had he been submissive and compliant, he would have achieved nothing to this day. Bong, bong. The bells of the Red Keep tolled. The crimson gates swung open, and, filled with reluctance, Aegon was compelled once more to tread the path toward the towering spire. I shall return, Aegon lamented, gazing longingly at the familiar streets of his childhood. Now a place he must abandon merely to make way for his sister, Rhaenyra. Aegon, accompanied by Cole, who rode alongside Alec and Illic, glanced about before reluctantly departing. What transpired, Cole? Aegon inquired, mounted on his steed, curiosity piqued. Ahem, Cole covered his mouth, cautiously revealing, Aelin has fled, accompanied by his dragon. It is said that it was the sea snake, Corlys Velaryon, who aided him. Not only did he set Aelin free, but he also secretly opened the gates to the dragon pit. Rumor has it that Aelin is the illegitimate son of the sea snake. Cole's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he shared this sensational news with Aegon. Princess Rhaenys, in a furious outburst, abandoned the sea snake and departed King's Landing on Dragonback. Is the timeline being restored? Aegon murmured to himself. Unlike his previous existence, where he lay idly by, he now found himself in a position to remain in King's Landing, poised to instigate a coup at any moment. Yet, in this moment, his burgeoning potential was met with the oppressive sanctions of King Viserys, rendering him unable to approach the corridors of power. Go, Aemond urged, brandishing his riding crop as he galloped towards Aegon. Good news. Father has summoned you back. Upon seeing Aegon, Aemond excitedly dismounted. Return? Why? Aegon responded, bewildered. He had only just packed his belongings, barely settled in, and wondered how Viserys could so swiftly alter his decree. Chapter 59, Betrayal. Aelin has fled on Dragonback. Father is furious, has imprisoned the sea snake, and commands you to return and capture Aelin. Aemond exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Compared to the easily swayed bloodline of the Valyrian family, only Aegon, the Dragon Slayer, is truly suited to capture the treacherous members of the Rainbow Guard. You can stay, exclaimed Aemond, excitedly covering Aegon's face, as if he were the one destined to ascend the Iron Throne. Capture Aelin? Aegon murmured to himself. Capture a chicken, he lamented. To apprehend his own Dragon Knight and offend the Minister of the Navy, merely to preserve Rhaenyra's political standing? Ridiculous. It's good to stay, after all. Aegon nonchalantly tossed aside his whip and turned to enter the Red Keep. Men's affections are truly fleeting. Helena Targaryen gazed at Aegon's face and remarked to Rhaenyra. Humph. Princess Rhaenyra observed the reckless consort demon, her expression reflecting discontent. In contrast to Aegon's debauchery, the seemingly honest sea snake displayed an equally mad spectacle, which was utterly unbelievable. The love story between the sea snake and Princess Rhaenys had been immortalized in ballads by poets across Westeros, yet it now resembled a mere jest. Did not White Worm and the King's uncle also have a poignant tale of their own? Aegon, feeling the weight of Helena's dissatisfaction, hastily changed the subject. Damn it. The Valyrian family's navy from Shipbreaker Bay is approaching King's Landing, attempting to rescue their lord. A panicked scout rushed in. Do they wish to rebel? Aemond smirked, relishing the opportunity. With the Valyrian family devoid of a leader, now is the perfect moment to decisively eradicate them. Aemond, Rhaenyra urgently interrupted her brother's reckless words. This is a misunderstanding that must be resolved with caution. Is Princess Rhaenys present? Rhaenyra anxiously inquired of the messenger. With Viserys in a coma and the sea snake imprisoned, if Princess Rhaenys could ride her dragon to support them, King's Landing could very well face a bloodbath. No, the messenger replied helplessly. Disheartened, Rhaenyra realized that with political matters in disarray and the sea snake lacking a clear heir, according to family tradition, a distant cousin would need to step in. Cousin? Daemon scoffed, reflecting, are they sending the sea snake off for his final journey? Do not make light of this. Rhaenyra rolled her eyes. To this day, Daemon remained unafraid. Compared to the few warships at their disposal, the Targaryen family was robust and fortified, bolstered by countless dragons. Relying solely on the sea snake's fleet held no chance of victory. They are likely using the pretext of rescue to seek support in King's Landing. Rhaenyra methodically analyzed. I will personally ride Syrax to Shipbreaker Bay and put an end to this farce. Disregarding the objections of others, Rhaenyra mounted the great yellow dragon and soared towards Princess Rhaenys' chambers. Before the muddy facade of King's Landing, a fleet of warships loomed like dark dumplings, completely obstructing the waterways. Yet, neither the naval armada nor the city's garrison seemed inclined to engage in battle. What is this nonsense? Grumbled a noble from House Velaryon. The sea snake's daughter-in-law weds a dark-haired strongman. Is this a mockery of us in Driftmark? Another noble lamented. The king has been subservient to the realm of the third daughter, and now he dares to strike at the sea snake with such force. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, causing the sails to tremble. Dragons, dragons. In contrast to the other Westerosi nobles' dread of dragons, the Velaryon family maintained a remarkable composure. Riding dragons in battle against the realm of the third daughter was their legacy. Observing the familiar dragon that Rhaenyra rode, the Velaryon nobles felt no surprise. Enough of the complaints. This is ultimately the enmity between the sea snake and the royal family. One noble intervened, interrupting the conversation of the two. Velaryon and Targaryen have intermarried for generations. We are nearly one and the same. We merely stand in support of the sea snake, to remind the royal family that we Velaryons still exist. Who knows to whom the Velaryon lineage will belong in the future? To the strongman or to Rhaenyra Targaryen? Teased one noble. Perhaps it will be Aegon, the true-blooded Velaryon dragon knight. They laughed, all bastards. Within the Red Keep, Alicent wore a bitter expression, tending to both her son and husband. One lay in a deep stupor, while the other was impossible to manage. It was as if God was playing a cruel joke on her. The Grand Maester had declared that Viserys' days were numbered. That night, Alicent quietly confided in Aegon and Aemond. Years ago, the Grand Maester said the same, yet here we are. Aemond dismissed her concerns, more preoccupied with his own ambitions than with Viserys' health. With Rhaenyra's formidable return alongside Prince Daemon, Aemond felt stifled, for in his memories, King's Landing had always been his dominion since Rhaenyra had left for Dragonstone. Now, it seemed the ownership of King's Landing was about to change. Rhaenyra had summoned Princess Rhaenys, sending the Sea Snake's fleet retreating. Corlys approached swiftly with a raven in hand, reporting, "We are all family. What is there to fight about?" King Viserys Targaryen was carried into the great hall on a chair borne by 4 men. "Your Majesty." The assembly exchanged glances, bowing in respect. The actions of the Sea Snake's subordinates were tantamount to treason. Otto Hightower, ever vigilant, stepped forward with caution. They possessed lands, fleets, and independent forces. And now even their bastards are blessed with dragons. Otto Hightower, with an expressionless face, regarded Jaehaerys Velaryon with an air of intention. Upon hearing this, Viserys merely glanced sideways, remaining utterly silent. He had grown accustomed to maintaining silence, striving to uphold the fragile peace among the noble houses. Cousin, Princess Rhaenys, clad in her crimson battle attire, strode forward with determination. "Do not be disheartened, dear cousin." Witnessing Rhaenys' profound sorrow, Viserys felt compelled to offer her some comfort. Rhaenys Targaryen, seemingly oblivious to the world around her, sat in her chair, musing aloud. "I have been wed to the Velaryon family for decades, yet it seems that apart from myself, everyone else is an outsider. Such is the nature of the world. Perhaps it will improve in time." Viserys remained enveloped in silence. He merely wished to administer a slight reprimand to the sea snake, Corlys Velaryon, without any intentions of long-term imprisonment. However, the dilemma posed by Alan indeed troubled Viserys greatly. Unlike other houses, which maintained close ties to the Targaryen royal lineage, Alan's bloodline might very well span generations apart. The sea snake has always sought to grasp the Iron Throne. This I have long been aware of. Rhaenys showed no restraint in her betrayal of love. The campaign for the Iron Throne against Viserys had been orchestrated by the Sea Snake, yet it ended in utter defeat. No one is immune to the allure of the Iron Throne. This is a universal truth. Viserys remained indifferent. Now, with Rhaenys advocating for leniency, Viserys found a pathway to formally release the Sea Snake. Chapter 60, Blood Dragon Dance Sunfire, had grown in size. Princess Rhaenyra expressed her concern while standing on the shores of Dragonstone. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the crimson remnants of daylight glimmered on the golden dragon scales, while a massive, demonic serpent-like dragon loomed over its dark, colossal carcass. In comparison to my Caraxes, there remains a gap. Prince Daemon supported his wife Rhaenyra, offering her encouragement. Aegon, capable of commanding 2 dragons, this Sunfire is undergoing further mutations. One must admit, as a dragon rider, Aegon is truly exceptional, even in Valyria. Rhaenyra praised without reservation. Yet, the size of a dragon does not solely dictate its prowess. Combat experience holds great significance. Daemon asserted confidently. Both Sunfire and Vhagar remain on Dragonstone. With Adam firmly under our control, Aegon will not stir up any significant trouble. Daemon flashed a charming smile. Viserys ultimately remained steadfast in his support for the Iron Throne alongside his wife, unwavering in his resolve. Daemon, sensing the faint undercurrent of danger from Daemon, Rhaenyra rebuked. "You shall not harm Aegon. Only dragons can obliterate their own kind. Have you forgotten who forced you away from Dragonstone?" Daemon chuckled coldly. "Your dear friend, your esteemed queen. Every fisherman knows that wise individuals should steer clear of the eye of the storm. I can almost perceive a colossal force attempting to engulf Aegon. The continent of Westeros is on the brink of a tempest." Princess Rhaenyra pondered deeply. Viserys will not last much longer. Demon remarked, a hint of melancholy in his voice. After all, he was his own brother, grievously wounded by the Iron Throne. In the Red Keep's chamber, Queen Alicent anxiously urged, Aegon, your father is nearing his end. You must go and see him. Unlike the original narrative where Aegon was hopelessly intoxicated, furtively hiding from the Hightower family, he had diligently immersed himself in the study of Valyrian and royal management strategies, fully prepared to seize the throne. The Red Keep was already rife with the watchful eyes of the Greens. Understood, mother. Aegon replied, placing down the tome on the history of the Seven Kingdoms. Rising with calm assurance, calculating the days, it should be within this week. He leisurely grasped his intricately carved Valyrian dagger, admiring the obsidian craftsmanship before sheathing it at his side. The heavy doors creaked open as the guards pushed them apart, and the maidservants lined up outside. Aegon strode in with purpose. In contrast to the original tale where Alicent unexpectedly imprisoned all the maidservants to seize control of the Red Keep, the ailing King Viserys had long been rendered powerless through the machinations of Prime Minister Otto Hightower. As Aegon beheld his tardy elder brother, Viserys weakly implored, unite the kingdom. His words were vague, his mind clouded. The age-old secrets passed down through generations of kings echoed in Viserys' murmurs. I am aware, father. Aegon interrupted Viserys' ramblings with impatience. The harbinger of death from the north, the legendary prince from Valyria, my dragon dreams. Good heavens, what am I hearing? My foolish son actually knows the secrets passed down by kings. Viserys exclaimed incredulously, shaking his head in agony, the torment of his illness rendering him often dazed. I have always known, Aegon replied, his expression stoic. Having been reborn, he had done all within his power. He diligently studied Valyrian, the history of the Seven Kingdoms, and commanded 2 dragons, forging a Valyrian marvel. Yet, like Aemond, Viserys failed to regard Aegon. In Viserys' eyes, only his eldest daughter was deemed worthy of the throne. His singular heir. Perhaps I am truly nearing death, Viserys said with a bitter smile. Listen, my son speaks nonsense. I am not mad. It is you who is delusional. Aegon replied with irritation, endlessly absorbed in his dragon dreams, yearning for a dreamwalker child to save the world. Yet, the dreamwalker stood before him, unrecognized. The dreamwalker, Aegon. Is you? Viserys was taken aback, his eyes wide and his hands gripping tightly onto Aegon. It is not I, but Helena, the daughter you deem mad. Who is the true dreamwalker? Aegon forcefully shook off his father's grasp, along with the obsidian weapon at his waist, which Viserys seized. Helena? Viserys murmured in disbelief. This daughter, whom he had never regarded, was overshadowed by Princess Rhaenyra, and he had never bestowed upon her the affection of a father in any circumstance. What do you know? Viserys collapsed onto the bed, as if he had exhaled his last breath. Everything, including your death date, the Reaper of the North, and even. Aegon gazed at the feeble Viserys, refraining from mentioning the aftermath of the Blood Dragon's dance. Perhaps I was mistaken. The Iron Throne should rightfully belong to you. Viserys lamented internally. People often choose one path while reveling in the scenery of another, unaware that the road they select is the most fitting within their comprehension, while the alternative may be fraught with thorns. Aegon, tell me, what kind of king am I? Realizing he was utterly controlled, Viserys relinquished all resistance, ultimately conceding to himself in the choice between life and death. Speak, you mediocre king. Aegon retorted mercilessly. A kingdom that inherited the might of King Jaehaerys. A sovereign with dozens of dragons, reduced to being repeatedly provoked by a mere daughter-esque kingdom, assassinated by faceless men, infiltrated by vassals, and oblivious to the impending civil war. Aegon scrutinized Viserys, enumerating his transgressions. Are you so afraid of the Reaper of the North that you dare not wield the might of House Targaryen? Aegon seethed. All fear stems from a lack of firepower. No, Aegon, an obsession with power can lead to the family's demise. The calamity of Valyria is still fresh in our memories. Viserys trembled with agitation, reaching out with one hand toward the heavens, yearning to grasp his last glimmer of hope. Rhaenyra, my only child, where art thou? Observing Viserys, who seemed unable to close his eyes in death, even Aegon felt a twinge of sorrow. Even in his final moments, he clung to thoughts of his daughter. Aegon regarded the feeble Viserys with disdainful amusement. The Blood Dragon's dance is about to take center stage. Brother, Helena Targaryen suddenly embraced Aegon from behind. I am afraid. There are monsters from the floor. The Red Queen, perhaps? Aegon scoffed. The Targaryens shall begin their resurgence from me. There is but one king in this world. Be it gods or calamities, they shall be trampled beneath my feet. Chapter 61. The coronation ceremony come forth. Guard the dragon's lair. No one is permitted to enter. Aegon fixed his gaze upon Helena, taking her small hand in his to offer comfort. You are the Dreamwalker, with your power. Even the calamity of Valyria's end shall not instill fear in us. Indeed, Adam of the Rainbow Guard nodded in response to the command, promptly leading his soldiers to fortify the Dragonstone. Blaine, present. Blaine, clad in armor with a longsword at his side, exuded an air of gallantry. Keep a vigilant eye on the crownless queen. We must not allow her to stir any trouble. A calm expression adorned Aegon's face. He was taken aback by Princess Rhaenys' unwavering support for her husband, the sea snake, despite the humiliation she had suffered. The notion of gender equality? Even in his past life on Blue Star, it was merely a farcical jest. Aegon found himself both amused and exasperated. When it comes to human relationships, the most unreliable aspect is the human heart. With a resounding thud, the gates of King's Landing were firmly shut, and countless citizens were driven by soldiers into the fortifications atop Dragonstone. The new emperor of House Targaryen, Aegon Targaryen II, was about to be born. Aegon. A clear voice interrupted Aegon's regal daydream. Alicent Hightower approached briskly in her green gown. You must not heed your grandfather's words. You cannot harm Rhaenyra. The Queen Mother anxiously cupped Aegon's face, speaking earnestly. Alicent, the auspicious moment is upon us. Otto Hightower interjected, his dissatisfaction with the indecisive Queen Mother evident. Aegon, remember my words. Alicent urged him anxiously. I understand, Aegon replied with a nod, turning to board the carriage. Aegon, Rhaenyra remains a perpetual threat. Otto Hightower did not offer direct counsel, but instead meticulously devised plans for Aegon. Indeed, when women take charge, the house crumbles. Rhaenyra, like Alicent, is indecisive, Aegon remarked, observing the Chancellor's attempts to manipulate the new king with an enigmatic smile. Continue to bestow upon her the title of Duchess of Dragonstone to stabilize her, while garnering the support of the nobles across Westeros. Once the realm is secure, Otto Hightower fell silent, his dark eyes seemingly ablaze with anger towards Prince Daemon. After decades of greeting Hightower's mother, the time for vengeance was drawing near. In King's Landing, within the church above Dragonstone, Aegon donned Valyrian steel armor, escorted by the Rainbow Guard. As he entered the hall, Otto Hightower, draped in green robes adorned with the church's insignia, stood upon the dais. Our king Viserys I, in his final moments, expressed his last desire, that his firstborn son Aegon succeed him upon the Iron Throne. Aegon, our new king, a new era. The bewildered citizens exchanged glances, and under the guidance of others, began to chant fervently. Draw swords, commanded the captain of the city guard. In unison, the soldiers in golden robes unsheathed their longswords, creating a gleaming path leading to the throne. Aegon strode forth with his head held high, stepping boldly towards his destiny. With each confident stride of Aegon, swords fell behind him like echoes of destiny. The path to kingship was destined to be fraught with thorns. Unlike the exuberance portrayed in the original narrative when Aegon II ascended, the present Aegon felt no joy whatsoever. The common folk cared little about who wore the crown. Their concern lay solely in the aroma of the bread in their bowls. A new king was to be born, the true heir to the Iron Throne, Aegon Targaryen. The captain of the King's Guard, Ser Cole, raised the golden crown high and proclaimed to the kneeling Aegon. This golden diadem, a relic from the ancient Valyrian era, had been passed down through generations of Targaryens. Since Aegon had eliminated dissent, he had long since reassigned those guards and Kingsguard who had shown disloyalty to the Green faction. Far from King's Landing, may the warriors grant him courage, may the blacksmith lend strength to his sword and shield. May the Father of the Heavens protect him as he reigns. The maester methodically sprinkled holy water upon Aegon, marking his forehead with a thumb dipped in sanctity. Our new king, Aegon. The populace erupted in jubilant cries, their hands raised in fervent applause. The maester gently placed the crown upon Aegon's head, only to have Aegon firmly grasp his hands. Aegon, what are you doing? The anxious Queen Alicent inquired. Just follow the rules and do as instructed. Do you think I am still the foolish pawn of the original tale? Aegon replied, unflinching, as he seized the crown and placed it firmly upon his own head amidst the throngs of spectators. Aegon, the one true king of Westeros. The crowd roared, oblivious to the disapproving glares of the members of the Faith of the Seven. While Viserys was a mediocre king, he at least maintained a semblance of respect towards the church. This new king, however, appeared to disregard the church entirely. The High Septon expressed his dissatisfaction to the Chancellor, Otto Hightower, standing beside him. He has always been this way. Although Otto was slightly taken aback, he showed no outward signs of discontent. The more foolish the king, the more the kingdom would rely on him, making it easier to manipulate the crown. The Hightower family was destined to become the uncrowned monarchs of the continent of Westeros. He held no respect for anyone, or he would not have remained out of favor with the late king until now. Otto exchanged a knowing glance with the High Septon, and they shared a conspiratorial smile. Usurpation? Which vassal was unaware of such matters? Compared to the past divisions within the Targaryen family, this Aegon appeared far more malleable than the former Maegor. If the king is foolish, then let us find another. Otto paid no heed to Aegon's audacious act. Yet his gaze frequently darted towards his other favored grandson. The one-eyed Aemon stood beside Helena, his expression one of envy as he watched his brother Aegon effortlessly seize all that he had labored to attain. Was the firstborn so favored? Why was I born too late? Aemon glared at the conspicuously celebrated Aegon on the stage, seething with frustration. Had the beast beneath the bunker vanished? Aegon scrutinized the dragon's lair, confirming that he had successfully unraveled Helena's prophecy, and he could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. The future was not predetermined. In the face of the impending calamity threatening Valyria, perhaps the Targaryen family should not retreat but rather confront the challenge head-on, aiming to eradicate the disaster that nearly obliterated the Dragon Lord's lineage. Boom. The ground shook violently, causing the entire dragon's lair to tremble slightly. Aegon drew the Valyrian sword, Blackfire, and plunged it into the ground. No, that was not right. Observing the intact floor of the dragon's lair, Aegon finally realized that the tremor did not originate from within. Chapter 62, The Legions of Love. The tremor emanated from the Red Keep. Aegon gazed incredulously at the Red Queen of the Red Keep, his eyes widening in astonishment. Indeed, although the timeline had deviated under Aegon's intervention, it appeared to have undergone a correction. The crownless queen, Princess Rhaenys, had not disrupted Aegon's coronation ceremony. Yet she had managed to escape the watchful eyes of Aegon's guards, stealthily infiltrating the dragon's lair with the aid of the remnants of the Black Party, and had flown away on a dragon from King's Landing. Prince Aegon, no, your highness. Adam approached with a regretful expression, bearing news that Rhaenys had successfully eluded capture, disguised with the help of a maid from King's Landing. So obvious, who was unaware? Aegon said solemnly. Compared to Princess Rhaenys' escape, Aegon was unfazed. He was well aware of who her daughter-in-law and son-in-law were. From any perspective, Rhaenys would never support him. She had forcibly taken the corpse of Viserys. Seeing Aegon remain unperturbed, Adam cautiously remarked, "What does she want with the body?" Aegon replied, bewildered, "Your Highness, Dragonstone claims that King Viserys is not dead. He was taken by you to usurp the Iron Throne." The surrounding guards kindly reminded him, now that the king's corpse lay in the hands of Dragonstone, its fate could be manipulated at her whim. Damn it. Aegon erupted in fury. Despite all his calculations, he had ultimately allowed the crownless queen to exploit a loophole. Eliminate the factions in the Red Keep that do not support the Greens, drape them all in black, and send them to the wall. Indeed, the golden-robed officials responded as they rushed through the streets to search for the ministers of the Black Party. Aegon, merely exiling them to the wall was insufficient. Prime Minister Otto Hightower stepped forward, asserting that the immediate course of action was to swiftly gain the allegiance of the local vassals, drawing them to loyalty. Of course, this time, it should be I, the king, who personally undertakes the task. Aegon nodded. You lack a dragon and cannot conveniently travel to make contact. The Prime Minister gave Aegon no opportunity to assert himself, suggesting that the matter should be entrusted to Aemond. A dragon? Aegon scoffed. When has a Targaryen dragon knight ever been forsaken by his own dragon? Come forth, Sunfire. A fierce cry erupted from Aegon. A sporadic dragon's roar resonated in the ears of the crowd as golden flames swiftly spiraled above King's Landing. Dragonfire. The black gold flames blossomed at the city gate, sending the fleeing nobles of King's Landing tumbling from their mounts in terror. A thief of sheep, boom. A colossal gray-brown dragon, clutching the dragon-slaying spear, charged straight at Aegon. With a single arm raised, he effortlessly twirled the spear in a display of mastery. The ice spear, having been baptized in the blood of the gluttonous dragon, had transformed into an even deeper hue, now shimmering like a bloodstone. The eerie green flames were similarly absorbed into Aegon's being. Wildfire? Merely a continuation of the Hightower family's fire magic. Death is the eternal resting place of all beings, while wildfire serves as the beacon lighting the path through the underworld. Night King, your ice magic has utterly perfected me. A sly smile crept across Aegon's face. At that moment, he was no longer merely a dragon knight, but akin to a sorcerer of Valyria's 40 dragon lords, a mage capable of commanding dragons. 7 obsidian stones adorned the dragon-slaying spear, glistening like the dazzling Big Dipper. Your Majesty, your strength is beyond question, but King's Landing cannot remain without a ruler. Otto Hightower observed his increasingly uncontrollable grandson with calm composure. Dragonstone harbors numerous dragons, poised to ambush the Red Keep. King's Landing also has its share of dragon riders. Helena, as queen, you shall govern King's Landing on my behalf. Aegon's demeanor remained unruffled. Compared to Otto's cunning and Aemond's recklessness, Aegon placed greater trust in his benevolent wife, Helena. Brother, I am not adept at governance. Helena expressed her concerns. Although she had been married to Aegon for many years, she still maintained very close ties with the members of the underworld. Isn't the Dowager Queen Alicent and my brother Aemond around? One skilled in diplomacy and the other in warfare. It's sufficient. Aegon organized matters with methodical precision. The blood dragons danced in a fray destined to result in mutual destruction, a tragic conflict amongst kin. Yet rather than evade the issue, it was far better to confront it head-on. Regardless, with the havoc wrought by Daemon, Aemond, and others, resolving the claim to the Iron Throne with ease would be akin to a fool's errand. Your Highness, your brother Darren's mount, the Blue Queen, is already capable of flight. I have sent word to the Hightower family, and they are en route with troops. Prime Minister Otto Hightower bowed slightly as he counseled the new king. Troops? Aegon cast a cold gaze at the presumptuous prime minister before him. Compared to the era of Viserys, this prime minister now audaciously viewed himself as the master of the Red Keep. To take command of troops without authorization is treason. Aegon scrutinized this prime minister, who had labored tirelessly for years in King's Landing. Were it not for his intimate knowledge of the original texts, aside from Prince Daemon, how many could discern his insidious intentions? He was like a spider, tirelessly weaving for decades, ensnaring the Targaryen crown entirely within his grasp. In the realm of Riverlands, the families of Blackwood and Bracken have engaged in a fierce struggle for the Iron Throne. The limping Larys Strong entered, casting a glance at the taciturn prime minister, and remarked, at this juncture, it would be a prudent decision to mobilize troops to guard King's Landing. They are not fighting for the Iron Throne, interrupted Queen Alicent. As tensions escalated, the Queen, a confidant of Rhaenyra, sensed a hint of malice in the air. She fervently urged Princess Rhaenyra to reconsider her course. To avoid a senseless war, Alicent looked to Aegon, Cole, Otto, and others for assistance, yet silence reigned among them. Indeed, Riverlands is a significant strategic stronghold. Aegon gazed at the map, focusing on his sinister brother Aemond, as a nefarious thought crossed his mind. Aemond, you shall seize Harrenhal and lie in wait for your uncle Daemon. Aegon jestingly pointed to the strategic location of Harrenhal on the table. Have you not always cared for your position as a second son? What could be better than a second son for a second son? Aegon teased his brother before him. Whether Aemond or Daemon, both posed a considerable threat to Aegon. In the original tale, Daemon, unable to locate Aemond, indiscriminately unleashed his wrath upon Aegon's children. Since Daemon displayed no regard for familial ties, Aegon felt no trepidation. With all due respect, Larys interjected, the treasury of Harrenhal has already been emptied by me. Even if the prince were to capture Harrenhal, it would not sustain a soldier in wartime. When did it become your place to speak? Aegon's expression darkened. From the outset, Aegon harbored significant animosity toward those who coveted his mother's affections. Larys, driven by the desire for succession, had committed fratricide, had he not held some value. Aegon would have long since dealt with this ambitious man. Larys' repeated interruptions of Aegon's plans had long since incited the fury of the new king. Chapter 63. Larys, your majesty, Larys Strong is your unwavering minister of intelligence. As the two were on the brink of conflict, Queen Alicent swiftly intervened to quell the discord. Had it not been for Larys' intervention, the captain of the King's Landing Guard would likely still be the son of the Duke of Harrenhal, known as the Breaker of Bones. Larys? Huh. Aegon scoffed. Since the death of Viserys, vassals across the lands have been duplicitous, playing both sides. With nary a semblance of loyalty, the Targaryen family has held dominion over Westeros for centuries. When has such absurdity ever transpired? No wonder later Aemond was infuriated when his forces in the Westerlands remained inactive. The Targaryen family, lacking their own direct army, continued to employ a feudal system, effectively depriving future rulers of the means to balance the scales against rebellion. I hear your leg is quite remarkable. Why not show it to everyone? Aegon mockingly gestured towards Larys' impaired leg, his expression one of derision. Larys felt an acute embarrassment, although he was the oft-maligned and imperfect second son. The overt humiliation he faced was profoundly distressing. Aegon, the Queen Alicent's son, stirred in her memories of an unforgettable past. I am not interested in your legs. Aegon retorted. Show your legs, let us see. His expression turned grave. At this moment, the twisted foot had lost all utility. And even the title of Duke of Harrenhal could not shield him. After all, how could the perpetually damp Harrenhal ignite a roaring fire? A noble without family protection was akin to water without roots, easily discarded at any moment. As Larys realized his deeds were laid bare, shock washed over him. In the face of glory and mortality, he ultimately chose to preserve his life. He slowly rolled up his trousers, revealing his deformed and grotesque calf. Your Majesty, my loyalty is as evident as the heavens, he declared. All the gold of Harrenhal has been withdrawn and hidden in the iron vault of Bravos. ready to support your Iron Throne at any moment. Larys, still clinging to hope, sought Aegon's forgiveness. What beautiful legs, yet it seems you do not appreciate them. Fortunately, the stout men of Harrenhal do. Aegon commanded the Kingsguard directly, sever them, and send them to Harrenhal. Queen Alicent hastily rose to intervene, positioning herself before the guards. Lord Larys has contributed significantly to your Iron Throne. Patricide and fratricide, all for his own advancement, Aegon stated, his expression devoid of emotion. At this moment, the factions within King's Landing were numerous, and even as king, Aegon could not afford to act recklessly. This twisted foot was precisely the example Aegon needed to set. Your Majesty, I am willing to offer a considerable sum of gold dragons for my life. Larys stammered, feeling utterly helpless. He had rarely offended Aegon. Instead maneuvering from the shadows, relishing the intellectual pleasures without making enemies. Even Prime Minister Otto Hightower had failed to recognize any malice within him, allowing matters to unfold. He had anticipated that the naive Aegon would entrust him with significant responsibilities, only to find himself used as an example before he even began. Indeed, Aegon nodded. He could not afford to alienate the ministers who supported him. Bring him forth. Since one of his legs is asymmetrical, let us break the other to achieve symmetry. Yes. Blinn stepped forward, seizing Larys and dragging him into the Red Keep's hall. No, please. Larys struggled in agony. Compared to his brother, who was a formidable force, Larys' physique was evidently lacking. His screams echoed, causing the spectators to shut their eyes in horror. What is happening? Witnessing the pallid visage of the bent-footed Larys being dragged like a dog onto the prisoner cart, Tywin Lannister of the Rainbow Guard was taken aback. The Minister of Justice, Iron Rod, furrowed his brow. Larys, with a poor reputation in King's Landing, was rumored to have secretly harmed the Duke of Harrenhal and his son, absconding with all of Harrenhal's wealth and showing no regard for the local populace. Nevertheless, under the protection of the Queen, he thrived. Even the former king paid him no heed. It appears our new monarch is not one to be trifled with. He may very well be another King Jaehaerys. The Minister of Justice, Iron Rod, shook his head, showing little concern. Externally, he was a staunch supporter of the Greens, and internally, he was a grand noble supported by his family, ensuring he would never face such a fate. Quickly, swiftly, Tywin Lannister exclaimed. Were it not for the Lannister family's ambition to entwine themselves through marriage into the Targaryen power core, they would not have provoked Princess Rhaenyra, leading them to seek refuge with the accommodating Greens. Otherwise, he would not be in the position of Minister of Finance. We possess a vast army. The Blacks are no match for us, Cole asserted confidently. He eagerly sought to mobilize troops to unseat Rhaenyra from the Iron Throne. He vaguely recalled that in his pursuit of Rhaenyra's affections, he had forsaken his own vows of the White Cloak. Yet, Rhaenyra seemed to treat him as a mere plaything, discarding him at will. Before the Iron Throne, he was nothing. Rhaenyra, you shall not ascend the Iron Throne, Cole vowed silently. The kingdom relies not on armies, but on dragons. Otto Hightower interrupted Cole's scheming at an inopportune moment. They are but small dragons, aside from Daemon and the Queen without a crown. They possess little combat experience. Edmund scoffed. He had long anticipated a confrontation with his uncle, Prince Daemon, since Rhaenyra had inadvertently injured his eye. The thunderous yet negligible reprimand from Viserys had provided no compensation for Edmund. He understood that only by defeating Uncle Daemon would he have a chance for revenge. The king may control 2 dragons, but that doesn't mean Rhaenyra can. Baguette rolled his eyes, gazing at the warrior capable of riding Vhagar. He felt a wave of incredulity. The battle had yet to commence, and already such arrogance prevailed? Seize all of the Targaryen bastards in King's Landing. Not a single one shall reach Dragonstone, Aegon declared in a low voice. Utilizing prophecy, Aegon could secure an advantage amid the blood-drenched chaos. As the saying goes, what one cannot achieve on the battlefield, one should not expect to gain at the negotiating table. Bastards? Cole responded, somewhat astonished. In comparison to dragons and soldiers, Aegon's proposed solution seemed utterly fantastical. The dragon battle is merciless, yet Aegon remains serene. His aspiration is to inherit the glorious Targaryen dynasty, not the desolate ruins wrought by the dragons. Regardless of the circumstances, Aegon will not permit his capital, King's Landing, to be reduced to ashes as it was by Daenerys in the annals of history. A son selling his father's land is a heartless act. Chapter 64, The Storm Approaches. Even if you deal with the Stormlanders, the strong family will not stand by your side. Aemon voiced his dissent. The Stormlanders must have already reached the wall. Alongside those dissenters, Aegon fixed his gaze upon his rebellious brother Aemon, retorting without hesitation, you wouldn't dare to challenge Prince Daemon and his dragon, would you? Aegon, please. Queen Alicent interjected, wishing only to reclaim the Iron Throne, with no desire to see Rhaenyra harmed. Yet, at this moment, Aegon and Aemon seemed poised to strike fiercely, aiming to obliterate Rhaenyra's Dragonrider forces. I have awaited this day for far too long. Aemon grinned wickedly, his dark eye patch concealing a wellspring of lethal intent. He stormed out, disregarding his mother's pleas. "Take flight, Vagor," Aemon cried, mounted upon the gray dragon Vagor as it lumbered into the air, shaking off the snow atop its head. "Old dragon, you are rather cumbersome," Aegon remarked, observing Vagor's sluggish movements, his golden eyes swirling with fervor. "This creature is the last treasure from Valyria, the mother of dragons of House Targaryen. Almost all existing Targaryen dragons are descendants of Vagor. The saying more children, more blessings is no mere folly. The Red Queen's strength lies in her swiftness. She is the fastest dragon in Westeros. Whenever she wishes to flee, none can capture her. Alas, a dragon rider unafraid of death is the greatest misfortune for the Red Queen." Aegon reflected. Dragon warfare will only serve to irrevocably diminish the Targaryen family's stature. Only an unequivocal victory can decisively quell the chaos. "Take flight, Sunfire," Aegon commanded, and with the graceful wings of Sunfire, he soared into the azure sky, to the Stormlands. The gusts howled fiercely around Aegon, a stark contrast to the previously clear skies, as dark clouds loomed over the entire Stormlands. Legend has it that the first Storm King, Durin, built castle after castle in the Stormlands, only for them to be repeatedly destroyed by the Storm God. He waged war against two deities until, with the aid of the mage Brand and the Builder, he finally managed to erect the fortress before him, within the walls of Storm's End. Every stone is woven with spells to thwart magic. It is even rumored that the children of the forest participated in its construction. Since then, storms have ceased upon reaching Storm's End, retreating automatically. Since the dawn of the age, Storm's End has never fallen. A dark tempest ravaged outside the Wind's Rest fortress, as large raindrops struck Aegon's face, cold and acrid. Without the disruption of the storm and the blood feud among kin, could the two families reconcile? Aegon pondered grimly. "Descend," he commanded, and the Sunfire and Sheep Thief plunged headlong through the clouds. Dragons, dragons. The guards in the square braced themselves, the drums resounding, scattering in panic. The courage of the Westerlanders had been utterly quashed by the sight of the dragon. Aegon's expression darkened. Whether it was the fiery assault on Harrenhal or the wrathful battle of the Burning Plains, the dragon displayed an unparalleled might. Yet, Aegon understood that, whether in the impending naval conflict or the subsequent blood dance of dragons, the dragon was not invincible. The soldiers of the Three Daughters Kingdom dared to confront dragons, and the Iron Bank of Bravos was bold enough to secretly procure dragon eggs. Both acts were a testament to a fearless defiance against House Targaryen. Valor within the ranks is paramount. A cautious army is no match for the mob that slays dragons. Dragonfire, Aegon roared, as the black golden and gray-brown flames entwined and surged down upon the walls of Wind's Rest with tremendous force. Has battle truly commenced? Did he not even inquire whether I would surrender? Duke Boros Baratheon of Wind's Rest was taken aback. His intention to play both sides had evaporated in an instant. He did not wish to end up like the former Duke of Harrenhal, a duck roasted within his own fortress. Boom. Fire fueled the wind, and the wind fanned the flames. The black golden dragon fire seared the walls, charring them to a crisp. Indeed, it was extraordinary. Aegon's golden eyes spun wildly, scrutinizing everything before him. Archers, prepare. The leading soldier struggled to rally the scattered troops, drawing bows and knocking arrows, ready to shoot down the approaching dragon riders. Halt! Boros Baratheon rushed forward, shouting. Regardless of the outcome, the Baratheons could only remain vassals of House Targaryen. The Duke, bound by blood ties, had no intention of becoming a fratricide himself. Although he held the title of Duke, he was merely a pawn in the game of power, lacking the right to take a seat at the table. Aegon? Damn it. What is the new king doing here? Even Boros Baratheon was taken aback at the sight of the fully armed Green Party King Aegon. It seemed the king was setting fire to an uninhabited fortress. The guards of Wind's Rest cautioned from the side. Set fire to the walls? Boros Baratheon, bewildered, stroked his beard. As the lord, he found himself at a loss. Let it burn. It is merely brick and mortar. The Duke wore a helpless expression. If it were a messenger from the king, he could feign indignation, but if it were the new king himself, that posed a significant problem. Burn, wildfires. Aegon drew his spear, raising it to the heavens, as countless strange green lights converged at the tip of his weapon. Thunderous rumblings filled the air. Amidst the crackling thunder and blinding flashes of lightning, the tempest seemed to sense Aegon's intentions, converging upon him with a fierce determination. A low growl emanated from the Sunfire, agitated by the enigmatic surge of magical energy. Dark clouds swirled ominously, gathering around the tip of Aegon's spear. With a thunderous roar, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, shot down from the heavens, striking the long spear and igniting a shower of sparks upon his Valyrian steel armor. Thunderblade. Aegon deftly twirled the spear, the sizzling electricity appearing almost sentient as it danced in harmony with his movements. Go. With a sweeping motion, he launched the spear towards the very foundation of Windwhisper Keep. What is he doing? The Duke of Windwhisper fumed. In moments of crisis, he lamented his illiteracy. Yet, as a duke, he possessed a modicum of insight. This is magic, great sorcery. The scholar beside him gaped in astonishment, his face a canvas of disbelief. Magic? Impossible. The Targaryens are not one of the noble 40 dragon houses of Valyria. Aside from dragon riding, they could not possibly. Before Boros could finish his thought, a deafening explosion resonated in his ears, as if his mind had been shattered. No, Duke Baelish screamed, his hand outstretched in futile protest, as if the very anguish were tearing at his heart. It's cracking, it's splitting. The ancient walls of Windwhisper Keep, standing for a millennium, began to fracture. Protect the Duke. Let the leaders escape first. The scholar shouted, shoving Duke Baelish aside before turning to flee. Run. Soldiers, upon hearing the command, abandoned their weapons, trampling over the Duke in their frantic bid for safety. Crack. Crack. A vast web of fissures instantaneously spread across the fortifications of Windwhisper Keep, collapsing rapidly under the assault of the magical onslaught. As the tempest roared to life, torrents of rain descended like hail, striking Aegon's face with chilling ferocity. The storm has come. Chapter 65. The head of the storm god. The storm has arrived? Aegon hovered in the air atop Sunfire, momentarily taken aback by the icy raindrops. A tempest, dormant for millennia, unleashed its fury the instant he breached Windwhisper Keep. With a resounding crash, colossal waves battered the shore, overturning the fishing vessels moored along the coast. Fishermen clung desperately to anything they could grasp, terrified to let go. Windwhisper has fallen. The storm god has come. The guards, seized by panic, shouted as they frantically sought higher ground. Since the dawn of the age, the people of the Stormlands seemed to have forgotten the deity they once feared, the god of storms, who commanded the winds and determined the fates of all seafarers. Scholar you. The Duke of Windwhisper's face darkened with rage. Had he not been of considerable stature, he might have already been trampled by the panicked soldiers. He was utterly bewildered, abruptly seizing a nearby soldier who had defected, and bellowed, "What has transpired? My lord, the storm god has arrived. We must flee." The soldier trembled in fear. Coward. The Duke of Windside Castle shoved him aside and strode purposefully, hastily searching for the forsaken scholar. Curse it, what on earth has happened? Boros Bylasian felt a chill of dread. He had resided in Windside Castle for decades, never having encountered such a tremendous tempest. Since childhood, he had known that this place, named Windside Castle, would quell any storm that dared to reach it. Yet, everything seemed to have irrevocably changed the moment Aegon arrived. This storm, this thunder and lightning, was not right. Aegon hastily landed, aided by 2 colossal dragons as he retrieved his buried dragon-slaying lance from the ruins. Whether it was Emond's accidental slaying of a small path during the storm or Aegon's current testing of Windside Castle's magic, it felt as though invisible hands were manipulating events behind him. With my power, it is impossible to break Windside Castle. Aegon was drenched in cold sweat, feeling as though he had fallen into an abyss of peril. The thunder, the rain, there was something amiss. Where have you been? The Duke of Windside Castle kicked the scholar who had fallen from a height as he prepared to ascend once more. My lord, the scholar said, his face a picture of shame before the illiterate Duke. In the gravest of dangers, one must act with valor. Speak, what has transpired? Boros Bylasian inquired impatiently. The storm god is imprisoned beneath the castle. A storm and tsunami are imminent. This is divine retribution. The scholar stammered. Why did you not say so sooner? Boros seethed with anger. This, you told me not to learn, just to remember for you. The scholar replied, guilt-ridden. As a duke of a storm-laden land, he often shirked responsibility and placed the blame on his mentor. The storm god dares to tread upon my stormy domain. Let him return empty-handed. Boros drew his sword, his long, damp black hair cascading loosely around his waist. Oh ha ha ha. A sinister laugh echoed, enveloping the entire storm-laden land. Loose the arrows. Countless arrows soared into the sky, as if nothing had occurred, vanishing into the dark clouds. Moments later, the wind shifted, and the sharp arrows turned back, raining down upon them. The descendants of Storm King Durin are growing weaker with each generation. 3 vertical eyes suddenly opened beneath the heavy clouds, gazing down upon the crumbling Windside Castle with an air of lament. Is this what divinity looks like? Boros gasped in horror. He had envisioned deities as towering, mighty beings of incredible power. However, when such a mist-like monstrosity completely dominated the sky, Even the valiant Boros Bilasian found himself at a loss. Scholar, how did our ancestors defeat him? Boros turned back, earnestly seeking advice from the scholar. He was never lacking in courage for battle, merely in the wisdom required for it. This is not recorded in history, the scholar replied with a wry smile. Ever since the Baratheon family was completely annihilated by the Targaryens. The succeeding Targaryen's second son had nearly eradicated all remnants of the Dawn Age's secrets. Let the waves engulf you. May you become mere fish and shrimp in the sea. The eerie cries of crows echoed across the stormy land, as if a demon whispered into the ears of every individual. Golden eyes. The scorching flames burned in Aegon's eyes, and clad in Valyrian steel armor, Aegon showed no fear of any magical assault. Throughout history, Valyrian dragons had seldom feared anything. Even the water magic of the bygone Rhoynar had to shatter itself to evade the invasion of Valyria's 40 dragon lineage. Dragonfire. The black and red flames surged into the clouds, tearing a gaping hole through the thick overcast above Storm's End. Sunlight, it is the sun. The townsfolk of Storm's End pointed excitedly at the sky. Ha ha ha, what storm god? Beneath the feet of the dragon, you are but ants. Boros mockingly shouted. Yet the shadow of doubt quickly crept across his face. Suddenly, a fierce wind roared, as the thick clouds were swept away by the hurricane, instantly sealing the breach created by Aegon's dragonfire. The sea roared upon the land, the clouds darkening the sky, rendering the sun and moon powerless. The first Earl of Storm's End, Doran, declared war upon the two deities. Aegon murmured to himself. One is the storm god, and the other is. Flames, burn. The strange green fire flickered once more at the tip of Aegon's spear, but unlike before, Aegon aimed not at the thick three-eyed figure above, but at the ground beneath Storm's End. If the sea could directly submerge the Stormland, it would never have given the first Earl of Storm's End, Doran, the chance to build and destroy 6 times. There must be secrets hidden below. Aegon's spear pointed skyward, targeting the foundation of Storm's End that had yet to fully collapse. A cacophony of anguish cries erupted, reminiscent of three-eyed crows lamenting across the skies. Boom! Lightning flashed, striking directly upon Aegon's head, causing stars to dance before his eyes, nearly making him stumble. Golden eyes. The golden light swirled in Aegon's gaze, and under the scrutiny of the dragon's eyes, the blue glow beneath Storm's End appeared particularly blinding. Is that the essence of Storm's End? The head of the storm god? Aegon grinned broadly, a sharp spear launched forth. Today, I, Aegon, shall slay a god. Thud. The spear seemed to collide with something immensely hard, halting midair. The spear tip ignited, and the head began to crack. Crack. The enormous fissures spread like a spider web, and the clouds above Aegon dissipated simultaneously. We won. We have triumphed. As the sunlight began to pierce through the gathering clouds, the guards of Windy Fortress and the townsfolk, having narrowly escaped disaster, erupted in fervent shouts of King Aegon. King Aegon. Silence. Bolos Bearshin muttered under his breath, casting a wary glance at Aegon. He had intended to navigate the situation to his advantage, but with Windy Fortress in ruins and the soldiers swaying in unison, his plans had unraveled. Before Aegon could react, Yang Yen sprang forward, devouring the still intact head of the storm god in one swift motion. No, Aegon gasped in horror. Despite being a traverser familiar with the original narrative, he was utterly ignorant regarding divine powers. The head of the storm god was a crucial bargaining chip for Aegon in the realm of deities. With a fierce roar, Yang Yen strained, jaws clenched tightly, yet could not budge the three-eyed skull. What is that? Aegon's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on the complex roots at the base of Windy Fortress. The bark, as pale as bone, and the leaves, as deep red as blood, were overshadowed by a blood-weeping visage etched above the three-eyed skull. Dragonflame! Aegon shouted. The two, the sheep-stealer and Yang Yen, opened their mouths, unleashing torrents of dragon flames that enveloped the three-eyed skull in an instant, with crackling sounds resembling a multitude of charcoal embers. The colossal sparks erupted like meteors colliding with the earth. Aegon felt as if he could hear countless offerings wailing amidst the flames, as the god of drowning clashed with the storm god. Green prophet, three-eyed crow, storm god. Aegon murmured to himself. What he beheld seemed to meld them into a singular entity. No wonder in the original tale, the aged and cumbersome Vagarul could effortlessly pursue the young dragon of Little Path. It was the three-eyed crow, usurping the power of the storm god, orchestrating the chaos. The elusive roots of the fish in the Dragonstone Island's crystal caves, the roots entwined with the storm god's head in Windy Fortress, and even the future Targaryen bastard, Sir Bloodraven, transforming into the Green Prophet. All these memories flooded back vividly. The old gods, much like the Red God Lawler, were likely plotting something upon the continent of Westeros. The Targaryen family, descendants of Valyria, were merely pawns in the divine conflict. Bang! Before Aegon could fully ponder the implications, Yang Yin eagerly advanced, tearing apart the roots of the fish with unrelenting force. Crunch! It voraciously consumed the remnants of the storm goddess head. With a triumphant roar, Yang Yin reveled more in the remains of the storm god than in the carcass of the glutton. Golden eyes awakened. The searing golden light swirled within Aegon's eyes. And compared to the previous crises, the three-eyed crow had imparted an overwhelming sense of awe upon him. Dare they not approach? Aegon scanned the surroundings, remaining vigilant and cautious. How can the Night King summon the winds and command the weather? It is likely that he has stolen the power of the storm god from the children of the forest. Sunfire, descend, Aegon commanded, nodding as he observed Sunfire growing increasingly weary. The divine power of the storm god requires ample time for assimilation and digestion. Thud, thud, thud. Aegon, clad in leather boots, dismounted from his dragon. The soldiers, wielding their weapons, retreated, completely surrounding Aegon, gazing at the ravaged fortress of winds. Even the indifferent Duke of Stormlands found it hard to accept. Your Highness, you have destroyed Fortress of Winds. On what grounds do you believe I will still support you? Boros Balartian exclaimed indignantly. Although he had always sought to navigate between the factions of Aegon and Rhaenyra, the unfolding events far exceeded his understanding. Support? Aegon scoffed, shaking his head. You witnessed what transpired. Having offended the storm god, you likely cannot even manage a flood. You vile little wretch. Boros Balartian's face contorted with anger. Ever since assuming the guardianship of the Stormlands, he had dismissed the ancient myths, deeming them mere fairy tales meant to deceive children. However, after the clouds cleared and the rain ceased, he was left with an overwhelming sense of dread from the unknown. The Balartian family is not your pet. We descend from the ancestral line and possess a considerable Valyrian dragonblood heritage. Boros Balartian remained unyielding. Why should we support you? What can you offer me? Thud, thud, thud. Sensing the hostility in the Duke's words, the sheep thief abandoned Sunfire and craned his neck toward Aegon. What do you intend to do? The Duke of Fortress of Winds gasped, too frightened to breathe. Killing me will only sever your ties with the Stormlands. I must warn you. Aegon stepped forward, glaring at Boros Balartian as he threatened. You are merely a vassal of House Targaryen. You have no power to defy the king. Clang, clang, clang. Countless swords were drawn as the guard soldiers advanced, encircling the two men. Roar. The sheep thief unleashed a mighty roar, directing a stream of dragon fire toward the banner of the Balartian family high above the Fortress of Winds. Crash. The soldiers recoiled, trembling in fear of being inadvertently harmed by the great dragon. Your Highness, the Duke bears no ill toward you, a scholar interjected, calmly pulling the Duke behind him. This is a matter of House Targaryen and should not involve the Stormlands. Indeed. The angered Duke of Fortress of Winds regained his composure and nodded in agreement. Regardless, the Balartian and Targaryen families have always been distant relatives. Family matters should be resolved through discussion, not through violence. Caw, caw, caw. The sound of a dragon's call caught Aegon's attention as a graceful figure circled above, the tardy Luthras Valerian and his young dragon, Arax. As I beheld two colossal dragons, one large and one small, circling the ruins of Windspire Fortress, the smaller dragon, after much internal conflict, ultimately chose not to descend, but instead soared away into the skies. Damn it, yet another messenger who defies convention. The Duke of Windspire wore a grim expression as he watched the small dragon retreat further into the distance. He found himself utterly powerless. After all, Windspire Fortress lay in tatters, reminiscent of a fierce battle between dragons. The messenger, being cautious, dared not linger. He recalled his mother's advice, firmly resolved to avoid conflict in order to ensure his own safety, and hastily departed for the next venue of negotiation. Had the Targaryen family become so weakened that they now had to solicit support from their vassals? A mocking derision escaped Aegon's lips. Viserys, astute throughout his reign, had transformed the once mighty empire left by King Jaehaerys into a mere stage for self-serving ambitions. From this day forth, the realm of Westeros must change. Aegon ceased his musings and swiftly mounted the dragon, the lamb thief, turning back to the Duke of Windspire to issue a stark warning. Surrender or face death. The struggle for power knows no middle ground. With that, he commanded the dragon to take flight. The lamb thief, sensing Aegon's inner tumult, flapped its immense wings, propelling itself skyward in a powerful surge. The gusts unleashed by its colossal wings sent nearby soldiers tumbling. Even the formidable Barros Baratheon fell to the ground in disarray. Damn it, that was deliberate. The Duke of Windspire fumed, having landed in a most undignified manner, his mouth filled with mud. Mind your words. The scholar interjected hastily, interrupting the Duke. King Aegon is a sorcerer, he hinted with a knowing glance. As I understand it, all 40 dragons of Valyria are sorcerers, each one more formidable than the Targaryens. Chapter 67. Harrenhal, a fickle ally, swaying with the wind. Aegon gazed down at these cowards who fled at the sight of dragons, commanding the Lamb Thief as it ascended into the clouds. Amidst the chaotic dance of the Blood Dragon, the Stormlands and the Iron Islands remained uninvolved in the royal civil strife. And Aegon had no desire to expend excessive energy in that arena, as long as the dragons were in his possession. The nobles of Westeros would not dare to stir against him. Was Harrenhal ahead? Aegon fixed his gaze upon the distant fortress, dark as ink, its cracked walls resembling the skeletal hands of death, still unrepaired after centuries. Dragon attack, with the alarm ringing out from the sentinels. It came as no surprise that the soldiers below scattered in panic, showing no intention of defending Harrenhal. Has Demon not yet arrived? Aegon circled above Harrenhal on the Lamb Thief, keenly observing the enemy's movements. The Duke of Harrenhal, Larys, had long since emptied the treasury. Now, Harrenhal was merely a desolate stronghold stripped bare. No matter the circumstances, Simmons would never aid the Greens, for the Black Party's heir was of their own bloodline. In the heavens, I am a dragon knight, yet, on the ground, I am not necessarily so. After much contemplation, Aegon resolved against taking any risks. Dragonfire. The searing black flames surged toward him, causing Aegon's complexion to pale dramatically. With a swift roll, he maneuvered the sheep stealer to evade the onslaught of Vagarul's fiery breath. Immond, what are you doing? Aegon gripped the irate sheep stealer, his expression grim. At this moment, he refrained from humiliating his rebellious younger brother in front of the crowd. Yet, he had been the one who had allowed others to bully his dragon-less sibling since childhood. Aegon. Immond observed his panicked brother and smirked with a devilish glee. As the king, surely you can dodge this one attack. Noticing that Vagarul had no intention of continuing its assault, Aegon decided not to escalate the situation. Why did you leave your post at Clark's Watchover, Demon? Aegon tugged tightly on the dragon reins, questioning in a commanding tone in pure High Valyrian. Your king has come out to make an appearance, so why should I remain hidden? Immond raised an eyebrow slightly, his tone softening. Clearly, he had never anticipated that his brother would not only communicate in Valyrian, but also embody the king's authority with such finesse. He had assumed his brother was still a pampered fool, destined to be terrified by Vagarul. Aegon was at a loss for words. According to their plan, he should not have ventured near Harrenhal. However, upon witnessing the towering structure, curiosity about history and concern for Harrenhal's heart tree had led him to unknowingly arrive above the castle. Now that I am here, I might as well visit the towering spire to see my brother Daeron. Aegon babbled nonsensically. Immond, adorned with a black eye patch, displayed no signs of trust. He wore an expression that practically screamed disbelief. Then I shall accompany you, Immond declared, recognizing that having an additional dragon in battle would be advantageous. His grandfather had mentioned that Daeron's Blue Queen was now capable of soaring into combat. Before Aegon could respond, Immond urged Vagarul to flap its powerful wings and leap directly over the sheep stealer. Roar. The sheep stealer, provoked, erupted in a furious roar. It is well known that a dragon's belly and eyes are its most vulnerable spots. Vagarul, brazenly exposing its underbelly and soaring over the sheep stealer, was undeniably a bold provocation. Steady, sheep stealer. Aegon firmly grasped the saddle of the sheep stealer, shouting loudly. Damn it. Now that you have a dragon, you think you're invincible, disregarding the other dragon knights. You troublesome little brother. Aegon glared up at Immond's taunting gaze. Keep up, sheep stealer. The muddy brown dragon spread its wings wide and swiftly followed suit. In contrast to Vagarul's aged form, the sheep stealer was in its prime, eager for battle. A mere provocation, how juvenile. Aegon scoffed, dismissing it as the antics of children. Fitting for a king of my age. Their essay saying, isn't there? At 60, one is still youthful. Indeed, it is the prime of life for venturing forth. The sheep thief retorted with discontent. In comparison to the lifespan of dragons, a few decades are but the bloom of youth. Down with him. As one ages, it is time to abdicate. Aegon pointed at the aged Vagar before him, addressing the sheep thief. Two ancient dragons, one large and one small, soared and swooped, creating quite the spectacle. What manner of dragon is that? Simmons, clad in black, anxiously clambered up the heights of Harrenhal to inquire. The larger one is Vagar, one of the three harbingers of doom responsible for the tragedy at Harrenhal. The smaller one, while still significant, must be King Aegon's, no, the princess retainer, who cautiously continued, keeping a close watch on Simmons' expression. The sheep thief, it is precisely when the dragons are at their strongest. Whether strong or weak, does it truly matter? Can Harrenhal withstand such might? Simmons was not overly astonished. Before the dragons, countless soldiers were but a drop in the ocean. Even the fortress, meticulously crafted over a century by the cunning heron, is no different than an oven, is it? A raven has delivered news. Harrenhal has been obliterated by King Aegon. The retainer cautiously reminded. The frail old man before them was not the Duke of Harrenhal. However, as the brother of the former Duke, he held considerable sway within Harrenhal. I know the Strongs are no match for the Targaryens. Simmons remained undeterred, his countenance calm as he fixated on the aerial chase of the two dragons. Although Duke Harren was exiled to the Wall by Aegon, Simmons still struggled to come to terms with it. After all, without the protection of the Green Party, could a mere one-legged man truly have slain his father and brother? My lord, shall we resist? The retainer hesitated, yet the specter of death compelled him to voice his concern. Seek aid from Queen Rhaenyra. In stark contrast to the whispers in King's Landing regarding the legitimacy of the Black Party heir, Harrenhal held a diametrically opposite stance. The common folk of the Riverlands, easily subdued by the dragons, harbored an overwhelming fear and reverence for them. Regarding the illegitimate offspring of the Black Party heir, though they remained silent outwardly, their hearts rejoiced immensely. If one cannot fight, then one must join. There is no time. Simmons furrowed his brow, shaking his head. In the distance, the dragon grew larger, hurtling towards them with the speed of a meteor striking the earth, a velocity far beyond what Harrenhal could withstand at this moment. You all must leave. Clinging to the fortress will only spell doom. Simmons waved his hand, sighing skyward. At my age, I care not for this. I merely wish to seek justice for the Strong family before my end. My lord. The guards and retainers knelt in unison, pleading, let us depart together. Princess Rhaenyra would never allow the Duke to perish unjustly. Beside him, the bachelor hastily urged caution. His hands were clenched tightly into fists. Every hair on his body standing on end, palms slick with sweat. Fixated on the approaching behemoth, the Hellenberg guard hastily implored, this is an unnecessary sacrifice, my lord Simon. If death is to come, let it come. Simon inhaled deeply, his hands instinctively tucked within the expansive black sleeves, gripping his wrists tightly. He had thought he had come to terms with life and death, yet in the face of imminent demise, he found himself unable to escape the grip of fear. My lord, the Struan family shall never flee without a fight. I am willing to face death alongside you, a squire declared, shedding his armor and drawing forth his sword in a solemn oath. He refused to perish, flesh scorched within iron. I am willing to advance or retreat with you. My lord, I am prepared to meet death at your side. The soldiers unsheathed their swords in unison, rising to stand behind Simon Struan. Suddenly, a colossal shadow descended, enveloping Hellenberg in darkness as an ancient and massive dragon alighted, crushing the watchtower above with a single step. A violent gale surged, throwing everyone to the ground, their eyes nearly unable to open. Chapter 68. The Shocking Transformation of Dragonstone Island. Aemon turned back, defiantly tilting his proud chin upwards, raising an eyebrow at Aegon. Matt, do we not value the construction of watchtowers? Aegon's expression darkened. Despite his past disdain for capitalists, he now realized how fleeting money could be when he was in power. In the original narrative, Aegon had indeed been generous to the victims, yet it proved futile. Money could resolve nothing. At this moment, he viewed the Six Kingdoms as his own assets, refusing to allow anyone to recklessly destroy them. My lord Simon. As Simon Struan fell in response, the surrounding guards and attendants gasped in shock, disregarding the approaching sheep thief, rushing to their feet to shield the elder Simon with their bodies. Come forth, beast. Simon angrily brandished his fists towards the heavens, striving to widen his eyelids. Even in death, he wished to perish as a knight on the battlefield. Bang! A violent rush of air surged around him, and Simon felt his eardrums rupture. The air was thick with a sulphurous heat, scorching his lungs and making it difficult to breathe. He painfully closed his eyes, hands pressed against his ears, hunching over as crimson blood streamed down from his earlobes. Damn it! In the final moment, I still could not hold on. Simon lamented with a sigh. My lord. A recovering attendant looked up, astonished as two dragons soared across Hellenberg, heading toward the horizon. Simon lay on the ground, stupefied by the unfolding scene before him. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he could not help but emit a derisive snicker. It appeared that Hellenberg was utterly disregarded by the two princes. Disperse. Simon sighed, feeling as if he had suddenly deflated, devoid of any will to resist. Was it truly so laughable to confront an overwhelming force? What are you rambling about? Aegon steered the sheep thief as they soared over Haluan Fortress, with one hand clutching the dragon's reins. He strained to turn and gazed down at the immense black stronghold beneath. Unlike Aemon's deliberate mischief, Aegon refrained from launching any indiscriminate attacks against the castle. Howl. The disgruntled sheep thief turned back to scold Aegon. As one of the three titans uniting the continent of Westerlot, Grandma Wa displayed unwavering courage in the face of life and death crises, never yielding. Confronted with the sheep thief's challenge, Vagr exerted every ounce of strength. Acknowledging this, Aegon awkwardly nodded at the sheep thief, but the distance that had just been narrowed widened again due to Aegon's interruption. Catch up. Aegon flicked the reins with both hands. His body leaning back forcefully, the sheep thief adjusted like a comet hurtling towards the moon, charging upward. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters, getting closer. After a fierce pursuit, as they were about to surpass Vagr, the dragon ridden by Immond, both Aegon and the sheep thief bore triumphant smiles. Howl. Vagr shook his head in dissatisfaction, the marks on his neck from the reins etched deeply. As one of the founding 3 dragons of the continent of Westerlot, he was scarred all over, his wings once pierced by arrows, tattered and torn. Immond and Aegon, gripping the reins, donned the Valyrian steel armor of their ancestor. The Emperor Aegon, racing together through the skies. The larger the dragon, the greater the damage it could inflict, yet the slower its movements became. You are not invincible. Aegon implored earnestly from the side. He did not wish for his rebellious brother to be bestowed with a dark sister by Uncle Daemon. TCH. Immond turned his head away, dismissing Aegon entirely. Descend, Vagr. Aegon urged as he dove down. Ever since he had conquered Vagr, few things in the world had instilled fear in him. Not even the Iron Throne. Boom. A terrifying pressure surged from the sea, startling Vagr and the sheep thief, causing them to momentarily forget to flap their wings and plummet from the sky. Sheep thief, steady yourself, Aegon exclaimed, caught off guard. Had he not secured himself with iron chains, he would have surely fallen. Darkness enveloped Aegon's vision as both he and the dragon spiraled downwards from the heights. Spread your wings, Aegon cried urgently. Seeing that they were less than 100 meters from the ground, he feared that while the dragon might survive the fall, he would undoubtedly be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Faced with this life and death crisis, the sheep thief finally regained composure. Hastily unfurling his wings and gliding low over the treetops, the sound of rustling leaves and snapping branches filled the air as dust and debris swirled in the chaos. Sturdy branches, interspersed with fluttering crimson leaves, danced above the confluence of the river. Splash! Vargahar, in a state of disarray, plunged into the water, sending forth a colossal spray that caused the river's waters to surge several feet in an instant. The turbulent waters propelled numerous fish, as thick as a man's wrist, directly against the city walls, while fishing boats along the banks were upturned with ease. Help me! Cried a terrified fisherman, trapped beneath an overturned vessel, as he waved desperately toward the soldiers atop the city of Wanha. Thud! Thud! The heavy footsteps reverberated from beneath the surface, as an enormous gray dragon roared in fury towards the heavens, crushing the bridge beneath its mighty foot. Vargahar. The city guards were taken aback, hastily turning to report to the Frey family within Wanha. This was the legendary weapon of House Targaryen, known far and wide. Boom. Enraged, Vargahar lashed its tail, obliterating the bridge's supports. A tremendous torrent surged through the broken bridge towards the heart of Wanha. Quickly inform Lord Frey. The guards, caught in a frenzy, shouted in alarm before they could even commence a rescue. Splash! Splash! One after another, the sentinels on the bridge fell into the water like dumplings tossed into boiling broth. Crash! The one-eyed Aemond, disheveled and soaked, clutched the dragon's litter with one hand, while shielding his sapphire-embedded eye with the other. Resembling a drenched chicken as he emerged from the spray, he glared at the thief, Aegon, who soared away on the dragon, infuriated enough to strike down a passing soldier with a single blow. Alas! The soldier, astonished by the malevolence emanating from Aemond's sapphire, stumbled in a panic, attempting to scramble up the riverbank. Thud! The soldier fell backward with an expression of disbelief, plunging into the raging waters of the confluence. What has happened? What on earth is going on? The patriarch of the Frey family, hearing the commotion, rushed to the battlements and peered down. Where's my bridge? Where is it? Witnessing the collapse of the financial bastion built from centuries of family wealth, Monfrey felt a wave of anguish choke him, rendering him breathless and causing him to faint. My dear, what is wrong? Lady Frey hurriedly rushed to support him, her voice filled with reproach. What is all this fuss about? Is it worse than the calamity of a king's death on the continent of Westeros? Oh, 7 gods, where's my bridge? Lady Frey felt stars flashing before her eyes, her legs giving way as she collapsed alongside her husband. My lady! The guards cried out in alarm, plunging Wanha into chaos once more. Aemond stood upon the collapsed section of the bridge in the middle of the confluence, gazing at the wrathful Vargahar, momentarily ensnared in shock. The bond between dragon rider and dragon was profound. Aemond sensed within Vargahar not only rage but a deeper, more profound fear. What could have transpired to instill such terror in Vargahar? One-eyed Aemond gazed into the distance, fixated on the immense pillar of black light rising from Dragonstone Island. Aemond, the great battle has commenced. Aegon, riding the sheep thief, remarked gravely from his perch on a hillside bordering the dense forest. Chapter 69. Dismissal of Duties. Aemond returned to King's Landing. Feeling the chilling aura of death emanating from Dragonstone, Aegon casually uttered a phrase, casting aside any lingering resentment towards Aemond as he mounted the sheep thief and took flight back to King's Landing without a second thought. Roar. The distant sunfire, sensing the icy magic from Dragonstone, opened its eyes, disregarding the residual energy it had yet to assimilate, and soared towards Aegon. Sunfire. Aegon exclaimed with excitement as he observed the now rounder form of Sunfire. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Sunfire circled the sheep thief, fluttering with exuberance. Its size had notably increased, its spine sharper, and its scales transformed into a lustrous black gold. The dragon claws previously affixed had been unceremoniously tossed aside by Sunfire. With the flow of magic swirling around him, Aegon enthusiastically waved the dragon's saddle, diving towards King's Landing. Vagal. Aemond stood amidst the waters, undeterred by the hostility from the soldiers and citizens of Westeros City, defiantly raising his chin. Only those who have tasted blood and fire can truly comprehend. Aemond scoffed. Vagal. Accompany me. Though uncertain of the events transpiring on Dragonstone, Aemond sensed from Aegon's expression that there was undoubtedly a hidden secret alongside himself, one that could instill fear even in Vagal. In King's Landing, atop the Red Keep's towering walls, the eccentric scholar Kishing donned a peculiar self-made white robe, assisted by Cole, outfitting each patrolling soldier with specially crafted dragon-slaying crossbows. The dragon has arrived. With a soldier's desperate cry from the ramparts, the golden-clad guards hastily readied their bolts, aiming skyward. Do not shoot, do not shoot. Cole shielded his eyes with one hand, peering through his fingers at the monstrous figure circling above. It is Sunfire, the king's mount. Cole sighed in relief, gesturing to the soldiers to prevent the king's guard from mistakenly harming their newly appointed monarch. Loosen the bolts, stand down. The golden-clad soldiers shouted in unison, relaying the message. What transpired? Otto Hightower questioned, astonished at the new king's arrival in King's Landing, far sooner than anticipated. Uncertain. Cole replied, equally bewildered. The alliance plan had been proposed by Aegon, yet it was this unreliable prince who had disrupted the proceedings. As Aegon descended confidently onto the walls of King's Landing, observing the surroundings for any anomalies, he felt a sense of reassurance. Roar. A heavy roar echoed as Vagal, exuding an immense presence, followed closely behind, landing heavily upon the square behind Aegon. Prince Aemon has returned. Soldiers atop the walls waved and shouted in exuberance. In contrast to Aegon's lax management of the King's Landing garrison, Aemon had devoted himself to martial training from a young age, often engaging in skirmishes with the Goldcloaks. Since the arrival of the founding dragon, Vhagar, he has become a hero in the eyes of the younger generation, his reputation rivaling that of the former Prince Daemon. With Vhagar, King's Landing is far more secure, one Goldcloak remarked, catching his breath. Without the protection of a dragon, King's Landing felt as perilous as casting a naked beauty, blindfolded, into the streets. Aegon, what are you doing? Otto Hightower demanded angrily. From the messages delivered by ravens from across Westeros, the hand of the king had already received news from the Stormlands. What we need is the support of the great lords, not to sow discord everywhere. Otto scolded in exasperation, disregarding the throng of soldiers surrounding him. You are not yet a Targaryen. It is not your place to dictate the decisions of the Iron Throne. Aegon showed no leniency towards his grandfather, with imminent threats looming. He had no time to indulge in the delicate games of politics with his vassals. By the Seven, how could the Hightower family produce such a foolish and headstrong ruler? Otto fumed. The Iron Throne seemed to slip further from Aegon's grasp with every decision he made. Headstrong? Aegon paused, then pointed at Aemon, who had just landed. He just dismantled the Riverlands Bridge, the cornerstone of House Frey's prosperity. Without waiting for a response, he strode away, resolutely. What are you doing? Otto Hightower shouted, his voice rising in anger. His face was flushed, veins bulging with fury. Centuries of planning by House Hightower were on the brink of fruition, yet a significant deviation had occurred at the most critical moment. All fears stemmed from a lack of firepower. Aemon forcefully pushed past the obstructive hand, ignoring the wary glances of those around him as he followed Aegon into the throne room. Inside the Red Keep's hall, all eyes were on the disheartened hand of the king. As the prime minister, neither the former King Viserys nor King Jaehaerys would have dared to so easily disregard him. Yet now, as a seasoned advisor and the new king's grandfather, Otto Hightower found himself utterly humiliated. Is there any correspondence from Dragonstone? Aegon inquired urgently of Ser Orville. I'm afraid not, my lord, Orville replied quietly, fearful of inciting the wrath of the new king. It seems the Night's Watch has sent a distress signal, though the details are unclear. The letter bore an ominous bloodstain, We are dispatching ravens to inquire with Lord Stark of the North. Has it arrived early? Aegon mused. He had not yet fully claimed his kingship or unified Westeros, and already the specter of death from the north was so impatient. What has come? The esteemed Grand Scholar Oval was taken aback, his brow furrowed deeply. As one of the foremost scholars of King's Landing, there were few things that could astonish him. Issue a decree to vigorously craft obsidian weapons, open the armory, and equip the citizens of King's Landing. Aegon, without waiting for the court meeting to commence, decisively commanded. Obsidian? Prime Minister Otto Hightower followed suit, his expression darkening further. That brittle stone, which shatters upon the slightest impact, is hardly superior to iron. Otto's bitterness was palpable as he lamented the folly that had led to his grandson's ascension. Do you truly believe the king would bestow the throne upon such an incompetent fool? He berated. The Grand Scholar Oval, sensing the tension, hastily lowered his gaze and discreetly exited the room, carefully closing the door behind him. I am well aware that no one cares about who the king is. The common folk only concern themselves with the pangs of hunger. Aegon retorted, offering no courtesy to his self-satisfied grandfather. He was wary around King Jaehaerys, cunning with King Viserys. But as he ascended the throne, he grew increasingly audacious. Relying on his draconic legacy and his familial status, he brazenly sought to dictate the course of the realm. Disregarding the other lords entirely, aspiring to be a king without a crown. Neither the king nor the prime minister holds any significance. You have been dismissed. Chapter 70. The arrival of the Night King. Take your men to the narrow sea and pursue your schemes. Aegon clapped Otto on the shoulder, stripping away the prime ministerial insignia from his chest. The narrow sea? Otto's countenance shifted. He prided himself on safeguarding the secrets of collusion with the kingdom of the three daughters, convinced that the unremarkable Aegon would never uncover the slightest hint. What narrow sea? He feigned indignation, yet a glimmer of cunning sparkled in his eyes. Bring back the armies of the three daughters. Knowing the unfolding narrative, Aegon had no intention of indulging this old fox in circumlocution. Otto's eyelids flickered in surprise. Yes, your majesty, observing Aegon, who appeared to conceal his depths. Even Otto felt a chill run down his spine. Aegon, so deeply veiled, had deceived even the self-proclaimed cunning one. Bowing, Otto no longer dared to consider himself the sage, nor to dictate the Iron Throne. Compared to the feckless King Aegon, Otto, as a relative, naturally desired the Targaryen lineage to flourish among his descendants. Your Majesty. A distress signal has arrived from the Blackwater Bay. The traitor Rhaenyra has declared herself queen on Dragonstone and shamelessly beseeches our support. It is said that King Viserys has transformed into an immortal wight to conquer Dragonstone. Such rumors are utterly laughable. The captain of the King's Guard, Sir Cole, received the Raven's message and burst into hearty laughter. What on earth has transpired? Aegon's expression darkened as he snatched the letter from Cole's hands. Esteemed brother Aegon, a great upheaval is imminent on the continent of Westeros. This is a confrontation between the living and the dead, where any power or wealth is rendered insignificant. I implore you to prioritize the nation's survival, set aside disputes, and unite against the encroachment of death. Indeed, a grave situation had arisen. Aegon's visage reflected his distress as he handed the letter to his brother, Emmond. That useless woman, incapable of even defending Dragonstone. Emmond cursed inwardly. Dragonstone, the ancestral land of House Targaryen, could not possibly be overrun by mysterious adversaries. The Queen Regent, Alicent, maintained a calm demeanor, dismissing the letter's significance entirely. Quite right, agreed the Minister of Finance, Jason Lannister, with a nod. Let us not forget Prince Daemon's bloodworm, Clackkill. It is true, I witnessed it. A clear, youthful voice interrupted the assembly. Helena, clad in a nightgown and with disheveled hair, appeared in the meeting hall. Helena, return at once. Queen Alicent grasped her daughter's hand, fearing another episode of her ailment. I saw it, Aegon. Princess Rhaenyra has taken King Viserys' corpse and did not perform the ancestral Targaryen cremation. She gazed at the obsidian sculpture tightly clutched by Viserys' remains, mistakenly believing that he had been thinking of Aegon until his last breath. Enraged and humiliated, she had interred Viserys privately in the Dragonstone crystal mines. The Night King has led his army through the roots of the Weirwood, landing on Dragonstone. Damn it. The three-eyed raven has exploited our weakness. Aegon's countenance shifted dramatically. He now faced the dual threat of death from both the north and south. Dispatch orders to engage with obsidian weaponry. Open the gates and allow Rhaenyra's forces to enter unimpeded. What? Open the gates wide. Aemond stared incredulously at Aegon. He had envisioned single-handedly defeating Daemon and unleashing decades of pent-up fury upon his sister, Rhaenyra. Now, Aegon was prepared to abandon resistance and throw open the gates. Do you not comprehend the nature of our adversaries? Aegon interrupted Aemond's protests, rallying all vassals, except those from the north, to prepare for battle. Turn the helm left. Set sail, commanded the captain, brandishing his whip and shouting. Demon, with silver hair cascading over his shoulders, stood solitary at the bow of the ship. Gazing at the enemies still present on Dragonstone, his face a mask of desolation. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Clackaride in agony, sprawled on the warship, moaning weakly. Steer hard right. The captain, too preoccupied to comfort Prince Demon, shouted urgently. The crew remained in a state of trepidation, with supplies at sea still not fully replenished. Demon, accompanied by a dragon's roar, the uncrowned queen, Princess Rhaenys, gracefully boarded the ship riding Malays from the opposite end. The sound of waves crashing followed. The modest warship, burdened by the immense forms of 2 dragons, swayed precariously. Had it not been for the captain's seasoned expertise, it would have surely met its demise. Had the unbound wild dragons been secured? Queen Rhaenyra inquired anxiously. Indeed, I have guided them all to Tide's Head Island, replied Rhaenys, her expression grave as she observed the trickle of dragon blood seeping from the wounded creature, Caraxes, filled with trepidation. What has transpired on Dragonstone? Rhaenys could no longer suppress her curiosity and asked. Demon, gently caressing the grievously injured Caraxes, turned his gaze toward Princess Rhaenyra. The Grim Reaper of the North has somehow landed from the dragon crystal caverns of Dragonstone. Rhaenyra shook her head, her voice filled with anguish. The secret passed down through generations of Targaryen kings, evidently linked to the Grim Reaper from the North, had now manifested on Dragonstone, catching Princess Rhaenyra completely off guard. The Grim Reaper? Demon, leaning on Dark Sister, scoffed. I have never heard of such a being. What I know is that the apocalyptic calamity from Valyria utterly obliterated the entire realm. Now, it seems, the time has come for the Targaryens. Apocalyptic calamity? No, Demon. Rhaenyra shook her head. The magnitude of the upheaval on Dragonstone indeed resembled the cataclysm that befell Valyria, yet the chilling stillness bore no resemblance to the miasma of Valyria. Demon, this is not a continuation of Valyria's catastrophe. It is a secret passed down through generations of the Targaryen lineage, Rhaenyra hastily explained. Now, we must unite all members of House Targaryen and the nobility of Westeros to resist. This is a game between the living and the dead. My Caraxes is no longer fit for battle. Demon lamented, gazing sorrowfully at the critically injured beast, bleeding profusely. He still recalled the icy armor and the enigmatic crystalline warriors beneath the intricately carved crown of driftwood. Dragonfire, Demon shouted, confidently believing it would quell the source of the magical turmoil. Yet, he stood resolute, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips. In an instant, the dragonfire was frozen. The Night King seized a spear of ice akin to that wielded by Aegon, and with a mere flick, pierced Carax's abdomen, sending him crashing down. Had it not been for Princess Rhaenyra riding Syrax to provide cover, he too would have joined the ranks of the undead. Countless defenders of Dragonstone were devoured by the oncoming horde of wights. Those unholy creatures utterly consumed the guards. A thunderous roar of a dragon abruptly disrupted Demon's reverie, and he stood in stunned silence, watching the pursuit unfold behind him. Viserys. Chapter 71. The Battle Against the Night King. We cannot win. Demon mournfully clutched the increasingly cold Caraxes, despair evident in his voice. This is the curse of the Valyrian 40 dragons, and no Targaryen can resist it. Demon, wake up. Princess Rhaenyra urgently grasped his shoulders, shouting in anger. The death of Claggis dealt a tremendous blow to Demon's psyche. However, Rhaenyra dismissed any notion of a Valyrian apocalypse. As the rightful heir to the kingdom, she had long prepared to battle the White Walkers. If the Death God of the North were not formidable, why would generations of the Targaryen lineage govern the continent of Westeros? Is that the steed of Queen Alysanne, Silverwing? Princess Rhaenys was taken aback. What sorcery is this? That even the deceased dragons can be resurrected? Rhaenys was taken aback, seeing the corpse of Viserion riding the ice dragon Silverwing swiftly approaching. She cast aside her hesitation and mounted her own dragon, the Red Queen Melias. Old friend, this may be our last battle. Princess Rhaenys, clad in crimson armor, exuded valor without a trace of fear. Roar. The Red Queen Melias let out a final lament for the deceased Claggis, her eyes glinting with resolute determination. Dragons, like humans, possess flesh and blood. The death of a companion did not shatter Melias's bravery. On the contrary, the Red Queen's gaze became even more steadfast. Rhaenyra, the Potato Novel Network. Princess Rhaenys, clad in armor, sat high in the dragon saddle of the Red Queen, saluting the Queen of Dragonstone. Viserion has entrusted the kingdom to you. Do not let us down. As one who had been cast aside by the Iron Throne, Rhaenys always prioritized the welfare of the realm. When the kingdom called upon her, she never wavered or retreated. A louder dragon's roar echoed as the Night King gripped the reins of the dragon, soaring high. Oh no, it's the Bronze Fury, Vhagar. Princess Rhaenyra's expression changed dramatically. Don't go, Rhaenys. Rhaenyra shouted anxiously. Fighting against an undead dragon, Princess Rhaenys still held a glimmer of hope for survival. However, facing two adult ice dragons, Rhaenys had no chance of escape. "Come on, old girl." Rhaenys tightened her body, leaning forward, embedding her armor deeply into the saddle. She was prepared for a final stand. The uncrowned queen? Huh. A true ruler does not require the validation of others. Behind me stands the kingdom. The countless subjects of Westeros. Charge. Rhaenys guided Melias directly towards the pursuing Night King. Dragonfire. The reddish-brown flames poured down upon them, yet the Night King remained unmoved. Crackle. As countless icy mists arose, the dragonfire enveloping the Night King was swiftly extinguished. Can dragonfire not pierce through? Rhaenys murmured to herself. Dragonfire, the mightiest weapon of the dragons, invincible and unstoppable, has now encountered a formidable foe. Evade. Rhaenys, swift and astute, deftly maneuvered the Red Queen in a mid-air roll, narrowly avoiding the Night King's icy spear's ambush. Whoosh. The crystalline chill of the dragonfire plummeted from the heavens, nearly engulfing the Red Queen. Do not underestimate me. The Red Queen is, after all, the most agile dragon in all of Westeros. Princess Rhaenys, commanding Malaise, narrowly escaped the surprise attack from Vhagar's cold flames. Gazing at Vhagar, adorned in skeletal remains and a shattered driftwood crown, a flicker of unease stirred within Rhaenys. The fiend who toys with the corpses of men is detestable. Princess Rhaenys seethed. Boom. Malaise unleashed a torrent of dragonfire. The icy blue flames clashed against the searing dragonfire. A majestic aerial duel of red and blue dragons unfolded above. Princess Rhaenys, realizing she was outmatched, strode decisively towards Syrax. I shall assist her. No. Daemon, disheartened, grasped his wife's arm. Rhaenyra, you are the queen. You must not go. Slap. A resounding blow echoed as Daemon felt the sting on his cheek. Daemon, how long will you continue to cower? Father once granted you the chance to claim the Iron Throne. Rhaenyra, in a fit of rage, declared that a ruler should not wield power tyrannically, without dragons. Do you lack the courage to fight? Using your status as the second son as an excuse, you are even less than a woman. Well said, my esteemed sister. Aegon, riding the sheep thief, clad in Aegon's Valyrian steel armor, circled above the transport ship. Uncle Daemon, as the second son, just take action. Look at Princess Rhaenys. When the kingdom is in peril, has she ever flinched? Even without Rhaenyra, the Iron Throne does not belong to you. It is a waste to keep it. Sunfire. Consume it while it's hot. Aegon commanded, eyeing the now plump Sunfire. Grr. Sunfire cautiously eyed the distant Night King, a glimmer of apprehension in his gaze. Sister. Let us fight side by side. Aegon extended his hand, signaling Princess Rhaenyra. Indeed. Rhaenyra, glancing at her typically unreliable brother, refrained from condemning his usurpation and mounted her dragon. Come forth, Night King. Aegon twirled his spear, and the icy lance instantly ignited with blazing wildfire. The song of ice and fire. Dragonfire. At their command. Two torrents of flames, one gray and one yellow, surged towards the Night King. Aegon, beware of his spear. Queen Rhaenyra cautioned Aegon. Spear? Is this not what I hold? Aegon dismissed her warning, brandishing the icy lance with abandon. What? Rhaenyra stared incredulously at the spear in Aegon's hand, had he not nodded in affirmation. She could hardly fathom how he had managed to wrest it from the Night King's grasp. Perhaps, she mused, her father's decision to name you king was indeed justified. The princess murmured to herself, convinced she was no match for the Night King, an entity impervious even to dragonfire. As a mere mortal, what could Rhaenyra possibly accomplish? A traitor of House Stark, receive my spear. Aegon bellowed, hurling his spear with unwavering determination. The spear cleaved through the air, striking true as the Night King, momentarily shaken by the name Stark, faced the oncoming threat. A thunderous impact resounded as ice met fire, sending visible shockwaves rippling outward. Hail and wildfire surged together. The horizon painted in hues of sea and sky. A lamenting cry echoed as the sheep stealer struggled in the air, flapping its wings in agony. Dragonfire, known for its unparalleled heat and ferocity, combined with the potency of wildfire, became an overwhelming force. Even the mightiest of dragons, birthed from blood and flame, found themselves momentarily at a loss. Aegon coughed, his visage marred by ash and soot. One half of his face was encased in frost, while the other bore the searing mark of flame. His Valyrian steel armor began to crack under the extremes of heat and cold. With great effort, he clawed at the ropes binding him, shedding his armor into the sea. Beneath his pallid skin lay the scars of fire's scorch and ice's bite. Yet, the Night King remained poised atop Vormsol, a smirk of disdain playing upon his lips. A sharp crack interrupted the Night King's arrogance. The ornate driftwood crown upon his head suddenly fissured, the cracks spreading like a web before shattering into fragments. Chapter 72. The White Walker Viserion. As he observed the driftwood crown decay like shattered ice, the once arrogant Night King momentarily lost his composure. His icy blue eyes, devoid of pupils, glared forth, his armor cloaked in a crystalline layer of frost, faintly revealing the ancient sigil of House Stark. Did you think no one would recognize you? A Stark captive toyed with by ice magic. Aegon Targaryen gasped for breath. The wildfire ignited by his draconic blood was far more potent than ordinary dragon fire. And should it sear him, he would surely suffer the consequences. A defiant roar escaped the sheep stealer, which cast a glance back at Aegon, radiating discontent. As the one most wary of the Night King, Aegon had unleashed his most formidable attack from the onset, seeking to seize the advantage. Yet, judging by the Night King's demeanor, it appeared he had not yet sustained significant damage. This was proving to be a challenging endeavor. Seated atop the dragon's back, Aegon appeared confident, but within, he sensed the waning of his fighting spirit. Consider the fate of Theon Greyjoy in the face of the Night King. He could not withstand even a single strike. Would you care to behold my Valyrian dagger? My blade remains sharp. Aegon taunted, drawing forth his Valyrian dagger. Challenging the Night King. Boom. A brilliant azure dragon flame descended with perilous swiftness, narrowly grazing past the sheep thief. Damn it. Aghast, Aegon's countenance shifted dramatically. He had presumed his bluster had deterred the foe, only to be ambushed by the Night King, that treacherous fiend. Under the cover of the Night King, Varys plunged down atop Vormissor, unleashing a relentless barrage upon Aegon. Rhaenyra, you wasteful woman, have the dragon lairs not succumbed yet? Aegon bellowed, his face tinged with fury. Suddenly, a whirlwind swept through, and the Red Queen sped past Aegon, startling the sheep thief, who once again distanced himself from the Night King. Address her as your grace. The crownless queen, donned in a steel helm, turned to warn Aegon. What a queen, unable to defend even the Targaryen stronghold. Aegon scoffed, gripping the reins of his dragon and charging towards the Night King. Rhaenyra stammered, as the rightful heir to House Targaryen. This unforeseen battle had indeed inflicted severe damage upon her forces. Recognizing the critical nature of the conflict, Rhaenyra, aware of her disadvantage, sought to divert the conversation. The key to defeating our adversary lies with the Night King. Aegon cast a directive and surged towards the Night King. Boom. A massive azure dragon flame once again obstructed the sheep thief's advance, making it increasingly difficult for Aegon to approach the Night King. Varys, are you seeking death? Aegon ground his teeth in fury. Time and again, Varys interrupted Aegon's charge, allowing the suspended Night King a moment to regain composure. The Night King observed Aegon, his gaze penetrating the very fabric of time. Beneath the crimson fortress of King's Landing, by the poolside, a richly attired woman wept, cradling a child. So that is it. A glimmer of golden light shone in the Night King's eyes, and a confident smile returned to his lips. Since his inception, he had possessed the wolf spirit abilities of House Stark, capable of inhabiting certain wolves, and had awakened aspects of the ancient god's powers. He traversed the currents of time. Even the three-eyed raven dared not confront his brilliance. Realizing Aegon had discerned the vulnerabilities of his necromantic magic, the Night King ceased his entanglement with him. As a unique magical entity of the North, as long as he endured, the entire undead army remained unconquerable. Farewell, Aegon. The Night King rarely spoke, addressing Aegon as he turned his silver wings towards the dragon crystal caves of Dragonstone. You bastard. Aegon cursed vehemently. This ungrateful father, Varys, had offered no assistance in life, and even in death, he continued to disrupt. Dragonflame, Aegon commanded, as the searing dragon fire engulfed the dragon crystal mine entirely. However, within the collapsed ruins, not a trace of the once mighty roots of the Uliamu remains, only a gaping void of rubble is left. Viserion roared in fury, as though possessed by a malevolent spirit, pursuing the bronze fury with relentless wrath. Silence. Aegon, filled with rage, unleashed a torrent of dragon fire directly towards Viserion. Aegon, no? Princess Rhaenyra shouted anxiously, attempting to halt Aegon's vengeful act. The clash of icy flames and dragon fire erupted, generating a tremendous roar, causing the surrounding waters to boil furiously. Aegon gripped the reins of his dragon with one hand, while stealthily loosening his own bindings with the other. Thief! Aegon glared at his steed, signaling him with a knowing glance. The thief silently nodded in understanding and charged toward the bronze fury. The distinction of dragon riders from wild dragons lies in their strategy, wisdom, and courage. It is not merely a matter of addition in battle. The otherworldly monstrosity, the power of House Targaryen, is not something you can seize. Aegon drew his Valyrian steel dagger and stood resolutely. The thief lunged forward, engaging directly with the bronze fury in a frenzied struggle, spiraling down from the heights. Dragon claws and dragon fire clashed relentlessly, rendering the surrounding dragon riders unable to intervene. Aegon. Rhaenyra gasped in horror. Though Aegon had usurped her Iron Throne, she still regarded him as a brother, harboring no intention to kill him. After all, uniting all possible forces was fundamental to her claim to the throne. Boom. A massive splash erupted, as towering waves surged ashore, dispersing the approaching whites. The thief and the Bronze Fury resembled two demonic entities of the sea. Even when plunged into the depths, they showed no signs of yielding. Aegon. Rhaenyra, riding Syrax, unleashed a cascade of yellow dragon fire along the coastline, incinerating the coastal monstrosities into cinders. At this moment, the thief was clearly at a disadvantage. The Bronze Fury, already significantly larger, exerted overwhelming force against the steadfast thief, enhanced by its undead resilience. Boom. A skull emerged from the waters, that of the White King Viserion, struck down by the thief. Half of his golden mask could not conceal his decaying visage. Even in death, his regal aura lingered. Dragonfire. Princess Rhaenys showed no restraint, directing a torrent of crimson flames down upon the sea. Halt, Rhaenys! Rhaenyra exclaimed, reaching out in protest. He is already dead. Without hesitation, Princess Rhaenys tightened her reins, her eyes fixed intently on the water's surface, searching for Viserion's whereabouts. Is he hiding beneath the waves? Rhaenys' expression grew grave, soaring above, occasionally unleashing bursts of dragon fire upon the Bronze Fury. Boom. A shadow suddenly appeared, swooping low and dragging the Red Queen beneath the water. What has transpired? Princess Rhaenyra was taken aback, swiftly adjusting the position of Syrax as she ascended, preparing for defense. Another wild dragon. What manner of beast could possibly command two colossal dragons? Rhaenyra's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 73, Captives Whoosh. A piercing beam of light interrupted the wild dragon's deadly rampage as a massive crossbow bolt pierced through the creature, plunging into the depths of the water. Princess Rhaenys finally evaded the wild dragon's assault, unshackling herself in an attempt to wade ashore. Demon, be careful. Rhaenyra, witnessing the fleet's return, hastened to ride her dragon for protection. Boom. The crimson fireworks collided with the icy blue dragon flames, shattering the ominous silence, scattering chaos upon the surrounding warships. The crew and sailors on deck fled in panic, whether scorched by dragon fire or frozen by ice. The ships endured irreparable damage. SSS. The lifeless bodies, frozen by the azure flames, slowly opened their blue eyes, their joints stirring as if they were exhilarated, like a tiger among a flock of sheep. Help me, let go of me. The members of the ship transformed from united vengeance to a living hell in an instant. The undead ravaged the deck, while below, the sea was ablaze with green flames and coated in frost. Witnessing the hellish scene aboard the warship, even the battle-hardened Prince Demon prepared for a desperate end. Bang! He loosed another bolt, yet the agile ice dragon had already evaded his onslaught, leaping towards another vessel. Turn, quickly turn, realizing their ship was utterly ineffective against the foe. The naval crew from Dragonstone was now gripped by terror. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? Our weapons are utterly useless. Demon seethed with rage, however. Lamentation would yield little impact on the unfolding battle. Be careful. Rhaenyra exclaimed in alarm, urgently guiding Syrax to provide aid. Swish. The wild dragon soared like a harbinger of death above the fleet. Even those warriors who had not been scorched could not escape the onslaught of the surrounding undead. Damn it. As Demon witnessed the encroaching undead dragon, he had no choice but to leap, abandoning the crossbow and plunging into the water. Cough. Rhaenys crawled ashore, gazing at the advancing army of the undead, and could not help but shout. Drawing her sword, she prepared for a final stand. A blood-curdling scream echoed as a torrent of blood gushed from Rhaenys' neck. In disbelief, she turned to see none other than King Viserys, transformed into a white. His golden mask lay discarded, revealing the decayed remnants of his visage. His scattered teeth, remnants of his former self, would have surely claimed Rhaenys' life had she not been weakened by illness. Viserys. Rhaenys gazed at her ill-fated cousin, her expression one of profound reluctance. As the ever-growing horde of whites approached, the blood-drained Rhaenys felt her legs weaken, threatening to collapse beneath her. Viserys, have you forgotten me? The sword's momentum surged, slicing through the air with a fierce whistle. Viserys was cleaved in two, his body, filled with icy crystals, exploding upon impact. The king, severed at the waist, fell onto the blood-red sands, filled with resentment. Aegon, the sole prophesied son. Viserys trembled, his words faltering. In his final moments, a searing flame seemed to ignite within his hollow eyes. The Iron Throne is yours, Rhaenyra. With a thunderous crash, the ice shattered, and in an instant, all the whites collapsed, reduced to decaying remnants. Could members of House Targaryen transform into whites without the need for a baby? Aegon murmured, gazing at the remains of Viserys. Who? Aegon's ears perked up as the Valyrian steel dagger flew forth. Clang. The sharp sound of steel clashing echoed, sparks flying as Daemon, wielding Dark Sister, effortlessly batted away the dagger Aegon had thrown. Daemon, put down your weapon. Rhaenys collapsed to the ground as the Red Queen descended, approaching the group with menacing intent. Uncle Daemon, Aegon said, awkwardly smiling at the blade poised against his neck. Usurper. Daemon spat through gritted teeth. This is your doing, isn't it? Ever since you slayed the dragons, I have known you to be a wicked sorcerer. He saved me. He saved us all. Princess Rhaenys exclaimed anxiously. Of course. Perhaps all of this was his design. Daemon pointed at Viserys' shattered remains, disrespected by Aegon. Would Viserys appoint a drunken fool like you as king? Daemon seethed. He had lost his dragon and with it, all power in Westeros. What distinguished a prince without a dragon from a mere commoner? Daemon. You heard it with your own ears. Viserys named Aegon as his heir. Rhaenys stood resolute, disregarding Daemon's protests. The Red Queen radiated a crimson glow, ready to reduce Daemon to ashes should he make a move. Viserys is already dead. We both know it. Daemon refused to yield, seeing him clutch the obsidian tightly. Rhaenyra abandoned the Targaryen tradition of cremation and buried him herself in the Dragonstone mine. Daemon, unfazed, addressed Aegon. Only you, lad, have spent time in the Dragonstone mine. Enough. Rhaenys declared, unwilling to engage in a quarrel with Daemon. She had never favored her obstinate cousin. The Iron Throne had always held a magnetic pull for him over the supreme power of Westeros. Regardless of Viserys' choice, Aegon's fate was to be decided by Rhaenyra. Rhaenys warned Daemon, the Iron Throne is not yours. With a clang, Rhaenyra, witnessing the demise of the Whites, finally arrived. Seize him, she commanded the soldiers surrounding her. I'm the captured Aegon. Rhaenyra, the crisis is not yet over. Aegon shook his head, warning that the specter beyond the north still lurked, urging against internal strife. The Song of Ice and Fire? Rhaenyra's countenance shifted drastically. How could Aegon be privy to this age-old secret passed down through the generations of kings? Could it be? Capture him. Silence his mouth. Rhaenyra exclaimed in frustration. Bang. Aegon felt a sudden thud in his eardrum, darkness engulfing him as he collapsed. Daemon clapped his hands, a smug smile adorning his face. He had always perceived his wife as indecisive, akin to her brother, yet now he witnessed her in a rare moment of resolute determination. Rhaenyra. Princess Rhaenys was furious. She had heard Viserys' words on his deathbed, not to mention Aegon's valor in saving Dragonstone and everyone there. Rest assured, I shall not take his life. Rhaenys' expression was cold. She had sacrificed half her life for the Iron Throne, starting as a cupbearer at the Royal Council, only to discover that Viserys had stripped her of her inheritance. No, my father would not do such a thing, Rhaenyra murmured. Only I can unite everyone. Only I can save the people of King's Landing. Chapter 74. The prison of the Eyrie. The chill wind was biting, the cold seeping through. Aegon lay on the ground, his eyes dim as he gazed at the vast landscapes in the distance, filled with myriad emotions. That wretched woman, Rhaenyra. Aegon cursed inwardly, his fist striking the earth in indignation. Alas, nearly teetering off the high platform, he hastily leaned back. This was the prison of the Eyrie, one side a sheer cliff, the other an inward opening cell door, the moss-covered stone walls on either side treacherously slick, offering no grip. As a prisoner of the Eyrie, even without torture, he felt an uncontrollable tension, whether from the frigid air or the subconscious slipping during sleep. An atmosphere of anxiety enveloped him. Achoo! A thin stream of mucus flowed from Aegon's nostrils, freezing into a droplet of ice before it could hit the ground. Ouch, that hurts. He tugged at the ice clump on his nose, nearly tearing his nasal membrane. Tears welled in his eyes, threatening to spill over. Let me out, let me out. Aegon pounded on the iron door, shouting into the Eyrie. Open the door, let me out. With a rustle, a stout, sturdy dwarf pulled open the moss-covered iron door, wielding a spiked club and relentlessly prodding Aegon. What is it? What is it? The dwarf complained incessantly throughout the night, his cries echoing in the darkness. I am Aegon, the new king of Westeros. You cannot imprison me. Aegon shouted furiously, aware that the Night King still lurked in the north. And the army of the undead was not to be trifled with. The army of the undead? Can they even scale the Bloodgate? The little dwarf displayed no concern whatsoever. Since the dawn of the realm, nothing had posed a threat to the dominion of the valley, save for the dragons of House Targaryen, who could soar through the skies. Silence, fool, or I shall strike you, the little dwarf retorted, puffing with indignation. The prison of Eagle's Nest was precariously situated between sheer cliffs, covered in a plethora of moss, with fierce winds howling around, perfect terrain for such diminutive fighters. In his current predicament, Aegon found standing itself a Herculean task, let alone mounting any form of resistance. I possess gold. I possess golden dragons. Seeing reason was futile, Aegon swiftly removed his golden dragon head ring and offered it to the dwarf. Release me, and you shall be bestowed with boundless riches. Wealth? The little dwarf paused, then casually swatted the ring from Aegon's grasp. Clink. The golden ring tumbled to the ground, soon rolling off the edge of the cliff. Do you see that ring? The dwarf exclaimed, pointing to the abyss where it had vanished. If I let you go today, tomorrow you'll meet the same fate, shattered into oblivion. I am the king, the new king of Westeros. No one shall dare punish you under my reign. Aegon declared with fervent conviction. In this valley, we revere the old gods. The rulers of the Seven are not to be trifled with. The little dwarf shook his head vigorously, impervious to Aegon's proclamations. I am the king. Aegon seethed, gritting his teeth. Damn the feudal lords. Viserys, you foolish king. Aegon's rage boiled over. The tragedy of the Blood Dragon's wild dance ultimately stemmed from the Targaryen dynasty's power being undermined by the very vassals who ought to support them. Without their backing, the Targaryens lacked sufficient soldiers and provisions to wage a grand campaign. Uncle Demon, perhaps you were right. Mercy only serves to weaken the kingdom. Aegon murmured to himself. Bring him forth. Lady Jaime Arryn stood quietly behind the prison, observing the young monarch before her. Yes, my lady. Upon receiving her command, the dwarf dared not delay any longer and promptly released Aegon. My lady, it is said that Aegon possesses a strange blood magic, capable of conjuring wildfire to incinerate nearby soldiers. To release him now might be perilous. The surrounding soldiers hesitated to voice their concerns. This is a Targaryen war. It is not for us to interfere. Lady Jaime Arryn remained resolute in her decision, undeterred by their apprehensions. Gazing at the exit, no larger than a dog hole, Aegon found himself compelled to curl up like a gnome in order to slowly make his way out. Truly, it was a perilous descent. Even the prison was uniquely designed. Aegon's expression darkened slightly. Fortunately, Lady Jenny Island had no intention of making things difficult for him, as fine wine and beautiful women surrounded him. Burp. Aegon let out a satisfied belch while observing Lady Jenny Island, who sat across from him, unyielding and motionless, with a hint of surprise. Lady Island. Supporting Queen Rhaenyra equates to endorsing your own identity as the female lord of the Vale. I cannot fathom why you would betray Rhaenyra and deny me my freedom. Sated and sprawled across the sofa, Aegon regarded the young woman with a serious countenance. A letter had arrived from the north, bearing news that the god of death, mounted on his ice dragon, had breached the wall, leaving Queen Rhaenyra overwhelmed. Lady Jenny's demeanor remained composed, as if all matters were of no concern to her. What god of death? Have you ever seen one? Aegon found no interest in engaging in disputes with her. He had laid aside his prejudices, risking his life to protect Dragonstone, while his beloved Uncle Demon had shown no intention of holding back. The crownless King Rhaenys and the light of the kingdom, Rhaenyra, were merely individuals who distorted their natures for personal gain. Aegon scoffed coldly. They never tell lies. Lady Jenny did not offer any defense for Queen Rhaenyra. The Stark family had always been renowned for their honesty and righteousness. To hell with righteousness. Can it slay the Night King? Aegon had no desire to argue. Whether black or green, both factions pursued their own political interests, while he, the unfortunate soul indifferent to the Iron Throne, found himself ensnared in the heart of power. Rhaenyra had led all her black supporters to the north, and Lady Jenny looked at the thoroughly defeated Aegon and remarked, "And you, who prides yourself as a man of honor and responsibility, have succumbed. A man of honor? Huh. Merely a pawn used by the queen to solidify her reign." Aegon remained silent. Since his arrival in this world, he had truly grown weary. Kingship was no task for mere mortals. With elders wielding power above him, a brother named Aemond lurking with intent, and Daemon as a ticking time bomb, Aegon's path to the Iron Throne was indeed fraught with thorns. Perhaps this was the warning from Aegon the Conqueror. The road to kingship is riddled with peril and threats abound. Alas, the resonant sound of a horn interrupted Aegon's reverie, causing Lady Jenny's countenance to change as she hastily glanced out the window. Have the wildlings attacked? Aegon jested disinterestedly. The area was fortified by the Blood Gate, presenting little threat aside from the dragons of House Targaryen. The god of death has come. Lady Jenny's face turned pale. Chapter 75, The Dragon War. What? That reckless woman! Aegon exclaimed in anger, springing to his feet. He had once believed that Queen Rhaenyra would learn from her mistakes, rallying all the forces of Westeros to unite against the otherworldly threats from the north. To my astonishment, the once formidable Great Wall has been lost in just a matter of days. A resounding roar of a dragon reverberates through the heavens, heralding a tempestuous windstorm. Above the nine skies, a pair of icy blue eyes gazes down imperiously. clad in enigmatic stone armor, adorned with intricate carvings and enveloped by a shimmering blue magical membrane. He stands with arms crossed, a chilling spear resting upon his back, exuding an air of unrestrained triumph atop the silver-winged behemoth. The Night King has grown more powerful. Aegon, peering through the window, observes the celestial being above with grave concern. Look, the heart tree is withering. A maid cries out, pointing at the magnificent tree in the hall of Eagle's Nest Castle. This towering giant has endured since the age of our ancestors, weathering over a millennium, predating even the establishment of the castle itself. Yet, under the blanket of a heavy snowfall, its once vibrant crimson leaves have shriveled, curling tightly, and its branches droop dismally, breaking apart. The old gods have perished. It is time for the new gods to rise. A maid trembles, her voice quaking with fear. Surely, the wildlings of the valley have ensnared her mind. The captain of the guards expresses his discontent. Ever since Ginny Eileen became the guardian of the valley, the wildlings have repeatedly harassed them, yet she has made no effort to address the situation. Flurries of snowflakes land in Ginny's palm, instantly transforming into crystalline ice, only to melt into a droplet of water. Her nose, reddened by the cold, juts out comically like a clown's. Open the blood gate. She decisively commands her guards. My lady, do you intend to let the others in? We have the blood gate. We can adequately defend our position. Silence, Ginny interjects, raising her gaze to the Night King above, her expression grave. He commands a dragon. The words are succinct, yet pierce the heart with profound sorrow. The dragon has wrought untold calamities upon the citizens of Westeros, leaving them in a state of helplessness. Indeed, the guards shoot a disgruntled glance at the golden dragon motifs adorning Aegon's attire before retreating. Can you truly safeguard the kingdom's subjects? Ginny Eileen turns, her expression stern as she fixes her gaze upon Aegon. Me? Aegon replies, bewildered, turning back in silence. At that moment, he stands alone, devoid of allies or dragons. Merely an inconspicuous, ordinary man, even inferior to a formidable warrior. His most treasured weapon, the Night King's fabled Valyrian steel dagger, has been confiscated by Queen Rhaenyra. Just nod, and the armies of the Valley and Stone City will be at your command. My lord, I am unable to assist. Aegon shrugs helplessly. A fierce dragon battle is imminent in the skies. Without the might of dragons, no force can ascend to the ultimate stage. King Aegon, the Duke of Stone City pays his respects to you. Euron Royce kneels, sword at rest. A regiment of soldiers clad in bronze armor marches in perfect formation, standing resolutely before Aegon. The foremost figure donned a crimson robe, arms raised to present a box draped in scarlet velvet, halting before Aegon. What could this signify? Aegon's countenance grew grave. At this moment, Queen Rhaenyra was preoccupied, and humanity teetered on the brink of annihilation. Were they plotting treason? Bang! The clash of ice and fire erupted once more, as Princess Rhaenys commanded Meraxes to engage against the Night King's silver-winged beast. Both the Red Queen and Rhaenys bore expressions of despondence. Confronted by the immortal dragon, even the true dragon riders found themselves at a disadvantage. Rhaenys, unleash your dragon fire. Rhaenyra, riding Syrax, rushed to aid, a surge of golden dragon fire granting the crownless queen a moment's respite. The Night King effortlessly maneuvered his silver wings, evading Queen Rhaenyra's ambush. What was happening? Even when I attacked from a blind spot, this otherworldly being could still evade with ease. Rhaenyra's expression darkened. From the Night King's playful yet sinister maneuvers, Rhaenyra sensed a peculiar conspiracy brewing. Mother, a youthful voice chimed, as G-Carries arrived with his steed, Vagor. Accompanying them were Lucerys, Eryx, and Baela's dragon, Moondancer. Let us assist you. The three young dragons soared above, confronting the ominous presence before them. Though apprehensive, they did not falter under the guidance of their dragon riders. Who summoned you here? Rhaenyra furrowed her brow, commanding them to return. This was not a war for their involvement. The Targaryen family relied on them to carry forth their legacy. This is a war of the living against the dead. Mother, no one can avert this. G-Carries Valyrian gazed at his timid siblings and stepped forward. We are great dragon riders, not cowardly exiles. We are Targaryens, destined to bear the fate of the people of Westeros upon our shoulders. G-Carries stood tall, fixing his gaze upon the distant Night King. Very well, you are all good children. Rhaenyra beamed at her not-so-young eldest, who possessed the spirit of King Jaehaerys. The army of whites below shall be entrusted to you. Swiftly escort the Night's Watch and the northern forces back to the Vale for recuperation. Yes, G-Carries nodded in agreement. The three young dragons, summoned by their pure Valyrian song, charged towards the white army in the Vale. Thunder roared, lightning crackled, and dark clouds seemed to descend in an instant. The visibility within the Vale grew dim, with only scattered campfires illuminating the darkness. Dragonfire Vagor, A dark brown dragon fire surged toward the Night King's visage. As one of the last 3 titans of the Targaryen legacy, Vhagar represented one of the family's supreme powers. Vhagar! Vhagar! The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. Since the Night King breached the wall at the last hearth, soldiers and civilians of the north have fled in panic. Even with the protection of the dragon riders Rhaenyra and Rhaenys, chaos ensued. Dragonfire. The ethereal blue flames surged once more, as Queen Helena, clad in white, mounted her adult dragon, Dreamfire, and arrived on the battlefield. Dreamfire furiously lashed out at the horde of whites, sending the nearby White Walkers into a frenzied retreat. The Queen. It is Queen Helena. A wave of fervent cheers erupted from the crowd, as if victory was within grasp. Queen Rhaenyra, riding Syrax, wore a troubled expression, panting heavily. Despite her relentless efforts to safeguard her subjects in the north, the populace now hailed the newcomer from the Green faction. Rhaenyra, it is time to let go. Princess Rhaenys, visibly exhausted, empathized with Rhaenyra's plight, understanding all she had done, including the imprisonment of Aegon. The deep wounds inflicted by the rogue dragon were evident upon her neck. Nevertheless, in humanity's direst hour, she remained steadfast on the front lines, commanding the Red Queen. Chapter 76, Reinforcements. The Blue Dragon, Vhagar, and Prince Daeron have also arrived. Another fervent cheer erupted from the masses. Thud, thud, thud. Rows upon rows of soldiers raised towering shields, effectively blocking the relentless advance of the White Army, while obsidian spears formed an orderly line behind the shield wall. Fools, run. Cragen Stark shouted in fury. He wished for more horses to escape, as the reinforcements intended to confront the enemy with the slowest of infantry. Whites are not ordinary monsters. They fear nothing but fire. The northern brutes truly know no better. Cole observed the panicked refugees in the distance, his face contorted with disdain. Tattered clothing, disheveled hair. These northern soldiers were no different from the savages outside. A man in golden robes laughed heartily. What is that? Is it not a plow? Can this thing even fight? The garrison of King's Landing erupted in laughter. Serious now, the enemy approaches. Bachelor Cushing's expression turned grave, showing no signs of laxity. Aegon, the one capable of slaying dragons single-handedly, had gone silent while supporting Dragonstone. Even the Black Queen, usually on par with the Greens, had been driven to utter chaos, which was indeed surprising. Damn it, Cragen Stark roared, seizing a nearby squire's warhorse and charging towards the Green Army. He waved his arms, rallying his banner. Run. Do not make feudal sacrifices. My lord. The Bachelor of Winterfell exclaimed in alarm, witnessing Stark dash far ahead. He quickly commanded the guards. Friends, follow your commander. Yes. The guards promptly grabbed torches. Some mounted their horses, while others sprinted directly into the throng of whites. The North shall never yield. We shall abandon no comrade in battle. Charge forth. What are those barbarians doing? Cole, mounted upon his noble steed, inquired with a perplexed expression. My lord, by the decree of Her Majesty, we must rescue King Aegon. Cushing observed Cole's casual demeanor and flippant approach to warfare, fearing that the governance might be usurped by Aemond, thereby undermining their Rainbow Guard. Understood. Cole's countenance turned grim. His loyalty to Aegon was unwavering, and he possessed an intimate understanding of his mother, long having adopted the hidden identity of Aegon's guardian. Shield formation, Cole bellowed. And the soldiers responded in unison, swiftly erecting an impenetrable wall of shields beside the Bloodgate. Attack. The gilded-robed figure thrust his arms forward, and a lengthy obsidian spear pierced through, instantly obliterating the foremost ranks of the corpse demon army. With a cacophony, the front line of corpse demons collapsed, reduced to decaying remains. Run. Before Cragen Stark could finish his command, a scene unfolded before him that would haunt him for life. Thrust again. Another volley of corpse demons fell. Advance. Thrust. Cole unsheathed his sword, commanding from atop his white steed. Do not allow the corpse demons to pile upon one another. Forward. Maintain formation. What were the sorcerers in the rear doing? Lighting bonfires, burning corpses. Where is the wildfire? He urged, quickly. We must strike. An inch in length. An inch in strength. Though the corpse demon army was formidable, they were merely fodder against the phalanx of spearmen and shields. Is this a corpse demon bulldozer? Cragen Stark's expression changed dramatically. The Green Party's achievements left him astounded. He had always looked down upon Cole, a knight of humble origin. Yet both the victories and the front lines were increasingly leaning in favor of the corpse demons. The Bloodgate was flanked by a narrow valley, where a simple line of shields could annihilate the corpse demon horde. As the surrounding corpse demons retreated, seemingly acting on instinct, they were gripped by a primal fear in the face of Cole's obsidian spear and shield formation. A myriad of green eyes slowly turned to fixate upon the arriving Cragen Stark and his allies. By the gods, they are coming for us. Even the Reaper fears the strong. Cragen felt a chill run down his spine, wishing to turn and flee immediately. Retreat. Back to the Blood Gate. He disregarded the loss of his banner, the sigil of the Ice Wolf, tossing aside the white horse entangled by the corpse demons, scrambling to escape. My lord. The soldiers of the north nodded, witnessing their brave lord, who had just confronted death without fear, now retreating like a cornered animal. Do not make unnecessary sacrifices. Run. With Cragen Stark's withdrawal, the others turned and charged once more toward the perilous Blood Gate. What manner of weapon could slay the corpse demons? Cragen was in a state of turmoil. My lord Duke, someone remarked, it is said that this new king of Westeros is a sorcerer, proficient in the blood and fire magic of House Targaryen. He even commands 2 dragons. A scholar at his side elucidated. He is a usurper. Cragen interjected. King Viserys has long compelled the lords to pledge their allegiance solely to Queen Rhaenyra. Compared to a usurper, it is far preferable to follow Aegon than to become one of those monsters, Lord Bolton replied gravely. The aerial dragon battle had reached a fever pitch. Despite the Night King's mastery of the silver-winged dragon, he struggled under the combined assault of Vhagar and Dreefire. The northern lords remained silent. In the face of House Stark's overwhelming power, it seemed only the Bolton family dared to voice dissent. After all, the former Red King was not to be trifled with. We have the upper hand, Cragen retorted defiantly. The Bolton family had always been a thorn in his side, even as the Duke of the North. His commands failed to reach the dread fortress. Legend had it that within that fortress lay the skin of a Stark patriarch, preserved as a rug on a chair. Collected by the Bolton family, whites are unyielding. They do not tire. Duke Bolton's words resonated clearly, striking the hearts of those present like a splash of cold water, thrusting them back into the harsh reality. Although the Night King was in retreat, he remained unfazed. Cole's shield wall, formidable as it was, could be breached, and annihilation would follow in mere moments. This does not concern us, Cragen exclaimed, shattering a stone sculpture before him into powder. Let us advance through the Blood Gate. Move. What are those northern brutes doing? They charge forth only to flee shortly after. The Kingsguard, Elric remarked in disbelief. Perhaps they are scared witless. Boomed the one in golden robes, laughing heartily. Suddenly, a blast of ice-blue dragon fire descended from above, tearing open a gash in the shield wall. Ah! The surrounding soldiers screamed. Anyone touched by the icy flames was instantly transformed into a frozen statue. Wait, something's amiss. Elric gasped, noticing the blue light gradually illuminating the corpses nearby, sending shivers down his spine. Chapter 77, Reinforcements Run, Flee, shouted the beautiful guard Brienne, hoisting Ser Clegane onto her steed. Countless whites surged forward like a flood. As if sensing hope, Elric, Illyric cried out in anguish, gazing at his twin brother, who bore his likeness. Tears streamed down his face. With a swift thrust, his sword pierced through his own brother, only to receive an emotionless response in return. Come, hold your ground here, Illyric shouted, clutching his white brother tightly. Addressing the surrounding spearmen. The glory of the white cloaks begins here and shall end here. Disperse your positions, scatter. As the Night King charged once more on his dragon, Cole momentarily lost his composure. No matter how formidable the army, they possessed little defense against the colossal beasts soaring above. Aim. Aegon gripped the massive crossbow, straining with all his might to draw the iron string. Whoosh. A black golden spear was hurled from Aegon's grasp, piercing straight toward the Night King's silver wing. Blood of ice splattered as the wing faltered and fell, sending the Night King tumbling from the sky. He has fallen. Let us strike. Cole, witnessing Aegon's divine shot, felt a surge of exhilaration that nearly made him forget his earlier fears. Capture him, and the calamity would end. Charge for Westeros. For the Queen. For the new king. Above the heavens, beneath the skies, a small black dot swiftly expanded. Amidst the Night King's incredulous expression, Emmond rode on Vhagarel, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire that incinerated all creatures in proximity to the Night King. Crackle. Creak. Vhagarel's pupils dilated as icy blue mist slowly spread, momentarily obscuring the black flames. The Night King, with a triumphant demeanor, stood motionless on the icy plains, seemingly untouched. He strode forward, drawing a javelin from his back. No. Emmond, run, Queen Rhaenyra urgently warned. She would never forget the moment that shattered Demon S' heart, a javelin piercing the abdomen of the bloodworm, Vhagar, ultimately slaying a nearly full-grown dragon. Bang! Blood stained the sky as Vhagarel roared, swinging his tail at the Night King. The Night King braced himself, yet his body was launched like a cannonball, crashing into the icy ground and carving a deep ravine. Vhagarel. Emmond hastily unfastened the saddle and slid down the dragon's wing. This was his greatest ally, a companion he would never forsake. How? Vhagarel lamented, his head too heavy to lift, his body collapsing like a mountain around him. Thud! Countless trees fell beneath Vagrel's weight, and everyone scattered in panic. How could this be? Cole stood frozen, utterly bewildered. Vagrel was the mightiest force of House Targaryen. Capable of cleaving through gold and jade, yet such a weapon was no match for the Night King. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of a racing heartbeat echoed in Immon's ears, resonating like drums. Vagrel. Immon was ecstatic. Suddenly, the dragon's eyes, the size of a man, opened wide, revealing pale blue irises. Roar. The undead Vagrel raised his massive head, disregarding Immon's control, and bellowed defiantly at the heavens. You fool. Demon lunged forward, shoving Immon aside. The colossal dragon's tail swept through, reducing the surrounding soldiers to mere dust. Countless wights stood motionless under the Night King's control, gazing upon the fleeing humans as if in reverence to their sovereign. How could it be? How could Vagrel be defeated? Immon's face turned ashen, murmuring to himself. Wake up. Demon slapped Immon across the face. Without a dragon, are you nothing at all? Aegon continued to rain down arrows from the battlements. The war had only just commenced. Dragonfire. A massive silhouette soared above Demon and Immon as Helena Targaryen rode Dreefire, unleashing ethereal blue flames to shield the escape of the masses. Helena. Immon ducked to evade a stealthy strike from a silver-winged wight, anxiously observing his sister battling in the skies. No, he could not allow her to be harmed. Pushing Demon aside, he drew his dragon crystal dagger, swiftly dispatching the wights with precision. Such a reckless boy. Demon muttered under his breath. He had anticipated that losing the dragon would leave Immon despondent for an extended period. However, in mere moments, he had regained his fighting spirit. The next generation pushes the previous one forward. Demon, wielding Dark Sister, reflected on the prowess of this lad, realizing he was not weaker than himself in his prime. Watching one-eyed Immon brandishing the black flame sword, he was a whirlwind of combat. Run, 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 Cole urged, riding hard, his body low against the horse's back as he charged toward the blood gate. His white cloak was stained, and despair washed over him as he beheld the encroaching wights. It was over. He needed to inform Alicent quickly. The continent of Westeros was finished. A resolute determination etched itself on Cole's face. What did the Iron Throne or the Queen matter to him now? Cole. The beautiful Brienne scolded in fury. A commander, frightened enough to abandon his army in flight. Reform the lines, reform the lines. Adam, clad in armor, shouted as he swung his weapon, attempting to rally the scattered soldiers. Aegon. My father often spoke of a prophesied prince. Helena hovered above, gazing down at the helpless Aegon. I know, but that prince should not be me. Aegon sighed. To his astonishment, Rhaenyra had buried Viserys in the Heart Tree's lair on Dragonstone, inadvertently triggering the Night King's premature awakening, a twist of fate he had not foreseen. It is time for you to bear the burden of the Iron Throne. Helena extended her hand, grasping Aegon's Dreefire. I have seen it, Aegon in the flames. No matter what, you are destined to be king. Helena regarded Aegon with an expression devoid of joy or sorrow. She had never been fond of conflict, yet, being at the center of power, abstaining from contention equated to demise. It seemed she had long perceived the tragic fate of her family, but with Aegon's arrival, everything transformed. The future became shrouded in mystery, tantalizingly elusive. Defeat the Night King. In the realm of Westeros, there exists but one sovereign, Aegon Targaryen. Aegon, mounted upon the dragon Dreamfire, soared rapidly towards Vhagar. Dragonfire. A colossal plume of blue and purple flames erupted forth, clashing violently with the dragonfire of Vhagar. Boom. Aegon leapt down, advancing towards Demon. Uncle, it is time to return what you borrowed. Humph. Demon's face flushed, his hand resting casually on his hip as he tossed forth the Valyrian steel dagger. Then, Aegon's hand swept through the air, and the black fire sword, emblematic of royal authority, hurtled through the sky. Chapter 78, The Great Retreat. Wildfire, ignite. At Brienne's command, she swung her longsword, and a jar filled with wildfire soared through the air, propelled by a distant catapult. Boom. Countless explosions erupted, the eerie green flames dancing amidst the fragments of the fallen. Run, run, run. The trio disregarded their disputes, mounting their steeds and fleeing in desperation. Indeed, when a common adversary arises, even the deepest of enmities can be set aside. You are frightened, Demon. The one-eyed Aegon turned to glance at his once fearless uncle, a triumphant expression gracing his face. Fool. Demon scoffed, galloping away on his horse, indifferent. The wildfire raged around them, dragonfire illuminated the sky, and Aegon suddenly sensed something, tightening the reins and halting before the bloodgate. Boom. What has transpired? Cushing furrowed his brow, surveying the surroundings. Scholar, the ground is trembling. Brienne bent down, her hand touching the earth. An earthquake? Cushing shook his head. his expression shifting dramatically as he pointed towards the blizzard ahead and shouted, "A snowstorm! Run!" "What about the catapult?" A guard cried out in distress. "This is a volatile and explosive magical creation, a new technology devised by King Aegon utilizing magical energy and the fire sorcerers of the towering spire. It once detonated, sending all within the workshop skyward. Ignite. Ignited. Lighted. Crash." In the distance, a white line appeared on the horizon, and before the soldiers could react, an endless darkness enveloped the entire battlefield. Boom. An icy blue dragon fire unexpectedly surged past Queen Rhaenyra's side. "Damn it, I can see nothing." Rhaenyra widened her eyes. Her visibility reduced to nearly zero amidst the swirling snowflakes. Roar. Syrax shook his head in discontent. Even a dragon is reluctant to remain in this pitch-black and frigid abyss. "Syrax, hold on." Queen Rhaenyra fervently soothed her mount, when suddenly, a mountain loomed before her. "No." Rhaenyra gripped the reins tightly, attempting to alter her flight path. Bang. A tremendous crash reverberated, catching Syrax unawares as he collided directly with the wall. What struck the fortifications? Crossbow bolts. The guards at the blood gate shouted frantically. At that moment, visibility from the gatehouse was entirely obscured, leaving them with no choice but to shut the gates and await reinforcements. I haven't even entered yet. Cregan Stark cursed vehemently. "Fools of the valley, cowards. I haven't boarded the cart either." Cole was equally incensed. "What are you shouting about?" "What is the point of shouting?" Cole glared at the barbarian before him, seething with rage. Suddenly, a colossal figure plummeted, stirring a flurry of snow and interrupting the quarrel between them. A dragon? Cole and Cregan exchanged glances, falling silent and gradually retreating. "Howl!" Syrax, displeased, rolled on the ground. Had it not been for the snow beneath, even the dragon's iron frame would have surely broken bones. Rhaenyra? Observing the self-proclaimed Queen Rhaenyra, Cole felt as though he had finally encountered the opportunity he had long awaited. He unsheathed his sword and strode forward with determination. Bang! Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Cregan delivered a kick that effectively halted the advance of the white-cloaked guard. "Northern barbarian, help me seize her, and you shall be rewarded with a lifetime of gold dragons." Cole had no desire for direct confrontation, especially with countless whites lurking outside, poised to pounce. "Gold dragons? We Stark do not engage in such trivialities." Cregan scoffed, gesturing toward the white cloak adorning Cole. "Only you Kingsguard require a white cloak to disguise your feigned loyalty. We of the North uphold our word." "You." Cole's expression darkened. He had once regarded the white cloak as a mark of honor, until he had trampled upon its significance step by step. Now, a mere northern barbarian dared to mock his past. "You will regret the words you utter today." Cole brandished his sword, directing it menacingly at Cregan Stark, his demeanor icy. He was the champion of the tournament, and although years had passed without training, he still possessed the audacity to charge forth. "You're all talk." Cregan Stark unsheathed his great sword, wielding it with effortless grace. "Stop fighting, Cole," Rhaenyra pleaded, gazing at her former lover, urging, "Let us first unite against the outside." "Huh, even a queen seeks aid?" Cole's heart softened, yet his expression remained derisive. Though an ordinary man, he had shared the bed of a queen and ridden with royalty. Deeming his life far from wasted, he relaxed his grip and sheathed his sword. "Barbarian, you are fortunate." "Oomph, had it been any other time, I would have surely shattered your jaw." Cregan dismissed him with indifference. The vast North was not forged through southern tournaments and rewards. It was built through blood and iron. Bang! Another torrent of dragon fire surged forth, swiftly veiled by the snowstorm. "We are doomed." Rhaenyra's expression shifted dramatically as all the dragon riders lost their bearings in the blizzard, fearful of launching an attack that might harm the innocent. Waves of green flames erupted, starkly visible against the swirling snow. "Light the fire," commanded Rhaenyra, standing resolutely atop the wall. "My lady, the bonfire won't ignite. It's far too cold." John Royce replied awkwardly. A seasoned warrior, he had desperately attempted to kindle the signal fire to guide the army, yet the frigid winds and snow offered him no respite. Boom! A muffled sound echoed from above, and Dreamfire let out a shriek as it plummeted from the sky, stirring even greater chaos. "Helena! It's Helena!" A tense expression crossed Aemon's face as he tightened the reins, halting his flight to search frantically. "Helena, where are you?" "Turn, Vagor!" Jakari's Valerion shouted in a panic. However, in the next moment, a colossal head appeared before Jakari's. Vagor. Boom. Vagor, taken by surprise, sent both rider and dragon flying with a powerful sweep of her tail. "Brother!" Luceri's Valerion gasped in shock, hastily descending to rescue him, blissfully unaware of the immense maw lurking behind him. The Night King, once more mounted upon his silver-winged steed, looked on with arrogance as the so-called strongest of the continent fell one by one. With a snap, the silver-winged creature shook its head and, right before Jacary's eyes, utterly tore Lucerys and his dragon to shreds. At that moment, the battle was lost for humanity. Rhaenyra sighed, closed the gates. Lady Rhaenyra painfully shut her eyes, ultimately making her choice. My lady, Rhaenyra, and Aegon have yet to enter. Jon Royce protested anxiously. With this situation, how many can possibly survive? Rhaenyra replied expressionlessly. Order the rapid construction of a navy at the fingers of the Vale. Prepare to evacuate Westeros. Chapter 79. The Burning Sky and Boiling Sea. Damn it. Daemon gasped, discarding the Dark Sisters as he collapsed to the ground. Witnessing the corpses rise again after being felled, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over him. Eyes of black, blue, and purple slowly opened, as if death were merely the beginning of life, and the others were the eternal truth. Helena, Aemon shouted, throwing off a white that attempted to ensnare him as he searched the surroundings. Enough. Daemon sighed, his hands trembling, unable even to grasp the Dark Sisters. He and Aegon stood back to back, the icy air piercing their lungs like needles, the white mist from their breaths further clouding their vision. The horde of whites had long enveloped the three of them, standing idly like old men watching children play as they struggled slowly. I refuse to become this pitiful sight. Daemon quipped, give me a torch. Daemon, do you wish to uncover the secret passed down through the generations of kings? The dragon dream of Aegon Targaryen. Aegon gazed at his despondent uncle and declared, only the king can summon all the people of Westeros to unite against the Reaper from the north. Viserys has long forsaken you. You are unworthy of being a king. With disdain, Aegon continued, in contrast to you, Rhaenyra must still be valiantly resisting. With a resounding crash, Daemon shattered the skull of an advancing white, his veins bulging and his face flushed with rage. Viserys, he is right. Daemon growled, his voice low as he confessed. I truly am unfit to be a king, and it has nothing to do with my status as a second son. Unfortunately, Daemon hesitated. The whirlpool of power engulfed every member of House Targaryen, yet in the face of life and death, all was but an illusion. The true savior is Aegon Targaryen. A commanding voice emerged as Rhaenyra Targaryen stepped forth from the swirling snowstorm. Only you can conquer that beast, impervious even to dragonfire. You are the true savior of Westeros. Rhaenyra removed her golden crown, a treasured heirloom from Valyria, and knelt, offering it with both hands. Aegon, Westeros is entrusted to you. Roaring, the golden Syrax unleashed dragonfire, incinerating the nearby whites into ashes. Rhaenyra, your dragon. Daemon's heart raced. Before him, Syrax had one wing torn asunder, while the other twisted grotesquely, moving like a lizard on its hind legs. Sister, Viserys has always believed you to be the rightful guardian of the throne. Aegon felt a surge of emotion. In the face of monumental truths, Rhaenyra finally relinquished her burdens, grasping the essence of power. Perhaps I am the best ruler, but I am by no means a savior. Rhaenyra tossed the crown aside and helped the nearly fallen Prince Daemon to his feet. Let me witness the strength of the savior. She turned her back, fully aware that, despite her reluctance, her own strength alone could not alter the dire situation. No, there is only one king, and that is you. Aegon replied calmly. From the very beginning, he understood the true significance of his Valyrian bloodline. As a son, he could not abandon all he held dear. Now, with Rhaenyra having released all her ties, the conflict between the Greens and the Blacks had reached a complete reconciliation. Aegon was free of all attachments. From the outset, he had never belonged here. He alone was the most fitting sacrifice. The essence of House Valyrian is to scorch the heavens and boil the seas. Wildfire, ignite. Aegon looked skyward as countless ethereal green flames surged toward him. His blazing golden eyes burned fiercely, two streams of emerald blood bursting forth from his sockets. A distant band of sheep thieves and sun-drenched figures seemed to sense Aegon's magical summons, roaring as they raced towards him. Countless green flames erupted from Aegon's mouth and nostrils. Night King, behold the power bestowed by the true King of Dawn. Boom! The green flames soared, transforming into a radiant beam that rent the heavy clouds asunder. A majestic golden dragon descended from the heavens, illuminating the earth like a sun of hope. Is this the new king, Aegon II? Cregan Stark's eyes widened in disbelief. It is said that the Targaryens are the closest race to the divine. And now it seems they are indeed the reincarnation of gods. Have the deities come to rescue Westeros? Cole's expression shifted dramatically in fear. Aegon, engulfed in wildfires, had transcended his mortal form. His garments turned to ashes, and two Valyrian swords floated behind him. The sunfire. Aegon looked up. Witnessing the golden dragon moving of its own accord, a tempestuous storm sweeping across the valley's sky. Harnessing the winds, Aegon effortlessly lifted off the ground. In that moment, he became a spirit of fire, soaring along the column of wild flames into the azure expanse above. Legends say that each Targaryen is a coin cast by the divine, embodying both madness and wisdom. The figure before us is undoubtedly a testament to that, one who squandered his youth in vice, and another who sacrifices his later years to save humanity. The Night King stood atop the hillside in the valley's forest, gazing up at this peculiar semi-divine being forged from self-sacrifice. Have you reached this realm as well? The Night King grasped his ice spear, his expression grave. This was the first time he encountered an opponent of equal stature in Westeros. The winds ceased, and the rain abated. Aegon floated in midair, seemingly merging with the sunfire. A tremendous golden energy infused Aegon's golden eyes, and the once plump sunfire appeared to wither in an instant. Boom! Thunder rumbled as a colossal tornado approached, completely dispersing the Night King's blizzard. Though the snow lay low upon the city walls, a golden dragon ascended, still reaching for the heavens. The clouds parted, and the snow ceased. Euron Royce shouted in exhilaration. Though the crisis was not yet over, Aegon's feat resembled a miracle, vividly outlining the hope for survival among the people. Here, Aegon seemed to have stepped into a new realm. His senses heightened, and his thoughts became remarkably clear. The sunfire, tilting its head, also sensed a new threat. The ice spear. The Night King spun, expending his magical energy to unleash a blast of his icy breath. Wildfires do not perish. The spring wind brings forth new life. Aegon transformed into a long, green-patterned sword, cleaving downward through the air. The world was momentarily cleansed, and land and sea trembled. Bang! The Night King's form shattered like porcelain, exploding in a violent dispersal. Countless wights collapsed, transforming into mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Gazing upon the ravaged expanse of the realm, Aegon understood that his mission had reached its conclusion. A gentle breeze brushed against his face, etching countless fissures upon it, as if he were destined to disintegrate like a sand sculpture upon the shore. Suddenly, a gaping maw lunged forth, wholly consuming Aegon within its depths. Chapter 80. What are you staring at, Aegon? The crowd wept uncontrollably, the valley littered with corpses. Without King Aegon, there could be no new life for the continent of Westeros. Aemon strode forward, supporting the fallen Queen Helena. Sister. Aemon felt an inexplicable thrill within. For Aegon was not dead. He envisioned him reclaiming the Iron Throne. Helena, devoid of sorrow or joy, merely responded, "Sister," as Aemon comforted her. Everyone witnessed King Aegon's demise. They both turned to the nearby soldiers of the Black Party. As the horde of undead fell, the living swiftly grasped their weapons, shaking off the terror of death. Rhaenyra, Rhaenyra, a voice cried out from the crowd, and the name echoed through the ranks of the Black Army. Members of the Black Party gathered, weapons poised, awaiting the command of Queen Rhaenyra and Prince Daemon. King Aegon, King Aegon, Cole shouted defiantly, raising his longsword high. King Aegon. The surrounding soldiers of the Green Party echoed, refusing to yield. The cries from both factions rose in a tumultuous chorus. Indeed, Aegon was a savior, and claiming the throne was not unjust, yet he was already deceased. Cragen Stark, wielding a dragonglass battle axe, spoke methodically, "White cloaks, lower your weapons. In light of your contributions to the salvation, I shall seek clemency from Queen Rhaenyra." Clemency? Cole laughed heartily. How many dragons do you Black Party still possess? Just the Queen's flightless lizard? Ridiculous. Cease. As both sides prepared for another devastating clash, Rhaenyra hurriedly intervened. This calamity has already claimed too many soldiers and shattered countless families. Let us set aside our grievances and restore our strength. Indeed, Helena, clad in white and adorned with a translucent veil, stepped forward to counsel. Lower your weapons and assess the losses. This royal council is not dictated by the Queen. I act upon the command of Queen Alicent to eradicate the traitors. Cole remained obstinate. Everyone knew that Queen Helena had always shunned political affairs. All matters, great and small, were managed by Alicent Hightower. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heavy footsteps approached as Dreamfire advanced step by deliberate step toward the Green Army, causing the soldiers to recoil in fear. Only 1 or 2 adult dragon riders remained in the world, and before them stood one of those legendary figures. Fall back, protect Her Majesty the Queen. The soldiers from the north trembled with fear, yet could not help but swallow nervously as they stood before Queen Rhaenyra, weapons in hand. There was no need for such apprehension. Queen Rhaenyra waved her hand, signaling the soldiers to disperse. Helena, one of the few benevolent souls of House Targaryen, would never harm her sister. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed as a blood-red adult dragon descended from the heavens, and Princess Rhaenys, clad in battle armor, leapt from its back. You have worked hard. Queen Rhaenyra greeted her. However, the crownless Queen Rhaenys swatted away Rhaenyra's outstretched hand. Aegon is confirmed dead, Princess Rhaenys declared, producing the black fire sword and Valyrian dagger she had recovered, offering them to Queen Helena. My condolences. It is of no consequence. Aegon will surely return. Helena did not accept the black fire sword, a symbol of royal authority, her expression remaining unchanged. Rhaenyra hesitated, perhaps overwhelmed by grief, rendering her somewhat unhinged. If it were not for you, Aegon might not have perished. Your imprisonment of him for the Iron Throne has led to this calamity. Rhaenys Targaryen's face was etched with disdain for Queen Rhaenyra. She had heard firsthand the dying words left by the corpse King Viserys, only to have them usurped by her niece and daughter-in-law. The Iron Throne is not your plaything, just as my son Laenor is not. The crownless queen seethed with anger. Let us reconvene the council at Harrenhal and determine the rightful heir to the throne through the votes of the nobles, just as King Jaehaerys once did. Queen Helena Targaryen stepped forward, proposing a solution. She wished to prevent further bloodshed among her kin over the Iron Throne. The horrific conclusion of the dragon dream always sent shivers down her spine. Aegon is dead, Queen Rhaenyra asserted. Perhaps I am not the heir chosen by Viserys. But even now, I am the most suitable claimant to the Iron Throne. Aegon has a son, Aemon retorted defiantly. His vendetta for his lost eye remained unavenged. And like Daemon, his great dragon Vhagar had also turned to a pile of bones. A massive fist swung toward him. But Aemon blocked it with a punch of his own. The blacks and greens stood opposed once more. The Red Queen Melisandre howled in fury, her crimson maw glimmering with a perilous light. Daemon, step back. Princess Rhaenys warned. Cousin. Daemon seethed with rage. Seeing that his cousin and mother-in-law showed no inclination to favor him, Daemon felt a surge of frustration. How long will you two be so obstinate? Princess Rhaenys reproached the couple without flinching. The Iron Throne is a tool to protect the people of Westeros, not a toy for your reckless squabbles. What a tumultuous scene. Aegon murmured, dazed, as he opened his eyes. Yet, it seemed as though no one could see him. Am I merely a spirit? Aegon extended his hands, astonished as he effortlessly penetrated the bodies of those around him. How curious. The sheep stealer, brimming with pride, shook his head in defiance, showcasing his prowess. Although his physical form had been sacrificed to the wildfire in exchange for formidable magical energy, his very soul had been preserved by the innate abilities of the sheep stealer. Fate has not forsaken me, Aegon. He laughed heartily. Am I to be considered a ghost? Is Rhaenyra still clinging to her obsession with the Iron Throne? Aegon mused. Though it is true that there are scarcely any worthy rulers left in Westeros. Sheep stealer, let her witness your might. Aegon prodded the sheep stealer's large eyes with fervor. And the dragon barely grasped his words. It unfurled its wings and leapt directly into the throngs of the green and black factions. The dragon, Aegon's dragon. Both sides gasped in shock and hastily retreated. A wild dragon is inherently fierce, save for a few individuals of Targaryen blood. Most are merely a delicacy for dragons. Sheep stealer. In Valyrian, Rhaenyra remained unfazed. As one of the heirs of House Targaryen, even if it was not her own tamed dragon, she could effortlessly communicate with it. However, the sheep stealer paid no heed, blindly shaking its head as it searched for the direction indicated by Aegon. Its bewildered gaze seemed to challenge Rhaenyra, as if to ask, what are you staring at?